dismantled.
I'm so sorry. That sounded. What was that? This hopeless
All right.
sigh. This helpless, hopeless, hapless sigh.
All right.
We're
I'm
live
here.
streaming. We're live streaming. That was wonderful.
Yeah.
That was.
Oh, wait.
Oh my
Just
God.
playing up here. All right.
You're
I'm
registering,
okay.
by the way, you're registering on the desktop audio, just so you know. In other words, the microphone is receiving you, or rather, your microphone is registering with the online broadcasting software. So whatever you say will be heard and recorded, which is all for the best, because last time you did this exquisitely wonderful blurb, and then the horrible, it was just a horrible convergence of events where everything had updated at once. And I still can guarantee you there was conspiracy behind that. At any rate, such being said, let's check our studio, and we'll see if we're registering, okay, with our listeners, which I'm sure we are. And feel free to check around yourself, since we have an excellent connection. Okay, we're 1 minute into the show now. How exciting. We've got 0 views according to this studio, which is surprising. So everybody out there, reply, get yourselves involved, participate. I'll give credit to the lovely Brooke Hagberg for contributing 100 United States dollars. The incredible Aaron Tice for contributing 125 United States dollars. T-Tank Berry says, good evening. Crystal Clear from the Peninsula, 100. Thank you so much, my dear T-Tank Berry. He should be joining us as John Doe on the call anytime he wishes. Or rather, anytime we bring him on. So, we may as well. You asked me a question about this. I guess we can tend to that later in the show. So, what about bringing people on? Do you want to bring everybody on?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me start on that so we don't waste much time there.
Yeah, and then we'll do the blurb,
Blur.
Don't forget to do Holly along with
Yep.
John Doe, everybody else, Heather, and Brooke. I did talk to her.
Yeah, Brooke.
Yes, and of course Crystal. See if she comes on. Amelia Willard. See if she comes on. But
what's her
I'm sorry.
Her screen name?
Oh,
Emily,
that's right. The Curious Girl. The Curious Girl.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. I mean, I forget these things myself.
Yeah.
And so let me turn you a bit louder. Get that up there. And so wonderful contributions, as I said, from Aaron Tice and Brooke Hagberg, and of course we're still going to need to try and raise $1,000, because much of their money, or a bit of it, is going to go towards necessities, and that includes clamato juice with picante, which I take my vitamins with, but that's only twice a week that I take these vitamins before the show. So I do need a stock of that, and I am out. Used the last one today. As well, I have a need for beer. That's liquid bread to me. So, and that's like $15 plus tax for the brand of beer that I get from Canada, which is Glutenberg gluten-free beer. So that's $30 a pop, because I get 2 4-packs, and they're 16 ounces each. So it's not like these are insubstantial cans. These are 16-ounce cans. They're the size of the kind of Coke cans I used to get. And just getting those tomorrow will be like $30 plus right there. Also, I had to purchase of all things, a litter picker, which was just outrageous. But what happened was delightful. Yeah, okay. We have entered the wind tunnel with Brendan Zogit. Brendan Zogit is current.
Das ist gut, Leute.
Yes, good to hear from you. Yes, you've heard the voice. That's a time machine. He's calling back from a Nazi rally. But we're doing this to show.
I wish.
Yeah, thank you. We're doing this to show what the real Nazism is all about, as opposed to that tweaking, twerking son of a bitch, yes. Elon Musk. Oh my fucking God. Holly Koditis Kiefer has joined us. Lovely lady. And so, of course, you've been introduced to everyone who's on this program, dear Holly, but say hello to everyone again. There you go. You're off mute, honey. You're off mute. You're okay. You can talk.
I know. I have it. It's not responding to my thumbs.
You're doing okay. We hear you. We hear you. Yes. Just remember. Okay. What was that?
I made it.
Yes, you made it. You made it in every sense, like in the New York sense. Like, if I can make it here, I can make it anywhere. Yes, you made it. Kind of like, yes, yeah.
I'm not banned yet.
That's right. That's right. Like James Cagney when he made it to the top of the world before he fell down into the flames. Made it, Ma, to the top of the world. Yes.
This is like my safe space now.
It should be. It should be. Thank God we have it.
Darn right.
Yes, thank God we have each other.
Yeah.
It's a more and more alien world every goddamn day. So dear Holly, say hello to not just Brendan and Aristides, but all of our listeners, please, if you would be so kind.
Hi to you all.
Hello.
I'm grateful to be together.
Yes.
With sympathetic souls.
Yes, we're in a group hug now, everybody. We're in a group hug. Yes, spiritually. Yes, heads are bowed. Yes, in our huddle. We're in the football huddle, along with John Doe, our dear Mr. T Tank Barry. And let's see what else he's sharing here. And I believe he's sharing the sad fact of the latest California fire. I'm going to click on that, see what we get. Matter of fact, I should click on a few things. Yes, here we are. This is multiple firenados developed amid the Hughes fire. Holy shit. Put that into the chat room, dear T-Tank Berry. By all means, please do so. And these are called flaminados. And of course, he says her voice volume is low, says Nemo. Okay, so honey, do me a favor, dear Holly. Do me a favor, turn your voice way up, or just shout into the mic. Shout to the mic.
Okay. God, I'm sorry about that.
No worries, you'll get used to it. Just remember what I used to say when I was working with Lori and Ann Fenton. I think that was the time you saw me at that con. You got to make love to that microphone. It's a lot like oral sex. Unless it's in your mouth, it's not going to work. So there we are. Eric Cradle says, Team Dietrich, hit the like button. Thank you so much. With that, we're going to get our wonderful Aristides to pitch his blurb. So I want to thank... there we are. So we both put the link into the YouTube and chat. And I just want to thank our dear T-Tank for that. And so we've got this horrible incident now creating another mass evacuation, which is becoming harder as our city becomes more and more of a sprawl. Let's see who else has joined us. It sounded like somebody moving around. Okay, good. Our man JD says, will do, brother. And Nemo puts in this wonderful, incredible poster, I guess, or a trading card from back in the day. And so thank you, dear Nemo, for sharing that. I have never seen this before. You did ask that. It's a very, very fascinating looking thing. And there you go with the Bavarian Illuminati eye. That is the Bavarian Illuminati eye, proving they're the good guys as opposed to the Freemasons, which is why why we suffer so much propaganda against them. The perfectibilists who constituted the original Illuminati, which was created as a counterinsurgency to the Freemasons. So, okay, with that having been said, Brendan, be patient. Our dear Aristides is going to give the blurb. He's going to deliver the blurb, and then we're going to move on from there. So by all means, dear Aristides, give it a go.
All right. The blurb is, as soon as you get here, you need to hit the thumbs up vote, little icon near the screen. Get us some upvotes. It's very important because there are, the algorithm, the popularity algorithm that depends on that. And there are those against Douglas who put the thumbs down, although you can't see it. YouTube hides it. It's typical these days. They may even use bots to do so. So what that will affect is the ability for Douglas to be seen, suggested, etc., and gain popularity and make a living. So always hit the upvote right away. Make sure you're subscribed. Nearby there should be a subscribe button, and the notification bell, little bell-shaped icon. Make sure that's turned on so you can be notified in case you get distracted and don't remember to sign on at this time, or if we get cut off and restart. And that is important too. And while you're at it, since you have an account to do this, you can go into your account settings and create separate sub channels, which are typically used for different flavors of content for one person, but each of them can do a separate upvote also. So what I usually do is put 3 upvotes as soon as we start, and if you're a little ambitious, you could do that too. Other things, but the donation link is in the chat, of course. Please send Douglas, if you can afford it, a little bit of support. And also don't be afraid to drop the link of the show around places. That is a very easy way to help Douglas be known by more people. So these are all things that are very easy to do, and appreciate the help.
Yes, by all means, spread the word. Bless you. That was wonderful. Thank you so much for that, Aristides. And yes, aside from that, I do want to thank just all of you for being here. We're going to we'll get into a lot of things tonight. There's simply, as always, too much to talk about. So having said all of that so far, now let's turn over to Brendan Zągit for a minute. And Brendan, tell us a little bit about how your day is going. I take it you're at work.
It's going well, but there's just lots of stuff I have to deal with people not following regulations and such, and they don't like the German approach, having to follow schedules. So I'm having to deal with these people.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Too bad the Nazis didn't win at this point.
Yes, well, for every reason imaginable, yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. My fucking God.
Yeah, this is just one of the many reasons. And people think I'm being hard on people, but it's like, it's not the case. There's no, society would be much the better if we were just, following general guidelines, not even straight rules.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
And then they take it personally. It's like that you're trying to tell them, like, look, you're not scheduled to use this place. And then they act like you're attacking them. It's like, what a bunch of fragile weenies. Like, anyways, that was just my little spiel for that.
I don't blame you. We all need to we all need to vent. It's and we've earned it. By all means, yeah. And how about you, Holly? How's your world spinning?
It's good enough. I'm okay enough. The horrifying Trump rollout going as expected. So, you gotta brace up inside somehow to function and hopefully oppose in whatever way we can find to do it.
Yes. Yeah. And,
And I did get out of the library today the brand new expose on Opus Day.
Okay. So go on.
Which blew my mind because it seemed like all my life, all the power was with Protestants and Jews.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
And if I'm not mistaken, is Trump the only at least baptized Catholic since JFK?
I had no idea he was
none before that. His family was heavily Catholic.
I had no idea Trump was baptized as Catholic. I had no idea.
I presume he was because of his background. Yeah.
We can look that up. That's something that we could look up. So I'll look that up in a moment. Right now I'm just kind of like taking something off of the internet. So you'll pardon me. I mean, I was like telling our friend Brendan the other day that there were literally times. This is not one of those times, obviously. Vinnie Barbarick is no longer with us. But honestly, there were times when Vinnie Barbarick was talking where I was just multitasking and doing multiple things. Sometimes actually to the point where I felt I had gotten enough done in terms of work, where I was just killing time by, I'm not the type to play video games, but I would be like purging my porn files of redundant imagery and shit. This is not one of those times, but I am downloading something, and I'm like, it's hard for me to multitask. But when it came to Moon, because he would drone on for like, and the stupid shit he would drone on about, when we speak of, the Moors and how he thought he was a Moor, I don't know if you remember this, Holly Caditis Kiefer, but I bet Aaron Tice would remember it. I bet that Brendan Zoget and Aristides might remember it, but I would fear they probably would have purged it out of their minds. But do you remember the story that Peter Moon would tell every so often, but repetitive enough where it came up like once every few months, about George Washington and the cherry tree, and how that was really supposed to be indicative of black ownership of America? That really the Moors own America because, they had the cherry tree symbol, and that's why George Washington was trying to chop down the cherry tree. Do any of you remember?
Yeah.
You remember
Yes.
that shit? Oh my fucking god!
It was this big Moroccan connection.
Yes, it's so sick and his Moroccan connection. What did you get out of that, Holly? What did you think he was trying to say by that, aside from what I tell people when you were just listening to it, just blank, just coming at you straight like from the barrel of the gun? How did you absorb that? What did you think he was trying to say?
I wasn't sure, but it did hold my interest.
It did?
Because it was an angle, and I had no idea the veracity of it or anything, but it held my interest.
That was the odd part about it, is that he would say that with the faith of God, and while questioning things that I would say that were so much more obvious. Things, but he would say that like it was axiomatic. He would bring up this stupid story like we're all just supposed to nod our heads sagaciously and accept it. So here we are. Trump is no fucking Catholic, honey. Here we are. We got it from Nero. Trump's parents made him attend Presbyterian church during childhood. There's no way he could
Presbyterian.
there's no way he could be a Catholic because he was a Klansman. Trump is a Klansman, and the Klansmen are violently anti-Catholic.
That's right. But even his dad wasn't Catholic. Maybe they always were Episcopalian.
Who knows? I mean,
because his dad was a big Democrat, because that was the machine, in New York.
Okay, well, I can tell you this
Democratic
much. Why you might have gotten that idea? You might have gotten the idea not only because of his family, but because he married a Catholic. And that's, his wife is from Slovenia. That's the reason they went to see the Pope. But while the Pope was kind to his wife, the Pope pretty much slapped down the hand of Donald Trump. I mean, basically, the Pope allows you to kiss his hand, his ring, and he allowed Melania to do that. But then when Trump came up and just grabbed his hand like he was going to shake it, the Pope slapped his hand down. So it was like...
Hey, and that preacher at the inauguration stood up.
Yes, good for her.
And she's Episcopalian.
Yes, that's probably why she was invited, and they just thought, that makes sense. That's why she was invited. And I'm trying to remember what exactly Jimmy Carter was. I always thought he was Episcopalian. No, everyone assumed that. That's what this one dude I knew who was just this guy I knew named Harry Henneberger. And Harry Henneberger was this dude who was a Marine Corps colonel. He was a veteran of both World War II and Korea, and he became this drug abusing type who thought he was the next Alan Watts. And he was just, smoking pot and doing a bunch of stupid drugs. And, by that I mean he was doing it stupidly and coming out trying to sound like a wise old man. But this idiot was all I could say is that he had a degree in divinity, what was supposed to be an MDiv, or a master's degree in divinity. And it just goes to show I guess, if you're some white guy who's paying your way through some university, they'll just give it to you like it was mail order, because that motherfucker didn't know shit. I mean, he had a master's degree in divinity, which means that you're supposed to have the master's degree equivalent of theological science. You're supposed to be somewhat familiar with religion. And this motherfucker thought Islam was the oldest of the three monotheistic religions. He honestly thought that. And yeah, and I was like, it's the youngest, you dumb motherfucker. I know this as somebody who worked with history. Yeah, I'm painfully familiar with that. It just goes to fucking show. You might think, well, is it the drugs? Is it, no, it's just you're talking about some son of a bitch who's just full of himself. He went to the place in Seminary Drive, what was called Seminary Drive in California, which people can look up. So on Seminary Drive in California, he was a graduate of one of those schools. But at any rate, he was all fucked up in his knowledge, so he didn't know shit. One of the things he would say with the faith of God, just the way Peter Moon, and they're a lot alike, each in their own way, full of themselves, which is another way of saying they're full of shit. One of the things that he would say, Harry Henneberger, was that Jimmy Carter was a good Southern Baptist. And he didn't say that as effusing. He hated Baptists. He hated Baptists. And he would say that the Baptists, they're the worst. If I could get his tone of voice just right, it'd be more like, the Baptists, they're the worst. But it was like, he hated Jimmy Carter, saying he was a Southern Baptist. And I said, Jimmy Carter's not a fucking Southern Baptist. He's an Episcopalian. It was, but it's like everybody, I guess people project onto the presidents these different stereotypes, because you would think Jimmy Carter would be a Southern Baptist. That's understandable, you would think that. You might think that Trump might come from a Catholic background because he had a German background, and if he's especially from the southern area of Germany, Bavaria, or more towards Austria, then his ancestor Drumpf, you would suspect, might be Catholic. But obviously in the north, they're all Protestant, and they had this thing called the 30 Years' War, which wiped out more Germans than World War II did. All civil wars are much more violent than any other wars are, and so more Americans killed each other in their Civil War than Americans died proportionately in other wars. Same way with Germans. More of them killed each other in the Protestant Catholic War of the 30 Years conflict. And so, but up north they're all Protestant, and down south they're all Catholic. It's all because of the Limes Wall, which is Germany's version of the Hadrian Wall in England, where everybody north of that Hadrian Wall is Roman Catholic Scottish, and everybody south of that wall is, Protestant English. Everybody north of the wall that the Romans built in Germany is Protestant. Everybody south of that wall is Catholic. And but when it came to Trump, his parents.
I thought I might have got it from Mary Trump's book, but I could just have been remembering wrong.
Maybe not. I mean, he might have been baptized. He might have been baptized. We don't know, but we'll look it up. I mean, if his parents, however, were making him go to some, Protestant school, they wouldn't.
I may be flat out wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there you go with that. But with Opus Dei, so just so people know, Opus Dei means work of God. That's what it means. It's Latin for work of God. As I said, Dei means God. DEI is simply the name of God that was made into an acronym for diversity, equity, and inclusivity or inclusion. And now they are Republicans are saying no more Dei, meaning no more God. And
fired them all.
He put them on paid leave.
You're right. You're right. That's right.
Remember what I said? You can't fire someone who works for the government. He's just found that out. He just found that out. Trump said fire. He believe me, honey. He wanted to fire them all, and I bet he gave the order too. I'm sure he gave the executive order. By the way, Holly Kaditis Kiefer guaranteed she could have had a psychic vision of remote viewing, looking right at what he signed. And I'm sure he signed an order, fire them all. At which point, they told him, well, we can't. It's like giving an executive order for, kill half the American population, which Trump declares he's at war with.
Right.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Well, I hope they
Yeah,
do
and
just
well,
hang
when it
out
comes
and
to
get
when it
paid
comes
for
to that
4
thing,
years.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brendan.
Brandon?
yeah, those things are like those executive orders are not. I mean, they're like Swiss cheese. I mean, they're just. It's like there's 3 legs of government for a reason.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know like how it turned into where it's like a it's like the ammo, the modern day ammo for this system. It's like that's so cheesy to me. Because when you go through civics class, like that's not that's not the end all be all. It doesn't matter how much is going, in your favor. It's very strange.
Yeah.
Like people just put up with it. It's just insane.
Thank you. Yeah, it is bizarre. That is bizarre. And dear Holly, please continue. Yes, that is bizarre what people are putting up with. And what is your own feeling about that?
About executive orders or DIs?
About the wind tunnel.
Anything.
Yeah.
Everything. Yeah,
All
I
of it.
mean, some stuff has to get voted by Congress, right? And he's kind of got that wrapped up. And some stuff may have to go through the courts. He's kind of got that wrapped up.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel queasy.
Yeah, your point's well taken. He does have government, in a socket to a degree.
To a degree.
Yeah. Well, certainly the court. And
a high degree.
Well, with the court, yes. With the other trifecta, meaning the House and the Senate, it's like you're talking about razor-thin margins of about a CE, Chunny. It's like,
but there's a few of those Democrats that topple right over.
That's true. There's some that do, but there's also a few Republicans that are so whacked out they're not really going along with everything he's saying. It's not even that they're acting on conscience. They're acting on some kind of bizarre chaos-oriented anarchism where they're just, not going along with everything. I mean, believe me, he's an anarchist. Essentially what he is an anarchist, and he's packed all of his politicos are anarchistic as well. So so they're not always obeying him. I guess it kind of
and they won't is my feeling. But they won't lose their positions.
Hard to say. It's like it's just gonna be. Let's just put it this way. It's just gonna be a rough ride, a roller coaster. It's gonna be a fucking roller coaster.
Yeah, once the drug abuse starts affecting their organs and shit, it's all gonna fall apart. Literally, they're all gonna start fighting with each other.
Crazy.
Oh my god!
It's beyond the vape.
Right.
Beyond vaping. It's like
yes.
I sent Doug a video where it shows him and Bezos, or what's his name, Elon and Bezos, and their eyes were like tweaking, like literally twitching.
Oh yeah.
And it wasn't an AI video. It was literally they were like in another dimension. That's how much drugs they had.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well,
so that can only last so long,
Yeah.
You can even vape toad.
Yeah,
but he isn't doing DMT. This is like much more.
Yeah,
intense.
no, he's doing something awful.
He's on a cocktail. He's like on a Trampus cocktail.
Yeah,
like,
Trampus Nicholson.
I wish we were joking. It's literally like his eyes were like fluttering, and he was like like starting to dance and shit. That's like. Like you're in a rave. Like he thought he was at a rave. That's how strong it was.
Yeah.
So, it just atrophies your brain cells and ruins your empathy. So over a couple of years, they're gonna eat each other up.
Yeah.
And
but the thing is Trump doesn't do drugs essentially, or not as much. So, and especially because he's older, so he's gonna get into. It's just gonna be. It's like fighting with the drug addicts. Like it'll be like Brooke Gibson's house. Like he'll never win. Like there's no winning.
He's never drunk alcohol.
Who?
He does not drink alcohol.
I have reason to believe that. That's why he's more level-headed and stuff, and he's not declining in age as much. But it doesn't mean he's sane.
No, but now it's probably what's kept him alive this long, not to be an
exactly,
alcoholic. Yeah. But on the other
and those
hand,
Masonic families, they have discipline and they have rules, so that's why they have an advantage over the common people. That's how they see it. So that's legitimate.
These now fancy drugs are all being billed as medicine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well,
So
there
it's
you go.
not like maybe he realized, it's not like, oh, I want to get high. This is your medicine, sir.
No.
Well, that's what Elon's claiming, but he's like, if
Yeah.
Doug, can you send the video, or like, let me see if I can put it in.
What
guys
I'll
can
do
see
is,
for yourself.
yeah. What I'll do
There's
is
nothing medicinal about that.
Yeah. Thank you, but
No, but I mean, I know all these new psychedelic therapists coming up. And
I get
it's
it.
nuts.
I get what Holly's saying. I get what Holly's saying. So what Holly's saying is that without denying or arguing with what Brendan's saying, Brendan, put that inside the chat, not just our text box, but also in the chat, please. And but when it comes to what Holly's saying is that
I don't have a link for it, otherwise I would.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can
That's
get the
like
link for it. Okay, so
video.
And the drugs are working. I took the drugs.
let me took that. Yeah.
But what's going on is crazy.
Yeah. So what I want to say is that Holly's saying that basically it's almost like, though Holly doesn't intend this, we don't want to go that route in the sense of giving people the thought that these people have an excuse. In other words, what Holly's saying is it could be, this is kind of like what people, this is again a strange parallel here, but it's the one that people are most historically familiar with. You have people who claim that Adolf Hitler had doctors who had put him on various drugs, including methamphetamine, that basically changed his behavior or altered his judgment. And we don't want people to run with some concept like that, because it really is misleading. And it was misleading in the case of Hitler, and it's going to be certainly misleading in the case of Elon Musk. But definitely Elon Musk is getting his drugs through doctors. We know this for a fact.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's getting them legally, and he's making the claim that they are medicinal. So yes,
right.
He is getting them through doctors. And what these doctors are doing, and I know what's going on with them, is that they are demanding, they must be demanding extraordinary or exorbitant amounts of pay, where they're just saying, you are now my only client, and I'm signing off this drug to you, but you are paying for my retirement. It's that simple, because they could lose their licenses like this, conceivably, because that's what happened with, and conceivably they could be up for murder if he dies, because that's what happened with, Michael Jackson dying. His Asian Indian doctor, didn't he go up for murder? They tried him for such, if I'm not mistaken.
They tried to, but he had the paperwork,
Okay.
like you're saying.
Okay.
I don't think he ever got anything for that.
Oh, okay.
He got out of it.
So if he did so, it's because he had Michael Jackson sign off. So Michael
Jackson,
Jackson,
it was like, look, you do this at your own risk, but like you said, you just pay my retirement and I'll do whatever you want. And he got away with it. So.
Yeah. There you go. So I mean, and I invite our listeners to look that up and see if they can find out anything more about that, because I am curious vaguely.
It's been years.
Yeah, it's been so many years. But I believe what Brendan's saying is certainly conceivable if he had the paperwork. But I'd be. You'd be surprised if they honored that. I mean, like, if somebody says that, an MD says, look, you're taking, and he still prescribes the meds, maybe it doesn't matter. But what they probably did was they probably didn't give him any jail time, but they revoked his license, which at that point he didn't care.
Like that.
Yeah, so that's
something
it.
like that. It was a slap on the wrist, essentially.
Right.
Not that he got away scot-free, but it was like basically nothing.
Right. Which it would be nothing for him, because at that point he was retired. But it would be, some doctors that would mean something. If they dedicated their whole life to becoming a doctor, which is what you do, right? You can imagine that's gotta hurt when they take your license away. That's still gotta hurt.
Yeah, but usually the East Indians, they'll do it just for money. So
there you go. No,
it equals.
Got it.
Like, the parents wouldn't be disappointed. It's not like a Chinese person or something where the parents would be like, you look bad, or you made us look bad. It would just be like, oh, well, at least you got paid.
That's right. Got it.
They kind of, I'm not saying they're all like that, but that would be more of like the general feel. They would just be like, oh, well, if you didn't lose your money.
Oh, fuck no. They'd be proud of him. They'd be proud of him, saying, oh, if that's the way you made your money, the license was worth it. That was just a means to an end.
Yeah, that's how they think about it.
Yes, But yeah, with white Americans, it would be half and half. A white American doctor, it'd be like half of them would really care about their medical degree because their whole identity's wrapped up in it. But the other half, it'd be like, fuck, I'm on.
Well,
drugs
I have
all
a
the time.
feeling these people weren't like career doctors. You know what I'm saying? They're not specialists. They were just like some corrupt GP guy.
Yeah, I get it. Oh no, you're
know
right.
what I'm saying?
You're right.
Like-
and whether that's the kind that Musk is dealing with or whatever, here we are. What's this that's being provided by John Doe? Some links here. So let's T-Tank, don't be afraid to come on and talk, but if you don't want to, somebody click on these links and tell me what you get. I'll click on them. Let's see. Michael Jackson's Dr. Conrad Murray opens medical institute 12 years after involuntary manslaughter conviction. Not only did this guy, thank you, T-Tank.
So he's good.
Yeah,
he's
holy shit. Holy.
But he got convicted. Manslaughter.
Yeah, he got convicted of manslaughter, and then he opens a medical school. It's like, wow. It's like
wild.
Yeah,
I guess he did
funny.
some time
that's
in the
right.
middle.
He was Asian.
12 years.
I don't think he was even.
No, he's not even Asian Indian. He's Haitian. Fuck, he's like
or something,
oh, man.
or maybe even just American.
Yeah,
Trinidadian. From Trinidad. That's what he says.
Yeah.
When I came back to Trinidad, most of my colleagues, whom I'm trained, felt that I was too much of a threat. This is him speaking. So I decided to lock the doors. He said, per the Trinidad Tobago Guardian. So he went back home and they don't care.
Oh, so he escaped extradition.
No jail.
Yeah, he says
for
he grew.
him.
It says he grew up in Trinidad Tobago, migrated to Grenada, and then later moved to the U.S.
Oh, fuck.
And then killed Michael Jackson and then left again.
Wow.
Oh, maybe.
So it says they gave him some kind of slap on the wrist. Yeah, like a fine or something.
Oh my God! So, like our man T-Tank says, Playland Hospital, drugs are us. There we are. That's funny as fucking hell. Thank you for that, T-Tank Barry. That's incredible. And yeah, so Musk's doctors are something like this guy. I don't know what their ethnicity is. Probably Asian Indian, knowing Musk. And therefore, everything we've just described would put that, on the map as to.
Well, that was my my conjecture that the reason why he wanted to keep all those A1B people is because they'll have to open the pharmaceutical production facilities when they finally go full trade war and cut everyone off. Yeah. So he needs someone to produce his Special K and shit in the U.S. Yeah. So it would be all those pharmaceutical Indian students and Pakistani students.
Got it.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Is that coherent to yourself, Holly? How about you? Is that
definitely all of it? Yeah. But what I'm seeing as well is this booming side industry. It maps and all that. With psychotherapists who are highly trained many times, excuse me, and as far as the client's concerned, hey, I've tried everything else, I'm still crazy and miserable. Now there's a therapist you can go to and get prescriptions perfectly legally, and I don't even know how could it be prescriptions. I know you can get ketamine and Salinas for the price of a doctor's visit. And it's costly.
Oh, man. Let's drive down there. You said it's costly? Oh, forget that.
But there's ones running all around in the traveling world circuit or whatever, and some doing social service work. Sorry, I think I swallowed a bug.
No worries. That happens. By the way, just so people know she's outside. You are outside. Yeah. Just let people know that so they don't think you're in some roach-infested motel.
But they gravitate towards people with money who got problems and want to solve them, and it's and you can get damn near anything in a vape form now.
Yeah. How does one vape a toad? How do you vape a toad?
People they just squeezed it. Poor toad. No, it's not. It's just fake synthesized now.
Okay.
Replicated. Oh. So the toad's long gone.
Okay. Oh wow.
It's just a chemical copy.
Okay.
No, it's 5-MeO DMT. It's like the synthetic
form
of it.
Okay. Yeah.
Of the toad toxin.
Okay, by the way, we just got a new link from T. Tankberry. Musk defends his ketamine abuse as beneficial for investors in a new video. So he's telling his investors just how beneficial his ketamine use is for everybody. Like, yeah, my drugs are good for all of you. You're all getting a trickle-down effect through my stream of piss as you carry me on your back.
Let me tell you something. They're all going for it. They got life coach therapists that are serving it on a platter.
Yeah. By the way, here we are, Sheila
Oh
Gavin.
God, and making bank.
Yeah, there you go, honey. I mean, right. Thank you for sharing that, Holly. And yeah, we'll get right back to that. Sheila Gavin says, greetings, dearest Douglas. Greetings, Team Dietrich. I remember when in October of 2000, when President Jimmy Carter spoke of leaving Southern Baptist denomination. I admired his decision and his reasons why. Thank you, honey. I appreciate your sharing that profoundly. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. And so here,
Because God, they're the party of the Klan, right?
yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's
Democratic.
Southern Baptist.
Southern Baptist.
Yeah. Well, they used to be Democrat. Now they're all Republican Southern Baptists. The blacks would be the Democratic Southern Baptists. So these days it'd be black Democratic Southern Baptists and white Republican Southern Baptists down south.
Mm-hmm.
So here we are. Thanks so much. Okay, my dearest. And so everybody do keep speaking while I multitask here. And I think we're doing well so far.
We got off the track on the Opus Dei thing.
Yeah, so tell us about Opus Dei. What have you found out about that? What's your impression? And,
Well, you've spoken on the David Yallop book.
Okay.
In God's Name, which is quite dated now.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And I thought that was just amazing.
Uh-huh.
And I never heard you say, you seem to think it was reasonable too.
Okay.
About assassinating John Paul I.
Okay.
And he gets a lot of juicy history there about crazy Pope stories, because that shit happened a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But then all about the banking system and Paul Marcinkus and Propaganda Dewey and Opus Dei, the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And how evil and just off the Israel right wing, like Sharia for Catholics. Especially as far as women are concerned.
What is it that they try to promote for female behavior? I mean, what exactly is asked?
Just like you can imagine, medieval times, just, no rights whatsoever. Get a husband and obey him.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And good God, it's rough being a nun for them.
Well, I mean, why? Well, I'm not saying that a nun's life is not disciplined, but why would a nun's life be, say, for instance, worse than a wife's life? I mean.
Well, and that was your alternative, nun or wife.
Okay. Yeah. Get thee to the nunnery. That's in terms of yeah. Now I'm actually, when you named this book, I'm not remembering consciously the book you're talking about. Say the title.
Okay.
Say the title again.
In God's Name.
In God's Name. Okay, there we are.
Yeah.
So let me.
David Yallop. You've spoken on him on the show, and I was like, yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, that's years old, but it all gets into the big banking scandals.
Okay.
And Roberto Calvi.
Yeah.
And the other guy, his name starts with a G.
Uh-huh.
And there's pictures of Calvi in this book.
Right.
I haven't even cracked it yet.
Right.
So the old names are going to be cycling around. The other big one was Paul Marcinkus.
Right.
And so John Paul I he only lived in the post for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And he held Vatican II.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Which was, oh my God, a blow up in the church. No more Latin Mass.
Yeah.
Now the priest faces the congregation.
Right.
Now you can have music. A guitarist and shit. And there was pushback against never being able to remarry never being able to divorce
Uh-huh.
and remarry and be in the church, and many aspects of women's rights in the church,
Right.
or at least some sort of protections.
Mhm.
So that was huge. And then the book, Yallop's book, lays out a pretty cogent case in how they did him in.
Wow. I mean, this was
So
published.
it's a crazy story. I mean, the election process and everything. I read this book 30 years ago.
That's right. Well, it was published
But I never
1984.
forgot it.
Right. Right.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a big deal.
Yeah.
So now it'll be interesting to see how this brand new one
Mm-hmm.
does with the subject. And it's pretty darn dense. Whoo-wee.
And the new one is, you're talking about the new one's Opus Dei, the book, because there's a book by that title.
The book is just Opus.
Yeah, Opus. Okay.
Our
Interesting.
author is Gareth Gore.
Okay. Gareth Gore.
Garrett.
Okay. Yeah.
And so it's quite intriguing.
Okay.
And interesting, because like I say, apparently they've been running this backdoor thing kind of quietly,
Mhm.
because now it's all jumping out like toadstools. They're all turning
Mhm.
right-wing Catholic, or already are somehow.
Okay. The right-wing Catholics are turning. How do you mean?
Terrifying. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, in power through this Republican church takeover. And I thought that was all Protestant of some kind.
Oh, well, how are the Catholics involved with the Republicans other than kind of peripherally? There's some of these Catholics that are somewhat, in league with the Republicans to a degree, but most of the Protestants are, and
That's
even
what I thought.
Yeah.
But it's kind of crazy. Like Vance, I guess, is big. And there's been a bunch of conversions.
right,
And
interesting.
you'd have to Google this.
Okay, I would, yes.
Um,
Is Vance a Catholic?
and I think if he wasn't, the big ones just, it's a thing. I can't
Mhm.
articulate it
Right. Okay, no worries.
correctly.
Okay, no worries.
But it's like, and headlines kind of thing.
Mhm.
I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to say, but I believe that it has been a powerful trend all of a sudden.
Okay.
And it does seem like it's been kind of recent, and I can't call to mind
Uh-huh.
who's actually driving it.
You mean the Opus Dei organization?
The right wing, all of a sudden, everybody wants to be right wing Catholic.
Yeah, we'd have to find out who that is. Yeah, who's
Yeah.
driving that? Because
There's powers that have rose up,
uh-huh.
and I'm totally fumbling this, but
No worries. No worries.
that is keep an eye out for that headline.
Yeah, yeah. And but let's see now.
And we'll see what this book has to say about it, because it does seem like it's pretty up to the moment.
yeah.
There's a lot of back history.
Oh,
And all kinds of banking madness in the meantime.
right. Got it. So it's all making sense now to a degree.
Heavy murders and the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's dirty. Boy, is it dirty.
Right. Well, I've always been realistic about the church. Of course, my father was less so. My legal father, maybe even my biological father. You are well aware of the fact, Holly, that my biological father, Adolf Hitler, was a Roman Catholic. You do know that, right?
I know it, and also because of you.
Oh, okay. And so my legal father was also a Roman Catholic, and
Yeah,
it
as
was.
a German.
Oh, that's right. Who sent us this? There was John Henry McMills Warrington sent this. Let's see if I can share this with our friends here. But somehow Peter Moon, it turns out, was involved in something with Sean David Morton. Oh, isn't that interesting? Back in 2017. So this was like, he wasn't dealing with me at that point per se, but here we are. I'm going to put this into our little text box here. This is from John Warrington. So John Warrington sent this, and I will put this into our live stream as well. And this is just for the curiosity, to satisfy the curiosity of anybody. Again, credit John Warrington with this. But apparently, Peter Moon and Sean David Morton were involved in some kind of scam together in 2017. Sean David Morton probably ripped Peter off, which is why Vinnie Barbaric, who's the real name behind Peter Moon, hated him so much. That would make some sense at least. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a short break to make tea, but it's going to be about 10 minutes. And I think you're all doing great. And I'd like Aristides to participate, talking with Holly, because Brendan is at work. But Brendan, if you can join in on the three-way conversation, by all means. So Aristides, you have, I'm certain, the capacity to speak with Holly about all kinds of things. And Holly, I'm sure you can carry this with Aristides. Okay, I'll be right back.
Right.
Yeah, give me about 10 minutes, make some tea.
All right.
All right, so I'm going to go mute, and you've all got this. Brendan, don't be afraid to join in. And everybody, you're all in the best of hands. When I come back, we'll get back to, I think we've been doing pretty good so far, but we've been kind of meandering, and that's okay. It is a roundtable, after all. And again, it's not like I've been ignoring Inauguration Day. It's just like I said, and just a reminder to everybody, my last episode before tonight's, I covered abortion quite heavily because today is the 51st anniversary of Roe v. Wade. So I went deeply into the abortion last episode because of today's anniversary. I hope everybody realizes that. And we'll go into a bunch of other stuff tonight. We're going to meander our way into it because all of this is so painful in its own way. It's so grating, and it's so... It obviously, you have to learn to almost enjoy the conflagration. It's like watching the LA fires burn. When it gets to the point where there's nothing that can be done other than what you've already done, then you just kind of have to sit back and enjoy it when you sit down to take your fire break. Sean David Morton used Abe Books. Oh God, that's funny. So we're joined by Heather Holman. So say hello to Holly and join her in conversation before I take off to make my tea. Heather, say hello.
Hi,
Hello.
Heather. Hi.
How are you?
Well enough. Yourself?
I've seen better days.
I hear you.
Oh.
Yeah,
well,
I'm not feeling very well.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been this sick before either.
Mhm. Oh God, I'm so sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. Is it like what is it, honey?
I just caught whatever's going around.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's awful.
It is awful.
Oh God, I hope we can make you feel better. And so such having been said, I'm going to go make my tea. You're in my thoughts and prayers, and everybody, let's all have Heather in our prayers. Let's pray she gets over
thank
this.
you.
Yes, I'm afraid that you've caught COVID, and because it goes around, or some equivalent of it, so let's hope that
I have a COVID test I could go take it to see if I caught COVID.
yeah. That'd be nice. Don't do it right now.
Yeah.
I'll be more capable of talking when I get back. Let me get some caffeine in me. So let me go
Yeah.
caffeinate. All right, kids, you've all got this, and everybody, you're in the best of hands. These lovely ladies are here, and one of them's got the sniffles. But all right then. Okay, I'm going to mute.
Sorry
So
to hear
anything-
that, Heather.
Yeah, that's okay. Anything interesting happened to you this week?
Well, I was going to ask, do you have a fever?
Yeah.
Okay, because that's where I kind of draw the line,
Yeah.
I'm actually sick if I have a fever.
Oh yeah. I've got going through the phases, and it's taken a while. Usually you get the cough, and then you get the different stages, and it's just drawn out, and it's like I can't. My ribs hurt so bad.
Oh, no.
Yeah, like I can't even breathe in or breathe out with my ribs just crushing.
Oh my God, that sounds so awful. I'm so sorry. I just came back because I had to. Hey, Brendan, Aristides, I want both of you guys in particular to see this. Brendan, are you there? Do respond. Because this is so hideously funny. Nemo, if you're there, try to jump on the call. Honestly, you three gentlemen in particular, as well as our dear T-Tank Barry. I'm sorry, before I do anything about this, before I take any action, I just want the boys to see this. So, Brendan, if you're able, do respond. Poor guy's probably caught up in the...
Yes, I'm here.
Oh my
But
God!
what's
Look
going on?
into the chat room. Look into the chat room. I mean, oh my fucking
Yes.
God! This guy is obviously a troll, but it is so hideously funny. I will basically block this individual, but I do want people to know that I'm going to talk about it because it is hideously funny. It is humorous in its own right. But anyhow, here's this troll who's come into the chat room. He says, "Yeah, live 3M living."
Great.
Wait, what does his name say? What is that? Live 3M living.
Life I'm living.
Life I'm living. Oh, okay, life I'm living. Yeah, that's no
I'm sure
life.
he's living all right.
Yeah, that ain't no life. Yeah, I mean, he says, everybody needs to read the 7 books by ̔CHUİNGGNÁN, published by Sky Books, Peter Moon. Yeah, then go read William Morris' story about navigating beyond the ice wall. Yes, yeah, I mean, yes, total trollery. But it is funny. I'll give you that. It is fucking funny. Yeah, I'm going to block you now simply because it's like telling people to inject themselves with bleach or something. Yeah, and like El Nemo said, life I'm living. Yeah, we're not going to do that. Oh my God, thanks, El Nemo. Yes. Yes, I'm so glad El Nemo's back with us.
I would never pay for those 7 rapey cinnamon books.
Dude, I wouldn't read them for free. I wouldn't read them for free.
Well, Pete was offering to send me them, remember?
Yes.
When I helped him with his website or something, and then he was like, I'll send you a free book. And I was like, I just want Douglas's books.
Yes.
And he's like, well, I have a special on these, it was basically the ̔RACHUŁINGGNÁN shit. And I was like, I don't want that, dude. So I wouldn't even take them for free, is what I'm saying.
Thank you. Yeah. And so I'm hiding the user on this channel. He's like, I'm not trolling at all. It's like, what else would they be doing? I mean, it's so bizarre. I mean, obviously, you wouldn't
unless
go...
they're that late to the party.
Even
then, it's just like...
Oh, that's... Yeah, no, they're trolling. There's no way that...
Well, it's just one of Pete Moon's followers.
Yeah, I think it's Peter Moon. That's like...
I don't know. He's not intelligent enough to make the E a 3.
Thank you. That's good point. Point well
That's
taken.
That's like someone that knows how to use the internet.
Yeah, thank you. Good point. Yeah, he's too old to think like that. You're right. But you know who it might have been? The person who created the channel for him. So the person who created...
Oh, possibly. Yes.
Yeah, the channel for him might have done that.
Or it's another one of his fans that's so old that they just figured out how to get back on, and they're waiting for Peter.
No, any fan that old would not know how to do exactly like you said, the life with the 3 instead of the E. They would not have, they wouldn't do that. They'd be too old to get back on the internet. Anybody who's, besides, Peter doesn't have any fans left that are alive. They're all on palliative care or they're in hospice or something. But the person did get a laugh out of me, so credit for that. But you're gone now. We can't have you, misdirecting people. It's like telling people to inject themselves with bleach to cure COVID or something like that, which I think is what Trump actually did at one point. He actually did say something that fucking batshit crazy.
No, that was Ian West.
Oh God, Ian West did that. That's right, Ian West. Oh, fucking
stupid.
Like,
just drink some bleach.
Oh yeah. And El Nemo says he's just another degenerate fool who likes to lick PM's ass or Peter Moon's ass. Honestly, El Nemo, I swear, I don't think anybody would want to do that with Peter. By that I mean I don't think Peter has any fans. I really don't. But such being said,
that are not like geriatric.
Like
phone psychics.
Yeah, the only one it could be otherwise would be Richard K. Cole Jr. So it's Richard K. Cole Jr. because he is working with Peter.
The first visceral reaction I had was that it was Trampoos.
Yeah, Travis Nicholson.
He never really liked Peter either.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but it might be Trappist at this point. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, just to irritate you or something.
But, that's right.
But he never liked Pete because he loved you more than Pete.
That's true. Oh, that's right.
Triangle thing.
No, you're right. Right. He considered Pete to be a rival for my affections. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh
so
my
he
fucking god.
That's
so good. Oh my god.
Situation,
Life is just so hard. It's like, why do people like that exist? But yeah, you're right. It's Trampus probably because he's coming back now just to troll. That would make sense. It's like there's almost no one else I can think of who that could be. Yeah, because if it Richard K. Cole, that's almost the writing was too sedate to be him because he's so manically, so manically hostile. Yeah, he can't help himself. He would just go on some kind of stupid attack. Or pretend he's a female like he always does. He pretends he's a female and then tries to be weirdly, what would you call it? Like flattering. Tries to be weirdly flattering, and then, but he exposes himself because he's just so neurotic. With that, I'm gonna go mute. And by all means, everyone. So Sean David Morton shared this cover of this horrible book written by Sean David Morton. I mean, T. Tank Berry shared this cover.
Isn't he dead?
Yeah, Sean David Morton's dead. But T. Tank Berry shared a cover of a book written by Sean David Morton, a used copy, and you can see just how cheap the cover is. It's like Sean David Morton drew it himself. Maybe that's giving Sean David Morton too much credit.
Pete did that shit where they would self-publish, but it would be like the worst looking shit.
Thank you.
Like, why even do that?
Thank you. It's so true.
The reason why I say that is because the other self-publishing people will just do like a blank title page, so it doesn't discredit them.
Thank you.
It'll just say the name with like a nice colored background, but he had to put something up like
yes,
almost psychedelic to like, and it's so off-putting. Like.
Thank you. Yes, and that's what. And Pete Moonsuck would always say how great the art cover was, in his maniacal fashion. Yeah. Just when you're confronted, it's like
I used to have a teacher way back in freshman year, and his catchphrase was "You can't fix stupid."
Thank you.
Like, there's not much you could do.
But this is worse than stupid. It's these various people, the troll in the chat room, the Peter Moon, Sean David Morton, all the other gang stalkers. I mean, it's like a textbook in abnormal psychology. That you're forced to open up whenever I go into.
I literally have one of those.
Thank you. It's like each one of them is like a case. Is like a case, a study, a case study in a textbook of abnormal psychology. That's just so. And we need to start putting these people down. I mean, they're not contributing at all. It's not even like they're so much parasitic. It's like all they're doing is excreting. They just keep shitting.
Right.
It's
just talk about sapping the system. It was funny that someone was commenting earlier. I saw on the somewhere comment online on some social media where someone was responding to Trump making it only 2 genders are valid or whatever bullshit.
Yeah.
And then they were like, yeah, that's the squeaky wheel that we needed to address in society.
Oh, dude, I'll get to that point of satire later.
There's so much other shit.
Dude, I mean, come on. Dude, when I go into satirical mode, if I get to it in monologue tonight, I mean, the Gulf of America, really?
Yeah. And the irony is, like, they don't care about the children. They're like, we care about the children. And then they almost burned down a high school. It's like,
thank you with our arson, the latest use fire. Yes, that's right. Not to mention, beyond that, I mean, because people will always contest that and say that we're lying about the Republicans being arsonists, even though they keep getting caught, and they just.
there was video evidence at this point. Like,
thank you.
I don't know how you can argue with that.
Thank you. And then beyond that, it's of course.
And we'd exposed this back in 2018.
Thank you.
Like
yes.
Up near Marysville, where I near Sacramento, like up north.
Yeah.
There's like a cow town called Marysville, where right during the Paradise Fire, someone was walking in the park in that town and they found a dead goat on the park bench with like a circle around it and shit.
Yes. Satanic sacrifice.
This isn't So anyone who thinks it's like we're like I don't know somehow making false accusations. I mean, it's that Sherlock Holmes thing. You got to have reasoning skills, obviously.
Thank you.
Like if what did Sherlock say? Like Conan Doyle wrote, if no matter how absurd the outcome, or no matter how absurd the answer is, essentially, it can be reached. I'll have to find the quote.
Basically, from what I remember, just to paraphrase, it's that Yeah, when all logic fails, then it's the last answer that, the impossible. When all the possible answers prove out not to be the right answers, then it's the impossible answer that proves to be the right answer. But the reality is these people aren't even going. See, what Sherlock Holmes is dealing with is, of course, extraordinary cases. So when Sherlock Holmes, in fact, that's the whole concept behind Sherlock Holmes, is he's the weapon of last resort. People come to him when all other, when Scotland Yard has failed. So then
here it is. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth.
There we are. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. And but when it comes to what we're dealing with here with the arson, we're not even dealing with something that extraordinary. We're dealing with something where the guy's got fucking caught. And just let go. Yeah, and just let go. But such being said, a far more better way to explain the insane hypocrisy of the Republicans is wanting all women to have children, but not providing them any child support. In other words, state-provided daycare. No, it's just, but we want you to have all these kids, but you're on your own, and none of them will ever be able to go to college. It's a terror. It's just like, thanks, fucker.
And what would be the implication that they marry a rich guy? It's like there's not going to be any rich guys left when they're all done with it.
Yeah. Thank you. Once the Republicans.
So none of this is adding up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's just everything is insane. It's like, Trump saying, I'm gonna, usher in a golden age. Here's a bunch of tariffs. Here's a bunch we get rid of all the people doing all the work, the labor. Like construction's fucking dead, because what is that? It's all migrants, I mean, Jesus Christ. The only people that you would have left that aren't migrants would be people like ZhCHUI, and look at what that fucker did to himself. So
those are the ones. These people that don't do work. Talk about leeching.
By the way, Brooke, if you're out there, love you, honey. Hope you do come on, join the call whenever you wish. But oh my God, when I'm talking to her, I mean, sometimes I wonder, she's dealing with the idiot, in her home and shit. And I just spoke to her recently, and telephonically. And I just, while she was talking to me, and of course she obviously has an issue with money, and I was just thinking to myself, look, I'm trying to encourage her to get on various programs and stuff, but we all know the difficulty and the time it takes to process with that. But in the meantime, I was just thinking, how hard is it for her to get a job? I mean, I love you, Brooke, but honestly.
It's not. It's just that her synapses are all burnt up and shit. But it's like...
Yeah.
But I don't want to be too rude about revealing someone's personal life, but if she just kept her children around, they would have paid more of the bills, but no.
Oh my god. I
don't know. Drugs are more important.
Yeah. I got it. It's oh my god.
Let's not go there.
Yeah. Well, she has a right to come on and speak for herself, of course, but
exactly.
I started it, Brooke. I started it. Okay, just so you know, Brooke, you can come on and attack me, and that's fine.
I told her to her to her face about it. So
yeah, it is odd. It is odd. But all such being said, okay, I'm gonna go mute. Love you all. I'll be back.
Wait, who else is here? I don't have anything to talk about.
You got Holly, Heather, Aristides, and Heather's sick. Let's talk about that. Yeah.
So I'll deal with that, and then I'll ask you about why Trump is turning on Putin when you come back.
Yes. Well, here's the funny thing was that
their butt brother thing didn't last.
Yeah.
He feels that he has total control, and all these billionaires, he can just say fuck off to him or something.
I'll speculate on that when I get back, and I'll admit it will be speculation. But I like the way Putin responded. He said, "Well, you're trying to invade Greenland." when Trump said, "Stop this war with Ukraine, Vlad." Right. Yeah, then Vlad responded, "Well, you're trying to take Greenland, motherfucker." So yeah,
that's what I was saying. It's like a no honor among thieves at this point. It's like It's like now it's just finger pointing.
Yeah, and just a little hint of the kind of sarcasm I can get into maybe later in monologue. It's like, really, imagine voting for Trump, and these are the issues. Change the name of the Gulf of Mexico. change the name in Alaska of a mountain back to Mount McKinley from its indigenous name back to a white man's name because it's a big
Hey,
nice
remember freedom fries?
Freedom
Yeah, stuff
fries.
like
That's
that.
right. During
Like,
World War
it's getting
II.
to this absurd point.
Yeah, during World War II, instead of French fries,
No, that was George Bush.
oh, it was George Bush.
That was Dick Cheney and them.
Yeah, why?
No, they
why
brought
did
it back. Yeah.
They brought back,
They
but
brought it
why? Why did they do that?
Because they hated the French over Iraq, I think.
Okay, that's how stupid they
That
are.
they got pushed back.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Freedom fries. Well, it's like,
Yeah.
what did they call sauerkraut? Oh, sauerkraut in World War II, they called it victory cabbage. Victory cabbage.
Right.
Yeah, that was it.
Sprout.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, yeah, so yeah, it just makes Americans look daft, like totally
Yes,
brainless.
thank you. Oh my fucking god. And
Like, I'll go back to that comment from earlier. They were like, "That's the squeaky wheel we're gonna grease." Really?
Thank you. That's the thing. That's where the satire comes in. I mean,
know.
really, of all the things we've got monumental problems economically,
Right.
culturally, worldwide. But this this is what they're gonna hit us with. But hey, we're gonna change the names on the maps, and
Making
man,
it great again.
Useless.
yeah, and they took down the Spanish language pages of the White House. All the Spanish language pages. So, oh my fucking god! Please, really, you racist,
That's so
stupid,
cheesy. It's so
stupid,
cheesy.
racist.
So now,
As if someone can't just like Google Translate it.
Yeah,
It's like it doesn't make sense.
Thank you. Oh, well, I'm gonna go mute. I'll be right back. 10-ish minutes or so. So you guys got this. Okay.
The absurdity of the world. Yeah, that's fine.
Yes. And Heather, tell Brendan what you got. He might be able to help. Heather, so please.
Yeah, I'll go into that.
Oh, I don't know. I just got a cold.
Yeah, Heather, are you? Do you have access to any of the Vedic herbs?
Do I have access to what?
She doesn't just have a cold, Brendan. Her ribs feel like she's been fucking punched repeatedly. Tell him, Heather.
Yeah. No, I hear it, Doug. I heard it earlier. It's possibly the vid.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. Heather, do you have access to any of the Vedic herbs nearby? Like
What?
Like haldi or trifola, any of that stuff?
No. I'd have to order it online.
You don't have turmeric?
Oh, yeah, I have turmeric.
Yeah, make a tea out of that, like stat.
Can I just put it in my pasta?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay, hold on.
Yeah. So that's all I was gonna say. Or if you have camphor, do you have any camphor? That'll cure.
Yeah, I do have that.
Yeah, so then use camphor or like just the classic Vicks vapor. Like that's camphor. They put camphor in it. And that is Vedic. That is actually an ancient Indian.
Yeah, I have some
remedy.
right here.
Yeah, so like burn the camphor and eat it if you have like a food safe one, you can eat it.
Yeah, no. I have the rub.
Yeah, you can do it that way. Yeah. Or Tiger Balm has like some of it in there.
Yeah, thank you. I will.
Yeah.
I didn't think of that.
So that's all very helpful stuff just in general.
Yeah. Well, somebody's talkative tonight.
Who? Is that
My
Vinny?
cat.
Oh, is that was a cat? That's sweet.
Yeah.
She wants to heal you because it has like purring, like the purring can heal you. So maybe she wants to heal you. Yeah. So
She doesn't purr very much, but when she does.
yeah, so it knows you're like in distress, so it's trying to heal you. That's very sweet.
I know.
So cats have that ability, And
yeah, usually I'm taking
even
care
if you
of her.
play some mantras and stuff, it'll help alleviate. Here, I'll send you a good mantra here.
Okay.
Yeah, so there you go. And anything else you want to cover or I can talk about?
No, not that I can think of. I wasn't even going to jump on, but I couldn't just not,
Yeah. Yeah, no worries. So yeah, haldi is really good. Like turmeric is one of the best herbs.
Yeah, I'm going to put some turmeric in my noodles.
Yeah.
And
it's
black
an
pepper
anti-inflammatory.
with it, right?
What, Holly?
I've heard it works better with black pepper, so put some of that in there too.
Oh yeah, that's for cancer.
Yes.
I thought,
so black pepper
Brendan
will
had-
also detox. Yeah.
And activates with the turmeric somehow. Is my understanding.
Yeah, so there's an aspect of it called biopurine. It's like this pepper extract, biopurine or something like this.
Got it.
Like this essential oil in the pepper that will help your body absorb more nutrients and things from the haldi, the turmeric. So it's very beneficial, and that's like an ancient thing. Like they got that from Indian cooking and all that. So anything,
And
yeah,
ahead.
haldi can actually remedy a lot of things. It's kind of like ginger, so in the West we know about ginger, so haldi is just as good. It's a very sacred herb. So is ginger. So you can even combine it with ginger, Heather, if you have any. I know it's like, it's a lot to take while you can't breathe and stuff, but if you do it slowly over like a whole day, then it'll drain, like all your stuff will drain, and it'll become easier to take more later. So, yeah. So there you go.
I tell you what's never failed for me, but it's best if I do it early.
Mhm.
I just mix down hydrogen peroxide 3%, another halfway down,
Yes.
and in water in a shot glass, and snort some, and gargle it,
Wow.
and then let it go down. And I'm telling you, it seems like it's never failed.
Yeah. No, I mean, reasonably, yeah, that is. You can get also food safe hydrogen peroxide because they do have like
Culinary,
stabilizers. Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
culinary.
But I
Because the
tell you,
stabilizers are not the best.
it turns out, supposedly, there's brands of store bought that list that, but some say they don't. So I
They
do have
don't.
both kinds. I mean,
Yeah.
some is
So
just
the
pure.
store-bought ones, like the brown bottle, the classic one,
Yeah, you got to look at the
that has.
inactive ingredients.
Yeah, it definitely has stabilizers. They just don't note it a lot of the times.
Okay, that's fair. No, I
So
got a food grade bottle.
yeah, so it's below a certain percentage. And if you're not drinking it, it's fine. But if you like internally take it, like it's not good. Like the stabilizers are possibly
Yeah,
toxic.
I'll stick
But
with
in a
my food
pinch,
grade.
like if you have something acute, like your throat's like really bad or you have an ear infection, you might as well use it. Like,
I think it's the shit, man.
yeah,
Works really good. And I'm
yeah,
a firm believer in aspirin.
yeah.
And I'd like to make my own, at least a tincture. We have red willow here, though, not white.
Yeah. Use the white one.
The white one, yeah. And so that's a problem. I'd rather gather it, than
Yeah,
buy
you
it.
should be able to find it. Actually,
We have red, just red. And I
yeah.
was wondering, I was going to look up if
We'll
red
try
had
it. Yeah, try it.
medicinal qualities.
It does, but I believe the white has the salicylic acid in the bark.
And the pain killing, yeah, baby.
Yeah.
None of that other stuff. Ugh.
Right, like
Good
the
old
binders.
aspirin. Yeah. And
Yeah.
they say
Yeah,
any
so
part of
red-
California. Go ahead.
Red willow does have salicin, which the body then converts to salicylic acid.
Oh, very
So you can
good.
potentially use it, yeah.
Yeah, I'll make my own. And I've made any part of the California poppy chopped down and tinctured.
Yeah.
Makes
Oh, yeah.
an infant, what's the word? Infant sedative.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's very gentle and very beneficial.
Yeah, that gentle and full of sunshine.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I'm
use
still
it quite
here. I
often.
just wanted to let you know I've muted because we're both pretty sick here.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
worries. Just keep up
Okay.
with the Haldi, vitamin C, etc. You guys
Yeah.
got this. You'll make it through.
That's right.
Ginger.
Hey,
Thank you, Brendan.
ginger, turmeric, lemon tea.
Yeah, there you
With
go.
some honey,
Yum.
if you have it, you can't beat it.
Yeah,
Yum.
so
And
so
even
sometimes the
breathe it.
grandma remedies can actually boom, like really be a game changer.
Yeah, and if it's dry down there, boil
And I'll
and
send you a
pop.
mantra, Heather.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
Maybe
you.
some
I'll listen to it.
steam treatment, maybe not. Get better.
And thank you too,
Yeah.
Holly. I appreciate
Absolutely.
I'm here, guys. I'm hanging if you need,
All right.
it.
and
Here we
or
are.
whatever you want to talk about.
You want an update on the Moss Landing meltdown?
On the what meltdown?
The Moss Landing meltdown.
Moth landing? What's that?
Moss.
Moss.
Yeah, that's the world's largest battery storage facility that
Oh,
just went up like a torch, like a pillar of fire. I could see it from across the bay, right? And the answer is there's nothing to see here. Keep walking, folks. That's the update.
Yeah, I'm back.
in concise terms from all officialdom, which is, kind of disturbing, if you know what I mean,
What were you saying? I missed a little bit of it.
about how this battery plant just blew last week.
Yeah.
And released the, toxic plume from hell into the wildlife preserve and the farmlands for 100 miles, And so
Yes.
my little joke was, officially, it's like, keep walking, folks, nothing to see here. You know what I mean? That's how it's going. And God, at least when it's a nuker, there's a little bit of official alarm. Here, not so much. So
Right.
people all freaked out and restive and rattling their pitchforks, but they say they're done testing. And it appears that they didn't have the equipment to test for like the phytofluorines and stuff anyway. And nobody's talking about the soil and water. It's just plume's gone, and I guess the core of it's burned out now. And
Wow. Yeah.
sorry, folks, we're getting busy putting it all back. And the
Yeah,
new
well, that's
plant
good.
scheduled to come online. That's 5-10 miles away in Watson. So
Where is it at?
oh boy, Watsonville.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not too far, but
Strawberry
it's
town.
also.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's migrants and strawberries and artichokes.
Yes.
And a great big growing basket for significant market.
Right.
So yeah, and they're just like, yeah, well, it's all okay now. So we'll see. I mean, at least amateurs could go out there and test. So maybe
Well,
they'll
what
get.
was the substances that were released that are so bad?
Oh, I forget the long phytofluorocarbons and stuff like
Oh,
that,
shit.
and those PFAs galore. You can bet.
Yeah, I'm sure. Whatever. Yeah. Was
And
in
it was
there is
right
not
on
good.
this show. We talked about that last week. Somebody was saying never breathe electric car flaming fumes. Well, this is like major, and it just, came on down on all that crops. And they're also poisoned up anyway, but it came down on the organics too, better believe it. So I don't know. It's a hell of a thing. But we'll see. Hopefully there'll be enough public outcry to get some kind of traction. Because none of this, as I recall, all of this was approved as a done deal before any word in the press ever came out. And I mean, where's the Coastal Commission? Blah, blah, blah. But shit dragging out in court doesn't help any. So we'll see if there's a giant cancer spike in 2 years. Anybody there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good. That's all I got to say on that.
A cancer spike from what? I'm sorry.
Oh, the sediment from the plumes.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
And then what about all these other things? I mean, nobody's talking about like what's the shit that happened in like Ohio and
Oh, God, I know. Toxic spurting out
there's
everywhere.
been toxic shit pluming left and right, and man, I mean, are we all fucked or what?
Yeah, I know. It always ends up down that alley. But I don't know. But that's my update anyway. It was hot news last week. Very hot. Sorry for the pun. Just finished a fascinating book. Killing time here.
Yeah, what book is that?
Madness at the End of the Earth.
Ooh, sounds
Gripping.
nice.
Absolutely gripping nonfiction account of an early expedition to the South Pole. And the story from the start is so crazy. So like 1890s Gilded Age kind of thing. That it just defied belief every page, every single page. And an amazing reporting of the phenomenon that was witnessed. And unbelievable tale of survival, locked in, overwintering, and they weren't supposed to.
Yeah.
But
That gets scary. Yeah.
oh my Lord, it's unimaginable. And people were strong back, but it broke them all, you know. But Amundsen was one of the crew, and he went on to ultra fame and achievement, you know, just like a Superman.
Yeah.
And a Superman.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, I recognize that name.
Yeah, he made it, I think, to the South Pole first, and many expeditions to the North Pole where ships were lost right before this expedition. The Erebus, the Terror, and one other got just locked in and never did get
It's
out.
just amazing that even back then and what they dealt with to do that. And it's like now if I go outside, it might be 10 degrees and that sucks, but like most people couldn't even imagine taking on and like living through that. And they did it like just for a spirit of adventure.
I mean, climbing sheer ice cliffs in snowshoes, and they were nuts. But in this case, it's gripping start to finish.
Some bad shit happened there. Like, you know, of course people were lost. They'd come back, you know, see pictures of guys. Like frostbitten, missing parts of their hands and stuff. And they'd like go back again, I think, some of them. Like, yeah, I'm going to go back.
Oh, yeah. Some of them, that's all they want to do, period. And Amundsen was one. The Dr. Cook was another one, and his story is equally fascinating in this book. And he ends up in prison. But they were best friends on this expedition and bonded brothers and just enjoyed every minute of it. But it's so awful. It's worth a read if you read for pleasure, you know what I mean.
Wow. Okay.
And the natural phenomenon is just unbelievable. Good writer. Guy's a good writer. I forget his name.
Yeah, that's a cool book. If there's any books you're looking for, I can usually get. I mean, it would be in PDF, but I can get them.
Nice. And I did get the Douglas material.
Wait, what was it? Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go to the copy store and get it printed out.
Yeah.
Because I need copy. Guess I'm a dinosaur. So what are we gonna talk about now?
I don't know.
I
wanted to bring up.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Oh, I don't know. Nobody's back.
What? I'm. What happened?
You're back. Oh, you're back.
Nick of time, Douglas.
What?
Nick of time.
What happened? Are we on?
Yeah, totally.
Oh, then.
Yeah, we were just starting to hem and haw. And Aristides was coming up with his next point. And, so it's like getting caught by the school teacher. Jeez. We're studying. We're studying.
That's so cute. That's adorable.
Yeah.
But
the
I mean,
mistress is back.
where did Brendan and Heather go?
I don't ask. Heather was sick.
Well, I mean, I know that, but
I'm here. I'm just like, me and Vinny are both sick, so I've got a lot of background noise.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah, so you were just on mute. She wasn't gone.
Right. And
I'm here.
And Brendan, did he something happen at work or something?
Oh, he had to get busy.
Okay. Well, sure, I was saying with Heather, thank you, Heather, for being with us at all. And like I was going to say, yeah, sure, Heather's sick, but she's not deathly ill. I mean, it's not like she was lying.
I don't know. It's pretty bad. I mean, I thought I was dying today.
Okay, I'm so sorry. That's awful.
I'm just amazed.
You sound good.
Yeah,
but what's that?
Thank you.
Yeah, and you're welcome, Heather. What was that, Holly?
And when I'm sick, I don't go. I turn the phone off.
Oh yeah. That's what I would do.
So you're a
I
good
wouldn't miss this for
sport.
the world.
Oh,
You're
honey,
a good sport, Heather. You're game. Yeah.
You're an angel.
Thank
Heather.
you.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but then that reminds me. I mean, I have been on air quite sick before. And
Yes.
Yeah, you remember that?
Yes.
Oh my God. That time. Crystal River was on with that. I feel bad only because I left her alone with that idiot Vinnie Barbaric. But at that time, I was, oh my God, I got so deathly sick. That was the night before that horrible colonoscopy, and they said drink this shit and purge yourself, and that stuff was, oh, it was awful. There's no description for it. And then like I said, it was only later on after. I wish I had wormwood, says Heather. Yeah. Oh my God. And so.
Mugwort. Did you say wormwood?
Yeah, she said wormwood, honey. Yeah.
That's mugwort. Yeah, very beneficial.
Cool.
Oh man, to steam that.
Yeah,
read
mugwort's
the
different,
smell?
but it's
Yeah.
related. It's related.
Yeah.
It's an
There's
artemisia.
a
They're
lot of
both
varieties.
artemisia.
Mhm.
So yeah,
Yeah.
Heather, if you have any artemisia around,
Yeah.
And that's a big family. All kinds of sages.
Mhm.
yes.
Okay.
But
Wow.
and then there's the absinthe kind of mugwort.
Uh huh.
Yeah, that's wormwood.
Mhm.
And is
Artemisia
that
and
not all
symptom.
thujone, Brendan?
Yeah, there's thujone in it, but that's not a problem. Like
No, I
that
know,
was
but
like
I'm
a
asking,
kind of that thing.
I think it's a good thing. I want the
Yeah,
thujone.
it's not bad.
So Heather says, I'm sorry. Go on, Holly. Holly, what else were you
No,
going to?
nothing. That's okay. That's okay. Move on.
Oh, so Heather says that she's got, what is that she says she's got there? It's in the text box for you there, Brendan.
Can you read it? No.
Oh, sure. Yeah, let me read that. I'll try and read
I have
that.
Clary
clary
sage.
sage
Oh, clary
oil.
Clary sage oil. So
Clary sage will help to an extent. So if you whatever you got, throw at it. You might as well.
no.
Yeah.
But just don't use too much with clary sage. Just use like a drop, a single drop, because the smell is quite strong. And if you're
I love it.
yeah, so
Oh,
just
that's
use a
good
little bit
then,
of that,
yeah.
or make it into a spritz and kind of just spray the house to keep it clean, stuff like that.
That's nice.
Because I kind of use like a kind of an apothecary, like an ancient style. Is that like if you're sick, it's usually because of bad air, so you kind of have to spruce up the air when we're around you. So if you have incense or open a few windows or something, without like freezing yourself out, obviously. But you know, so you want to get clean air and make it smell good, so that it'll help your recovery and actually keep things, at bay.
That's right. I like to watch.
Yeah, I
the
just took the
TV
trash
too.
out.
Yeah, like anything that smells bad, you want to get it out of the region, your region. Yeah, so that's a good idea.
Ah,
Mm.
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And so thank you for sharing.
And Tulsi, if you have
Yeah.
anything Tulsi, that's very healing as well.
Okay.
That's basil, right? A kind of basil.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay.
It's holy basil, like holy.
Oh, right.
Is basil
Hmm.
an artemisia, a square stem? Is a mint?
No, it's closer to mint.
Mint. Okay.
It's closer to
Square
mint.
stem is the mint.
Yeah. Square stem.
Mhm. Mhm.
That's all good too, especially if you can get it.
Yeah,
clean.
right now I'm at the phase of sweating. I'm sweating and I have fevers and chills.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So.
Yeah.
Oh,
Which
yeah.
Which is okay. That's your body smoking it out.
Yeah, and you're obviously purging toxins, honey, but do you have any Tylenol?
No, I don't. I've been chewing baby aspirin though.
Okay, baby aspirin's fine, but it's Tylenol that helps to bring down a fever. You might want to bring down that fever.
Oh.
So,
Yeah, do you know the actual temperature of it? That's the valid
No.
point.
Oh.
Oh shit.
So do you have a thermometer, honey?
Right.
Somewhere, I think we do it. I know it needs batteries.
It needs batteries. You could now. Okay, Vinny's very sick too. So,
Yeah.
but are you anywhere near a pharmacy where you could make a purchase of something as simple as a as some Tylenol and a thermometer.
I'm sure that we have Tylenol in the cabinet or something here. I'm not going to go out.
Okay, then what you need to
Yeah.
do is go into that cabinet, honey, and raid that for some Tylenol, and just pop two of those adult, regular adult dose of pills. Usually be about two of them. Read
Okay.
the instructions, of course, but yeah, take a regular adult dose of Tylenol, and that
So
will
I'm
help you.
looking for the acetaminophen. Is that what it is that I'm
That's
looking for?
correct, honey. That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Hang on.
No worries.
Paracetamol.
Yeah. Yeah. And all right. So, such having been said, okay, back to what we were talking about with the delightful Holly Goditis Kiefer. And all.
Holly.
Oh, sorry. Holly. So tell us, you haven't changed your name, have you?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
It's just,
Yeah. So, how's your day been going? There must have been some adventures.
Doug has no censorship filter.
Yeah.
It doesn't work with
Nor
you.
should he, because he lets it hang all out. And I'm shy that way.
Why?
Have been.
Why?
I don't know.
Yeah, were you
It's
always
kind
like this, Doug?
Yeah, it's hard to describe.
And I'll say this, stimulating conversations used to happen with people together in a room.
Okay.
And I'm a late adapter, a
Okay.
kicking and screaming adapter. So
Okay.
to me, although we know each other personally
Uh-huh.
and have been together,
Yeah.
this is the first and really only relationship I've ever had like this
Yeah. Yeah.
in my life.
You mean public? Like
No,
a
he's not
public.
normal.
Not public so much as electronic, all online.
Okay. Yeah.
It's an online relationship.
Yeah.
And so that's, something I'm navigating
Mhm. No. Okay.
psychologically. And that was a long time ago when this started, days, and so I've had plenty of time to come to grips with it.
Yes.
But
Yes.
it was a thing at first, like that, because it really was the first time.
Mm-hmm.
We wouldn't.
I don't know. You got attacked by the telephone pole.
That's right. Tell
pretty
him about
visceral.
that, Holly. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the thing. Well, we took those pictures and everything was fine, and then my phone just dropped dead.
Uh-huh.
And so I was leaving at the time, saying
Yeah.
goodbye, taking the pictures. So
Yeah.
I drove away, and a couple blocks later, the phone came on.
Yeah.
But it's a series of pictures, and there's kind of a white, splashy aura in
Yeah.
the middle one.
Yeah.
And so it's a thing.
Well, tell him how your phone shut down.
Well, it did. It just went black.
Yeah.
And the battery wasn't low or anything like that.
Uh-huh.
But it didn't fry it. It did come back. I just had to get out of area.
Mhm.
And I thought, oh boy, this is it,
Mhm.
no more phone. But it came back on all by itself, strangely,
Yeah. Yeah.
and saved the day. So, but like I say, I had to get out of range.
Yes. Yes. It bit back. The telephone pole bit back at you. Heather says she's worried about Vinny. So Heather, could you tell us a bit about Vinny's symptoms? Is he what's going on with Vinny?
Oh, he's just like a day behind me.
Okay. Okay. Well, what does that mean? In terms of his
Oh,
symptoms.
like he's getting the
She got
symptoms
sick
that I
first.
had yesterday.
Uh-huh. Oh, so you think he got it from you?
Yeah.
Oh. Ow. That's that. Ooh, I hate that. Ooh. So
It's the pros and cons of being married.
yeah, but you said you were worried about him. Does he look like he's not handling it well? Like he might be extreme? His case might be extreme? Like, is he manifesting?
Yeah, well, he already has like some kind of a lung thing, so I always have to be really careful. He has to be really careful when he
Is
gets
your
sick.
insurance up to date? Or his?
No, it's not. His is, but mine's not.
Okay, well his is. So.
I meant life insurance, but I mean, let's not go there. I guess.
Yeah.
I'll be nice about it.
Yeah,
He does have life insurance for you, does he not?
I believe so.
Okay, that's cute. I like the way she
You
says
got to confirm that because
Yeah.
you'll have to sign some papers real quick.
Yeah.
Something
Oh, yeah, just in case. Always just in case. But of course we want him to live. We all want that.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, hate to have you running around without adult supervision there. but such being said, yeah, I don't understand. Oh, I guess he's not in such a bad shape that he's going to go to the VA. He does have access to the VA. He could just go there, right?
Yeah, he's not to that point.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. And just never be afraid to call the ambulance, either one of you. I mean, I don't understand.
I know.
Yeah, why people hesitate over that. But yeah. So such a
Because
No,
we
I'll
live in
call
a
911
hellscape.
if I have to.
true. Yes.
I thought you got a 4-figure bill.
Yeah. That's a discouraging aspect, isn't it? Yes, that's
Life
true.
destructive. Yeah.
Yes.
Might as well be dead.
Yeah. Well, I of course don't worry about bills. I mean, so it's when, I just don't use credit. Yeah. So I don't use credit. Don't worry about the bills. And I think people.
Your judgment
Right.
proof.
Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. That's.
The veterans are pretty well taken care of.
What's that, honey? That's pretty well.
Veterans are pretty well taken care of.
That's for fucking sure. Yes, I've spoken of that before. Yes, at great length. Yeah.
Stolen valor.
Yeah. Oh my god. It'd be
I
funny.
think the VA just got a new appointee.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll leave them alone. I'm sure.
Yeah, well, we'll see. That'd be funny if they don't. If they don't, I'll be like, wow. I mean, Trump would go up several pegs on my pegboard if they.
Right. True. Yeah. True.
Yeah, but I wonder what kind of devil he appointed.
Yeah, I'm wondering because everybody else, he seems to be searching for the people who are the exact opposite of who needs to be put in charge. It's kind of like what Ronald Reagan only did it in one case. Ronald Reagan did it in one extreme case, or at least one case that was so extreme it went down in history, and that was the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. So Ronald Reagan put James Watt in charge of that. You remember that?
Sickening.
Tell us about that.
Sickening. I mean, I was a kid, and I was sickened. And after James Watt, there was a woman that they favored, and I'll never remember her name. But no, James Watt was like a John Bolton, a complete berserker.
Yes.
And it was just so depressing.
Yeah.
And sad.
Yeah.
Some terrible things got done and have now piled on and on and on, and
Yeah. So my point is that it's like what Ronald Reagan did with the EPA via James Watt. Trump is determined with every department. He's doing that with every department.
Every department.
Yeah. And he's putting the James Watt in charge of every department. So God knows what he chose for the VA. We could look it up, but I'm not quite sure.
And maybe he's going to close the EPA.
Oh, the EPA, right? But I'm talking about the VA. Yeah. But by the way,
right. We're jumping around.
Yeah, Brendan, if you could go mute there for a minute while you're working with all that. That's thank you, Brendan. Love you dearly. That's Chris Crinkle. Chris Crinkle. That's not even Crinkle, Brendan. That's like that's like
Right.
he's.
And for any of you detractors that say you never tell me to shut up, sometimes I don't like either it got clicked back onto mute or I never clicked off of mute. So it's not.
Got it.
I'm not pulling a Pete Moon and like just doing it on purpose.
Yeah,
when Pete was here, I was, but
Yeah. What? Actually, you didn't until he pissed you off enough where you did.
Yeah. Yeah, after he went off on me when I wasn't even moving, that was when I was like, all right, you know what? I don't care anymore.
Yes.
I'll freaking jangle
Yeah.
when he's on air.
Yeah, good for you. Anyhow, don't even get me started. I mean, he is a fun punching bag, and it was all my fault for working with him, but still. No, he's irredeemable. Just so disgusting. He's unspeakable. But nevertheless, we'll have fun with him as a punching bag for the foreseeable foreseeable future, just as a a fallback. He's like fallback humor for the for the moments. Yeah.
And if I'm like if I like can't hear you guys or something, you guys can mute me too.
Okay, that's right. I forget all about that.
References.
Thank you.
Like if it's like really bad and like the headphone fell out of my ear and I can't hear you.
Yes, got it. Thank you. I appreciate that. So if we ever do that, don't ever take it personally, of course. And for those,
I wouldn't either.
Thank you.
I'd be happy if you just muted me and I never came back.
Yeah, very funny. You see, don't be like that. That sounds bitter. Oh God, that sounds like you're personalizing it. Please don't talk like that. Jesus, you know how much we need you.
It's just I have to work.
Yeah, I understand, but hey, it's like we need you. We definitely need you. I mean, you're
well,
definitely.
It's debatable. Let's leave it up to the ethers. We'll debate it later.
So all such having been said, so dear Holly, tell us a little bit about your now, I still don't know how you introduced yourself to my listeners in the last episode. Let's pretend that you're just being introduced to our listeners now.
God, no.
And you wanted to talk a little bit about that.
I don't want to talk about me.
Ever.
More about the issues.
The issues. Oh, got it. Yes.
And we must be able to find some. I'll bet we can. We can.
You mean issues?
Yeah. And yeah, the bigger things not so much the personal crap.
Oh, yeah, understood. So you remain a very private person. You don't even like to talk, but your life has been so full of adventures. You don't even like to talk.
It has.
Yeah.
It has.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's definitely not my motivation for being here. I can tell you that.
Right. So, what's this, Brendan, about? I recognize the ̔CHUỷNGGNÁN, or the lightning bolts, obviously. But what about the Vishaka Nakshatra? What are you referencing with that, Brendan? What the hell was that? Well, thank you, Brendan.
Vishaka Nakshatra is an asterism.
Okay.
A celestial portal that is in the region of it's near Scorpio, but it's mainly in Libra. So it's Libra Scorpio. And there's and the energies are very electric and sharp and fiery.
Okay.
So that's just I tend to match them because I have a lot of moon influence. So
okay.
It's just depending on the day, that's why I tend to be more mutable and stuff. So there you go.
Okay, thank you. That's
So I was just saying it was Vishaka Nakshatra. That's why I'm being direct.
Okay. Yeah, that's great. No, that's great. And you're of course
it's good for group work. If you want to.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. And thank you. That having been said. And how about yourself, Aristides? Now, what did I miss when before you were searching for a point that you were going to make when I came back, but you never made that point? Did you ever recollect that point? Would you like to share it with us now? Everyone's so shy.
I was talked out. It was a current event.
Okay.
That he was going back to pull up a reference to, because I was kind of talked out and we were looking for a new direction.
Okay. All right. And so dear Heather, I think she's going around trying to make herself some meds, and that's understandable. Hey, so in terms of issues, I don't know if you heard any of the episode after you left. I think you left and went to sleep last time.
Yeah, I didn't have a chance to listen to it yet.
Okay, all right. So I do want you to know, of course, that I take a different stance than you do on abortion, and we tonight is the 51st anniversary of Roe versus Wade. And still he is here on the left coast where it's we're still far from midnight. But when it comes to that, I spoke of it at length in the latest episode. How about yourself, Holly? I don't believe, Holly, you've had any opportunity to listen to the episode after you left. You don't listen to my episodes
No.
anymore, do you?
I kind of have a hard time catching up.
Okay.
So
And
yeah.
I really don't have a stance on it. It could go either way. Everyone's different, you know.
yeah, of course, honey. And so, such being said, darling, I was just wondering if so there's a hot topic for you, Holly. You are talking about topics instead of just, shall we say, people. So, what about your own stance on abortion, if you would be so kind? If unless you don't want to, of course, you're not going to
I'm
be.
all right with it.
Okay.
It's a thorny topic,
Okay.
but in a capitalist society, I see it as a necessary evil.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that is a society that is suicidal in a sense,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
you know, we can't forget that not every society bases whether you perform the most primal human function on their income.
Mm-hmm.
And so a society where your biologically destined human function, not that everybody has kids or should, God knows,
Mm-hmm.
but if a urge or I don't know what to call it, that deed
Mm-hmm.
is based on your money, that's pretty crazy. Either way, so people used to try for 10, 12 kids, so there'd be enough kids to make money.
Mm-hmm.
But
by that,
now-
you're not implying that they were pimping them out, I presume.
No, they had to pick cotton, man. You know, and mow the hay and all that shit.
Mhm.
And would hopefully grow up
Mhm.
with professions. You were homeschooled until 14, and then you went to law school or medical school
Mhm.
or surveying.
Yep, you mean back in the
But-
really old days. That was.
That's right.
Yeah.
You learned to count,
Oh.
read, do laundry, cook a meal,
Oh.
probably shoot a meal,
Yes, yes.
and grow a meal.
Yeah, grow a meal, kill a meal. Yeah.
Become capable and competent before you went off to your chosen profession, if you had that kind of backing.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
You know, again, financially.
Mhm. Yeah, and so.
So anyway, but off the track of that,
Mhm.
back to abortion.
Uh-huh.
That was going someplace.
Well, that's all part of it. That's all
now,
part. Yeah. Go on.
So they used to have a ton of kids so they could afford to live.
Yes.
Now you can't afford a kid.
Yeah.
And so while they're, slashing social services
Yeah.
and
Or threatening to, at least.
big time, and have chipped away, and they just got a major another hack in Obamacare. And states like Mississippi and Louisiana, they never adapted.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is so down and dirty. I mean, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So it gets really, really bad now, because if you're in Texas, and I just read a very well documented series of writings about this,
Mm-hmm.
and you have either an ectopic pregnancy,
Mm-hmm.
which is
Yes.
very serious,
Yeah.
or the baby gets sick and dies in utero.
Yeah.
The hospital sends the woman
Yeah. You gotta talk louder, honey. Yeah, go on. Talk directly
I know,
into
I'm thinking here.
What you're doing.
Sends the woman home
Yeah.
to wait.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This poor lady can't even afford a week off from work.
Right. Right.
But 7 months into a pregnancy, it ain't gonna happen. And so, literally, sent home to wait. No antibiotics or anything like that. So her choice is either deliver it whenever it wants to come or go septic.
Mhm.
Can you
Yeah.
imagine that?
No.
That is the height of sadism.
To say the least.
It's insulting in every cell.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine these women in their hundreds faced with this because they can't get out.
Yeah.
They can't get out.
So Heather shares with us, I had an ectopic pregnancy and it had to be terminated. That's
illegal in Texas.
Right.
And probably Florida and probably Ohio.
Well,
and
half our states. Half our states in union. But
that's right.
Yeah.
It was so painful.
Right. Yeah. Oh, they're agonizing.
Yeah.
And a straight shot to sepsis.
Yes. Yes. So
but you're home, in your bed with maybe nobody to take care of you, maybe with kids and your old mother in the next bed. I mean, nobody cares. So the doctors are all leaving en masse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes.
And it's a desert.
Yeah. We're in hell.
So, like I say, I blame corporate welfare cap.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
In the end.
Well, by the way, I'm no defender of capitalism. Before we get back to that, because I am curious about the logic, not that I disagree with it, but it's a topic that we should explore. Before we get back to that, I want you to know, Heather, you did see that. So Heather saw that Nemo said he's sorry to hear about her ectopic pregnancy. So Heather, do you have something more to say than how agonizing it was? The fact that it had to be terminated. How close were you? I take it that if they had not terminated it, you were going to die.
Yeah, it was like that, and I think that when I was at the hospital, my dad had taken me to the hospital, and so the doctor didn't know that was my dad, so it was kind of weird.
He thought that was your boyfriend?
Yeah, no. After I told him it was my dad, he's like, "We're going to terminate the pregnancy."
Oh, okay. So he must have thought it was the father.
I don't know I guess he did, but I didn't think of that. I'm like, this is my dad because I'm Miss Holman and my dad is Mr. Holman. Uh-huh. So
okay.
It's kind of weird.
Oh, he thought that was your husband.
Yeah.
Okay. And so
what, he need his permission or something if it was your husband?
No, he just was misunderstanding the whole situation. Like, I didn't know that's what was happening to me. I didn't know that it was an ectopic pregnancy at all. Okay. I just thought I was dying.
Oh my God, that's just awful.
Oh, it's awful.
This is going to be a rather stupid question, but sometimes this happens. Did you know you were pregnant?
No.
So you just thought you were sick?
Yeah. I just keeled over in the middle of the street when I went to get coffee one morning, and I couldn't stand up. I was laying in the road, and I couldn't move or stand up.
Honey, that's awful. Did someone help you?
Yeah. I don't know what happened. I really don't remember. I called my dad. I know I managed to get up the stairs, I guess.
You mean to your home or something? What is this, coffee shop right down below your home or something?
Yeah. It was right on my street.
Okay.
Yeah, that was scary.
Okay. And
yeah, apparently in like Texas and Florida, they send you straight home because they don't want you in there when this whatever expulsion's gonna happen. Because they'll get blamed.
Yes,
that's terrible. That means that people die from it.
Of course.
It's wild.
Yeah. No, it's unacceptable. It's simply unacceptable.
It's just crazy.
Yeah. I don't understand what's the reasoning. What's the reasoning for not having exemptions or like logic? Why is logic not being applied?
Because we're talking about a bunch of patriarchal sadists who basically think that women are deserve to suffer because they think they're all Satan's gate and shit.
They had sex, yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird.
But how is that justifiable? I don't get it.
It's not justifiable.
I know.
I don't think that way.
Yeah.
No. But it's liability.
Yeah, Brendan, you've read my porn novels. You know exactly how I've described men as thinking. All they think of is they enjoy the suffering of females, and they think it's like a highlight of their fucking lives and shit is to watch woman in agony. So they do everything they can to make them as miserable as possible. We live in a misogynistic anti-culture. I've spoken of it before as a prison rape anti-culture, but it's worse. It's like a no, what is it with the no genderless bathrooms? What do they call that? The intersex bathrooms or something? There's a term for it. It's like we're in a prison that's like that. Where there's
Unisex?
Unisex prison. We're in a unisex prison where the men are just raping the woman and then forcing them to come
all gender bathroom.
Yeah, thank you. All gender prison. Yeah, there we are. Unisex is probably...
Well, besides you, Douglas, where's there a single man that's peeped up? Because you think there would be some, because back in the day, at least, if you were spraying kids out all over town, social services is coming, and they are a cruel mistress.
Yes.
They will garnish your pay and take your house and blah, blah, blah to get that, pittance of child support for the woman. Now, they don't seem too worried about that.
No, not at all. Not at all.
And it's all on the woman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's all on the woman.
Yes.
And if there's nobody to step up, whether she wanted to have sex or not, let's be clear about that.
Yeah.
And that's where you need a fucking necessary evil, man.
Yes.
Because it's all evil.
Yes. Yeah. And however, as I've said before, here we are. Nemo says, it's fucked up that a lot of men think like that. There's no valid reason to want women to suffer, especially considering how much women have suffered throughout history. Thank you for that, Nemo. Very, very important.
Like, they don't like to wear rubbers.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, well, I don't myself. But go.
No, it's horrible. But there's no real birth control ever.
I mean, it's just lack of discipline in general, really.
Oh, it's insane.
It is.
And this
it's
is
just part of the
libertine culture sexually, as a maybe a counter reaction to decades of repression in every way. I mean, it's all crazy. We're not properly educated in matters, and you can't. Whether or not you can have kids is based on how much money you have. Period.
Yes.
Now the rich are having huge families.
Well, I don't know. Let's put it this way. Elon.
Look at Elon.
I was about to go there, honey. So do give me some credit.
Sorry.
No worries.
You got me all riled up here, man.
And that's good. That's good.
Yeah,
that's what we want.
Darn right.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that when it comes to Elon, these are people who aren't rich. You're talking about a whole new level of existence at this point. That's no longer just rich. These people have wealth that at this point effectively is infinite. These are like people, in most of the world, someone who's upper middle class in America would be considered rich. But when it comes to somebody like Elon and Bezos and these bozos, they're like well beyond that. They're like these are people who at this point are not in league with the rest of humanity. They are on a separate level of existence where they're just
they're planning for the future. These are people with budgets the size of countries.
Yeah.
And so it's no longer the state that's going to be making the decisions about budgetary shit. Mm-hmm. And these are the people that want to build brand new smart cities on virgin ground in scenic places, and no urban renewal for them. With curated populations. Got money, you're good looking, can you hold a conversation, blah, blah, blah. Curated populations, and they're gonna wall that shit in and let the cities burn. And I'd rather rather be on the city side, God damn it. I don't want to be up in one of the cities. No, I don't.
Yeah, you do know none of these smart cities they're trying to build are coming to fruition. These people are like,
I know the Northern California one of 55,000 acres got rejected by the county.
yes.
But
Yes.
I don't know how long that's going to hold out once they start putting their bros into political office and shit.
Yeah,
Like
but
Rajneesh did.
yeah, Rajneesh,
Yeah.
Bhagwan. You mean Bhagwan?
It's the Bhagwan, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, well,
Up in Antelope, yeah.
right. Well, all I can say is, good call. That's a good call. For those of you
Yeah.
who don't know,
I was
for-
shocked.
well, for our listeners, explain a little bit about the history of that guy.
Oh, the Bhagwan. Oh
Please,
God. Brendan may know more than me, and I never had an audience with him. I was barely old enough. But for a while, his first camp, he camped out in a mansion in Montclair, New Jersey.
Mhm.
And I worked for the mad woman that owned the super cool Indian and exotic imports store.
Okay.
So they would come for the saffron robes. Very nice, rich people.
Okay.
Because I think that was that generation or so after the huge money making of the Second World War
Mhm.
that launched in the 70s or so.
Uh-huh.
This solid class of white American youth that had money to spend
Mhm.
and money to give.
Mhm.
And so that's why, like when the story goes, when Suzuki Roshi came here from Japan with
Mhm.
Zen,
Mhm.
Zen was dead in the East.
Are you
It
talking
was-
about DT Suzuki?
No, I don't think so.
Well, Suzuki Roshi. Roshi would be the title. Yes, that would be
Yes,
his.
that's right. That's right.
So Suzuki must
I
be
forget his first
Daisetsu.
name.
Must be Daisetsu T Suzuki.
Yeah, that's probably him.
Yeah, the man who wrote books on the way of Zen and
A Beginner's Mind,
well, several books, but one of them I remember was
and founded monasteries in
Yeah.
Berkeley and San Francisco
Yeah.
and Green Gulch and a place called Tassajara,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
35 miles deep on the end of a dead-end wilderness road
Mm-hmm.
with where the earth cracks open and a hot spring comes out.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
That's what they use for hospitality
Mhm.
to raise funds in the summer, and then it closes up as a monastery.
Oh. Right. Thank you.
And I don't know, that was just a side trip. But
Mhm.
what were we on before that?
We-
Suzuki was in contrast to who we were talking about.
Well, Daisetsu.
Oh, Bhagwan.
Yeah,
Bhagwan.
yeah. But just so people
you have
know,
this-
just so people know, so we don't overly confuse them, and because I can't resist talking a little bit about, of course, my own knowledge on this subject, I do want people to understand that I'm one of those people who has a fairly ambivalent feeling about Daisetsu Teitaru Suzuki.
I won't argue.
Yeah. Well, I got nothing against him.
I never took vows.
Yeah,
Tell you
yeah.
that.
Yeah, well, I'm just ambivalent because, he's one of these guys who came over and, popularized Zen, and, okay, all that's great, and that's fine. I think I've got a much more positive perspective on him than I do any negative. I don't have any negative on him, really. It's just let's just put it this way. It's, the Americans really took to it. They ate that shit up, and all that's great. And
Wildly. And leading with Jews.
well,
Intellectual Jews
oh, God.
were
Don't even get me
all
started.
about it.
Yeah, don't even get me started.
But I mean, this was good people. I mean, there's horrible and there's both ends of extremes
Mhm.
in that population.
Yeah, but he was
Because it's
taken up.
horrible.
Yeah, well, he was taken up by Alan Watts, and
Mm-hmm.
Alan Watts is just this whole other trip of taking something, running with it, and it all is what it is. We've discussed all this before, but just want to get that out there just so that people know that it's something that was an inescapable sidetrack on the part of Holly and myself, simply because the subject was a lot of Americans were seeking spiritual fulfillment. and
had money.
yeah, and they had money, and what
And they had money.
yeah,
That was key.
But the guy who really took it and ran with it was the Japanese guy. Had too much class to be a money whore. But the the Bhagwan, now that was different. Bhagwan wanted money.
No, Trump was at all the same time from Tibet, and he was a complete madman.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And he loved money.
Yeah.
Love. But his books changed my life. I'm down with him.
Oh,
but he's crazy.
Right. Who again?
Trungpa Rinpoche.
Trungpa Rinpoche.
Of the
right.
Of the Tibetan.
Right.
He brought Tibetan at the same time Suzuki did, and they were great friends.
Uh-huh.
But Trungpa was a wild drunk, and Suzuki, didn't touch it. Yeah. So he'd have to leave his whiskey bottle at the gate. There's crazy stories of them on planes tearing it up and going wild.
Oh my God. So
I have one great story about Suzuki.
Okay, go on.
You want to hear it quick?
Of course.
It's a great story, and he was flying in, and he was going straight to Tassajara, which, like I say, there were other places where he could go, but Tassajara was the first, and he found it out in the wilderness, and it had been a crazy backstory on this place. The Chinese convicts built the road, and it was this hotel, and then it became an outlaw camp, and there were still bullet holes in the ceilings when I got there.
Oh, okay.
Of these crazy buildings that hadn't burned down, but some did. And so then it was just kind of this big hippie hangout because of the beautiful river and the waterfalls and the hot springs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Suzuki walked up in there. He found it somehow, and he bought it.
Mm-hmm.
And he practiced quietly. He built a Zendo.
Mm-hmm.
And got this, his early Odis, and went to town up in there, and but that was going someplace. Where was that going?
We were talking about Bhagwan. He goes to Bhagwan. How he grabbed power.
Yeah. How did I fuck that up?
You didn't. You're doing fine, honey. You're doing great. And just
but I'm missing the point.
You look. Sometimes the journey is all that counts. Sometimes the journey is all that counts.
Yeah, I hate when I lose the thread.
Honey, you should see what we're like.
Acolytes with money.
Yeah,
we were talking about.
You should see what I'm like when I'm talking whenever I was talking with. Oh God! In the early days, what's her name again? Brooke Gibson. When we were talking with Brooke Gibson in the early days, you could never even keep a thread. She would just keep cutting the thread. It's like you couldn't get anywhere. She would just.
Yeah, that always bothered me.
Yeah.
That bothered me.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't you losing it; it was getting cut.
Yes, it was getting cut, and so Brooke did.
And
that.
I like when people get a chance,
Yeah.
Cut me if I'm raving, but otherwise, leave me alone.
Yeah. Well, but then again, she's got ADHD and she's dyslexic, so she's got, But in your case, don't worry about it. You don't need to be so hard on yourself. So you were talking about Bhagwan and whatever you're gonna say about Bhagwan, I'll one up it. That's someone I can go to town on. I hate the son of a bitch. But so
I understand that.
Yeah,
but that was my brush with him, swinging Indian clothes to the acolytes in Montclair, New Jersey.
So you talk about all these spiritual seekers with money. So go back to that. Go back to the.
Mad for spirituality, mad.
Yeah.
It was that crazy window that opened up there. For 25 years, and I got in at the end when it was all Charles Manson and.
That's like getting into a party when there's nothing left but used condoms and used paper plates and shit.
And dirty ashtrays and shit. Exactly. But compared to now, it was fucking wholesome, God. But it was wild. I mean, it was wild. And where I grew up and shit, there was no boundaries, and man, kids were free roaming. I can tell you that. And our families loved us, but they let us be gone from breakfast to dinner. or before, you know what I'm saying? Or even there was freedom of movement back then that it's horrifyingly kids.
Yeah.
Horrifying.
Oh, by the way, our man Brendan just had this link up about the your man Chogyam Tungpa. Chogyam Tungpa.
Yeah. Oh, wild man. Read Cutting Through Spiritual Materialism, man. That's just a joke.
Holy
and
shit.
what happened after, when he died and the regent was appointed, and then came the sex scandals and he gave everybody AIDS.
Oh my God! Hey, what do you remember about Lama Lodrin?
Nothing.
Did you know him at all?
So Songwal, or what's his name? His son, Sogyam, just got in big trouble.
Tell us.
For sex stuff up in their mountain stronghold, Shambhala. And the Shambhala scandal, and this was very recent, got so big they had to sell DARPA House, for God's sake.
Oh my God.
But that was the big thing. Trump founded an institute. A transpersonal, psychological, theological institute called Naropa.
Right. What was I going to say about that? I have to get it out of my brain before I completely forget it. But go back to what you were saying. I lost it.
No, that was kind of it. But that was the center. Oh yeah. But after the scandals, with the regent, one day the word came down, and the rich, devout Tibetan Buddhists were told to leave to supposedly some mostly underground, hardcore fortified compound on the coast in Nova Scotia.
Would they all become apocalyptic?
Yep.
Yeah, all right.
And tumbleweeds blew through the street.
Yeah.
It was a thing. And I lived there then for the Great Exodus, the Great Migration. I witnessed it firsthand.
Oh my God!
It was a thing.
How do you get into these positions where you witness these pivotal?
I don't know. A succession of great teachers, of which for me Trump and Suzuki both were. Although I wasn't in firsthand contact with either. I did get to meditate with Suzuki's ankle bone though.
Okay. Hey, what?
Yeah, a relic,
Oh my God! Oh,
charred it was.
Oh my God! What the fuck?
Yeah, it was a big deal. Annual thing.
So this is similar to a kind of ancient church relic that they have of like saints, parts of saints' bodies, bones of a saint.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. In the reliquary.
Yes, yeah. Got it. So, Brendan, what's this Howdy Devi? Tell us a bit about this. What brings this up?
Sogyal's his son. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And for everybody who's listening, here we are. We're getting some new graphic interchange format images. This is what we get from Brendan. Is some okay. This is stuff.
I want to say my quick Suzuki story.
Yeah, please.
That's what started that. I remembered.
Okay.
Okay, quick Suzuki story. So he's coming over from Japan, and needs a ride to this deep, far out there monastery. So down in Tassajara, that's all waiting for him and all excited. And so they send their most devout monk out of there, pick him up at the San Francisco airport. So away he goes, grabs him up, gets him in the car, and they're flying down Highway 101. They're going past the service exit, and Suzuki sees the golden arches, and he says, "I'm hungry, pull over," right? So he walks that disciple right into that McDonald's. Step up to the counter. Suzuki orders one of everything and says, "Supersize it." Disciple gets a cup of tea and fries. He's a vegetarian.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
They go, sit down at the table, both with their trays, and Suzuki switches the trays.
Uh-huh.
Takes the fries and the tea and points his finger at that disciple and says, "Now eat it."
Uh-huh.
That's Suzuki. And
Uh,
that I can respect.
Okay. Okay.
I respect that, man.
Oh my God.
I respect that.
Uh-huh. What do you...
Get over yourself, disciple.
Got it. Got it. Got it.
Get
Okay.
over yourself. You're
Oh.
no better than them.
Right. Right.
You know? That's my Suzuki story.
Thank you for sharing that. No, that's impressive. That's impressive.
I know. I just impressed the hell out of me.
Yes. Yeah. And and thank you, dear Brendan, for this incredible sharing of Vedic wisdom concerning turmeric, which I've forced V to order some more for me, and that should be coming quite soon.
Yeah, I wanted.
Yeah, hold it, Debbie.
Talk about that a little.
Yeah,
Hey,
please. Yeah.
Well, hey, no, I usually don't get straight turmeric. I do like to get what they call curry powder down at the natural food store, right? And as what I understand is that's a big component. Now I realize there's not one such thing as curry is a whole range of things, but like I think there's one kind of standard thing they sell is curry powder, around here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's high in turmeric, right?
Mm-hmm.
As well as some other things, but like that, I love to just like dump it on shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
I think the other things help carry it too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's that
I really
orangey
do.
one.
Yeah, so typically,
The oranger, the better.
typically
Yeah.
it's curry powder will have the base will be called turmeric, and then red chilies, then cumin, coriander, and usually fenugreek if it's in like a mixture, like a premix. So that's like the base, and then they'll add different things depending on the region or who makes it.
Okay.
But it's also good just to have like straight up turmeric powder.
Oh, no,
then you can like make like add it to your lemon water in the morning, and that will like boost your whole day. And it removes it's a high level antioxidant, so it removes free radicals just off the bat. So it's really nice.
Have it plain too, but that's one way if you like spicy food to just like try and get some of that and start
Well, it's very mild.
yeah, it's not like hot.
It's almost flavorless, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of.
It doesn't have a lot of flavor.
Well,
but
it's got
might
flavor.
have that gingery bite.
Yeah.
It's the same family as ginger, right?
I don't know. Is it? It wouldn't surprise me if it is. They're both healing herbs. They heal everything.
And they're
they touch.
knobs. They look just alike. Except one's bright orange.
Yes. Yeah. And
I was addicted to boiling the root with the ginger root, and then the lemon and honey. I was
wow. Oh.
But I now I need coffee to function.
You mean every day? Yeah.
In the morning.
Yeah.
First thing.
Yes. That's the name of the place people were asking me about in San Francisco, where you get there's cups of coffee in San Francisco at this place that are about $100 each. You can order coffee that's over $100 for a cup, and that's Haraz. I think Haraz Coffee House in San Francisco. It's at 1452 Franklin Street.
Is that Pacific Coffee?
I think they must sell civets there, or you can ask them. I have never dared to go inside the place. I mean, I don't drink coffee myself anyway, so I have no interest in it. But my father, I would have taken him there before he died if I could have, to treat him to something.
Sure.
But yeah,
that's crazy.
They must have highly specialized. Again, that's Haraz. People were asking me about it. Hey, Haraz, Haraz coffee. Again, that's 1452 Fillmore Street. So
So is that Middle Eastern?
yeah, it's some kind of either Israeli or Arabic.
Yeah.
Yeah, coffee. Yeah, and
Yeah.
but it's right there on Van Ness and Fillmore.
Wow.
And so they got high overhead, so that's
So is there a bunch of suits in there or what?
I have never looked in. I know it from its storefront, and that's it. But I wouldn't dare go in there because I'm afraid that they'll
Yeah, really.
yeah.
Turn you right around.
Yeah.
Because your face is pale white from looking at the menu.
Yes. Oh my God, they'll ask me to leave. Yeah, that's yeah.
They'll see the shock.
Yeah, they ought to have they ought to have a bouncer, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But such being said, there's real expensive coffee out there, and it's only going to get worse because of tariffs, people, and and don't ever hope for an apocalypse. I don't understand why Americans fantasize.
No, I'm not a burn it all downer. No.
Yeah, and I'm just letting the average American know, and this is what Americans never seem to think about. After the apocalypse, there's one thing that Americans will have, and that's tobacco. Because you can grow tobacco in America better than any place else on earth. People would kill for American cigarettes back in World War II. They would kill for American cigarettes. But what Americans can't grow up here in the North is coffee. Coffee comes from South America. So if there's ever an apocalypse, you aren't getting no goddamn coffee. So all these people who have this fantasy of endlessly shooting zombies and, or migrants or whatever the fuck you're dreaming about killing in en masse, there's always the stupidity of ammunition. But the kind of people who fantasize about this, well, they stock up on ammunition. But hey, when you're out of that coffee, that's worse than no ammo.
Ain't no cane sugar either.
Yeah, that's right. Oh my God.
Ain't no cane sugar, boy.
Yeah.
And a limited amount of salt. So.
Yeah. Oh my God. So yeah, people are just gonna be down to raiding for a while until they all just start dying off. They'll kill themselves because of the lack of cane sugar and coffee, honey. That's right. They'll start doing. They'll use the ammo on themselves.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
But tobacco is difficult to grow.
Mm-hmm.
This is a subject dear to my heart.
So tell us about this.
It's very difficult to seed it.
Yeah.
The seeds require very. I'm sure there's wild strains,
Okay.
and there's plenty of stuff that grows in nature you can smoke,
Mm-hmm.
and it's certainly not going to provide, what an American cigarette delivers.
Mm-hmm.
But at least, but the seeds, and I used to know the process. I've kind of forgotten it.
Mm-hmm.
But they have to be in the air and cure this. You almost have to cure the seeds first, then plant them and hope. My friend grew some amazing tobacco in Colorado, and you can get marijuana clones for legal, but you can't get a tobacco start. Oh no.
No, that's because super corporations control that now.
No. Oh no. So starting it from seed is not easy.
Mm-hmm.
And in his case, he'd already grown a decent little garden crop, but one year he grew it and he got it all in and was curing it in his old house in his rental in his stone basement. Weird, cool, perfect circumstances. And then in the last big stalk, he just wound through the fence and left it out in the snow and the wind and the rain all winter. And the stuff in the basement didn't cure and never turned out smokable. But the big chunk he left out in the fence was marvelous. So there you go. There you go.
Oh my God.
Now, Biden signed a one-off at the end to take all the nicotine out of cigarettes nationally. And that, that's kind of sadistic. It's pretty sadistic. Now, instead, all the kids are on Juuls, and one cartridge is worth a pack.
Now tell us what you saw with these people who were vaping with all of these vines growing out of their stomach.
Oh, that was a weird thing in Northern California, and that was even years ago.
So tell us.
And they were doing butane extractions.
Okay.
To get the tar out, and it requires a vacuum. It's a process, and you get an oil. But now it's called a dab. Because they're putting out here in 55-gallon drums of water so polluted, grow these plants here, that you can't get it on your skin. Right?
Okay.
It'll give you chloracne, they used to call in Jersey.
What the fuck is that?
Fancier term. Pustules. There's a word for it's a kind of acne that's big, pussy, sores. I mean,
does it go away?
They used to call it chloracne, and it comes from chemical exposure.
Jesus Christ.
But anyway, before that, going for that point, I hate that we get on all these side trails.
You've been exposed to a lot.
Oh, what happened in Northern? So these guys were all dabbing, they call it. And you need a special kind of glass torch affair.
Okay.
And it was, it broke real popular, and everybody loves it, and you get real high apparently. But my friend was talking to him, and he said, yeah, we're doing that now. And then he picked up his shirt, and he had all these big brown growths on his chest.
Jesus Christ.
And he said, yeah, we're all like that now.
Jesus Christ. So he showed this to you in a moment of just why?
No, he told me this story.
Oh, okay.
Because we were working side by side in a trimming camp.
Okay.
And that's, shit like that comes up.
Right.
Because this whole dabbing phenomenon, and, I've witnessed the whole thing from 70 on. With the whole drug culture and legislation and wars and the whole bit. All the way now to full legalization. So it's been a pretty historic thing to witness.
So
all the way.
Okay. But I'm not quite sure. So these people were doing something that caused this growth upon their bodies, but it was the way that
they extract the THC.
Okay.
Into an oil base.
Okay.
And put it and it's a liquefied form. So kids today don't even know this shit comes from a plant. It's just a brown liquid that comes out of a vat, But effective.
But somehow this caused...
Nobody knows the side effects. That's why all these 14-year-olds in L.A. have COPD.
Okay. I forget. COPD.
The Salinas Valley dabs go straight there.
Right.
And, damage their lungs. And then...
Chronic obstructive pulmonary disorder.
Jesus Christ.
Pipes.
Yeah.
And that's all, like I say, they're smoking more Juul chemical than they would be able to smoke if they were smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, well, why doesn't Trappist Nicholson have this shit?
Sure,
he did. He was dabbing. That's what that glass thing he kept waving around was.
Oh, okay. So why does?
They get like meth addicts every 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Every 30
it's
minutes.
Bad.
I've seen that.
But why doesn't he get COPD?
Hey, luck of the genetic draw, I guess.
Well, I guess he's got so many other things he's killing himself with. He
didn't sound good.
By the way, are our lady Heather says Haraz Coffee Shop has an incredible menu. Thank you.
Oh, I'll bet. We gotta go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
would
like
do
a
a
Turkish-
veggie samosa.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh God, for $100? No.
It's actually pretty decent. It's
They're
like
not that
$5.
expensive. They're not that expensive.
I won't pay more than $5.95 for a samosa. It better be gold leaf
Oh shit.
and sturgeon caviar, man.
Oh my god. Oh.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I'll pass on the caviar.
Yeah, the Bay
What do they
Area has
want
the
for
most
hummus?
expensive food I've ever freaking dealt with.
yes. No. Bay Area.
Last time I was in Berkeley, I spent
Yeah.
like it was like a breakfast of like it was like one muffin and a coffee and like a little
Oh.
thing. It was like $50 or $60.
No, it
Ridiculous.
No,
Yes.
God.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And
What
like a
did?
piece of bread.
And you paid it? And you paid it?
I was
He
with
ate it.
someone
He
that
had no
paid it.
choice.
Oh my god.
I was with someone that paid.
Who
it.
the fuck
Yeah.
were you with?
Just some people.
It's personal.
Yeah.
I mean, oh my god. And,
I was with some terrible people that,
yeah.
Wanted to impress you, apparently.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Oh no, I didn't hear the end of it. It was someone from my family. They're just a bunch of jackasses.
Okay,
Oh,
I see.
no.
They wanted to
So you had
flex.
to suffer.
Okay.
You would have rather had the cash.
Of course.
Yes.
Guaranteed.
Jesus. Yeah. Next time, just tell them that. Just give me the fucking money, man. Don't buy me this
Yeah.
shit.
Oh,
Jesus.
you know how that went, Doug.
Yeah. That's for fucking sure. Yes. Yeah. Oh, so and we have this wonderful exchange between Nemo and Heather right now. Nemo says probably better than Starbucks in price and quality. He's talking about Harat's coffee shop, and then Heather says nothing tastes like home. Yeah, well, not when your home is.
Oh, that place looks pretty good.
Okay. We got 2 new fans now that are going to Harat's coffee shop.
Yeah, I'm gonna see.
Well, it's a
check the
Yemeni
menu
coffee place.
myself.
It's Yemeni coffee.
Okay,
That's
so
why
it's
good.
Yemeni. Okay, good. Okay, there we are.
Yeah.
So
I bet
Or
you only
we'll
get
just say
it if it-
Arabian Peninsula because they have Saudi coffee too.
That's right. They might be even Houthis. They might be Houthi. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
And
There's a
you might
lot
get
of
it-
Yemeni coffee places coming up.
Okay.
I've been to a few even out here. They're brand new.
Oh,
So good
Well,
for
I
them.
got 2 things about that. Number one, I'll bet they give it to you in a tiny little cup for that. Size of a thimble, right?
Oh my god, I hope not. Oh, they better fucking not. They'd better fucking not. That's I don't drink coffee
You're
myself, so
right.
I take the thimble.
I don't think you get a mug for the hat.
Holy
And I
shit.
just read this amazing thing,
Uh-huh.
and it was a long article about a different topic. But a well-vetted source, they can't do anything they won't get sued for,
Uh-huh.
And it was that, and this is hard to believe,
Uh-huh.
90%
Uh-huh.
of New York City street corner markets and bodegas are now owned by Yemenis.
Wow. Oh wow. So tell us about
Boggled
this.
my mind.
Yeah.
Mind-boggling. I got no judgment about it, but
Yeah.
that is mind-boggling.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, it sure is. I mean,
And
yeah.
hard to imagine a place I knew so very well
Uh-huh.
to be so different now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, our world is changing. That's for sure, and it gets.
And it came up, actually, this goes back to our last topic,
Uh huh.
the amazingly progressive thing New York City did when it
Mm-hmm.
approved recreational marijuana
Mm-hmm.
was to ensure that I believe as many as 2/3 of the people applying for permits had to have been jailed and imprisoned for marijuana convictions.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's neat.
That's staggering.
Yeah. Ah.
It
No-
was considered retribution, I mean, or no, what's that when they give back,
Oh, remuneration or justice. It's just basically a form of
yeah,
justice.
justice.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that blew my mind.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they all sign up and they get their permits and they pay their taxes.
Yeah.
But then come all the marijuana trucks and bodegas and corner markets selling every goddamn thing, including that K2 and shit. It makes you crazy fast.
Right.
And they can't stay in business.
Right. So, honey, don't forget we're on the road to Bhagwan. You were getting over to Bhagwan.
Yeah, way back there. And I don't have that much about Bhagwan. It was just my observation that I think this bubble of war-produced wealth in the next generation produced a whole bunch of seekers looking for a different something, whatever they, that they didn't grow up with. And it was kind of a big break because kind of in the old days, if your parents did something and they were good at it, you wanted to do it too.
Yeah.
Find that purpose. Kids used to have purpose. We denied children purpose, and it's a terrible mistake.
Yes. That's
terrible mistake.
Yes, that's
and
right.
It's led to what we have now. Oh, you're not going to work that hard job. There's a Mexican for that. So how did the Republicans have it both ways? All those meat packers and big ag and hospitality and all depending on Mexican labor, but they also run this big racket that they're such a threat, and we're so victimized by our migrant workforce.
Oh my God!
They've somehow managed to play both ends of that in a way that defies all rationality.
Well, they're not playing both ends anymore. They've chosen their fucking side, and they've chosen to destroy the economy.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Kind of. Yeah.
How do you mean kind of, honey?
Well, he hasn't. It's we're still kind of on the crest of this wave. So I don't know. I know that there was stuff happened today, and laws were changed, and you can round up people in church and in school. So the fear is just 10 feet deep. And all now, how many thousand military to the border?
Oh yeah, and not to mention the Coast Guard. I'll get into that later. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. So it's like this big swollen boil, but hasn't popped yet. So fuck. I don't know. I don't know what that's gonna look like.
Let's help Heather out. Heather says, "I wish I could find a purpose." Heather, you have a purpose. You're here with us. You're doing great.
Thank you.
Yeah. So come on. Why would you?
No, you said it the other night. You help animals.
Yeah.
That's something.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if that's a purpose.
Yeah.
I think that's a distraction.
Oh.
Okay, that's fair. But it's not causing suffering.
That's right.
No.
Yeah.
And
that's what it comes down to, is all I can see.
I just know that my mission is a solo mission, and I can't figure it out. I wish I could. It's scary.
And that's the times we're in.
Yeah.
That's part of the problem.
Yeah.
For legions.
Yeah.
I just feel like a big white hairless ape swinging through the jungle from branch to branch, and just hope to God the next branch will be. That's me. If I run out of branches and there's a housing development, I'm fucked. Branch to branch.
One branch at a time.
Yes.
That's it.
So
So far, there's been one waiting.
I
don't know what that'll look like when there isn't. Ladder.
Oh my God. Let's see. So here we are. Nemo says your purpose is to graduate by developing yourself and escaping this hellhole. But you got that through your Hare Krishna, did you not? Heather, isn't your Hare Krishna kind of taught you exactly what Nemo is saying?
The Hare Krishna just keeps me alive.
Okay.
Well, and that was the great problem in America when it went from community to personal development. And that was I've seen that play out. It's not about what you do. If you're feeling good, then the world is much better. Just work on yourself, and that'll make everything better. And so all
Yeah,
sense of
I
holding
can't
hands
really
with
wrap
your
my mind around the
neighbors
whole
went out
thing.
the window. It took the community out of it and made it, a personal well-being.
Okay.
And
what?
that's what everybody loves. Personal well-being makes, it's like that's your duty,
Right.
not joining up.
Now, honey, Heather, what were you going to say? You were going to say something.
Oh, I try to wrap my mind around the whole thing and I can't. So I just do each day, as it comes, and it goes.
It's kind of come down to that for me too.
No.
And the less suffering I cause, the better.
Yeah.
At least consciously. And it's even come down to like, I don't step on ants and shit.
At least you try not to.
No.
I save
I protect
bees.
spiders and
yeah.
And I really try not to.
Hare Krishna consciousness, it allows for you to you can get rid of scorpions or things that like snakes or scorpions or
earwigs, forget about it.
Things that are poisonous that are a threat to you. You can hurt them if they're a threat to you.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. No, but I ain't having no earwig. Hell no.
Ew.
Yes, earwigs are disgusting. No. Yes,
Oh God.
Yes. Thank you. We feel we're in agreement. We're in alignment there. At any rate, dearest Heather, what did you know about Bhagwan, if anything? Bhagwan Rajneesh. Yeah. Heather?
I couldn't get off of mute. Okay. I don't know much about Bhagwan. I just know he was a sage.
Okay. And that's all, pretty much.
He's finding a higher, path or something. I mean,
you knew he was in the United States, right? You knew he was in the United States, right?
Yeah, he's just another like Yogananda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Well,
I'm sorry, honey. What's that, Holly?
The secret of the success of a Bhagwan comes down to one thing, in my view. And that is that he had lands.
Yeah.
He commanded property.
Yeah.
And otherwise, it's just a bunch of hippies sitting around in the basement or in the park.
Yeah.
But if you meet a guy that's going for free love and celebration and hard work and purpose in all these communities, you are given a job. You hand over your trust fund, but also given responsibilities that people expect and need you to do. And that's the real get her out of bed in the morning. Especially when you're with all kinds of crazy fun people, and there's plenty of time for celebration and even intoxication.
You're not trying to make Bhagwan sound to be some positive kind of thing, are you? I would hope.
No, but this is the secret to success for gurus. Have the land, number one. You gotta have a place for all them people to camp.
Yeah.
And then give them something to do, and tire them out.
Yeah.
And no matter they were introducing inspiring ideas to a decadent population.
Oh, well, I don't know if the population was decadent per se, other than most Americans.
I would say so. For the people that could pull up stakes and go camp in Antelope, you know what I mean?
Oh, got it. What you're saying. That's well. Yeah. Okay, I get what you're saying.
You gotta fund that shit.
Yeah. There's.
You'll get 3 meals or 2, but you gotta be bringing something.
Oh, well.
And hard work alone is not necessarily enough.
Yeah. Well, the poor were there to be exploited. The wealthy were there.
He bust them in.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
busted the homeless.
Oh fuck yeah, yeah. He busted.
Which, if he wasn't so crazy, would have been a marvelous thing. It
Yeah.
would have been really doing something.
Oh well.
Because that's what homeless need, is a comfortable place to live and friends and purpose.
Oh well. What homeless people need is to be institutionalized. The majority of homeless people are stark raving mad, but beyond that, the majority of homeless people. Let me give you two examples here that I was sharing
I
with
get
Brendan.
that.
Yeah, with Brendan Zoget the other day. Just bizarre examples, but I think the two of them stand out, and we can kind of extend it from there. The one example would be my operations manager, Andrew Majerus, got a lateral transfer from the Presidio Military Base Postal Library to the federal building, the old federal building in San Francisco. There's the old federal building as opposed to the new one. And so when he was working in the old federal building, that's the one that's fortressed. The old federal building in San Francisco is got a kind
I've
of
seen it
yeah, and
with the pylons in front. Yeah,
yes, and
gone the way to your house. Yeah,
yeah, that's right, that's right. Yeah, and so you know it. And if people look up San Francisco Federal building, they're not going to find it. They're going to find instead the new one, as opposed to the one at 50 United Nations Plaza. So understand that the one that I'm talking about was at 50 United Nations Plaza, and that's the old federal building that is just fortressed in, and so people can try and see if you can find that or look that up. I mean, good fucking luck. I'll see if I can find something to share with people on it, but all I'm getting when I look it up in the is this new federal building that is not the same thing at all, and people are not going to recognize it.
bristling with antennas. It was, remember?
Yeah, well, it had this like little penthouse on top that a lot of people thought something sinister was in it that was affecting people's minds, brainwaves, and the like. But the reality was that the old federal building had on top of it a radiation detector, so they could detect the incoming radiation from Pacific hydrogen and nuclear tests. So all these thermonuclear tests that were conducted in the Pacific, that was to detect how much of the incoming radiation was impacting San Francisco. So I am finding some of the old 500 Golden Gate Avenue federal building photographs. So you'd have to look up 500 Golden Gate Avenue and 50 United Nations Plaza. So you should be able to find the old federal building and then take a look at some of them. And I do believe it was the Philip Burton Federal Building. So it was the Philip Burton Federal Building. And Philip Burton was the man who helped to make Presidio ultimately a park. He was the guy who basically was responsible for making something of the Presidio when I got the Presidio shut down. So the Philip Burton Federal Building was named after him, even though it existed before him. They changed the name to honor him, if I remember correctly, as opposed to that being the new Federal Building, which I don't believe is named after Philip Burton. It's the one that's just Federal Building or something they call it. But in terms of let me take a look at this, see if I can look up Philip Burton Federal Building and see if that gives us any images. Because there's this one on the 450 Golden Gate. So let's look up 450 Golden Gate, see if I get any images. And aside from that, here we are, Golden Gate. Yeah. So that's Philip Burton. It was so strange because, like I said, the building existed before Philip Burton died, but they named it after him after he died. Very strange. And he's the guy who made the Presidio into a park after I got the Presidio military base shut down. Here we are. Flashy federal building falls. This is the new federal building. Falls short of hype. Yeah, 10 years later, flashy federal building falls short of hype. Oh, that's funny. By the way, all of this is kind of a sensitive subject for me. I get really leery when I speak about it simply because of all of the bad memories. But one of the memories I have, among countless memories of that place, was my operations manager, who himself was what you'd call a pedopornaholic. He was a sympathizer with all of the pedophiles on site the Presidio military base. And, of course, like most people in the federal government, you can't get fired, so they laterally transferred him to the federal building outside of the Presidio military base. And once he transferred there into the IRS office, where he became the IRS law librarian, one time I still maintained contact with him because I needed his help for many years after the Presidio military base was closed. But one time I was accompanying him while he had brought some clothes he had washed that he was going to give to one of the homeless people who was parked outside of the federal building on a daily basis. So those incredible tank barriers, these were like barriers that were meant to stop incoming Timothy McVeigh trucks that were loaded with explosives. These barriers were concretized. The building was bunkered underneath. They had an atomic shelter underneath that could withstand, theoretically, a nuclear blast. But the building stood out because the pylons, which you never see in the photographs of the federal building, you'd have to go there to see these pylons. So all you see is the federal building itself, but yards beyond the facade of the federal building are these anti-tank barriers. And these anti-tank barriers are meant to stop, incoming, incoming 18-wheelers at full speed. So, if some motherfucker with a incoming 18-wheeler Mack truck where it's loaded with explosives decides to run into the federal building, he's got to go through these, which he won't make it through. And and they're far enough away from the federal building to prevent the blast from defacading, collapsing the face of the federal building like they did with the Oklahoma City building. So it's to prevent an OC bomb, an OK bomb, Oklahoma City type bomb from taking out San Francisco's federal building. So it's an incredible sight. You'd have to be there to see it because you never see it in photographs. If you can find photographs of it, you let me know. Share them inside the chat box. But such being said, so I was with him one time and he had washed these clothes. He said, I'm going to give them to this homeless guy who's sitting in front of one of the many homeless people. I don't know this particular homeless guy. I guess he got into several conversations with and had bonded with him. So then he had some clothes he was going to throw away. He washed them. He was roughly the same size as this guy. So he said, oh, here's some clothes that he had washed to give to this guy. And then when he hands them to the guy says, this smells like they've been washed with detergent and shit. And then he says, yeah, I washed them. And he says, I don't want this washed shit. Well, I'm allergic to that fucking, detergent. That'll make me itch. Take this shit and shove it up your ass. And then another time, example of homeless people, whoever says beggars can't be choosers. I mean, they just don't know homeless people. So another time I had purchased some very large Orangino type of orange sugary milkshake type drink at one point. And so I had walked out of the Grind in San Francisco, which no longer exists. It was a coffee shop that was there for ages. But like everything else in San Francisco, got blown away by the economy. Probably shut down during COVID. But long before COVID, after my mother had died at some point, I had bought one of these drinks and was sucking on it. And this black homeless woman who had just been on the streets forever had, known my mother and myself to a degree, begging for money. And so when she said, oh, she begged me for some money. And I said, no, I've got this. You want this? This big. I didn't even start drinking it yet. I said, do you want this large, shake that's got, and she said, yeah, take that away from me. That's too sugary. That'll make me sick. And it's like, what the fuck? It's like, the one thing I noticed that homeless people don't really want anything other than money. They sure as hell don't want. It's like they choose what they want, and it brings us down to the point that homeless people they're just plain insane. They're insane, and they're so intolerable, and they're so intolerant. They're so intolerant of anything they can't stand that they cannot possibly live with anyone. It's why they're homeless. So they're not particularly sympathetic. By the way, a lot of incoming from Nemo, incoming links and images. One of them is Taiwan. 2 undersea communications cables connecting the country with the outlying Matsu Island have been severed. Yes, that's quite correct. And we know who did it. It's goddamn Russians and the Chinks. But I mean, the mainland Chinese and the Russians have been cutting cables in Europe. The mainland Chinese have been cutting cables in Asia, but they're connected because it turns out that you've got Russian captains of the Chinese ships cutting Taiwan's cables, and you got Chinese ships being leased by the Russians that are cutting European cables. And this way they try to deflect each other. In other words, they're trying to cover each other's asses. So I do want to thank our man Nemo for these links. And then we're going to see what our friend Brendan dug up here. So Brendan found some images, but these are nothing to me. This would be like maybe this little tiny, like some security guards outside of the federal building. I don't know if this is an area of 450 Golden Gate, but but good try, Brendan. You know, appreciate your trying. Maybe he could tell us 426 Larkin Street. That sounds, yeah, that's one side of the federal building, but it's like the back ass end. That's the back ass end. It's not the front, which is where all the imposing shit is. This is like the back ass end where you see some hedges and shit. But there's it doesn't do it justice. Yeah, so okay, that ain't it by a long shot. But all such being said, so homeless people are usually they just deserve to be where they're at. They don't deserve any sympathy.
Oh, you're killing me.
I mean, are you disagreeing? Are you saying we should?
Killing me.
I mean, the majority of them that I've run across, and I've had to deal with homeless people all my life.
I know that, and
Yeah.
I definitely sympathize with
Yeah.
the point.
So
I do.
So go on.
What I am saying
Yeah.
is that the demographic of that community is changing and changing fast.
Oh yeah, because now you got whole families.
Number one,
Yeah, now you got
between the degradation of the street drugs
yeah.
and the impossible rents.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck? Why is anybody surprised?
Mm-hmm.
And what pisses me off about, big, smart America
Mm-hmm.
is that if you don't pay or allow your slave class
Mhm.
to exist, and I'm fine with that class.
Mm-hmm.
I want to work outdoors in the dirt, you know what I mean?
But
But if you don't cleaning toilets, I'll do it for 25. So
it's
I'm saying to you, if you do not house and entertain your slave class,
Mm-hmm.
whether that's a good thing or a bad thing morally,
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna have chaos,
Mm-hmm.
crazy time.
Mm-hmm.
That's that. I mean, it's so elementary. Every school kid knows that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what's so horribly frustrating here. For Christ's sake.
Well, I mean, obviously, I would imagine you've just mentioned something about street drugs and the prices of rent, which doesn't really help your case.
Well, yes and no.
You'll notice that I choose to pay my rent. I'm trying to get people to contribute to me with this episode and many others to pay my rent rather than raising it for street drugs.
I get that, but it's a chicken and egg thing. Because in my case, I'm not too far from that.
I'm not too far from homelessness either. You and I are in the
I
same
get
case.
that. I get that. I acknowledge your struggle.
Yeah, we're both on the same precipice, but there's a difference.
Exactly. So
yeah, but when you were bringing up, hey, that demographic is changing, I thought you were going to go the route of now because of the crash of the middle class, there's more and more homeless families. But you didn't go that route. You went the route of the street drugs.
Well, that would be the third thing,
Oh.
and that was actually what I meant to be the first thing.
Okay. So continue
I
with
kinda
that.
played him, but
Yeah.
for the pants shitting irrationality
Uh-huh.
that you were talking about,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I think that has something to do with it.
I'm sorry, the street.
In all the irrational cases, I mean, that's
Well,
they're the ones.
Let's put it this way. Yet the majority of homeless people, obviously, the first thing that I would say is that, unfortunately, of course, I see homeless people that look sympathetic to me, and these are particularly females. I feel very bad for homeless females, the majority of them at least, especially the younger ones. It's like, oh my God, how did it get to this point where you're at this point? I mean, is this where it ends? Is like
Many reasons.
I can imagine, or I don't even.
Many reasons.
Yeah, but such having been said, the majority of women do not stay homeless because they tend to be willing, unless they are so fucked in the head by their traumas, because women get traumatized brutally, as we're all aware of. We've spoken of this earlier on. But with all the trauma that comes to women, oftentimes they're driven to homelessness, but they usually don't stay there because they're willing to ask for help.
Usually not, but the balance is tipping, and the available options are overflowing.
You mean the available options are being cut off, not overflowing?
From all directions.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I read this long, fact-checked article about this guy in Austin.
Mm-hmm.
And this kind of comes around to my 3 points here, who made a bunch of money in oil and lost it. And I don't know, this was so inspiring. He fundraises to start to deal with Austin's homeless problem. It's become the 18th biggest city in America overnight. And they got big numbers.
How did it become the 18th biggest city in America overnight? You mean just very quickly?
Yeah, because of the weather and the tech.
Oh, okay, got it.
Tech came to Austin.
I thought you were going to tell me because it became a giant homeless encampment.
No, I'm talking skyscraper.
Okay.
And no real estate in town you're ever going to be able to afford again. So this guy makes a huge housing development of tiny houses for, homeless population. And the key to it was...
So there is a growing, expanding homeless population.
Just skyrocketed there.
Okay.
And it was a real thing, right? So this guy
but right. Not that I want to. I mean, please continue. It's just my question.
Crazy, I know.
No. What puzzles me is, so how do the homeless get there? What the fuck? I mean, if all the wealthy people are there and the city's growing,
they're all locals and shit that have been there.
They're driven out from the affordable housing.
Exactly.
The affordable housing has been crashed by all the incoming tech moguls, and therefore the real estate price has gone up and the rents have gone up, so therefore people who otherwise were able to afford rent have become homeless. Okay.
In 5 years.
Right, within 5 years.
Real short span. So he plans and executes this beautiful park-like development where everybody has job purpose, and they have bonfires and
all I'm imagining is dumpster fires and tire fires.
I don't care. And he and his wife live in the center of it. Yes, he did move right in. And here's the key of it. It's not dry. It's not a dry community. Okay. As long as you can be cool and function, and you don't even have to work, but as long as you don't cause trouble, you can do what you want. And to me, that's how it's got to be. Because that's the thing. As soon as, we provide you this homeless shelter, you've got to be like full on AA, haven't had a drink for, and if I end up pushing a shopping cart on the street, hell yeah, I'm hitting that pipe. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, hell yeah. There ain't no going back with that. So, fuck that. Boy, keep an open mind to that situation. Because they are people smarter, better, more full of love than I could ever be that ended up out there. So help me God.
I mean,
I don't know if this started.
I mean, you want to have sympathy, yes, but I think we should concentrate on, of course,
It's hard.
families and females.
Absolutely.
Families, females.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and of course, it's unacceptable for a child to be homeless. That goes without saying. But definitely, families and females. But as for the majority,
how hard is it at the border to separate the guys with the face tattoos from women and children begging to keep living? I mean, how hard is that? Jesus.
Apparently, it's very hard for Trump's thugs. Yes.
Yeah. So it's awful. We're living in some kind of thing.
Yeah, dystopia. It's called dystopia.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
happening.
Okay.
But not to go down that rabbit hole.
Well, it's actually relevant. It's actually relevant to what we were talking about with Bhagwan Rajneesh.
Okay.
And so when
lands. You need lands.
Yeah.
And you need charisma.
Well, I mean,
and this goes all the way back to political ponerology. And now
did they bring up Bhagwan in that book? I would be shocked if
No.
Yeah, they're not that sophisticated. No, that fucker wasn't that sophisticated.
Well, it was a different whole guru world thing. I mean, that's a whole nother book. But
tell us about Guru World, the other book. Yeah, that sounds like it might.
Well, the one thing I'll say for political ponerology, and what I'm going to say here is a little dicey, but it always kind of made sense to me. In viewing people on the so-called psychological spectrum, I've seen this play out in my life. Their great advantage is that everyone envies them.
Okay.
And kind of wants to be with them.
Okay.
And if one comes in a room full of self-doubters, that's going to be your leader. Their only disadvantage is that they have like some kind of weird blockage about seeing outcomes. So this is the whole advantage of forgetfulness. And I did it, therefore it's right. You don't look back and don't look over your shoulder and see if it made things better or worse.
Okay.
That's a liability, a tiny one.
I thought you were
liability.
Yeah, you were going to say something about political ponerology and the book. You were going.
That's what that guy says early on.
Okay, I see.
And I respect it.
I'm not quite sure what I get out of that.
The advantage and the disadvantage in terms of day-to-day dealing with life's petty tyrants.
Okay.
And then even in the big sense, with the macrocosmic, all these countries going batshit crazy. No. Ain't just us. That's a scary thing.
Yes.
Yeah, Ellen moves to England.
Ellen moves to England. What?
I mean, that's my little stupid joke.
Okay.
That awful woman, Ellen DeGeneres.
Oh yes, what about her? What do?
Well, everybody says, if Trump gets elected, I'll just move out of the country. Yeah, good luck with that.
Well, she did, right? She did, just to prove that she was.
Yeah, but it's not like it's not into going into some rise of the right wing crazies everywhere.
No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. In other words, Ellen DeGeneres lived up to her word and moved.
And I don't want to dwell on her. Yeah.
Right, but nevertheless, she lived up to her word. But nevertheless, she can afford to, whereas the rest of us can't. We're stuck here. Yes.
The Cotswolds.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, and then the whole estate flooded twice.
Yeah.
And I mean, up to the windows.
You're talking about where she moved? Where she moved?
Yeah.
Cotswold, England.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ritziest part of it.
Yeah. Why? And it's flooding, of course, because of rising seawater. Because the
This was a while back.
Okay.
It's a ridiculous sidetrack, but
yeah. But
no, I'll just move out of the country. Well, good luck.
Yeah. I mean, for the rest of us, she could afford it. She could just do that. And, yeah. So.
Well, they can too, but the other countries are all going nuts too.
Yeah. They're all going nuts. Yes. It's kind of let's see. Nemo's talking about different types of headaches. Why did Heather bring up a headache before or something of that nature, or just curious why he would bring that up all of a sudden. He's always welcome to come on the call, of course, and share his insights. But so he says the insect. Ooh, yeah, not gonna read that.
What? What?
He's talking about Ellen DeGeneres saying she doesn't deserve to have the money to move out of the U.S. Yeah.
Oh no! I didn't mean to, make it a bashing session. Although she always kind of gave me the creeps.
Yeah. He says, just point for the that's okay. Now I get it. I didn't notice it until I read the last one. Okay, yeah, that's all right. And yeah.
Did we ask Brendan about Bhagwan?
I think Brendan responded as much as he could. But Brendan, you're welcome to jump back in. You're welcome to jump back in before I, go off. Before I go off on the subject.
Oh, please.
Yeah. I'd prefer Brendan to say something first, but yeah, it's I don't want to. Obviously, I try to save my energy for the monologue, but sometimes in roundtable I'll go off onto kind of like my own little spin. But I'm just surprised. We're not getting more out of people about these other things. So Brendan,
it was a very difficult situation because
it wasn't difficult. The man was a fucking madman, and he tried to secede from the United States and then attack the United States. I mean,
but compared to the citizens of Antelope, oh my God, that's an American Gothic horror too.
I mean, let's put it this way. Look, everybody up in the Pacific Northwest, I've said it before, they're all the descendants of mass murderers. Yeah, but maybe they all deserved each other, but still. So, Brendan, yes, please, any insights on Bhagwan Rajneesh that you might have, because I'm going to go off on the fucker when, soon enough. But let's have you provide some insights first as to what was going on with the cult, the Rajneesh cult. That
he might be a little young for it.
Obviously he was nutty, but
but so
they had that thing.
Yeah, you were talking about some of the things he said. Of course, we could all agree with some of the things he said. That's right. Such like what he said about democracy.
That's the only reason why I liked him.
Yeah.
Was he Osho?
Yeah, he was Osho.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was him, honey.
Yeah, some sound teachings in that. I don't care how crazy. There was sound teachings for sure.
Well, he definitely had contempt for your average, individual. He had contempt for the masses. Which is what then begs the question of his. Yeah. How was he so popular when he had nothing but contempt for everybody that he was, commanding? It's very bizarre to me. Because
this is so more or less kind of a curated crowd, like these coming cities.
Yeah. Well,
Kind of hand-picked.
it's Brendan. Do you fear what Holly is fearing? Because look, we're all in California. Holly is fearing that the wealthy are building these like private cities. I'd like you to respond to that, and I'll respond to that when I come back. But I really have to take care of some more of this tea, which I'm just about finished with. Going to make a bit more now, and I just want people to hold the stage while I'm gone. I'll be right back. But you're all doing so great, and our numbers are good. So, I don't need to really go off on Bhagwan just yet, but, Brendan and Aristides, I think you should calm Holly down. Holly thinks that these private multi-billionaires are going to be building their private cities. These are psychotic ego fantasies, and even the multi-billionaires, even pooling their resources, are not going to build these cities. And I'll just tell you, I want you guys to go into it first, and I'll give my spin on when I get back. So I'll be back.
Right.
I'm going to go mute. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Help me,
Okay.
somebody. Help me.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think
Please.
that that's something they're just gonna go do so easily, no matter how much money they have.
Okay, and you guys are on the pulse of this news.
No.
This development. I figure way more than I am.
Well, no, I'm just
Why?
thinking they could propose stupid shit like, these crazy whatever smart cities or going to Mars and stuff, but it's like, I don't know. It's
Yeah.
not real easy to go do. Money aside.
Oh. All right. I guess they buy cruise ships when they this purpose.
Mhm.
So, you can fit 2,000 people on a boat at sea
Mhm.
with its own outside, out in international maritime law and have floating communities.
You can. That's one approach, but
That's a thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't they propose that?
But I feel this creeping up, because, this big deal in Northern California, 55,000 acres. And the flimsy city council just shut it down for now. But the land's bought. And if you got a budget the size of a small country, I mean, these people aren't into urban renewal.
I know, but just if it's already part of they're just gonna, I don't know, just buy land in the country and build a whole mega city and expect
Well, and maybe not a little New York, you know what I mean, but a very comfortable. Maybe what is 5,000 people reasonable? I don't know. I want to be wrong here. I really do. So you're helping me.
I think it's these tech bro globalist kind of pipe dream things that they put out. It's kind of their version of cosmism,
Yeah.
except
on
just on the earth.
Okay. Because I'd like to start a GoFundMe to send them to Mars.
Yeah.
Let's help them get there as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Hey, it's almost like it's the new rapture. You know what I mean? When Holy Spirit yanks you up to heaven in the middle of driving your car.
Mm-hmm.
It's a different kind of rapture. It's tech rapture.
Yeah, that's what they're going for, is a tech rapture. Yeah.
Yeah, I never thought of that before. Yeah, they can have it. I'll stay down here.
Right.
But okay, so that helps me. What you're saying to me.
Yeah.
Calms me down. Yeah. Because there's heavy advertising campaigns coming out. And it's and it's more tech than militia oriented.
Right.
You were gonna do a headline before. What the hell was it?
Headline? I don't know.
And is Brendan gone?
He's on mute, so I think it's just us till
Busy. Yeah.
till dog comes back.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, What else you been
It's
thinking
good
about?
to have a little breath, but I know we can't be having some dead air.
No.
I've heard a lot about the smart cities, and it seems really feasible. But again, like Aristide said, it's probably not as easy as they're making it seem.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'll bet it isn't. I'll
Yeah,
bet it isn't. It's a big undertaking.
like roads that light up and sync with your car and stuff. It's just like unreal.
Those oh, I forget the name. There's a wonderful video too. Those solar roads
Yeah,
where you
I'd
lay
imagine that would
those.
be like the same thing.
Yeah, totally. Oh, totally. They ain't shoveling those. And that couple, that should have really taken off, and I guess it has in some places. Oh, what was it? Solar fucking roadworks or something. Hexagonal. Um, what do you call those ones? It's not regular solar. It's
It almost seems like the car or the road drives the car or something like they're interactive with.
that wasn't like this, but the road could be reconfigured so that if there was a moose in the road, it would tell you. Oh, solar something roadways, solar fucking roadways, and it was brilliant. And there was canals on either, trenches on either side for the works of it and drainage. But it was amazing, parking lots and stuff, and it could be a soccer field one night and then back to parking in the day with the striping and stuff. It was incredible.
It almost sounds like a video game.
I know, but it was totally cool. And this little old couple invented it, and they were millionaires in like Wyoming and shit. But it never really got traction. But there you go. I hope they're remembered. It was really amazing. I was I was into it. And
I
they
haven't heard
last
too much.
forever, and that was really something. Anyway, thank you for chiming in.
Yeah, I feel better already thanks to Brendan. He always saves the day.
You sound very much decongested.
Yeah, no, it's my fever broke, but I still
Good.
I can't cough because it hurts my ribs so much to try to cough. So my
No.
lungs are filled with fluid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But your nose sounds a little better.
Yeah, I'm feeling better.
And when the fever breaks, you can't sleep with a fever.
No, I was going through hell for the last couple days.
Yeah. So now that if you don't have a fever, you'll probably get a decent night's sleep.
Yeah. As long as I don't
That'll
try to
be
cough.
good. Yeah. Are you
It feels
having
like my
some
ribs are broken. And I mean, one of my friends had pneumonia one time and she said that's how it felt. So I hope I don't have pneumonia.
Might you have busted a rib coughing?
No, it just feels like I can't
Okay.
I can't like take a deep breath or anything without it feeling like my ribs are being crushed in.
Yeah.
Which is something that it's new to me, so it's kind of weird.
Yeah. Yeah. Some kind of lung clearing will happen. In your healing. And I
Yeah, well,
think
I'm
good
afraid to
sleep.
go upside down because I could go upside down, and then I could choke or whatever when it all
To
comes
get
out.
it out. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a thing. And you may have to sleep probably propped up.
yeah. I was sleeping as I can sleep sitting up, whereas laying down is just impossible
For now.
for now. Yeah, but I'm feeling better, so
Well,
that's a step in the right direction.
yeah. And it's good to know Vedic herbs and stuff going forward.
Yeah, in the
I
moment,
used to
you don't think of
boil
it though.
I used to, you could back in the day go, some I would gather, but you could also buy good quality fresh herbs and barks and stuff in the food co-op. And so I would boil like horehound, slippery elm, a bunch of plants in a pot on simmer and breathe
Hmm.
the steam and let it fill the house. Now,
Yum.
if you got too much fluid in you, that's a thing, but On the other hand, it could be a very good expectorant. It sounds like you need to expectorate.
Yeah, I think that's what I need.
Hack that shit up. And nothing does that better than Robitussin DM, baby.
Yeah, some NyQuil.
Fuck those herbs, yeah. Hack that
Yeah.
shit up with some of that DM.
Well, I will
Such a
say though, the
job.
turmeric, I did take the turmeric when I got on the call, and it fixed my fever immediately.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
How did you take it?
I just put it in my noodles.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
and I didn't even eat it all. I just ate a few bites.
Man, oh,
Oh, with some
man.
pepper too.
Yeah, that's good results. What's the weather like down there?
It's freezing in Phoenix.
Freezing.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
so cold outside.
So Mexico to Canada, this country is freezing.
Have you ever heard of a place called Banff?
Oh yeah, been there.
I just discovered and I saw the people from Banff. They're like in a whole nother dimension.
Oh God. Oh God, that's terrifying.
Why?
That it can get that cold, you know?
Yeah.
What's terrifying about what getting what? How cold? I just got back.
We're in a cold freeze from
uh,
the border of Mexico to the fucking Arctic Circle.
yes, no, it's an
Except for an
harbinger.
inch along the coast,
Yeah,
Heather. That's the thing.
yeah,
We're within an inch
yeah.
of the coast,
Yeah.
so it's like 50s. We'll be okay.
Yeah, it's
But it's cold.
it's an harbinger of what's going to happen. It's an harbinger. First off, it betrays the coldness of the administration, and it's an harbinger of things to come.
Again.
Yes, it is.
God.
Yeah,
Jesus.
and by all means, it's one of these things that.
Being all Jungian now.
Yeah. What did our men in the group say about the cities?
They were letting us yak. Aristides says it's a pipe.
Thank you.
Pushing for his, but
yeah. Hey, honey, you got all
I'm
glitched
going
out
for
there.
that.
You're gonna have to repeat yourself. Is your battery dying?
Sorry. I know. It's lit. Oh shit! No, I've got it actually plugged into the
Okay.
charger.
Okay.
But it's okay.
Yeah.
He's hoping and he feels that it's over ambitious, if you will.
Yeah.
And that's plausible, man.
Oh.
I'm with him.
Yes.
I want to be wrong, dude. That's the one thing I pray night and day.
Okay.
Lord, let me be wrong.
It's not so much that it's technically overambitious, just societally it's overambitious. Like they're just not going to float this bullshit.
It's going to be curated. It's going to be members only.
No. But let's go in here a little bit casually, and our man Aristides has got it down.
Once they buy the land,
honey.
Once they got the land.
Honey.
Sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. It's like no, it's not like that. it's not like that. Look, you're right to be concerned, of course, because of the very elitism of the project. But in terms of purchasing the land, that doesn't mean shit. First off, let's take a look at where some of these multi-billionaires want to establish their ego trip cities. They're choosing out-of-the-way places where no one can bother them, correct? Many of these places are in deserts. Many of these places are in areas where no one will bother them, where their quote-unquote elite established community can live. But here's a problem already. When you're trying to build a city, you cannot build a city for elites. You have to have, for every single elite person, you need thousands of people to support them in terms of logistics. So they have to bring in people, and they don't have the water resources for that. They're not building these on riverbanks. The point is that what a intelligent multi-billionaire would do if he were really on an ego trip and said, man, I want to get involved with a project that's going to succeed and make my name go down in history, all you have to do is something like you saw in the film RoboCop, where in RoboCop, the idea was New Detroit. It's not like they ever accomplished it. It's not like they ever accomplished it, but the
New Detroit,
yeah, but the idea was somebody, and at different times they portrayed it being the Japanese. You might remember in the RoboCop sequel, the Japanese pulled in an investment, but then withdrew it at the end of the film. But what happened was that New Detroit was supposed to be this idea of renovation in terms of taking a city that had been broken and essentially fixing it. So this is what a intelligent multi-billionaire would do, would be to get together with a bunch of other
multi. Think.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Say,
okay.
Look, and
urban renewal.
And yes, and this would enable all of these poor people to come work for us. It's not like in Detroit when Ford opens its doors and Ford said, we're hiring. They had people lining up for like blocks and blocks. It was like, so it's not like the people won't volunteer to try to work or people aren't looking for jobs. So, but no, instead they choose these places out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. And okay, and sure, a bunch of wealthy people can buy the land, but it doesn't mean anything. You need water for all of these people. You need, not only that, you need police and security forces. Sure, you can hire...
Water's number one.
Well, water's always number one. So that's why you need to build it by an existing riverbank where all the cities already exist. So since most of the cities in these riverbank areas like Detroit and these other areas are kind of run down, nobody's going to protest urban renewal. They'll say, oh, by all means, come invest in our city.
Oh, yeah.
Start some jobs, bring some tech, bring some industry. Nobody's going to protest. Everybody would only praise them, but none of them want to do this. None of them want to do this. What do? Instead, they spend their money on insane projects that ultimately do damage to the environment, like their stupid SpaceX, which...
and that's my problem.
Yes. So
that's what I'm kind of going at.
Okay.
That it's the environment that pays the cost.
Okay. And
with these crazy schemes. Which just because they don't make sense, and I mean all over the world, all the retreat centers.
Well, there's a difference between a retreat center where you just have like a villa or a hacienda kind of a complex where maybe the local community can be employed for service, and the idea of building a city. So when they keep showing you the pictures of these cities, you heard Trump say it, flying cars. We're going to have flying fucking...
They really believe this shit.
Cars. And no, you're not. It's like, first off, zoning. Say somebody, if they were out in the... This is why they keep buying them out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, because that way they assume they're not going to have to obey federal aviation laws, which would like take these new vehicles and you would have to classify them. So you've got a flying car. What is it? Is it a plane? Is it a helicopter? Is it something new? If it's truly something new, the FAA is going to be interested, but maybe they're saying with Trump as president, he'll just have the government hold off. It's private property after all. We could say it's experimental, unlike a massive Google campus. Okay, say you get rid of that legislation, that interference from the government. It's how are you going to fuel these cars? Where is the fuel coming from? Because somebody has to pump gas. Gas has to be established in pipelines or refilled consistently by incoming trucks, which is a lot of fucking money. So if you don't have gas pipes going into the city that's lining all this fuel into the city, you haven't got a fucking city. There's just nothing. Oh, it's what? Nuclear power plants? Oh, that's a good one. How are you going to build nuclear power plants without government aid? I don't care how fucking wealthy you are. Where are you going to get the physicists and the engineers and everybody to help build a nuclear fucking power plant without the U.S. government's involvement? That's all gov. That's all federal. So, there's nobody's going to spend this amount of money on building a city. Hence, there's no power, there's no fuel, there's no water, and there's no population. How do you bring the population in? You bust them in? And if you're selecting them, you've got no laborers. What are you selecting the laborers based on? Of course, for the cheap labor, you're going to bring in illegals. Well, they've just fucked themselves over with that. And you can bring in all these Asian Indian motherfuckers. They aren't going to be picking the fields. They're only here for programming. They're only here for engineering, for science.
They're gonna use prisoners.
Yeah. Oh, prisoners. That's a good one, honey. They'd have to barter with the governments for that. That's government. Unless you're setting up private prisons.
Private.
No, there's a lot of growing private prisons, yes. But what you're saying is, are you saying that those prisoners in those private prisons will literally be leased by these private contractors out in these secluded areas? That's a good one. I'd like to see him try to get away with that. I want to see him try that.
Well,
you don't think somebody's
that's
not going to
kind of the plan,
complain?
as far as I can tell.
Oh, come
And
on
I'm
now.
sure, you know, I don't
It's
know.
not that they're incapable of this morally. We're talking about people who are completely morally retarded. It's not an issue of that. It's simply they can't get away with it. It's like there is a way now that people will know. People will know this now.
Well, yeah.
It's not
and
like
they'll be told. I mean, here, like you say, prisoners fighting fires has always been the case.
Yeah,
and
but
there's never been a problem.
yes.
They get a dollar an hour.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, that's right.
It's
Yeah.
sickening. And then you're barred from continuing your you know, I mean, prisons used to have at least a minimal level of rehab.
Yeah.
But not since they privatized.
Well, in terms of privatizing prisons, yes, you don't get rehab in a private prison. But but when it comes to these private prisons, these are, of course, an abomination and an atrocity. And prisoners are indeed, in a very real sense, auctioned out for labor. But such being said, once that's, shall we say, done, you just don't have a... it's usually done by the feds, the county, the state, the federal.
Yep.
They may lease them out to private interests, but they don't, shall we say, have the capacity to allow the private prisons to do that. I have never heard of a private prison being able to lease its own prisoners, because at that point we truly have entered slave labor. Now, lawyers, we live in a litigious society, and lawyers need to eat. There would be an army of lawyers that would be on that.
Well, California just statewide voted that it was perfectly okay.
Of course, and I did an entire episode of that where...
I know, and I did not catch up with that,
Right.
and I know that I needed to.
Yes.
And need to.
So do listen to that. That is actually a form of slavery that I do advocate, because it is rehabilitative. I understand what you were saying about... Yeah, I understand what you were saying about, no, but they wouldn't let them become firefighters after their stint with with firefighting for the state in slavery.
With government jobs.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's all changing now. All of that is changing now because
I'm delighted to be wrong here.
Yeah, because
that was terrible.
Oh well, of course. Well, of course. But it's terrible.
Yeah, that
but,
ain't right.
Yeah,
and
of course.
they should get more than $1 an hour too. I heard Oregon ties, and it's $15 an hour. It's just that you get a 21-day shift.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're trying to make a living.
What was it Oregon did? Because you're kind of glitching there. What was it Oregon?
Oh, sorry. Privatized.
Okay.
Firefighters.
You mean privatized? They're prison firefighters? You mean the prison fire? Honey?
Privatized federal forest fires.
Federal forest fires?
Can you hear me?
And you're saying this is a good thing? Are you there?
No. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, so continue. Explain to us what's going on.
To be,
yeah.
And this is too much of a sidetrack right now.
What, the fires?
Yeah. No.
Or what's going on with you?
What Oregon did years ago.
No, tell me what Oregon did. How is that a sidetrack? That's not a sidetrack. That's important.
There's this. You got your state forest firefighters.
Uh-huh.
And you got your federal forest firefighters.
Uh-huh.
And somehow Oregon changed it so that, oh God, now I'm getting tangled up here. so that it was non-governmental anymore. And it was some private companies that came in and could hire whoever they wanted.
But they must be burning to the ground now.
Well, they do or they don't, it's all so random. You don't know where it's going to jump out next. And and even $15 an hour for 21 days straight ends up with a few thousand.
Yeah.
And you get food.
But how does anyone work with a privatized firefighting force? I don't understand. That sounds to me to be impossible, simply because of the fact that if you don't get paid, if you're not paying them, they don't fight the fires. So
No. It used to be you get $30 an hour.
Now they're getting $15 an hour.
Privatize it and you get 15. That's the joke. I mean, of it.
Right, but
maybe the difference is they're controlled burns.
Say again, Heather?
Maybe the difference is they're controlled fires.
Okay, so that would make some sense. In other words...
Yes, it would.
Okay, but...
That's fair.
It's usually controlled fires usually cannot be started except by feds.
Well, see, there you go. And so as government draws back, and happily has, privatizing it at everything it can at every level, if you ask me. I mean, fire was the last big government boondoggle to the worker that still survived. Well, I mean, you got paid. You got paid good.
Yeah.
If you,
yeah.
You did.
Yeah, definitely. But what again, I'm just puzzling over this. We'll have to do some research on what's going on in Oregon, because I'd like to find out. First off, the insanity of a private firefighting force is...
Oh, I'm telling you.
Well,
that's how it seems to me.
Well, in Los Angeles, one of the things I brought up that I remember Peter Moon immediately jumped on and like tried to slam it down and wouldn't allow me to speak about it, was the fact that in Los Angeles, during the big fires, during the time of the Trump administration, some of the more ritzy areas of Los Angeles survived because they had private firefighting forces. Now, this made sense in the sense that the super wealthy had elite mercenary firefighting forces that were protecting their properties alone, to the point of using explosives to break a fire line.
Hell, yes, it does. Oh, yeah.
That makes sense.
Those guys couldn't leave.
Yeah.
Come what may, they were paid to stay.
Yeah. So that makes some sense. But the idea of a state suddenly privatizing firefighting is beyond me, because at that point you're left with the concept of, oh, you didn't pay for us to fight your fires? We're not fighting fires on your property. And then once it gets to that point, then it's like it doesn't work, because obviously the fires will spread as the fire will spread, and they can't just relegate it to who pays and who doesn't. Get what I'm saying? So there's no way. It's like just like private mercenary armies can work, only to degree. You cannot use private mercenary armies at a national level, because it's like, again, hey, did you pay your defense bill? Well, if you're not paying your defense bill, we're not defending your property. And then what? The enemy can take some, but not other properties. In the end, the whole front collapses, right?
But unless the government is giving all the money they would have spent on this endeavor to a private company, like, that's a better thing.
You're saying that theoretically, not as something you recommend.
No, I'm saying what floats these sort of companies, especially in housing development, is gigantic government money.
Right, but housing development is...
That's what built Trump's dad.
Uh-huh.
I mean, all his fortune came from getting gigantic government grants. I mean, you know, that's the thing with privatizing. You still got to pay for it.
Right.
That's what it always seemed like, such a racket. Does it sound crazy?
Right. Yeah, no, definitely. What Trump did was he was ripping off government contracts, so his whole career was based on the government. Yeah.
His whole family wealth is based on that.
Yes.
So what the fuck?
Yeah, none of it makes any sense. We lost Brendan Zogit, by the way. I have no idea what happened to him. I hope he's all right. Perhaps he hung up his phone by accident.
Or he's locking up the place or something.
Yeah, well, he used to, most of the time he'd leave his phone on through anything. Yeah, such being said, yeah, I don't feel that we're going to see the, privatization of firefighting forces in any sane area of, and Oregon, if they did that, I'm surprised they haven't burned to the ground. But we'll find out more about it, and whoever.
And I appreciate any fact checking anybody does on that.
Yeah. By the way, our dear Sheila.
Because it's one of those things, you miss the newspaper one day, you would never know.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right, and everyone's.
Okay, they got her.
Sticks for decades.
Yeah.
Oh, we already did it?
No, say that again, honey. You glitched. That's why I said, oh, they got her. Yeah. You glitched there for a moment. So, but other than that, you're considering the fact you're out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. Generally, your audio's been good. Once we got you to talking to the microphone.
I'm glad, and I'm not shrieking or.
Yeah, no, you're fine. You're not.
It's not too loud.
Right. Yeah, but you said something about something that got glitched the last time you were speaking. Yeah, I can't remember.
Oh yeah,
what it was.
that last little bit.
Yeah, last little bit. I can't even recall what it was now.
Yeah. Yes. I know. Me neither.
So Sheila Gavin says this to Heather Holman. Heather, please respond to Sheila Gavin, okay? Heather,
okay.
Yeah, Sheila says this to you in the live stream. She says, the boiled herbs sound excellent, Holly. I got good results with dosing GSE. That's grapefruit seed extract, a natural antibiotic. Sounds good. So thank you, Sheila Gavin, for sharing that. And
grapefruit seeds.
Yeah, grapefruit seed extract. There we are.
Extract. Okay, I'm gonna check it out right now.
Yeah, thank you.
In a sweet bottle. It's a liquid.
Yeah. Oh, shout into your microphone, honey. We do need you to shriek.
It's a liquid.
Yeah, gotcha.
And it comes in a squeeze bottle.
So tell us, honey, about your own interest in herbs. Tell us about how you got so interested in herbs yourself, how you learned about them.
Some people are just born plant nerds.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds like you.
A born thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so it just, I'm no expert, but I know what I like.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm always learning. Because, boy, that's a never-ending school.
Mm-hmm.
You never graduate from that school, but there are some greats and in that scholarship, and it is true that there is actually, believe it or not, a lot of medicine all around us. And God, you've told the horror stories.
Yes. Go on. Yeah.
And treating disease and even the most basic health. I mean, a salad a day does make a difference. You know what I'm saying? So it's, I don't know.
I'm sorry. God, she glitched again.
It's no, I didn't. I kind of got a loss for words.
Oh, okay.
Marvelous people. There's another Michael Moore. There's the great filmmaker, but there's also.
Didn't he go to the other side? Didn't he start defending like big corporate something and turn into a Republican, something crazy like that, Michael Moore?
That Michael Moore or the filmmaker Michael Moore?
The filmmaker Michael Moore, the guy, the
oh hell no,
fat guy.
Not as far as I've seen.
Yeah,
but there's another Michael Moore.
Okay, so go on. All right.
And he's like the grandfather of knowing everything about what every plant can do.
Well, that Michael Moore wouldn't turn over to the Republicans, no. So go on. Yeah.
No, and I don't believe the filmmaker has.
He did.
Today.
He did. No, he did.
No, God.
He started.
Help me.
Yeah, he started saying there's something like, I can't remember what it was. So Michael Moore, we can look it up, but it was something outrageous, and it was something that Michael Moore.
What?
Yeah.
You sure that ain't Putin?
Went Republican. Yeah, went Republican. He started like Uh,
Hey, I liked Russell Brand. Shoot me. I did.
uh,
I always did.
yeah, and
Because he just did that.
yeah. Let me see now. Video deceptively edited to make it appear Michael Moore expressed support for Trump. But it was. But something's wrong with the guy, Michael Moore. Michael Moore.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, no, he definitely went Republican in some issues. Like he started denying global burning or something like that. Yeah, he went on their side. He flipped. He flipped.
Maybe he's afraid of electric cars.
Yeah, who knows?
I kind of am.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of reasons
I
to be
kind
afraid
of
of them.
am.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, a lot of reasons to be afraid of them. Yeah, and
That's how to be an environmentalist in America. Go buy a new car.
yeah, no, and so in terms of what else comes to your mind as something we should be paying attention to? And Ben Nemo brought up, and he's morbidly obese. Yes, yes, of course. Yes, Michael Moore is quite obviously morbidly obese. Yeah, and so yeah, poor ugly son of a bitch. Yeah, there's a lot wrong with Michael Moore, and I think
Oh, God. He
Yeah.
tried. And
Yeah.
I related to a lot of what he
in the old days, yeah, he was funny as hell. I loved him. I loved the guy. That
Yeah.
was yeah, in the old days. But so when at any rate, what else comes to
Well,
your
I'll
mind?
tell you this.
Yes.
It seems to me
Mhm,
like Republicans love each other,
mhm,
and more Democrat left side all hate each other.
mhm.
And I think we have to be really careful about that.
Interesting. Well, your point's well taken.
Yeah,
yeah.
real careful about that. I mean, so many people are trying and have tried
Mhm,
and have gotten boots wiped on them bad.
mhm,
So, God, it kills me.
mhm.
Uh,
Yeah.
it's almost like there's some bigger cosmic picture and it's
Mhm,
time just
mhm,
to happen no matter what anybody does.
mhm, mhm,
That's scary.
mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
But every activist, alive or dead, man, I'm going to start crying right now.
Mhm. Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I feel the weight of it.
Mhm.
Terrible weight of it. And the suffering.
The weight and the suffering of our social disintegration.
Yeah, and the people that tried so hard. Oh, Tokien has a wonderful line about this. I wrote it down somewhere.
Tolkien. Continue. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, I fought so hard on the battles, on the war we, you know, it's like it's
They
Disney
glitched
now.
her. Yeah, they glitched you. I fought so hard on the bells. We what?
I can't quote it exactly.
Okay.
We need to look it up. I'll find it in my notes.
Okay.
That it's just something to that effect. It's a beautiful, heart-piercing
Mhm.
realization.
Mhm. Okay.
And that just might have to be the way it is, because,
Mhm.
oh, God, it's hard to accept rate of change.
Mhm.
And, you know, it's crazy. One thing I read so long ago when I was dabbling, and Robert Anton Wilson, I know, I believe it. He had the horned brow for sure.
Yeah.
But
No.
he
Well,
said
he was
that
a he
thing
was a
about,
you know, of course he was an Aquino cultist and named himself Anton.
obvious.
Yeah, after Anton LaVey, who he took as his magical godfather and shit. So, but go on about him. Yes.
Obviously.
Yes.
But I still, you know, read a thing or two.
Mhm.
And the thing that stuck with me was his talking about the rate of change
Mhm.
for the human consciousness,
Mhm.
and that it was logarithmic,
Mhm.
you know, that it was going to shorten by a half
Mhm.
every time.
Mhm.
You start with like 5 million years, and then it's a half and a half and a half and a half.
Mhm.
The rate of change comes down to a
Okay. Yeah, they've
And-
glitched you.
That's what I feel is kind of happening. What all now on top of all this crazy, the AI,
Yeah.
which has been everything they said was a fucking lie. They said, "Oh, we're not going to beta test it on the consumer." Oh no, because we know how. That's
Stay with your mouth on the microphone, honey.
yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's exactly what's happening.
Okay.
And it's also crazy, and it's also competitive between companies and cutting every corner to get first on the market. Elon's quoted as saying, "Hey, I'm busy, but they're doing it, so I have to."
Oh my God, that idiot. Look, he's gonna say that about anything. Okay, he's out of his fucking mind, and
he has to. So he's up in there competing and shoving down my throat through my ancient cell phone, ancient laptop. But here it comes, and there ain't no opt out, let alone an opt in. I mean, any consumer choice has been completely stripped.
Yeah.
Aristides is out there, fact check me, completely stripped. It's gone. And I got this machine to help me think.
Well,
Fucking that hallucinates, baby.
Yes, it does.
The ketamine pipe and occasionally hallucinates.
Yeah, it does. It does. Yes. Brendan Zogan has given us some...
like lawyers and stuff fed the case in, and it was unwinnable. The machine spit it out and went to court, and it was entirely...
Oh, Brendan has rejoined us. Brendan, yes, tell us what the fuck happened. What the fuck happened, dear Brendan?
The usual occult assaults.
Okay.
And it's usually when I mention
yeah.
Vic, whatever his name is. Vinny.
Yes. Oh. Yeah. Oh, you try and
That's how unmemorable he is.
Yes.
But, but my phone died, and then I got it to charge back up, and then the sigil I had as my background on my phone was all blacked out.
Oh my God.
So it's clear what it is, what's going on.
Jesus Christ, that's for sure. That is a cult. Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Oh, yes, that's out of this world. And but thank you for persevering. And you need to get close to the mic too, and make certain that you're where we can hear you, because obviously your voice is a little tiny and tinny. So yeah, please, by all means, get closer. And we definitely need these wards. So thank you for the wards you're throwing up there too for all of us. We appreciate that. And oh my goodness. So but I do hope, Holly, that you never respect Robert Anton Wilson. He's just such an awful individual.
No.
Yeah. It's just,
I get that.
Yeah.
And I've listened to you closely on that.
Yes, thank you.
But, not that I needed a lot of convincing.
Yes.
Everybody's crazy. And he sure did have the horned brow.
Yes. You met him, did you not?
No,
okay.
That wasn't me.
Okay. All right.
But anyway, that sense of compression.
And
so Terence McKenna had all that time wave zero and novelty.
Yeah.
I mean, the novelty events are just coming faster and faster, and each one more mind-boggling in terms of disasters and wars, and homeless numbers, and migrants, and just wild. So that's he kind of defined it.
Yeah, Aristides, please.
No, I brought that up before. The Terence McKenna, the time wave zero, the novelty. I brought that up in the past.
Yes, and
in Terrence's opinion, would it compress to the point of like minute to minute? I mean, when it gets, you can only split. You can split everything in half, binary, forever. But it's like we've already well, and the Turing test has been passed and superseded now. I mean, yes, AI voice can convince people that it's human. But now all the promo is that this thing is going to teach you how to think better. That's one accurate, right?
Well, I believe in the novelty thing. I don't think we need Terrence McKenna, a guy that was totally like zooted out on like shrooms, to like tell us that.
I hear you.
Oh my God!
I hear you. The gorillas ate mushrooms, and here we are. Those fuckers can travel through space, man.
Yeah.
Those spores.
Yes. And so, Aristides, how did you encounter Terrence McKenna?
I don't know. I've heard of a lot of things. You know.
Oh God, yeah. It wasn't the main point.
Okay.
And I forget what the main point was.
Oh well, you were talking about.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah.
No, you tell me.
I don't remember. It's okay.
God damn it.
Yeah. When these sorts of things happen, honey, don't worry about it. It's not like everything. It's not a graded exercise.
It's a free roaming conversation.
Yes. And
we were talking about something though.
Yeah, but
novelty.
Okay, you were talking about AI. The AI is supposed to train us how to think. So respond to that, Aristides. Yeah. Respond to that concept.
Yeah, no, we're training AI how to think.
Oh hell no, not the consumer, baby. I mean, now to apply for a job or a lot of things, people go straight to the AI to teach them how to do it. That's where I say the flip comes in.
Okay. And
it tells us how to do it better.
Okay. In other words, maybe you think
not only that it could pass for human, but it's now the teacher. Is how I see it.
Well,
as we feed our teaching into it, that's the circle. It teaches us now.
I think that what you're referring to is that there's a greater increasing tolerance for AI to be used in teaching kids as part of the teaching process. Is this not the case?
No, I'm talking about everybody from writing a lawsuit to writing a grant.
Got it.
Trying to get a job to planning a lesson plan.
So what you're saying is that they're allowing AI to be used by anyone, and this is this is why Brooke Gibson was so impressed by it and said that she wanted to try, using AI herself to do some things, and so.
I'll bet. And so here's the catch, though. Follow this. It's free for now.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yes.
In fact, they're shoving it down my throat. I figured out how to get Copilot out of the way of my Skype alert list.
Yeah.
I mean,
tell us about this.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
Shoving it down.
Yeah.
Competing companies all at once. Okay. Hey, world has left me behind. That's clear. But nonetheless, Turing spinning in his grave. Or his urn, or whatever he got. That's all. Yeah. That's a fucking crazy. So the four great vectors: crazy America. Crazy right-wing hardcore revolution around the world.
Counter-revolution, but go on. Yes.
Yeah. Sort of.
Yeah.
I mean, it was never all that socialist.
Yes. Yes.
Crazy weather.
Okay, yes. Yeah.
And crazy AI.
Yes.
Calling the shots now. Very soon. And it ain't just the McDonald's workers anymore, it's the layoffs.
Yeah.
big tech coming layoffs. They don't need these. I mean, I've seen Google new towns.
Mm-hmm. Google.
Like, all they're going to need is a strip mall and an empty Costco.
Right. Yeah. So Google's by that you're talking about, say, Google new towns developing or Google's stripping towns?
No, like towns like, say, Boulder, Colorado, where they just bought like 25% of the commercial land and just started building, just crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like they were going to need a lot of personnel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And residents and all this stuff. I mean, as far as you could see, in an already not congested area, but that had been more, low level strip malls and shit.
Okay, right. And so with Google doing that, are they bringing in personnel? Are people simply moving in to get jobs? Yeah.
From all around the world.
Mm-hmm. But you see, that's a city that already
turning
exists.
out of the universities and all that.
Yeah.
But the point was, I don't think they're going to need any of that.
Because of AI.
Coders are. I read a stunning article about, and it was a year ago already, where this, top bro coder realized, as of last week, he was obsolete.
Yeah.
He'd get, the assignments he would spend 2 weeks.
But I don't understand. Brendan, help me out here. Aristides, help me out here. Do not coders and programmers keep themselves employed by making certain that they bug all the games and that everything's always full of bugs? So, and because nobody else knows how to do what they're fucking doing, this is how they maintain their employment, is just making certain everything is always full of bugs. So they always need it. So what I don't understand is, how then do they get? Did the AI make a sudden leap in evolution where it just said, "I'm going to write my own code"? What is that? Is that what you're saying? Is that the AI has effectively done this to the point where it's rendered the That's pretty hard to believe.
AI can write code. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Like, AI can write code
but
for you.
But this guy would take 2 weeks doing all artistically. AI could do in 3 seconds better.
Okay.
And that's what he said. And he said he thought he should teach kids how to code, but hell no.
Interesting. Well, no one should be teaching their kids how to do code. It's just meaningless. It's just stupid. That's just stupid.
Well, no, it was like the future forever and ever.
Well, a lot of people.
But this is the rate of novelty and change. These peaks so close.
And again, Brendan, your input here with this idea about these people have been outcoded by their creations.
No, the AI code doesn't work. That's the thing. They put in bad data for the coding sector of it, so they can maintain their hegemony.
They're getting everybody dependent on this tainted milk.
Well, let Brendan finish what he's saying first.
Yeah.
I understand your concern.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So Brendan, continue. Yeah. So they've really taken. Yeah. Go on.
So this video I just put in the chat there, he explains it. It's like, if you use it for coding, say, a video game, he said it takes 3 hours to debug what the AI has made, versus if you write your own code, then something goes wrong, it takes you 15 minutes to fix. So it's like a 2-step forward, 1-step back scenario. So he's saying, just do it yourself, because there's no point using AI, because it can write the whole script, but then you have to spend 3 hours debugging it. No point using it.
That's incredible.
You might as well just mess it up on your own, and then that way it takes less time to fix. So
there we are. Thank you. See, so there you go. No need to be too alarmed about this.
No, I don't think that's going to prevent anybody from using it.
Of course not. No, of course not.
Yeah,
still.
They're just going to use it anyway. Yeah. They're beta testing on the consumer. If it all blows up, well, failed that test. Like Elon blowing up another $1 billion rocket. Oops. That's what it seems to be to me.
Yeah. Yes. And
I don't know, and I want to be wrong.
Mhm.
Day and night. God help me be wrong.
It already happened earlier or last year.
Mhm.
It was the CrowdStrike, when the CrowdStrike company had a botched line of code, and it shut down all Windows devices and servers and shut down entire airports.
Yeah.
This was in the summer. And so that most likely was not human error. It was like something like this, where the programmers were just lazy and using some kind of code writing script. And then, or it was deliberately designed, which I would argue for, because the company was literally called CrowdStrike to strike against the crowd. But
interesting.
Either way, it didn't do what it was supposed to, or maybe it was. I don't know.
I vaguely remember that.
Okay. There. Thank you.
Yeah, it's wacky. So those 4 vectors coming together, it's all unpredictability now.
Yeah.
It's deep unpredictability.
Very much so. Well, certainly plenty of unpredictability in a sense, but I can easily predict what's going to happen. Chaos and the collapse of society as we know it. Yes, there we are.
And you've known it for a long time.
Yes, how long have I been saying this?
But you're also cursed with the ability to hear the screaming.
Yes. That's
I almost wonder if that's a anatomical brain thing, because I'm not sure that everyone can.
So tell us about this.
And I think it's something we're either born with or not. And if your brain is something that can hear it, what are you, maybe 30% of the population? I don't know. But if it's not, then it's just straight biological, and I can't hate a person that doesn't hear it because they got that handicap. But in this present world, it's a handicap if you can hear it.
Yes. So,
and the ones that can't are riding high in so many ways.
Yes.
So that's a thing. Yeah. If it is purely physical, I don't know. But sometimes I wonder if it is.
Yeah. So, honey, you're saying this poetically about hearing the screaming. You're not talking about my hearing actual screaming, which Musk and the other types of power mongers do not hear because they're oblivious to it. Correct? You're saying this in a poetic sense.
Yeah, in a deep psychic existential sense. You're aware of suffering.
Yes.
Deeply. For everyone, not just you.
Yeah, understood.
And I know that.
Yes. Thank you.
Everyone. And it drives you.
Yeah.
So hang in there for us.
Yes. Well, I do my best. Yes.
You sure do.
Yeah.
You sure do.
I was wondering why Heather Holman entered a photograph of Pippi Longstockings. So why don't you come on with us, Heather, and tell us a little bit about why Pippi Longstockings is on your mind.
Good, because
I don't know. I just, for some reason, it occurred to me.
I gotta go, dude.
Oh, you gotta go, honey?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, we love you. Stay safe
Till
and be
next
well.
time.
Thank you, Holly.
I love you all. Thank you so much.
Love you
for being
too.
here.
And you were wonderful.
All right.
You were wonderful.
All my very best.
Yes, I'll write you a little text tomorrow via cellular. You were wonderful. Okay, honey.
Oh, I love you all so much.
Yes, we love
All
you
right.
too.
We love you too.
Yeah.
Good night.
Yeah, love you dearly. Okay. That was Holly Kiefer, and Holly's just fine. So honey, tell us a little bit about Pippi Longstockings being on your mind. What brings this up?
Well, I just Pippi Longstocking. I have a thing for it, and I just wondered if she was so superhumanly strong, if she was a super soldier.
Interesting. Is she portrayed as superhumanly strong in the story?
Yeah, she could like lift up a horse with one hand.
Wow. Cool.
Yeah.
That was a lovely sound from dear Aristides. That was so cute. Yeah.
Also, her dad was a Buccaneer captain.
Okay. And I've never. Did you read these stories, or was this in the films?
I've always known. I loved Pippi Longstocking when I was little.
Okay. Okay.
It's from Sweden and from, I guess, 1945 to 1948.
Okay.
I don't know why I always had those books.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
That's just adorable. Let me look this up because I'm curious about it now that you brought it up. Pippi Longstocking was able to lift a horse, able to to lift horse. Okay.
Or yeah, she gets like Incredible Hulk when she's angry.
Uh-huh.
It comes out in extreme cases, and that's when she can pick up the horse or whatever.
Uh-huh. So she is able to lift a horse one-handed. Yes. Oh my God. And created by a Swedish author in 1945. She is a strong, independent, unconventional girl who lives alone with her horse and monkey, which she can lift the horse with one hand. Oh my fucking God!
You didn't know who Pippi Longstocking was?
No, I knew of her.
I was gonna say.
I never knew this about her. I mean, you maybe more modern, younger kids wouldn't know about her, but yeah, but I certainly did, but I had no idea about these little assets, these little aspects.
Yeah, I never watched the shows or anything like that. I guess there was like some Swedish shows that were put out. I've never saw those. I just had the books when I was little.
That's adorable. Are they illustrated?
Yeah.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Yeah, my mom used to make fun of me being Pippi Longstocking because my hair always stuck up like that, and so that was why I knew about her.
Well, that's wonderful. It's such an odd character. I can easily imagine her as having been the product of some kind of experiment. Yes, like a super soldier. Yeah, super soldierette. Yeah, that's funny as hell. Yeah, sure, why not? Why wouldn't she be? After all, the author created her in 1945 at the end of a world war.
Here it says that her mother died soon after she was born, and her father got lost at sea. So she lives by herself.
Wow. And so such being said, and that's wonderful that you got introduced to this as a child, and it's so wholesome in its own right. And so
I thought everybody knew who Pippi Longstocking was.
Well, I did most certainly, but I don't know if kids know who she is anymore. I mean,
no, probably not. Unless they have new cartoons, we don't know. Maybe there's some new cartoons about it.
Yeah, we'd have to look that up. Probably it's just too wholesome for a new cartoon. It's just too anachronistic or archaic. Of course, something like that can always be rebooted. Yeah, it's there you go. Thank you for bringing that subject up. And sure, let's roll with it. Why not? Why not have her as a super soldier? Yeah. And
she protects. It says she protects against bullies, so she's kind of like a hero.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah. She protects against bullies. Kids.
Yeah, people getting picked on. She'll like stick up for people getting bullied.
Yeah.
She's compassionate.
Yes, that's wonderful. I mean, these are wonderful traits to extol and promote in children, and children's books being like that. It's just such a wonderful, wholesome little thing that, thank you for bringing that up. It's very nostalgic.
And it looks like there are Pippi Longstocking modern cartoons.
Oh, cool. Oh, my God.
The New Adventures of Pippi Longstocking.
Yeah, wow. And wonder if that's his family estate, kind of leasing the intellectual property. Yeah. And,
probably.
Okay, yeah. And how's Vinny doing right now?
Oh, he's coughing. He's in there trying to sleep. I'm being kind of loud.
Oh, no worries. You just, you're doing okay. I'm sure he doesn't mind.
Thank you.
He wants you to be happy.
Yeah. He's just coughing too.
Yeah. Vinny, we're praying for you. We're praying for you, Vinny. Okay, Semper Fidelis, brother. Okay, I don't know if you heard that.
I'll tell him. No, I'll tell him.
Okay, that's good. And yeah, and oh, my back. Dear Brendan, you with us? I don't know if you have any other thoughts about different things to bring up before I.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh yeah, yeah. So in terms of oh gosh. Now, I love Holly dearly, but did you hear what she said when she was talking about, I was talking about my lack of sympathy for the homeless? Did you hear what she said?
No.
Oh,
well, kind of, but it's just, I didn't really think about it.
Right. She started saying, like, well, Douglas, she started talking about the price of street drugs. How expensive hard street drugs are these days. You heard my response to that? I was like, come on, you're not helping your case, Holly. I mean, like, she's like talking about.
Yeah, I don't understand what that was about. She was saying, like, if you don't take care of the lower class, like, they'll like get pissed off or something. It's like, who cares?
Yeah. I mean, do you think certainly they don't care? Certainly the elites don't care. But why should I care? Why is the responsibility on me for that? I don't mean me personally, but people in our position where
after you just explained how ridiculous they are.
Yeah,
like, you give them clothes and they're like, fuck this shit.
Yeah, take your clothes back, man. I can't stand the smell of that detergent. Yeah.
Right. I told you guys before about that.
Yeah, tell us.
I was like, this is the one time, I felt, maybe a little bit too generous. I was like, hey, he's like, anything, I'll take anything. And I gave him maybe 45 cents or something. And I was like, dude, this is all I got. And he's like, what the fuck is this? He's like, I was like, never again. I'm never doing this shit again.
Yes. Yes.
Like, how can you go from I'll take anything to being like, wait, that's all you got?
Yeah.
What a fucking asshole. Never do that again.
Yeah. Yes. Oh my God. And that was all you had. Yeah,
that was literally all I had.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then there was a couple of times when I also mentioned this, where when I was working at a grocery store where they made sandwiches, and the people would come in, they'd be like, you know what? Throw in an extra one for this homeless person. I'm going to do a good thing today. And then they'll come back 5 minutes later trying to return it because the guy was spitting in their face I need money.
Yeah. Take that fucking food away. I don't want no fucking
I don't
food.
want this shit.
Yeah, I want money.
Yeah.
And then they try to return it. You had to tell them, sorry, you can't return it, right?
Yeah. And a couple times the actual homeless person would try and return it.
Yes.
And I was like, yeah, right, dude.
Oh my God.
I don't know where, come on, man.
Yes.
They'd be like, can I get money for this? I'm like, no, dude. Fucking eat it. Yeah. So both ways they're fucked.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah, so I don't know where she's coming from. It's I think she's just got too big a heart. And but she's almost sympathizing. This is what I couldn't get, was her sympathizing with their hard street drug abuse. It's hey.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Yeah, really? Come on. Yeah, with the price of street drugs these days, Douglas. Really?
She's been hanging out with trampoos too long.
Yeah, that's it. But he's not even paying for his shit. He gets his.
Yeah, but he's probably in Haight-Ashbury panhandling still.
Yeah.
I remember the good old days, man.
Yeah.
And they all say the same thing. I saw a post the other day. They were like, this is where the McDonald's used to be. They're all in Amoeba Records. And I'm like, what is the problem? Let them demolish that shit. No one should be parking over there and dealing drugs. What's the problem? Jesus Christ. Everyone's crying because it used to have you could go there and get any drug you want. Now it's just a housing complex and Amoeba Records is closed. It's good. I used to think that, Haight-Ashbury is so cool. And then I went there, we went there in high school. I told you what happened. Then we got lost in the Tenderloin on another day. It was just you know what? This is not good.
Yes. Yes.
Nothing romantic about that shit.
Oh, no. It's off. Worse yet is the depression of going to the Golden Gate Park Panhandle, which borders Haight-Ashbury, and seeing the homeless children. There are literally homeless children. Yes, tell people about that. Like, you know.
Oh, are you talking about that time I saw the kids in the cage?
Tell people about that, please.
Yeah. I think that was actually more. That was like north of, or was it north? Like I think it was west of Japantown. But anyways, I was walking through, and we were like, I don't know what the hell we were doing. We were going somewhere, but we were walking through there, probably going to like a weed dispensary or something stupid, something really dumb. Mm-hmm. But we were walking through. We left Japantown and just went west, and there was like this weird park that was like, it was like literally caged on all sides, like fenced in, with like like it looked like it was locked, like there was no way in or out. Yeah. And there was a bunch of like 12-year-olds, like all making out. It was like different random couples. And we were like asking them like, what the fuck are you guys doing here? And they're like, fuck you. Fuck you guys. And we're like, what the hell? Like, what is this place? It was like something for like disturbed kids or something, but they were all, you know, fucking each other, doing weird stuff.
Oh my God.
Like, as if it was like a zoo. It was really weird. I don't know what the fuck it was. And then they were like violent. They were like, fuck you guys. Why are you staring? You know, it's like, what do you mean?
Who wouldn't stare? We're
on the side of the road. Like,
yes.
Like, what do you mean?
Yes.
Like, it was like a chain link fence. Like, it was like clearly visible. And then they were like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't make any sense.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
And I'm sure one of them asked us for a cigarette or something ridiculous.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
A cigarette?
I'm surprised they weren't asking for condoms. Oh, they wouldn't want to use those. That's right. They wouldn't need to use those because the girls aren't necessarily fertile yet, but they might be. Yeah, but they wouldn't give a shit. They wouldn't care.
They don't care.
Yeah.
They don't care. Like, you know it. You've seen these fuckers.
Oh my God, it's so true.
And then the fact that they got pissed at us, it was just like, what the fuck?
And they'll do that too. They'll like they'll physically assault you if
give me money. They're like that close to saying that. I mean, like,
yes, yeah.
If they knew any better, or if they were any bigger, they'd probably say that too. Give me money.
Yes.
Like, they were like feral, basically like feral children with like no supervision. It wasn't like a school trip or something. It was literally just like, it was weird. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck that place was.
Yeah. Oh,
probably a rehabilitation for like orphans.
I only wish that you could have filmed it so we could have shown people. Because something like that, you need, you know, videographic evidence of, just so people believe you. I believe you because I know.
Absurd.
Yeah.
It might have been a day program.
So tell us about these day programs, honey.
Day program for mentally disabled adults and children.
Right. You mean like the kind of guy who works with Brendan over at his job? And what was it you caught him reading? What was that shit you caught him reading?
I don't know. We'd have to go back. It was something crazy, like I don't know. It was weird. What did you get from that, Doug? Like, what the hell was that?
It was like, let me take a look at it. So you sent it to me.
Yeah, let's go back.
Yeah. I'll take a look at my messages here, and so I
guess. Says, here it is. It says
high risk, high risk. Children without a conscience. Children without a conscience. Yes. Yeah. They are children who cannot love. Children who will not be loved. Charmers, con artists, amoral entrepreneurs, thieves. Well, these are the people, pathological liars. And worst of all, psychopathic killers. Yeah. Products of
like,
even the best.
Is he like thinking his kid is like that? Or
yeah.
His kid's only 2 years old.
Maybe he's thinking.
Bizarre.
Well, you'll have to explain to people about this. Basically, this is a developmentally disabled guy. He's the one with a fat wife, right? The really fat wife. He's afraid to go home.
Oh, I don't know what this guy's wife looks like.
Okay.
The other guy has the. I mean, she looks like okay, but he was saying like maybe in the last few years, like if you see them on Facebook from high school, like she looks fine, but
okay.
He was saying that she's too big to sit on a Harley or something. I was like, ooh.
So
I don't know if they just like there's a reason why they're not posting updated photos or something.
yeah, okay, there
So
you
I'm
go.
just assuming that she's huge.
Yeah, okay, she's blimped out. She's blimped out.
Yeah.
And as for, but it sounds like this book is about the kids you saw in the cage. That's
Right,
yeah.
that's what it sounds like. But I didn't have a chance to ask him why he was reading that. I'll go ask him.
Yeah, actually, it doesn't sound like the kids you saw in the cage because, according to this book, they're charmers and they, they have some degree of being able to mislead and seduce you, which those kids just didn't have. It was just fuck
they
you.
were like,
They were like, what was her name? The woman with the notional strand of Jewish DNA who is
Christine.
Yeah, they're like Christine, young Christine. Yeah, and shit, just fucking.
She was like tripping out.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, that's yeah. I have to admit, I will never regret Victoria bringing her on because it is so fucking funny. It is so fucking funny to recall that.
That was wild.
Yeah.
What happened?
Oh, so
I thought Brooke was bad.
Yeah. So Victoria brought on this friend whose boyfriend just died. Not at the time though. Her boyfriend was still alive, and this fucker is like shooting up so much that he became addicted to the injections to the point where he's shooting water up his veins. But yeah, tell Heather what this girl was like when she started talking to us, just going off. Take it away, Brendan. While I check out the chat box.
Wait, one second. I gotta open this this gate, so it's gonna be loud for a bit.
Okay, no worries. So I'm gonna read from our chat room. Sheila Gavin says, "I remember Pippi Longstocking. Yeah, used nootrobiotic. She says. So there you go. And then then Morgan Grace Film says, basically, picture AI is being like a calculator. And it can complete a task in seconds that would take a human hours to complete. AI is like a basic calculator, but with logic." Then Sheila Gavin said, "Grapefruit." Then she said, "Sorry for the typos. Feel better soon, Heather and Vinny." Yes. Thank you, Sheila.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, so do respond to her, dear Heather. Then Morgan Grace Film says, "We saw this situation in the early 90s when computers touched down in the business world. Essentially, one computer could do what it took roughly 40 people to do. For example, the handling of files and folders containing customer information. Pull the information up in the computer instead of scrambling through tons of physical files. Because of this, millions of workers were laid off. AI and its abilities is the next step." Now, okay, thank you. So let me thank you. That was wonderful. Yes, thank you so much. Okay. Dear, I presume this is a lady, my dear Morgan Grace Films. There we are. And oops, let me do this. There we are. Morgan Grace Films. Oh, okay. And okay, and let me put something before that. And very incisive insights, very astute. Okay, let's see if I can find those correct. There we are. That's my thing there, right? There we go. All right. Oh, okay. And okay, there we are. So now, I think our man is back, Brendan Zogit. There we are.
Yeah.
So that's intriguing. That sounds like haunted house shit right there. That's haunted house shit right there. Yeah.
It is haunted.
Yeah.
It's like 30 degrees out here or some shit.
Oh, tell people how you live next to Arkham Asylum. Tell people about that. Arkham Asylum is real, people, and
oh, you're talking about when I walked home and I went past the hospital?
Well, no, tell them about you live near the fucking prison that you might wind up working
Folsom
at.
Prison. Yeah. Folsom Prison.
Yeah.
So I was speaking to the relation or it's married into my mom's side, and he worked there, and he said Folsom Prison has literally the worst criminals in there in the modern cell block, and he said it was like these people were so like, what would be the word, like it's basically like Arkham Asylum, like you're saying. Each person needed 3 to 5 full-grown men as escorts anytime they went anywhere, whether it was a hospital or to another room or something. Like these people were like straight killers, and they're all up in Folsom Prison. Like that's like where they keep them. And I was like, I thought that was San Quentin. And he said, no, San Quentin is just all the lifers. They just like are sitting there, you know, like they may be crazy, but they're just like, they're old and stuff. But like the real hardcore criminals are in this, you know, in this facility. So yeah, I live pretty close to it. But apparently the newer sector of it is impossible to escape from. It's like literally there's like a kill fence that literally they have to go pick full grown deer and birds and shit out of, because like anything that touches it instantly gets roasted.
Yeah.
So there's no way out of that facility, basically, once you're in.
Yeah. It's incredible, and then tell Heather about how Christine behaved when she was on the show, just how she went off all of a sudden.
Oh God, where do we start with that lady? Well, she was saying, "Oh, I'm a dominatrix," right?
Yeah.
You remember that shit?
Oh yeah, how could I forget? Because that's where she was saying she was getting all the money in the world. Said people were giving her houses. Yeah.
And then she kept telling us about how she's addicted to smack. She's all smacked out of her dome. And then I said, hey, why don't you try Ibogaine? There's like new treatments. You know, you could have a whole new lease on life. It's, you know, it's proven. There are facilities in Canada and Mexico. She said, I don't have money for that shit. And I said, well, you could start with maybe just buying a tincture. And I gave her like a source for it for like less than $100. She's like, I can't afford that right now. And basically she's saying, I don't want to get clean.
Yeah.
And then next time Victoria came on, the boyfriend died. You know? Like, imagine that. like too bad she didn't follow him. You know?
Well, you remember how Victoria...
Even these smackheads are no Romeo and Juliet. They'll kill each other. Okay.
Oh my God. Is that what?
Yeah, what were you saying?
I was just going to say that, first off, I am curious, now that you brought that up, is Sid and Nancy, were the infamous Sid and Nancy a couple of smackheads like that, or what?
Oh, I think they just did everything. You're talking about Sid Vicious?
Yes.
Yeah, they were on heroin for sure. But I think
did heroin.
In that day and age, it was probably everything, you know, like speed, everything. Amphetamines.
Yeah.
Whatever gets you going, and then whatever.
They did heroin.
Yes, of course so.
Yeah. And thank you for that, Heather. I appreciate that. So they were just like this couple, Christine and her boyfriend, but that's romanticizing Christine and her boyfriend to too far a degree. But nevertheless, the sad thing was Victoria had basically had been in love with this guy who was the heroin addict. But then what happened was he got a gander of Christine, and this is what Victoria told us. Victoria told us, Christine is this sex bomb like you wouldn't believe. Every guy I know who sees her falls madly in love with her. And apparently what had happened to Victoria was she had this boyfriend who was a heroin addict, and then the moment he saw Christine, he fell madly in love with her, and spent the 3 years he was living with Victoria, 2 of them he spent simping on Christine. And so Victoria just finally let them go on their own, and they got all smacked out. And then what happened was that when she came on our show, she was supposedly trying to detox. This is why Brendan was recommended.
He basically dropped her off.
Yes.
Basically said, Victoria, you deal with this crazy bitch. Because she's detoxing, and he just left her there. That was what I got.
For Victoria to deal with.
For Victoria to deal with while she was coming down.
Right. So then Victoria, to her credit, I mean, I thought this was funny as hell.
Because she's an honest lady and a Christian, she tried to help her,
Yes. And no, not only that, because she's a Nazi. Don't forget that, because she's a moral, upstanding Nazi. And then and here's this.
Oh yeah, that's where it gets fucked up.
Thank you. Here's this bitch, this cunt, claiming she's got a notional strand of Jewishness on the basis of a 23andMe test that had nothing to do with reality. It's just a 23andMe test that it's a joke.
On top of that, she said it was 1.1%.
No, less. It was point multiple zeros. and other numbers before.
Which, if that's true, and they actually put that in the letter, like the response letter, that is just trollery.
Thank you.
There's no other word for it.
Thank you. This is what got me about.
You can't. First of all, you can't trust the heroin heads. But secondly, if that was true, that is absurd.
From 23andMe, I would believe it. That they would say something like that. Not that I believe that what 23andMe says is true at all.
Just
I believe that they would fucking say that because they're so fucked up and they're just charlatanry. But that was the thing that got me about V, was that V said, she had taken a 23andMe test and found out she had some American Indian blood in her. And I said, they don't even have American. I didn't tell her this, but I was thinking they took out all the American Indian blood haplogroups because So how could they tell her that? That's just making shit up.
It's just troll. Yeah, it's just they're pulling it out of the hat. Like,
yeah.
And it's almost like
I had a client one time who I had a client one time who took one of those tests and he got one of the results was something else, is what it said. Like 14% something else.
Just something else. It says something else.
Yeah, something else.
Yeah, like not human. Like
whatever. Haplo.
Yeah. That's outrageous.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
But I don't get it with first off, Heather, do us all a favor for the sake of our listeners, so they don't assume you're a dominatrix or some kind of sex worker like Christine. Not that there's anything wrong with that to me, but just for the sake of our listeners who might have an issue with that, explain what you mean by your clients, please.
My client, I was a caregiver for an old man, and he was a veteran, and he had taken a genetics test, one of the ones that you buy, for $99 online, and he came back as 4 different things, and the last one was something else.
Yeah, delightful. I mean, you get what you pay for. Do you honestly think you can get a solid genetic test for less than $100? That's a joke. These are thousands and thousands.
It had to be. It didn't. I mean, it couldn't have been like an animal. Or anything.
How do you know? You didn't say it's not an animal. So if it didn't, I mean, Brendan and I were talking about we would happily just send in like cat hairs and shit to these motherfuckers and see what they would come back with, and they'd probably say it's a Egyptian pharaoh and shit. They're just saying anything. They have worse than that. They have a political agenda. Their agenda is to say that you're the exact opposite of what you are because they think they're fighting racism that way. That basically they'll tell any white you're a Zulu, and they'll tell any black that you're a Southern. Yeah, actually, that would.
Maybe it did mean he was something else, meaning something besides human, like he was a goat.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is it's almost like psychological profile or something. Because if they think that you'll react to it, they'll say the opposite, or vice versa, depending on your personality. Because one of my family members did it, and we know for a fact that we're part German and part Native American. Like that's just like I met the actual family members that we're related to. And then this lady that was in my family, she started crying and said, she was like, we're not German, we're not Native American, my life is a lie. And I'm like, what the fuck? You're gonna believe this stupid test? Like,
thank you.
When you met your own grandmother, it doesn't even make sense.
So did you
Maybe
tell?
She was adopted.
No, well, that
no, she wasn't.
Yeah, thank you. I was gonna find some way to. I was
no,
gonna
they
find.
know for sure.
Thank you. So why would she be so fragile as to be, I guess it's this
they're alcoholics or something.
There you go.
Which also proves the Native American.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
But I tried to tell her, like, look, they delete the entire. First of all, their Germanophobia is ridiculous because they're probably,
well,
those people.
Yes.
And then,
yes, we are.
And then on top of that, it's like. The Native American thing, they deleted the whole haplogroup, or they're just not allowed to report it because otherwise everyone would be flooding the federal government saying, I'm 8% Cherokee.
Yes. Yes. And
trying to get something.
Yeah. And I want money. Yeah. There we are. Yeah. Benefits, bennies. Yeah. So go on.
Yeah. And so the Native Americans don't allow that because it's just an insult to them because that just means that your family raped one of them back in the day.
Yes. Thank you.
Or
Thank
it was just probably like a land, like a trade. I know one of my relatives was traded as a child. And she ended up having like 13 children.
Honey, that's
But
not land trade. That's slavery. Go on.
Right.
Oh, they traded her for land, though.
Yeah, that's still human trafficking. Yes, that's
Yeah.
and it's outrageous and it's it's egregious. So but such being said, honey, so you have enslaved Native Americans.
Oh, it goes in every direction in my family, all over the place.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, that's not surprising. That's your typical American is like that all over the place with their genes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when it comes to Christine, so here's this white chick who found identity in a notional strand of DNA that, and then so she took that and ran with it to a pathological level because she has nothing going on in her life, and then began to basically tell all of us we're fuck you. But it wasn't just in the sense that. First off, she said, she started talking about the Princess of Manchuria. And and then she, and I said, oh, which one are you talking about? There's more than one, because, of course, emperors have concubines. And there were a few that became recognized as princesses. And I said, you might very well be talking about my mother. And so she started saying, well, if she was the one on the side of the Nazis, and I said, of course the Japanese were. So we're the Manchurians. Well, then fuck you, and it was more like. Then she started including entire ethnic groups in that. Japs were all Nazis. Fuck them. Chinks were all Nazis.
Yeah.
Fuck them. Yeah. Yeah.
And I was like trying to tell her, like, look, do you even know who you're talking to? Like, we just, not in a condescending way, but just in a just like first establish like the just normal diplomatics, just asking who the fuck you're talking to.
Yes.
Because she was like lecturing us as if we had no idea of history. She's like, you don't even know. You don't even know they were all Nazis. And I'm like, wait a second, we do know. Just hold on.
Yeah, and we're on their side. And that's when she starts saying, fuck you. That's when she starts saying, fuck you. But
she like started shouting us off, and Victoria, like, I don't know, she was like,
well, Victoria was let's just put it this way. I don't feel that Victoria should have.
Stony baloney.
I don't feel that Victoria should have intervened. I think Victoria did just fine. I mean, what are you going to do? Yeah. I mean, it's like, I think
Take
Victoria...
that bitch out of your house.
There we are.
Into the snow and be like, good luck.
Yeah. Let her cool off. Literally cool off. In the snow for a bit. Just say, cool off there for a while.
And because you were saying, a Nazi's letting you live at her house, and she's like, I hate them. I hate not, and it was just like, it was offensive.
And that's where it got very sketchy. It was then she was like telling Victoria, fuck you too. That was It's the person who's letting her stay there.
For free and like helping you rehabilitate. And you're like, I hate you. You're all Nazis.
And
all because she got brainwashed by some East German Austrian asshole.
Yes.
She told us that. Took her to India.
Yeah.
And then she had the nerve to say, I loved Pakistan. I'm like, why? Because they had goat curry. I flew all the way from South India where it was safe to Pakistan for goat curry, and we were just like, why?
Thank you.
You could have got like just normal veg curry in South India. Why would you put yourself in that danger? And she's like, they were forcing me to veil up and pulling my hair and stuff, and I was just like, what the fuck, man?
Yes.
She's crazy.
Just stark raving mad. And what was that? There were some other aspects to her as well. But aside from that, so her boyfriend died recently, and how Victoria described it as she wouldn't let go of the body for 4 hours. They had to tear her off after 4 hours of clinging to his body. And it's like, well, there you go. She was probably sucking whatever essence there was left out, probably sucking whatever blood there was left out. As a vampire myself, I shouldn't make jokes like that, but it's...
Well, she was a definite psychic leech, parasite, succubi, whatever you want to call it.
Yes. Yeah, and
she's like, I have clients that buy me entire houses. You know?
yeah. Oh God, yeah. What was the other trip aside from that? It was the
The worst one was she said, I don't have sex with any of them.
yeah.
I'm above that.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know?
That
And basically
that,
calling us all whores or something.
Yeah, yeah. And she was like, you know, she was shitting and pissing all over cam girls. Like,
yeah. When I was like, look, if you
need
can't
some extra
afford
money.
Yeah, if you can't afford your treatment, why don't you just do cam work?
Yeah.
You don't have to touch anyone.
Yeah.
You know, it's probably better than what you're doing now. And she's like, that's disgusting or something.
Yeah, like somehow
something
that
ridiculous.
was beneath her dignity. That was beneath her dignity.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah, it was as opposed to the other.
So being a dominatrix that's teasing everyone to blue balls.
Yeah.
How is that better than doing cam work? I don't get it.
Yeah, especially when you're face to face with them. And she claimed, now I remember it this way. Correct me if I miscommunicated. I swear to God, she claimed she had them eating her out. That they were bringing her to orgasm, but it's not sex. She wasn't counting that as sex. I swear that slipped out at one point. But then not only that, but her sexism in the sense that men to her were remembered only by their penis size. It's like 9-inch Dick Joe.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah. And there you go. Nemo says, Nemo says, I'd rather be a cam whore than a heroin addict. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I was getting at. I was trying to tell her that.
Yeah, but yeah. It was,
maybe you could have had a good life instead of whatever the fuck
you're doing now. Yeah, clinging on to dead bodies for hours at a time. Yes. Yeah, that's
absurd.
It's but not undeserved. Not undeserved. And
no.
Yeah. I don't even understand how Victoria has any sympathy for these people, you know. But then again, it's kind of like our friend Holly.
She's got that Christ-like, Christ heart or something. There's no other explanation.
No, it's true. It's true.
I would have kicked these people out so quick.
Oh yeah. It's like
like my family.
Yeah.
How could you do this to us? Like, what do you mean? What the fuck?
Thank you.
Like, so out of touch.
Yeah, thank you. Of course, for the sake of our listeners, I want you to understand our man Brendan did not throw any of his family out. He had to leave the family because they were exploiting him mercilessly. It was awful. Tell them. Yeah. I mean,
multiple times. Yeah, just taking care of my aging grandparents till my grandfather died, and then they stripped me of every piece of inheritance they could, and then we're trying to lock me into this deal where I was gonna pay for an entire house to take care of my grandmother for free and
slavery.
At my own expense.
Slavery.
Yeah, literal slavery. And then they tell the cop, he's a piece of shit. He does this to everybody. You know, it was so fucked.
Outrageous.
Yeah, so fucked.
Yeah.
When I had been taking care of my grandparents and helping them renovate a house, like, out of my own pocket and shit. Yeah. Just garbage people.
Yeah. Yeah, and by the way, to Nemo, Nemo has this to say about Victoria. He says, Vic doesn't have the best judgment in people, and that's true. But you know, all I can say is, look at me. I mean, think of not only what Christina did to Victoria, and think of not only what Brendan Zogit's relatives did to him. Think of what I invited into my life by finally surrendering to working with Peter Moon. And look at what he did. He comes on my show for years, droning his vile bullshit, and then never advertising the book. One book he does publish. The other book you can't even say was published because he only published half of it. Kept saying, remember, he kept promising we're going to redo that book, and of course none of that came about. Said he was going to publish the other book. None of that. Oh no,
he sabotaged the vampire anthology.
Of course,
mean, from the get.
Yeah. He's just. So he was the enemy from the beginning. So look at me. But then again, what choice did I have but to work with the enemy? And it's easy to say you've got to do all of this yourself, but I'm going to have to do it now. But it's like
all these people come in with their fucking honey tongue and shit. Yeah. Snake tongue, where they're like, what is it? Worm tongue.
Yes.
Tolkien, where they're like, it'll be good for you. We'll help you out. And then like next thing you know, it's just total exploitation. I mean, both whether it's me or you or whatever.
Yeah.
It's just you know.
And
then people like Chris Dean like help me out. You know.
Yeah. And then beyond that, what Peter Moon had the audacity to say about Paula, someday she'll realize I was the best thing that ever happened to her. Really?
Oh yeah, I guarantee you my uncle's saying the same thing.
Yeah.
You didn't know how good he had it.
Yeah.
You didn't know how good he had it.
That's how crazy.
They're all the same profile. Like, what did you say? Like the psychological pathology. They're the same pathology.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, it's some kind. It's beyond narcissism.
Textbook.
That's beyond narcissism. Yeah.
It's sick. It's a sickness for sure.
Yeah, it's and these people, yeah, they're just out. And the thing about Paula, why it's so bizarre that Peter Moon would say that, because in case there's any of you out there that are saying, hey, well, she got citizenship through him, she's like exploiting him. Bullshit. She was working.
Nothing was worth that.
Yeah, no, beyond that, she was doing all the work, paying off all the mortgage. She paid off his mortgage in the years that they were married. And then he said,
disgusting.
Yeah, and then he said, I'm never going to turn over the house to you. It goes to my daughter along with my life insurance. I will never sign my life insurance over to you.
And the business, and the book business.
And the book, well, who cares? That's the book business. You can toss that. You can, you can shit can that.
That was like inconsequential.
Yeah. You can shit can that. There's nothing there. Nobody wants that.
Right.
Yeah. But when it comes to his shit, otherwise, when it comes to like, the house and the life insurance, he said, I'm giving that to my daughter. I'm never giving it to you. And then he wonders why she leaves him. Then he wonders why she leaves him and says, I'm the best thing that ever happened to her. Really?
What kind of husband does that shit? That's just foul. That's totally foul.
Yes.
And the daughter's not like, it's not like she's like, impoverished. It's like,
no shit.
She had a decent job from what I could tell.
And a house. Yeah, she's living in a house, and
she had her own place. So it's like, just crazy.
Like, well, remember his bribe to his daughter was so that his daughter would never tell anyone that he fucked her all the while she was growing up as a child. Till
that's the only explanation. I mean,
yes,
really, honestly,
and so
I presume.
Oh God, well, we know for a fact from some of the shit that he said. But aside from that, Nemo says Paula should have killed him. Don't think she didn't think about it. It just wasn't worthy. I told her, honey, it's not worth what could happen to you if you're caught for that. He's not worth it.
No.
Yeah.
No, she did the right thing. Get the citizenship and run away to fucking with a strong young man. She did the right thing.
Yeah. No. Oh, that was the other bizarre shit. Do you remember how Peter Moon always said her brother's a Tibetan monk? Remember that bullshit? Yeah. What the fuck?
Yeah, they were meditating all right. Each other's laps.
Yeah. I mean,
That's what we used to say in high school when I was like, when I was with a girlfriend. Yeah, we're meditating.
Yeah, there you go.
Studying Buddhism.
Yeah. So
that's when the father was like, you better pull your head out of your ass. He was like some military guy.
Yeah, there you go. I'm surprised her father tolerated you as much as he did.
Well, she was so insane that I was like,
okay,
I was like Jesus coming in there and shit.
Okay, got it.
They thought I was a saint.
Okay.
They loved me.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
Because she was just doing all kinds of crazy shit. So I was like.
And was the father who gave you a copy of Behold the Pale Horse?
Yeah.
Okay.
This guy.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. And which is ultimately how you found out about myself in a very real sense. Yeah.
Definitely. Well, he's the first person I ever heard about Aquino from.
Interesting. What did he know about Aquino?
What was in Behold the Pale Horse? He said the entire, the whole Presidio story and all that jazz.
Yeah.
That was all in that book.
Yes. Thank you.
Or at least the original copy. The modern copies are all stripped of all the documents and shit.
Thank you. It's so true. It's so true. The modern copies are redacted to hell. Yes. No, you got to get the original copies. So
yeah, and it's like thousands of dollars to even find one.
Yeah. Oh, that's so horrible. We live in such a horrible world. It's truly everything gets scrubbed. I mean.
Yeah, but this guy, he still works for the VA, and you know.
Interesting.
He's not like, I think he had like a stroke or something because he was like a heavy smoker.
Right.
And like he had salt. He was actually pretty much, I want to say, he was from the Midwest and he was like heavily Native American, like at least half or something. He had like the full on nose, you know, and like the full on like look.
Right.
But he had like definitely Western, you know, whatever, European as well. But he was like pretty Native American, grew up with a crazy family. Like the backstory was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
You know, sounding.
Yeah.
Like tragedy, and then he joined the army and then married his wife and stuff.
Yeah.
And they just traveled around the world. Like they went to Okinawa and stuff. And then he got injured somehow and then got mustered out and then worked for the VA.
Right. Right. Common history. And and I appreciate what you're saying. I know what you mean. Believe me, I have more sympathy with the American Indians than any other ethnic group. And but when Brendan Zoget said he grew up with a crazy family, that is so typically Native American Indian. Yeah, it's just
like they were all alcoholics, and like the grandfather like died or something. You know, it was like almost like your story. It was that bad.
Yeah.
Like I can't remember the details, but it was like horrifying.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure.
It's just so, just another kind of family tragedy with the intergenerational trauma. That's intergenerational trauma.
Yeah, exactly. And then somehow it like skipped a generation. Well, I guess, I don't know if it skipped, but like him and his wife were like, you know, functional. And then the daughter was like totally crazy. The son was in the Air Force. He was chill.
Okay.
We went camping with him and he brought a bunch of like MREs and stuff.
Okay.
And he's like, I brought boxes of it. And it was like by the end of it, we were like sick of them and shit.
Yeah, no doubt. That's funny. That's no wonder the people imagine being in the field eating nothing but that. Yeah, I guess it beats nothing.
Yeah, and then the dad was teaching us like, look, he's like, do you know what this piece of toilet paper's for? I was like, I don't know, it's a napkin. And he's like, no, this is how you shit in the field. And he like, you have to like poke your like finger into it and use it to wipe your ass. And you get like one ply. Like a single square of one ply.
Oh,
and I'm like, holy fuck. This is terrible.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. No, that's just awful. Just religion. Just I can't.
And then they had some story that I was like, why aren't you guys eating these ones? He's like, oh, don't touch the tacos or whatever it was. He was like, don't touch those, man. Like you just get instant like stomach aches and fucking. He's like, the one piece of toilet paper isn't enough for those. You know?
Okay. That's MREs come with their own one piece of toilet paper, is what you're telling me. I can't remember.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. And I was asking him. I said, what is this for? And he said, that's to wipe afterward.
Oh my God.
And I was like, why is it only one piece? And then he showed me there's like some technique that you just have to make it work somehow. I'm like, this is fucking crazy.
Yeah, your finger goes in and I don't even remember.
You basically use your finger to, this is graphic, but this is how it is. You use your finger to wipe and then the toilet paper is to wipe your finger.
That's it. Thank you.
I was just like, holy fuck, that's horrible.
Yes.
Like, why not just have a bidet? And then I guess it makes sense. Like, if you're in a desert, you ain't got water. So it's like, that's what they were. Basically, they were training them that, like, if you were deployed in a desert, then you ain't got to get water for that. It's just.
Yeah.
That's simple.
Oh, God. Still. Yeah. It's like, thank you. It's what a horrible world we live in, and
But it was a good experience for me. But the thing I didn't realize, like, there was a lot of red flags, like, and they were always nice to me. Like, they took me on vacations, and you know, I had a good experience until, you know, the issue with the daughter. And I was like, I never recovered from that, obviously.
Right.
Like romantically and whatever you want to call it. But
so sorry. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it was terrible. But he always said she was the spawn of Satan, which I never understood. But now I get it. It's probably some fucking some fucked up shit at the daycares or something. I don't even know.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck they did to her. It was bad.
Yeah, there you go. So is it conceivable she, or due to their ties with the military, is it conceivable that she was a one of the victims of the?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think I didn't think she knew consciously or something.
Right. Of course not.
Like, but she would we would get it would just be so it was like some kind of past life shit where we had known each other and all that, like
true
soulmates,
first love
kind of shit.
Yeah, twin flames.
True soulmate shit.
Yeah,
twin flame.
Oh.
And then as the evolution progressed, we were having full on experiences of full chakra awakenings and different things. But then she would get calls in the middle of the night, just dead line or someone breathing on the line, some classic gang stalking military shit.
Yeah, that's the.
And I didn't understand it, but that's what probably fucked me up from the beginning. They had been watching us for years or something.
There you go.
Or the father was in on it. I don't know. No idea.
Yeah.
But he kept saying she's the spawn of Satan.
Mm-hmm.
That was the joke, and I thought it was a joke. I didn't realize what the fuck they were talking about. But he was the first person I ever learned about Aquino from.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It makes me wonder, in hindsight.
Yeah. Now.
And it was odd. It was like this. They lived next door to my dad's house.
Okay.
So after I met her, it was she lived next door. So it was
the
weird.
Girl next door. She's the girl next door.
Yeah, literally. That was a sign to me or something. It was bizarre.
Yeah.
And I'm still not recovered from it fully.
But oh my God! But then it makes so much sense, and it
right.
Yeah, and of course they started monitoring you when you were young, and they were trying to switch you as babies. But after that, the monitoring became more intensive, and probably But it was so she had gang stalking. So in her case, when she's getting that in the middle of the night, how did you try and handle that? In other words, did you feel this was something you could help with, or did she, when she received these calls, how did she respond? Was she triggered in some way where she
big time.
Okay.
Big time.
Okay.
For example, we literally, my friend and I, we were, or a few friends, actually one of the other friends went to the Navy, that guy. Mm-hmm. He's the guy that introduced me to her, actually. Mm-hmm. And then he was some high school stuff. He was going to date her or something, but then she started talking to me and he was like, oh yeah, you guys are good. He wasn't into it or something. Mm-hmm. So it ended up like that, but we basically healed her out of severe, depression, addiction, terrible things. Mm-hmm. And then I ended up falling in love, or whatever you want to call that, twin flame. Mm-hmm. And, what was the question? What were we getting at? It brings up a lot.
The gang stalking with the phone calls, because it's so parallel to Stuart Sverdlow. Remember, he would get the chicken call?
So that happened towards the end. Yeah, so that happened towards the end when, a lot of weird stuff was happening. Mm-hmm. Different things. Mm-hmm. 1 second. I'm getting a call.
Take your time.
But yeah, so a lot of weird stuff was happening. It wasn't like the Sverdlow thing where it was regular.
Okay.
It was random in this very and then she would have dark astral entities and shit and drawing squids. Some of the artwork was, she was a very advanced artist. I don't know how to explain it. Very artsy.
Okay. So she had artistic talent, and she was drawing cephalopodic entities like Cthulhuid entities. Let's see if he's still with us or whether he got called away. He might be on mute. Yes, he's on mute. So, I do want to get back to that art, and hopefully he'll rejoin us in a moment.
But yeah, what were you saying, Doug?
So she was illustrating. She was illustrating cephalopodic, Cthulhuid. Yeah, so she was illustrating cephalopodic or Cthulhuid entities.
Amongst other things.
Understood.
Amongst other, we were drawing a lot. There was a lot of drawing and artistry.
Okay.
We had a wall, an entire wall of the bedroom filled with drawings.
Okay.
And she was quite good. She was an artist of sorts.
Right.
Yeah. But then some of them were these weird, Cthulhuid entities with weird gauges and funky noses and stuff. It was pretty trippy.
Wow.
And we all just assumed it was the drugs. We were like, oh man, those are some bad drugs. You
Right.
know, but now that in hindsight, it's something maybe deeper than that.
Yes, she might have been, in a sense, plagued by these chaos entities. That you know, the kind that Vinnie Barbrick worships. By the way, you know, our lovely Brooke Gibson was saying to me, without condemning me, but it was kind of like in a sense of wonderment or bewilderment. She was bewildered. That would be the way to put it. She was bewildered, and she was in this bewildered sense. She was like, yeah, how could you give him the name of Ubo Safwa? And I was like, you know,
he wouldn't shut up about it. He was asking you for years.
Right, it was years, and I
like you brought up the concept, but you never wanted to give him the name, and he said, "Doug, bring me the name." You know?
Yeah.
Am I remembering that?
Yeah, because I wanted to get the book done, and he was insisting the book couldn't get done without this name. And then when I finally gave him the name of Ubo Safwa, then you know, but then Brooke was saying I could understand why she would say this. Didn't you understand what he would do with that? That he was going to unleash chaos with it? That he was going to... And I was like, you know, in hindsight, all I can say is, like, it's like this. You can come up against a nuclear enrichment facility and say, hey, don't go near those to a bunch of your companions. Like, hey, there's a bunch of nuclear fuel rods. Then Peter Moon runs up to one of them.
Swim in the Chernobyl River.
Right. But then Peter Moon runs up, grabs one of the fuel rods, and shoves it up his ass. And it's like, I never would have dreamed he would have done that. You know, it's like, that's what happened with Ubo Safwa. It's
exactly.
He grabbed that nuclear fuel.
Like, I don't think from speaking from my side too, like I never really, like, I knew he was into the occult, but I never thought of him actually casting spells. I didn't think he had it in him.
It's just...
And then it all made sense when it was revealed. I was like, oh, okay, well that makes a lot of fucking sense.
Yes.
You know? Why he's obsessed with Crowley and all this shit. You know,
yes, Jack Parsons. Crowley.
So the one thing the Scientology did do well is that he could conceal things. That's like part of the trickery of Scientology. They can, you know, keep things somewhat concealed.
It's true.
Psychologically.
It's true. Even though it failed with him in anything else, you know, if this guy were really clear, well, first off, he wouldn't have done any of the stupid things he's done in life. But at any rate, Nemo makes a point. Nemo says, despite H.P. Lovecraft's intention to warn the public of the Edamic entities, his writings have done more harm than good by influencing people the wrong way to the point that people idolize Cthulhu. This is all quite true. Yes. Yeah. It's
and then they fall for the Necronomicon scam and all that.
Later. Yeah. Absolutely. It's like the primed. And
well, we grew up, I mean, in the early 2000s, late 90s. We grew up with this shit where, like, there's like literal Cartoon Network TV shows where it shows like Cthulhu and it makes the Grim Reaper look all good, like on the good side and shit. And you're like, you're supposed to be hyped on that.
Yes.
Like Cthulhu was all cute. They made like stuffed animals and shit.
Oh yeah.
So we were primed for it, like you said.
Yes. By the way, Heather says my phone needs to charge. I'm away from keyboard but listening in. Okay, thank you, Heather, for letting us know. And
I'll have to take a small break too to close up the night.
Okay.
And then I'll return.
Okay, great. So, just let us know. Are you taking that break right now, or in a few minutes? Just let us know when you have to take it. You know.
Just like maybe 1.5 minutes. I just gotta dump this trash, and I will have to go in.
I want you to help us with this. I don't know if you know about this, and Nemo, please feel free to come on, Nemo. But I do want people to know. I may not get to this tonight, but I do want people to know that that Elon Musk's starships, as they call them, they're not starships. These are just fucking rockets. That according to the Russians, which for once I'm on the side of the Russians with this, they're saying that they're tearing these blood red holes in the atmosphere in catastrophic events that are damaging our atmosphere, and there is footage that apparently proves this that is not altered. This is not CGI. It's not. Yeah, apparently these his SpaceX rockets are tearing blood red holes in the skies over Texas again and again. You know, so he's doing incredible damage with what he's doing to our ionospheric belt. He's tearing ionospheric holes in the sky that are releasing in ultraviolet, and he's just awful. Everything he's doing. So any thoughts you have on this, please? Yeah. Before you take your break there.
Oh, I'll get back to it, but it's just, he's trying to escape the matrix, quote unquote, by trying to cut holes into the ionosphere, and it's like, that's not how that works, you know? And nature will come down on his head later. As it already is. Like, he's so crazy that he needs drugs to function.
It's true.
So, like, you know, the screws are being put on his dome.
Yes, thank you.
It'll only take time. The more damage you do to nature, the more reciprocal damage you get back, so.
Thank you.
We can look forward to that at least.
Thank you. And
none of us have to lift a finger.
Thank you. And hopefully that's what happens to Peter for his part in Hurricane Helene with all that. And such being said, Nemo says, toy stores sell Cthulhu dolls for children. It's sickening. Yes, it's quite true. Quite true. Yes. Brendan's probably taking his break now to lock down the school. By all means, dear Nemo, Heather's not with us at the moment. She's away from the keyboard. If you want to come on, please do so. In fact, I invite you to do so. Let us know how you're feeling, how things are going with you. Come on, Nemo. It's life's not that you can handle it. You can handle it, Nemo. So come on, our man Aristides is asleep. I don't want to bug him. Our girl Heather's away from the keyboard. Our man Brendan's locking down the school. So if you want to come on and help provide me some backup here for a little bit, please do so. And all right, okay. At any rate, to our listeners, I do want people to know I'll be diving into monologue soon enough. It's the problem is that there's just so much to talk about. I'm trying to make a note in my head before I go into the Free Association Fugé that I go into. FAF, Free Association Fugé, FAF. That I'm just going over a lot of things that have gone on recently with Inauguration Day. And I'm going to try to, of course, provide some analysis of that before I go into, I'll have to do it as part of my full-bore monologue. Okay, let's check around here. And Nemo, if you do jump on, just let me know you're here. Say, I'm here. I'm here, Doug. I'm here. That would help. Okay, let's take a look at live stream. See what Sheila Gavin, of course, have been having a nice conversation with our dear Heather Holman. And again, I want to thank Morgan Grace for her participation with what she explained about AI. And but if we adapted economically to the millions of layoffs that computers led to, then theoretically we should adapt to the millions of layoffs that AI leads to. I would think one of the things that AI should be put to work on is finding some way to create an economy that supports all the people it's going to lay off. How's that for a problem for AI to tackle? If it can't tackle that, then either it's not really a functioning logical engine, or it's not on our side.
Yeah, man.
Thank you so very much. And by all means, whatever you're comfortable sharing, how have you been? How are things going on in your world, your environment?
It's fucking hot as hell. I fucking hate summer. Winter can't come soon enough.
Oh my God, so sorry. So it's how is your life otherwise? So aside from the weather, how are you doing?
Better than homeless people.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, fucking regarding H.P. Lovecraft's writings and shit.
Yes.
Yeah, that definitely. He should not have had any of those writings published because it did way worse than good, despite his intentions of trying to warn people. Because there's not only just regular people, but all these big famous metal musicians. They get into the H.P. Lovecraft's work and idolize Cthulhu and all the other entities that he's written about.
Yeah.
Like Metallica, they've written a song from their second album on Ride the Lightning called Call of Cthulhu, or Cthulhu. I think they spelt it with a K.
Yeah.
And a T without an H.
Yes, got it.
And not long ago, the singer James Hetfield of Metallica, he had new guitars designed, his ESP Explorer, and it has Cthulhu on it. Like he's just full on embracing it and, getting all his fans to get into it. Oh, look how cool this is. Yeah, you should definitely get into this.
Yeah.
Fucking retards. You're better off just having Satan on your guitar.
It's true.
I'd rather that than Cthulhu.
Yeah, it's true. And just to show people how deep this individual has gone, obviously people understand I'm deaf in my right ear, I'm atonal, so it's not easy for me to get into music. I'm just not that much of a musicologist, and I usually need people to relate musical facts to me. But for those of you who don't know, the term that is been referred to by that heavy metal rock album, I'm sorry, which band is this again? Metallica, thank you. Which is actually a very famous, even I know of Metallica. So they're
the most famous metal band in the world.
Yeah, and so they've been around by now what seems like forever. So they must have been around at least 30 years, right? 20, 30 years?
Yeah, they released that first album in 1983. Album called Kill 'Em All.
Thank you. So Metallica's been around forever, but they're obviously very steeped in the occult. I do want people to know that Kutulu, so Cthulhu, Kutulu is the ancient Sumerian conveyance of the title Lord of the Abyss. Kutu, Kutu means abyss. Lu means Lord. Lu means Lord or entity of eminence. So Cthulhu means abyss lord. There we have it. That's so it's Arabicized, and the Arabs came after the Sumerians. It's Arabicized as Al-Kadhulu, or the Forsaker. That is referenced in the Quran by the Prophet Muhammad. Satan is the Al-Cthulhu. Satan is the Forsaker. It's
the Arabic word is Allah.
Thank you.
Allah, the being that abandoned you.
Bless you. Thank you so much. Very deeply appreciate it. And so obviously Metallica is at this point full-on Edomite. They've become, if they weren't from the beginning, through their occult pursuits, have become Edomite. So this is, it gives some validity to parents who were worried about heavy metal bands being a satanic influence. That would be the way a layman would understand it. This, of course, goes beyond satanic into something far worse.
They start off satanic, then they get deeper into
Thank you. Got it. That's very good. Very astute. Please complete your thought with that, your thought process. Thank you.
Like these bands, Anthrax, Metallica, Megadeth, Exodus, and all that, they all start off from the early 80s, releasing their first albums, and now into this satanic occult. And they all idolized fucking that singer from Merciful Fate, King Diamond, and he was a devoted, open Satanist. And he even said in an interview himself in the mid '80s that he personally knew these band members and they were friends with him. And he said, they shown interest in studying the book. He just says the book, which obviously refers to the Satanic Bible and any grimoires related to it. But he said, but they never seemed to fully, let's say, have a commitment to it, because they went past that and went to the darker side. I'm not sure if King Diamond's Adamite, but maybe he is at this point. But yeah, he was a full-on Satanist, and he informed. Pardon?
Say that again, Brendan.
He's just old school Satanist.
Okay.
Old school Satanist, yeah.
Got it. Or at least he was. We don't know if some of these people have gotten worse. Yeah, but go on, Brendan. Now you sound much better. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Greetings, Nemo.
Yeah.
But it's
How's it
like
going?
it's going well, thank you. The like, what's that guy's name? You just brought him up. The Metallica guy, James Hetfield.
James Hetfield.
Yeah, he like, it's like the same classic story. Like, he was like some kind of, his parents were all fucked up. He was like basically an orphan.
Christian Scientist. Yeah, he was raised in a religious cult.
Exactly, and then all of a sudden he's part of the most famous band on earth, even though they like barely, they weren't very famous at first, and then you make a deal with some entities and then they become so famous that they're like multi-billionaires, and to the point where they were the first band that was allowed to play after the Iron Curtain came down in Russia, and they had literally the biggest concert in history was a Metallica concert in Russia, St. Petersburg or something.
Oh my fucking god!
Well, that was like a festival, like it was Metallica, Black Crowes, AC/DC, and Pantera.
Yeah.
1 million people attended that. Now, like over 200 rapes, and the military was in Russian military was there. They had helicopters flying everywhere.
And people were still getting raped, and girls are still getting gang raped. Yeah, that's that is so fucking Russian. That is so fucking Russian. Yeah, probably the military.
That was to spread chaos forces over in Russia.
That's quite true.
Yeah. So instead of letting some psychedelic rock in, they let the heavy metal, like the demented ones, not the good heavy metal.
Yeah, but the actual
they bring
demented,
in they bring in the actual Adamic ones
Yes.
first.
Yeah.
So that just shows where they're at, in my opinion.
No. Remember when I was sent behind the Iron Curtain to rendezvous with Dugan on behalf of Michael Aquino, and rallied, as I did, it was the term that Dugan himself used, we're rallying, that was laying the foundations for exactly what you're describing, which I was vaguely aware of, but never really pursued in terms of finding out more about it. But honestly, when you think about what could have been sent to Russia, obviously the Russians are like, they were aware. Yeah. I'm sorry. So go on with whatever you were going to say.
Oh, I was just saying, they didn't send classical musicians
thank you.
or an 80s Japanese band.
I mean, honestly, I would have preferred that they had sent Christian rockers over to Russia than that. You know, the fact that they sent that, the fact that it was that. And it was, and then to hear what you describe about, hundreds of rapes happening in that concert, it adds to the sacrificial nature of the concert and just what it was really all about.
You could see the layout of the venue.
Yeah,
it was like a pillar where the band was playing.
Yeah,
and then million people around it.
Yeah.
And they had to bring them in via helicopter and stuff like that. So if you see it, it looks scary.
Yeah,
it looks like something.
That makes sense. No, that makes so much fucking sense.
Abysmal in the actual sense.
And this is why Russia went in the direction that it did. It's that makes perfect fucking sense. I am appalled now. Obviously I was a part of making this happen. Just like in a very real sense, I was a part of making Hurricane Helene happen by rendering the name to Peter Moon, who, not my wildest dreams, knowing even what I did about the spells he was casting, you never really think of him going nuclear. You get what I'm saying? It's like the guy's doing chicken shit, little, spells with fucking, I'm binding people.
Amateur stuff.
Yeah. Well, it's all vindictive personal shit. It's like, you know, he's doing like
yeah, making like puppet dolls and using leaves and shit.
Yeah, and you think of them in, you know, you don't think he's gonna like you know, there's a difference between a guy in a backyard who's making improvised explosives. Well, maybe by the time somebody's making improvised explosive devices, you gotta wonder. But if the guy's like just popping off round after round, he's an avid gun collector, you don't expect him to suddenly go nuclear. Like, oh shit, the guy got a dirty nuke he's built. You know, you get what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, that's what it was with the Peter deal. Maybe I'm just trying to rationalize it so I feel better about what happened. But honestly, you know, we all were like at that point. How would I say it? We were all driven to the point of a hypnotic wariness with Peter. We just wanted him to get the book done. So we were all like hypnotized into this sense of like, what would you call it? This kind of exhaustion with him where, you know,
fatigue, just like.
Thank you. It's fatigue. That's it. It was.
There's a word for it, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like,
well, we'll call it.
Fatigue's in it. Yeah.
Yeah. Vinny fatigue. Yeah. Vinny fatigue from our Peter fatigue. Yeah, but yeah, it drove me to what I did with that. But then again, you think about
like when the ladies get beaten and they're like, I just can't leave him. You know, it's like that.
Well,
we didn't have a reason for it. It was just like, you know, we've already dealt with so much. It's like,
yeah, I mean, there's an element of that. It's kind of like fuck.
Not to make that seem like not as bad.
Yeah. It's
similar concept.
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah, it was like that kind of, you know, just like being a battered wife with that son of a bitch. Jesus, he's disgusting. And
hoping he dies for the insurance money, like, you know.
Yeah, and what was it? Brooke couldn't believe. So Brooke thought I was making it up when she said, "Well, what do you do to Paula?" And I'm like, "Honey, on her birthday, he took her for colonics." On her birthday, and then you know, while she had the what did Brooke call it? It's that sheet they have over a pregnant woman while the woman's delivering, the maternity sheet. You know, the maternity sheet they have over the woman when she's delivering the baby. They had that over Paula, so she wouldn't have to look at her own shit coming out. But then Peter strides into the room, you know, just comes into the room, throws the sheet off, so he can stare at the shit coming out of her ass. Through the glass tube, the transparent tube, and holds her hand, grasping it.
Porthole.
Yeah. Anyhow, he's grasping her hand with a murderous grip, and her hand is spasmodically clutching and unclutching while the shit's pumping out of her body, and his hand's just holding on to it tightly like she's giving birth, as if they're having a child together. And he ejaculates, wets his pants. She could see his pants darken with a stain while he's watching the shit come out of her ass. On her birthday. That was her birthday. I
remember him relating that. Not that part, but he said, we had such a good time, then I took her to her favorite restaurant. And I was like sick to my stomach when I
He did admit that he took her to the colonics, though. He did say it was after the colonics. She earned...
she earned it. That's what he was implying. That was what was so sick about it. It was like, what the fuck,
She earned the trip to the restaurant because of her colonics.
Then I, like it's a, you know, like when you're, you know, like you take your kid to a sports game and they're like, I don't want to go.
Yeah.
And then they go and you're like, you're going to go get ice cream, Johnny. It was like that. It was disgusting.
Yes.
Like, then we went to her favorite restaurant. She really wanted to go there. It was like, what the fuck, man? It's sick.
Yeah. And
it's not defamation. He said this on air. It's literally what he said.
Yeah, and by the way, Peter, honestly, none of us are scared of a lawsuit from you. We would find it a joke. We would find it the biggest joke in the world if you sued us. You know, you're welcome to fucking sue us because we'll just laugh and say, you know, you said it all on air, bro. You said it all on fucking, you know, record. This is like
we were the ones sitting there with not even saying
with our mouths gaping. Yeah. Half the time, if we were listening at all, our jaws were hanging on the ground. You know, when we were acknowledging it half consciously. Most of the time, we're trying not to listen because we would just zone out. We're all just zoning out because we really had absorbed the true horror of what Peter was saying, we would have just vented. We would have just unleashed, like, shut up, old man,
Right. Well, you remember I was staying in the background, like, Doug, just get him off, like, fuck this guy. And Doug's like, just let him finish the book, because I was ready just to go feral on him and be like,
true.
You're a sick bastard. Like,
it's true. It's true.
Like, why do you hate me, you stupid bastard, or something?
Yeah. Everything Brendan says is true. Brendan was telling me, get rid of the son of a bitch now. Why don't you just shut the fucker up and get him off your show? And
if it wasn't for Doug, I would have disconnected him when he was talking to Marina.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, you're right. And I should never have been so tolerant with him. It's like outrageous. He's so disgusting.
And then there was another time when you like left to go do something, like get tea or whatever.
Yeah.
And he was like, I know where Sugar Daddy lives, and I've determined, whether I want to say it or not, and all this shit. And we were just sitting there, like, no one was talking to him.
Yeah.
And he's like, where's everybody? It's like, well, we have nothing to say to that because it's insane.
Thank you. And it's not only that, it's so dishonorable. It is so dishonorable, and it's so, I mean, to say that while I'm gone behind my back on record, because he's intending.
Saying he's going to reveal it. He's like, I might reveal it, or like he was insinuating that somehow.
Right. Because understand, everybody, the enemy knows who my son's husband is. Peter Moon was trying to out him publicly to a public that does not know. And this was, of course, because he's an asshole who thought he was going to get brownie points with the enemy for doing that. But it's part of his evil. He's just a purely evil fucking son of a bitch. And but there you go with that. And when I find out about these things, I'm appalled. And it's one of these things that basically what I need to tell the public is, honestly, this is an individual who was supposed to get a book out that he claimed was to help me basically balance my budget and lead a little better life than, hand to mouth every month trying to make rent. Well, that never happened. And he wound up running away with all the profits.
And he kept saying, we need to tell this story. It's so important for history.
Yeah.
And all these lies.
Yeah. And so understand that, I need your help, people. I need your financial support. You're the people who pay me. And that was another insulting thing that Peter said. It's one of the most offensive things in the world. And he said this on air. Oh, yeah, I'm talking to this woman about you, Douglas. And she says, what does he do for a living? I said, he's on disability. In other words, Peter tells this woman I'm on disability, which is a total fucking lie. I'm on the 250% WDP, which is Working Disabled Program, which means I have to work or I'm committing serious fraud. And this is my work. It's far more work than Peter's ever fucking done in his entire life. So, so you're you're the people who pay me, essentially. And so I'm counting on you, all of you out there, listeners, to help with making rent. And we're trying to get $1,000 because we certainly still need that, even with the $100 contributed by Brooke Hagberg, the $125 contributed by Aaron Tice. Believe me, we still need, realistically, $1,000 more so I can make rent plus pay for my keeping myself in hydration. Liquid, water, beer, and clamato juice with picante is what I use to take my vitamins with. So all that being said, it's all expensive as hell. It's just living is expensive in San Francisco more than anywhere else. So that being said, back to the conversation at hand. We've all dealt with quite a bit, and we all suffered through quite a bit together. We've all had a group bonding trauma when it came to Peter Moon. Vinnie Barbrick traumatized us all with his bullshit. It was, and God knows the person still dealing with his occult assault, aside from Brendan Zogit, would be Marina Sarin. So let's hope she can, gets back to us at some point, and we can find out more about how she's doing. And Nemo, surely there must be some way you can check on her. Doesn't she have like a...
On who? Brooke?
No, Marina Sarin.
Oh. Yeah, I deleted my Facebook, so...
Oh.
Oh,
Okay.
well, I wasn't even chatting with her. So.
Oh. But did you?
Only Ari communicates with her. I never got her communication.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, it's pointless trying to reach out to her and help her. Like, she's in her own world, and it's
she hasn't responded. You know, ever since she said that she was getting attacked, she never responded.
That's quite true. When she asked for my help, saying, "Douglas, you're the only one that can help me. Please help me." After Peter Moon sent her that cursed stack of books, and did you open them? Did you open them? I just got them. And he's like, yeah, but did you open them? Read them? Yeah, crazy son of a bitch. He just wanted her to open
Which one? He was like, which one did you like? And she's like, I'm on vacation with my family, and it just came in. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
He was insane.
Yeah. And
hopefully she burned all the books.
Well, she has to talk to us first because, you know, I mean, of course, hopefully she did that, but how would she know how to do it unless she spoke to us first and listened to us? I doubt that she knew that this was a cursed stack of books. But such being said, yeah, what about Christine?
There's probably no helping her, though. Like,
yeah,
she comes off as a mind control victim, and she's just surrounded by these old fucking creeps, part of UFO cults and all that shit.
It's true.
So it's too late for her.
And Christine Joanna Hart is the same way in a very real sense. Tell us about your experiences with her.
Yeah, well, she still communicates with that old bitch. I think she was a Waffen pilot, and all those UFO cultists and shit.
Penny Bradley? Christine Joanna Hart is in communication with Penny Bradley? Good God.
Yeah, because I saw her, like, you know, in the chat feed on
her radio station's about to be back on now that guy's out of prison.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Let's hope not. Let's hope this guy's, you know, he might be so traumatized and fucked up. Yeah.
Imagine a black dude saying, I'm a Viking around prison. Like some like Aryan brotherhood.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Yeah. Oh
like,
man.
I mean, I hope for the best. You know, I hope he was all right.
Yeah. I don't hope for the best for him at all. Yeah. I hope they just reamed his ass and you know, with a red hot poker.
I'm a Viking. I swear.
Yeah. There's that too, like a bunch of skinheads and just gets his fucking face caved in.
Yeah.
That's basically. You know that's what happened. Yeah. Unfortunately.
Let's hope so. Jesus Christ. If anyone had it coming, it was that lunatic. And so yeah. But anyhow, if he starts anything, who knows if he'll have Penny Bradley back on? You don't know. These people are like you said, no honor among thieves. And yeah. And but
yeah. So what's the Well, I guess you can get into it later.
So you were gonna ask
why is he?
Yeah.
Yeah. How come he's saying you got to end the war now all of a sudden?
Or you'll suffer more sanctions, right? Yeah.
Yes, more sanctions. Yeah. Is it that he is so emboldened that he has all these billionaires on his side, or is it some kind of bait and switch, or is he just that crazed that you can't he couldn't Putin's mistake was trusting this guy?
Honestly, you could say it's all of that. You could say it's all of that. That it could be simply that he's trying to placate the American public and look like a tough guy, and that secretly he and Putin are talking to each other, where he's telling Putin, "Hey, you know, I gotta say this. You know, I don't mean nothing by it. Don't pay attention to it." I mean, so it could be that, which is the one I would probably land with, with my first instinct would be that concept. But the other concept would be, like you said, he could suddenly become emboldened and full of himself because he's got all these, multi-billionaires behind him. And, you'll have to...
like what it seems like is like him and Musk and the other guys.
Yeah.
They're like, we've studied Putin long enough that we know how to do it ourselves, rob everyone.
Yeah.
So we don't need that guy anymore,
And yet, at the same time...
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can get what you're saying, but at the same time, Musk still seems to hero worship Putin. So it's, and visited him several times, but maybe things have changed in that department because of the drugs. It's always possible.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. It's like it all went to their heads. They're like, well, since we know him so well, we don't need him anymore.
Right. I get it. I get it. No, I get what you're saying. And You'll have to give me a few days to digest it. It's honestly it's one of these things. Yeah, I just need to digest it and reflect on that.
Well, our necks are gonna be strained from all the twists and turns that we're about to
Oh God,
happen.
no! This is like a roller coaster. It's a fucking roller coaster.
So by the end of it, we're gonna be all hurting. Everyone's hurting.
Yeah.
You won't know what to do. Yeah.
Isn't Trump and Elon, don't they like hate each other now?
Oh no, your point's well taken.
There were some disagreements.
Yeah. Well, let's put it this way. I don't know if you heard the latest from Trump where he said, "I'm the daddy." I mean, whoa.
Yeah. literally.
Yeah, he said that. I'm the daddy.
So now they're gonna start arguing like people online, like I'm Alpha, I'm Sigma.
And that's so he's trying to put Trump. He's trying to put Musk in his place. By the way, but Musk, Musk. He's been like
he's like that TV show Monk where he's all like autistic. And shit.
Yeah. There we are. Yeah, that's an insult to Monk. Yeah, that's
Tony Shalhoub.
Yeah. But
Musk has got more money than Trump, so I don't see why Musk would willingly allow himself to be a bitch boy to Trump. Like, he'd try and make it the other way around now.
It's like, I think that here's the point is that really...
Well, money versus the American military doesn't matter.
Thank you. I was about to say, yeah, money...
Like, he could just have the army confiscate everything.
Money is... money isn't everything. It really isn't. And it's like all these multi-billionaires have been scared to death of Trump. They're all scared to death of Trump like he's a mafia godfather. Bezos, all the rest of them, they are, bending over and spreading their butt cheeks for Donald Trump. So here we are. So okay, so here we go. Now this is I'm going to screen share here. So if you guys can see the screen share, here we are. So here we are with Raw Story. I'm the daddy here. Trump's latest move said to be putting Elon Musk on notice.
That's funny.
Yeah, I'm the daddy here. Yeah. Oh, things are getting serious. Yes, that's
these people are sick.
Yeah, there you go. So President Donald Trump may have signaled that he's grown tired of his so-called co-president Elon Musk, and here we are on Tuesday.
Trouble in paradise, as they say.
Yeah.
Only took a day.
Oh yeah. And so here we go with this. Morning Joe host Joe Scarborough agreed that the partnership, which Musk undercut Wednesday by claiming the tech companies didn't have the money to carry out its plans, was noteworthy, saying the two moguls had feuded publicly since he pulled out of the company behind AI and ChatGPT. So let me see. Donald Trump to sort of box Sam Altman out, Scarborough. Anyhow, so this is getting a little, how would I say, nuanced. But basically, I think the headline says it all. It gives us all we need to know. I'm not really being able to. I'm not able to scan this and get something out of it that's particularly juicy. It's just like here we are. I guess it's Trump announced yesterday. What? Let me see now. So Donald Trump gets. Here we are. It's not just she. This is a woman who's analyzing this here. She said, I would say Elon Musk saying, I don't even think they have the money. This is something important. It's not that Joe Biden wasn't anti-AI. He wasn't. His executive order was extensive. He talked about it in his final remarks. Jake Sullivan did too. One of the first things the former White House acknowledged, they didn't have the money yet. So Donald Trump gets in the job, pulls out all the regulations, right? So I just think what Trump announced yesterday kind of encapsulates the two administrations, that Joe Biden was potentially too careful, too bound by so many restrictions that some would say flew in the face of innovation, and Donald Trump rolls in and it's like, money or not, I'm announcing it. We're doing it. Animal spirits. Let's go. It was the two of them in a nutshell. Okay, none of that makes any sense to me as to what that has to do with the spat between him and Elon. So that's like, what a waste of time to read that. But here we are, basically. Oh, look at this. MAGA rioter gets arrested one day after his January 6th case dismissed. Well, there we are. There we are.
He tasted freedom and he went crazy.
Yeah, he tasted freedom. Yeah.
Went raping and pillaging.
Yeah,
they just gotta put him down. Shit.
Yes.
Hate to be like that, but
Thank you. So this is what Trump was responding to. Elon Musk undercut Trump's big new announcement about AI and said they don't have the money. They don't have the money. I mean, you're the man behind them, giving them the money, right? So you're saying you don't have the money? So that was Trump.
Because he blew it all on all his pet projects.
Yeah, I guess so.
Spaceships.
So that's where Trump comes in and says, I'm the daddy here. So, okay, so that he's putting Elon Musk on notice. Okay, or people are saying that's what he's telling Elon Musk. Okay, so that's like...
it says Elon bashes the $500 billion AI project that Trump just announced. There you go.
Yeah.
Why did Trump's plan make Elon flip out?
Yeah, it's like, why? And
artificial super intelligence. This is the latest.
Yeah. So here we are.
That picture is funny because you see Trump and you can clearly see just the face covered in orange and the underneath is just white.
Yeah.
Just looks like a fucking ghoul.
Yeah.
But I gotta paint my face orange or like I got sunburn.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's almost like he does paint his face. It's very bizarre. It's like he's got it's like a white man wearing blackface, except it's orange. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very strange.
Doing my Chinese face. I don't know.
Yeah, it's true. It's very bizarre. Very bizarre. And so here we are. So this is...
He looks like an old woman more than a man.
Yes. Well, he just looks like shit. He just looks like shit. So Ross Sorkin says, there we are. Think about that just for a moment. And the reason I think about it, Sam Altman is Elon Musk's nemesis. And so then he's saying that...
It's like his ex-lover or something. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, something like that.
They're making it sound like that.
Yeah. And then, okay, we've heard about this rivalry for quite some time. I had it up there for a bit on the screen. Let's see now. What was it? This joint venture. And then what is it where Trump is somehow trying to say that he's the guy in charge? Somebody was analyzing that. Donald Trump to sort of, that's news. I don't know. Something's going down between them. Let's just put it that way.
Did he literally say that?
Here we are. So I think this is Rule thought the news conference was noteworthy for another reason. I think it's less about Sam Altman and it's more about Donald Trump saying, I'm the daddy here. There's only one president. Remember, over the last few weeks, as Elon Musk has been glued to Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago, going to have an office just potentially down the road from the White House. This is Donald Trump potentially putting Elon Musk on notice and saying to the world, there are not co-presidents. I'm the only one in charge. Don't get too comfortable here, Elon. Sam's around the corner. Okay, so I guess this is what analysts were saying about shit going down between Sam Altman and Elon Musk. I don't even know who this Sam Altman guy is. So I'll probably find out more.
One of the CEOs of the
OpenAI
or something?
Yeah, that's it. Some shit like that. That's right. That's right. I vaguely remember now. Thank you. So what's going on is because Trump chose him to head this AI thing, then Musk is getting all jealous and then saying they don't have the money. There we are. Okay, so got it. So that now I get it. What's going down? But
that's what happens. Like anyone who's been to what would be the word? Like a long-term frat house kickback party where it's goes on for days and days.
Yeah.
It's after day 5, everyone's bickering because they're all strung out, and so that's what's gonna happen after a couple months.
Yeah.
He's gonna start to sober up and be like, I'm not in charge. This is Elon.
Yeah. Yes.
It's not what I thought it was,
Yeah. Yeah.
And then they'll start chewing each other up. So.
Yeah. And
at the expense of all of us.
Yes, yes, at the expense of, well, except for entertainment, it'll provide us all with some. Yeah,
it'll be funny until our shit goes south.
Yeah, till the whole economy goes fucking down in flames. Yeah, then we're not going to be laughing anymore. We'll all be crying.
Elon's recently he's been getting publicly shat on by the fucking gaming community and stuff.
Like, tell us about this. Yes,
live streamers and that.
Yes, tell us about
because
this.
Like ages ago when he was on the Rogan show, he bragged about, I'm the top 20 player on fucking Diablo and all that shit, and World of Warcraft. And then he decided to do a live stream of a early access game called Path of Exile 2. And fucking in the live stream, like it clearly shows he's like at the end game where you complete the story. So you're doing missions to increase your level and getting better loot and shit. But yeah, he obviously paid people to grind the shit out of an account for him to have access to.
Of course.
And while he's live streaming, he's like trying to click on he's in the world map where you click on a node, but where you want to travel to enter the stage. And the node he's clicking on, he doesn't have access to, but he doesn't realize that, so he keeps trying to click on it repeatedly, trying to get access to it. Any gamer who played that game would know, I can't access this, so I go to a different node. But he just kept doing that for minutes, and everyone's like, what the fuck? This guy isn't a pro gamer. And then when he finally gets into a stage, he's just going past all the valuable loot. And then he gets into a boss fight and doesn't know how to fucking heal himself and regenerate mana for his magic and all that shit. He's just a complete noob, acting like he's a top tier gamer. Because he's just trying to get all
That's funny, but it's like, what is the point? Why does he want everyone to think he's like number one?
Well, to get all the gamers to support him, because a lot of the there's this guy called Asmon Gold. He's pro Elon, but after seeing that, he publicly shat on him too. Like, this guy's such a fucking phony. I can't believe he did
those
this.
people are all gross too in their own.
Oh yeah, Asmon Gold. He's a fucking pathetic, creepy fucking ghoul nerd.
Yeah, he said he had like at one point he like didn't leave his apartment for like months just playing a video game.
Yeah, and he spent hundreds of dollars on one of those stupid jackets, the old Path of Exile.
Oh my god!
Oh, $400. You're fucking retard.
For like online, for some software shit or some.
Yeah, for the game brand of Path of Exile. It's an old game, but the second one just recently got released.
Right.
You know, I've been playing it.
Well, these kids are like millionaires just playing video games.
Yeah.
Just doing nothing.
Yeah. I don't know if he's a millionaire, but yeah, he is making money.
So Brendan.
One more thing.
Oh, please.
Joe Rogan, I forgot the name of this cunt. Iluk Hazarian. He had a guest on the show wearing a fucking Santa Claus hat, and he bought into the bullshit of Elon Musk gloating about being a top tier gamer. He says, I'm convinced Elon is an alien.
Oh God!
For him to be this top tier gamer, it'd be impossible for him to pay people to do his accounts up and all that shit. Bullshit. He said that. I'm like, you're a fucking piece of shit. Lying asshole. And Joe Rogan sucks Elon's stick all the time. He's just like always got Elon's.
Yeah, I don't know why he thinks he's the smart. He's like he's so smart. It's like
I feel dumb when I'm around him. No, you're just dumb in general. Anyone around you, you're gonna feel stupid around anyone.
I think
albino chimp piece of shit, knuckle dragging, closeted homo.
I think Rogan like used to be smart, but all like the drugs like fucked him up, and like the stimulants.
He was never smart because I saw videos of him getting in arguments, and he'd only argue with people who he knew was dumber than him. He can only argue with like Ben Shapiro. Gets in arguments with people he knows is stupid.
Just to make himself look good, just to feel good about himself.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh my God, I'm so glad you brought all of that up, Nemo. That is, that's important, and it really just shows how.
It's kind of like it's the same pattern with all of them. Like Jordan Peterson used to like shit on all his Harvard students. That's how he got famous. He was like schooling them, quote unquote. But there you go.
Yeah. Thank you. And what Brendan and I had assumed was that, if Elon Musk is this gaming expert, it's because he has nothing but time on his hands. That's all he's doing all day is tweeting and playing games while yelling at everybody in his workplace. So, but you've just proven that's not the case at all, that he wasn't playing these video games.
Yeah, he's just paying people. And he doesn't tweet, he just pays people to do that for him too.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes. Yeah.
Just like Trump. All the famous people like them. They're not posting shit.
Yes, that makes perfect sense. That makes sense. And oh my fucking god! Just well, there you go. Thank you for sharing that. And please, by all means, continue talking about anything else that comes to your mind, because that's an important thing to bring up. Whatever else you think of is important as well, I'm sure. What else is going on in the world around us, Nemo, that you think we should be paying attention to?
Oh, I find it interesting, though, that Trump doesn't want much to do with Netanyahu anymore. Like, I wonder what Netanyahu's going to pull off. Like, stage another false flag attack in America or some shit.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Good
Trump's
point.
just gone full Putin. Like,
yeah,
but that's a big mistake, because Israel, they can fuck America up any way they want, and they can get away with it.
Mm-hmm.
So Trump's just a destructive dickhead who doesn't consider any of the consequences for his actions.
Yes. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
That's why I'm wondering, like, is he really, like, gone that nutty where he's just gonna now he's gonna go against everyone? Like, he's gonna turn into like a cosmic level Brook, like, contrarian to everything. Or, like, anyone says something to him, he's like, I'm gonna do the opposite, you know?
Because Putin wants what Netanyahu has, and that's just complete control over America. Like, he'll go against Israel for the wrong reasons, not only because he wants to have control over, like, Netanyahu and Israel, they control Congress, government, all the banking systems and that Putin just wants all that power for himself.
Mm-hmm.
And he probably convinced Trump of that. Yeah, I'm going to get all the power, so don't worry about Netanyahu. But yeah, Israel has all these nukes planted in your major cities, and you're all fucked if you go against Israel.
There is the potential, but we also have to remember, does Israel actually dare to trigger those nukes? Well, that's worked up to this point.
They're psychotic enough.
They could be, as I've said before. By the way, just so we can do a little, let's do a little sharing of messages here. I'm going to take a look at our live stream. I'm glad that Sheila Gavin and Heather Holman are conversing in the live stream. I'm very proud of them. This is what I want to encourage. In the meantime, so Aaron Tice, dear man, he said to me, and I know you probably cannot read this, so I'll read it for you, of course. And so basically what happened was I sent the email out that one of my episodes was scrubbed. So then by YouTube, Aaron says, I saw email. They are really scrubbing. Wonder why they removed that episode for. And then I told him maybe together as a team we can figure it out, Aaron. Brendan Zogit was under the impression that this is a pre-barbaric episode. It is before Peter Moon. But he gives me some hints later that showed me otherwise, in a sense. He said, I agree. I feel like Pedo Petey. I like the way he calls Peter Moon now. Pedo Petey, he calls Vinnie Barbaric such. He realizes, of course, he's a pedo. One of the things that made Aaron realize it was Peter Moon's constant obsession over midgets. He loved those small towns. Remember where the midgets lived? Do you remember that, Nemo? I know Brendan does. But Nemo, do you remember how...
Vaguely.
Yeah, Vinnie Barbaric kept searching for these small towns where midgets lived. And, basically, apparently, at one point, he told Aaron, certainly myself, that midgets were, if you can't fuck a child, a midget's the next best thing. So for
substitute, yeah.
There we are, yeah. So there you go. At any rate, so our man, so he said, I feel like Pedo PD started in the 19-ish, meaning 2019, something like that. Then he says, I'll message Nemo to see if he can email the file of the canceled show to review. I knew you probably didn't have it. That was before you started downloading my episodes. Then...
Gunn probably has it.
Yeah. He said no word from Nemo on that episode, so I don't know if you ever got his email. But
Yeah, I got his message for Scott.
Oh, okay, there you go. And then I told him, please ask John Warrington. Then he said, message sent to John, and then John sent it. John is a saint. John Warrington, if you're listening out there, we love you dearly. We all love you. We all pray for you. We're all very concerned about you. And of course, you seem to be doing okay, well as can be considering, John, but we're here for you. Just know that. We're always here for you. And
send
always...
me that episode too, because
yeah.
Aaron told me you went on about the Khazarians and all that. That sounded interesting.
That was it. Then he says, yeah, thank you. He says around 55 minutes in, you outed Steve Outrim as an Aquino asset. Okay, and that's like saying shit stinks. Then he says, also Isaac Cappy. But that was the hint. At that time that I outed Isaac Cappy, because Isaac Cappy came out and was saying, man, I'm aware now. I'm woke to the pedophycracy, the pedophile.
He bought into the QAnon shit.
Yeah, that was
probably just the asset. Yeah, just to pop it.
That's right.
To encourage the public. Oh, follow this. Get into this rabbit hole.
That was it. And then that's when I was saying that publicly, and that's when Jambo the Reese Monkey was, when he was not, freaking out, was supportive. And he said, oh, yeah, Isaac Cappy looks like a treasure troll that was left in the microwave too long, which was very funny. It was hideously funny because that's what Isaac Cappy looks like. But for anyone who hasn't seen Isaac Cappy. But then, Brendan, tell Nemo what happened to Isaac Cappy, because I sure as hell didn't know this. So, Brendan.
What about him dying?
Yeah, he died, yeah.
No,
he killed himself.
Killed himself.
No, well, there's different stories to it.
Okay.
Like, either he was killed because he was no longer a useful asset, or he just went insane and tried to kill himself, or the people he's working for faked his death, but who knows?
Well,
I don't know for sure. I haven't been able to conclude it.
No, he definitely, I think he died.
Yeah, he killed himself, probably.
Those kind of people, you can't shut them up.
Yeah, what happened was, it was like Brendan and I agreed, is the QAnon drove him crazy. But go on, Brendan. Yeah,
essentially.
Yeah, he just got into the QAnon with go on. Yeah. Nemo?
He was one of the original.
Maybe he was killed. Like, there's a video of him calling the FBI.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did.
And he's screaming out, these, the child rape and who's responsible for the child trafficking. And he just screams out, George Bush and Aquino. George Bush and Aquino.
Interesting.
So they had
that FBI
basically they zapped him with the directed energy and made him go crazy because he wouldn't shut up.
Yeah. Okay.
Their brainwashing worked too much. It was like,
yeah, there you go.
It was like Ian, but like Ian can actually talk right. So you can't tell. This guy was just like raving.
Yeah.
He gained popularity because he was outing insiders in the Hollywood, like Tom Hanks and Seth Green, for being child rapists and that, because he claims that he was close friends with Seth Green. And one time that he was at his house,
they claim Seth Green killed him.
Yeah,
because of that. That's what happened.
He was claiming one time when he was at Seth Green's house, he had a hidden door behind a bookshelf that he showed him. Like he presses a fucking button or pulls a book.
Yeah.
And as he's opening it, he says, Seth Green said, and this is where I keep the children. Something like that. And it's funny, Seth Green was not in the public view for a few years after he said that.
There you go.
And that was what Tom Hanks
He still doesn't come out.
Well, he recently did a interview with, I think, the Family Guy cast or maybe some other people. Yeah. So he went hiding for a while, it seems, after he got outed and after the people had their minds scrambled and distracted by a bunch of other shit. Then he's like, I can come out now and not worry about being accused of being a child rapist.
Right.
Interesting. So I don't know if I can read this out loud, but can you guys read this privately, or you can't read that at all? It's too small because I can't make it large.
I can read it. I won't read it out loud.
Yeah, so this is basically what Aaron said, is that basically the episode is about a certain minority running our foreign policy, and it names an individual that he says he believed was one of the main characters. All of this is true. So, okay, I can see now why they pulled it, and they were claiming it was all, shall we say...
Well, I think when you were going in on Cappy, you definitely used some colorful language.
Oh, okay.
Do you have that, like, did he send you the link or the uploaded a video that John has?
Just ask him for it, because I don't have it. So I'll ask him for it, but you ask him too. We'll double team it. Yeah, we'll double team him for it and see if we can get it. Because he didn't send that to me, which is.
And then I'll upload it.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. Thank you. Bless you. Please do. And and let him know that. Since you're in contact with Aaron, let him know that. And so we'll double team him. And that way we'll get it. But yeah, so, but definitely at the time, since Jambo the Reset was active at that time in, quote unquote, ingratiating himself upon me, then definitely Peter Moon was also around at that time. He may not have been on my show regularly, but at that point he was at the very least communicating with me and trying to get me to do the book with him. So that was, around that time. So that's, again, interesting that they're, hitting these particular episodes from way back. I mean, so far back when I looked at my, list of videos, I couldn't tell what was missing. It did, I couldn't even tell what was missing. That they took it so far back. But then again, God bless John Warrington for having all this from way back when. And so such being said, with all of the, all of the madness we were dealing with all these years, and I don't even want to relive it. It's so traumatic with that idiot Pavel, and all that shit he was pulling to make certain everything got erased, everything he was doing, and, my being dependent on that crazy cunt, what was her name again? Amber Rose Dio, who was uploading things on her.
Yeah, which one?
Oh God,
I was thinking Lena, but yeah, before that.
Amber Rose Dio was before that. They were all just and then Laura Lee Solomon. I couldn't believe Holly trying to defend her, saying, "Oh, she seemed to care for you, want to do everything for you, almost too much so." And it's like I had to explain to her all the shit that she was doing to sabotage. And. Definitely. Anyhow, they're all just wretched assigned people. And, Judith Eggert knew that much about her. But, Judith was saying, obviously that idiot Laura Lee Solomon had been in the Air Force. And as Samuel Romero would say, that's where they put the sugar in her tank. Just like Samuel Romero said that about, that idiot Jambo the Reese Monkey. He was in the Air Force, too. You knew that? They were both in the Air Force. He was in the Air Force along with,
Holy shit, Jambo was in the military? How?
He didn't make it through boot camp. He was in Air Force boot camp, but they kicked him out finally. But that doesn't mean they didn't.
Saying some crazy shit.
Oh, no doubt. But they just brainwashed him.
Or just being uncooperative.
Oh, well, I think they took him.
They're like, we can use him as an asset.
Yeah.
A minor asset.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, out in the civilian world, which is what.
I don't think he ever told us about how he learned about all these dark entities. He never told us how.
Yeah, that's
the point.
No, it's just like he was born knowing about them. That's the way he would make it sound, because he's just trying to build up a mystique. But yeah, he probably got it from the Air Force.
Programmed, yeah.
Yeah, he was brain groomed, yeah. And so when it comes to these people that we're dealing with, the story is always the same. And again, the military background of the two people who pulled off the terrorist attacks just before Trump became, inaugurated. One white, one black, going around launching terrorist attacks. And again, by all means,
and then saying that they're like ISIS or something.
Yeah. Fuck. Well, what the black guy was waving an ISIS flag. The white guy was pure MAGA. Either way, they're terrorists. When it comes to then you never heard of him again. And then who else they took out? We'd like your opinion on this, Nemo. They took Luigi Magnoni out of the news. They took that poor fucker out completely out of the news when, because of all the sympathy the public had for him.
Right.
Yeah, classic.
I wish he'd shaved his fucking monobrow. God damn, that was ugly. I don't really have much sympathy for American Italians or Italian Americans. Fucking ugly motherfuckers.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to pay for your health insurance like we do.
Yeah.
He's like a saint.
Here in America, he's like a saint, a folk hero, because he, here in America, most people have to pay for their health insurance, and it kills them. It's awful.
But what you said was valid.
Yeah.
But it's like it didn't do much. Like it's not going to actually scare the other CEOs of these insurance companies to, actually be fair and actually have some empathy for their clients. It just all it did was just.
It's a statement. It's a statement.
Yeah, a statement.
But
and it just worked more as a bigger distraction. Oh yeah, keep your mind focused on this to the public. Don't worry about the wars going on. Just focus on this.
Well, it's an important subject because I understand what you're saying, but it's certainly not a distraction in the sense that it is actually the primary reason. One of the primary reasons we'll have a civil war. I mean, honestly, it is a reason that's far more consuming than race or other issues in America is health insurance, really eating every American up alive. And but what happened with the other CEOs, I can guarantee you this, because my son's husband has run into them. Other CEOs were scared to death by that. And they hired private armies of security after that for things that they never hired security for before. So they were certainly put on alert, and they even began to go lenient on insurance coverage. In other words, they stopped denying everyone at the rate they were denying everyone. So it had an effect, believe it or not. It really did. It's not like these corporations. These corporations exist only because of, as I said, the sociological research done by the U.S. Army when they created the United States Green Berets, which Michael Aquino was, of course, such a pivotal part of. But when they created the U.S. Green Berets, as I said, what was the purpose of the Green Berets? The Green Berets, the U.S. Army Special Forces, were originally to train friendly populations behind enemy lines to fight the enemy. Now, and of course, the U.S. government cannot shit you a friendly population. If there is no friendly population behind enemy lines that's being persecuted by the enemy that you can turn against the enemy, there's no point in sending in special forces. There's nothing for them to go behind the lines to other than destruction. But when it came to these friendly populations behind enemy lines and training them, this was the idea it was based on. A lot of sociological research. And that sociological research had to do with how much can a population take before it fights back. And it was found that a population will take almost unlimited amounts of torture and plunder and rape, and the population will take being exterminated, half wiped out. I mean, populations will almost never fight back as a rule. It really takes someone to ultimately mobilize them. In other words, if there's no one there to mobilize the public and say, hey, man, we got to fight back, we've got to overthrow this government, the public is not going to do it. And it doesn't matter what the person in charge does. The person in charge can, decimate them, demand all their firstborn children. It's like, with the man who tried to kill Christ, Herod. Right. When he said, I want every firstborn son put to the sword, nobody rebelled. It's not like you'd think the public would say, fuck you, and rise up, but no, they just tolerated it. They didn't like it, but nobody fought back when he slaughtered everyone's firstborn son. So the public will take anything. You have to have somebody rise up and get them to rebel. That's what the Green Berets were supposed to do. And it was based on this equation that in the end, they found out all it takes is a core group of 20 people. So long as you get 20 people and each one of them can convert 1% of the population to rebellion, then by the time you reach that 1% each converted by each one of those 20 people, then when you get that 20% of the population in uprising, that's the critical point. At that point, the regime collapses. No society can withstand 20% of its population in rebellion. At that point, it completely collapses and you win. So the special forces were supposed to make that happen on a military level where they could go behind the lines, train a friendly population to fight back, ultimately create that 20% critical mass and overthrow the communist government or whichever was the target government. So such being said, this is why, Michael Aquino was so familiar. Now, I brought this up before, but I didn't pursue it. There is a film made at the time Michael Aquino was in operation called Blood City, starring Jack Palance, who is just famous for being ugly and a villain. And so Blood City is supposed to be this old Western town that's a federal experiment, a U.S. military experiment, to try and get the ultimate amoral leader for, military operations, somebody who's a leader who's completely remorseless and has no moral, ethical code. And so if you watch Blood City, the first thing you notice is the guy who's the main character, you certainly couldn't call him a hero, just doesn't give a shit about anybody. And you've got somebody who's just like, he decides he's going to take over the town as a sheriff away from Jack Palance. And it's a hard film to watch. And yet you keep seeing that they may think they're in some kind of weird Western town, but they know they're not because everything is strangely uniform in one sense. Like all the cowboys are wearing the same kind of outfit, so to speak, like a uniform, etc. And yet they somehow throw in these supercomputers and time machines that are somehow supposed to be part of what's going on. But the whole government experiment thing is the main point. It's not a movie that makes much sense, except it's so close to what I saw going on at Letterman, where they're just creating people with no moral code and they're gratuitous sadists and the women are being victimized left to right and even killed, and nobody's doing anything to save any of them or cares about them. It's like so Blood City is kind of like gives you a hint of what I was exposed to at Letterman Army Medical Center, and it gives you a hint of the kind of leaders being trained by the U.S. Army Special Forces. But they thought this was the kind of leader they would need to overthrow foreign governments. And in a sense, they succeeded. Take a look at what happened with Viktor Orban. He's the guy who took over Hungary on their behalf. And Dugin, who helped Putin get in power. I mean, when you see Blood City and you look at Viktor Orban or Vladimir Putin, that's it. It's like Blood City in real life. It's just like... So, at any rate, it's a movie to review. There's a homework assignment for all of you out there, and you should be able to find it on YouTube, in a heartbeat. But maybe you can't. Maybe they scrubbed it and rendered it unavailable. So, if you can find a link, let me know. I'm not looking for it right now, but so such.
You know what I find fishy about that shooting?
Go on,
of
please.
The CEO is.
Yeah.
If you're a billionaire and you're a billionaire CEO of an insurance company and you're responsible for the deaths of fucking hundreds of thousands, if not millions, over the decades, how are you not constantly surrounded by bodyguards if you got all that fucking money? If I was a person like that, I'd know that there'd be people that wanted to try and kill me, and I'd never leave my safe space out in the public without having like fucking 4-5 bodyguards with body armor and armed to the teeth. Like, how can he just be walking down the street completely defenseless and by himself, knowing all what he's responsible for, and he knows he's guilty? And also the guy shooting him,
it's hubris.
They'd fucking be torturing the shit out of him, like, because this billionaire would have connections and friends who would want to see this cunt get tortured and whatever prison he'd be facing hell. Why would he not just shoot his brains out, shoot himself after killing him, knowing that he's going to suffer severely after what he did?
No,
it just seems fishy to me. If I was him, that's what I would have done. I actually would have hunted down more people related to him, connected to him, taking his phone and whatever, his wallet, to find any information of addresses and whatnot. And if I was the CEO, yeah, I would have been having bodyguards around me in public 24/7. But it just seems fishy, that's all.
Well, I mean, first thing
Either that or they're just completely dumb. Both of them are just stupid people.
No, I mean, you know, it's yeah, definitely. The last thing you said truly holds, you know, a lot of merit. As is your questions are merited. Heather tells us a new brush fire has erupted in Sepulveda Pass along the 405 freeway late today, prompting a response from firefighters. So another fire has been set in California. Thank you, honey. I appreciate your letting me know about that. In other words, the Republicans are on an arson rampage right now.
How do you think what tactics they use to start the fire? Like through, you know, weapons, just fucking shooting fire bombs,
It's just
or
a
using
bunch of dudes.
pyromancy or something like that.
It's well,
like conjuring
it's nothing special.
pyro entities, or.
Thank you.
But yeah, how are they getting?
It's just
away
a guy with
without
gasoline like drip.
Yeah, but how are they getting away with it without being spotted by witnesses, security cams, CCTV?
It is. It is. There's
Yeah, but
security
where are
cam
the
footage.
people that? Yeah, I want to see it. That's because I haven't been able to find it.
I'll send you.
By the way, Heather's saying at Nemo, so she wants you to know about this map gas thing. So she's using this term map gas, which might mean something. I'm not quite sure what that means, but
Yeah, it's just like every hick in the mountains has one for doing plumbing and shit. It's just like a torch. It's just a torch.
Okay. Thank you.
But here, I'll show you the video. It'll you know, it's so ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like they just do it with impunity. It's just like some dude just throwing fire.
Okay. So what she's saying is yellow propane torch. Yes, yellow propane torch. It's like she's done it herself. Like one of her altars. It's like one of her altars went out there and did this and then came back to tell us.
And Elon was selling flamethrowers a while ago.
Mm. Yes.
A couple years ago.
That's right. That's right. He was.
So it's not, you know. Yeah. America's a crazy place. Australia, I know, is like you can't imagine that necessarily because the police are so strict. But America is that crazy. Like we just have weapons and fucking bombs, and I mean, I hear constant fireworks going off, like huge ones, like dynamite sticks.
Yes.
Like if you did that in Nemo, correct me if I'm wrong. If you did that in Australia, you'd have like the feds on you immediately.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, they're illegal. Yeah. You know,
yeah, so like out here, people just throw it for fun.
Yeah. Yes. No, definitely. And so Brendan answered to a degree what you said about your question you asked about the CEO and Luigi Magnoni. Let's see, CEO. We'll look up the CEO's name. That I don't. Let me see now. Brian Thompson. It's the Brian Thompson shooting. So when it came to Brian Thompson getting shot, I have my own answer to what you've been asking about, Nemo, and I haven't evaded the question. I was just like dealing with this. So here we are, homeless man with flamethrower. There we got it. YouTube.
There's so many. Heather's right. This guy at the bottom has a map gas container in his hand.
Thank you.
So you just click a button and it lights a flame, and they're just going around randomly hitting dry brush.
Yeah.
Because this isn't natural, because there's never been firestorms in winter.
Yes.
It's never ever happened like
that.
Except
when Trump is president.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how dry it's been. Like.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's clear.
Yeah. Yes.
It happens in summer, yeah, that's common, but not in the middle of winter.
Yes.
And part of it is environmental. They just, you know.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and so
I just find it funny that Fox News is posting that, because they're a Republican media platform. Saying, oh, it's homeless people.
Yes, thank you.
That's what they're trying to say, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, are they using the homeless people as just fall guys, scapegoats, while they're probably just using drones armed with pyro weapons?
They'll just
they don't need to go high-tech. You don't need to go high-tech with this, really. They just pay them.
Well, it's not that high-tech. Any person with knowledge and, you know, just technology and
No,
building
I
shit.
get
Like
what
you
you're
can
saying.
arm a little drone with a
Yeah,
fire weapon.
I get what you're saying. They're using the drones to monitor the progress of the fire. And by that I mean the arsonists are, meaning the Republicans, meaning ultimately the president, is using drones to monitor the progress of the fire. We know this because unidentified, unmarked drones have run into, literally collided with firefighting planes. And this has almost taken the firefighting planes down, meaning that these drones could have been kamikazed into the firefighting planes to take them down so they couldn't fight the fires. So the Republicans are going high tech in that regard. But you wouldn't want to use a drone, though it could start a fire, and it could start one fairly easily. There's no point in doing that when you can just pay a homeless person to start the fire, because the danger is somebody could always shoot your drone down and then they've got evidence against you. The homeless person, on the other hand, is no evidence. The homeless person is a homeless person, but they keep letting them go.
Which is why they always let him go, because they just say, "Oh, it's just some crazy guy. We don't want to put him in the jail." You know?
Yeah, some stupid shit like that. Which, by the way, doesn't
let him go.
Yeah.
Also, there was footage of a fast-moving, unidentified flying object flying past one of the regions of LA over the big fire. Like it wasn't a plane or helicopter because it was moving too fast, and it was just zooming. I was wondering if that was one of the kamikaze drones or fucking, going for the planes or something else. The Third Reich just watching this and laughing their ass off.
Which is always a potential as well, believe me. And I wouldn't blame them. Who would blame them? But such being said, so when it comes to Heather, are you with us? You seem to be back on the call, so say hello if you wish, dear Heather.
I'm here. I'm just keeping muted.
Okay.
I'm coughing a lot.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, honey.
I'm making some haldi lemon tea.
Okay.
Yum.
Some potion.
Okay. And how does that help Heather?
She said the turmeric helped her.
Yeah, it helped me. It helped me almost immediately.
Oh, okay.
That's good.
Okay. But the way our man Brendan said that was kind of like he was just like, "Look what I got, Heather, and you don't got it."
No, she did it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I wouldn't do that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I would hope not. Yeah.
I have the stuff to make it too. Yeah.
Do you have any truffa? You said you had truffa at one point. I don't know if you still have any.
No, I didn't. I don't have any here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's funny. I say trifala. That's how I pronounce it.
That's the proper pronunciation. Yeah.
Okay.
Try as in three and fala as in fruits.
Oh,
Three
cool.
Fruit blend.
All right. Trifala. Yeah.
I have a strange vernacular when it comes to the Indian words.
No, you were correct. You're actually legitimately correct.
Mm-hmm.
Like I just say it trifala.
Mm-hmm.
Trifala.
And
in regards to homeless people being used to, spread destruction and shit, being paid by a fucking government, whatever, this just further justifies the reason they're annihilate homeless people.
Don't get me started.
It can be used.
Oh God.
To,
we went off on that earlier.
Domestic terrorism. So it's even more better of a reason just to get fucking rid of homeless people. Fuck them.
They definitely need to bring back asylums. Like I don't know why that got. How come? I get there was a lot of.
That's a waste of money. Just put them in an incinerator. Then they can finally have a purpose, because then you can recycle the ash and use it for fertilizer or compress it into diamonds.
Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. It's oh my God. But to again complete what I was going to say about Brian Thompson, we will leave Mr. Nemo's suggestion hanging in the air. Let's put it that way. I personally would not. I certainly wouldn't run that as a campaign platform. But yeah, and it's personally. I would recommend insane asylums, but I understand what Nemo is saying as well. That's a lot of expense, but hey, okay, we get a lot of people who become like doctors, psychiatrists, counselors. Granted,
It'd open more jobs. Yeah,
yes, granted,
it'd allow people to.
Yeah, true. But granted,
I was just gonna say that, but that'd be like fucking putting yourself in hell, like dealing with all those crazy fucking stinky assholes. Fuck that.
Yes,
You'd have to be psychotic to want to work in an asylum with all those nuts.
Just put it this way: it's like there's a caste system or a kind of hierarchy among the medical doctors, where there's certain medical doctors are the worst of the worst, and it's just they have no option other than to go into certain categories of employment. Good example was back in the old days. For many years, the worst doctors in the world were ship's doctors. And it's like basically these are doctors who could not make it in the medical profession. They're almost like failed medical students. And it's like maybe many of them were failed medical students. It's like when you can't make it in the medical profession, yet you've gone far enough where you can actually get certified, where you can honestly get a license as a doctor, yet you can't really they don't consider you competent enough to be a doctor in any normal facility. You would ultimately find yourself exiled by circumstance or necessity to being a ship's doctor, where you're the doctor. People don't have a choice at that point. You see, once you're on a ship, that's it. The ship's doctor is all you got. So it's like, but you are goddamn glad you have a doctor at all, because when you're on a ship, if you don't have a doctor and you need a doctor, you're fucked. I mean, really fucked. So, yeah, a ship's doctor was like, that's a doctor of last resort. It's like, and it would be the same way with, I personally knew a guy named, what was his name? He was Jewish. Paul Harvey? No, it was Harvey, I can't remember the guy's last name, but Harvey was.
Wait, which one?
Jewish psychiatrist I knew personally. You didn't know him. I never talked to you about him. Harvey something. Beaver, my gang brother.
I thought it was a famous person.
No, he was not famous. My cousin. Sometimes we had to role play where Beaver was my cousin, but no, he's not my cousin. He's my gang brother. But anyhow, when it comes to my gang brother Beaver, he knew Harvey. I just can't remember his last name. I knew Harvey. My gang brother Beaver knew Harvey. We knew him through that guy.
Harvey Harvey J. Alter.
No. But Harvey was this Jewish psychiatrist who went nuts, and he burned his medical degree and then framed it. At that point, he was a pariah in his psychiatric community, and the only job he could get was at a California state prison. So he was a prison psychiatrist. That's as low as you go for a psychiatrist, because there's no such thing as a ship psychiatrist. There's ship's doctors. There's no ship psychiatrist. But the closest thing you got to a ship psychiatrist would be a prison psychiatrist. It's like, those are the people who can't be employed anyplace else. And so he was a prison psychiatrist. And Harvey Forrester was the guy's name. Harvey Forrester. My dad once found his business card in my wallet and asked me about why I was seeing a psychiatrist. And I was like, dude, he's seeing me, Dad. I'm not seeing him. Jesus fucking Christ. Anyhow, so Heather provided us a nice photograph. So there you go, Nemo. There's the cause of the fire. This is what Heather used right now, which is why she's coughing so much. She was unable to escape the flames before they really burst out. She barely got away with her life. Her clothes are singed. She came back home just now. That's why she had to go off. That's why she was away from keyboard. She drove out to set the fire.
So toxic.
Yeah, she drove out to set the fire, came back, and that's why she's telling Nemo, this is what I use, Nemo, come on, get with it, man, yeah. And so I'm kidding, people. She did not set that fire, but it was this homeless guy. But Heather knows how it's done. which itself is pretty fucking impressive. And but there you go. And yeah, Nemo, it's unbelievable for you in Australia, but it shouldn't be, because half of fucking Australia was on fire due to arsonists all over Australia not too long ago, and you know, 1 billion animals died, and you know, God knows how much acreage was burned. So it's not like Australia doesn't suffer this shit. Again, because of Republicans. Of course, the Australian, it was Murdoch cultists, whatever the Australian version of Republicans is, and which is basically every Australian man, whereas all the Australian women in general are Democrats, so to speak. They would be what America would call Democrats, where all the men are what Americans would call Republicans. That's basically Australia's demographic lineup politically, in a general sense, of course. But when it comes to back to the CEO, Brian Thompson, and the man who shot him, Luigi Magnoni, here's what it comes down to. It's like I said, the CEOs were frightened by what happened. And until that happened, the CEOs, as Brendan Zogit said, with a sense of hubris, the CEOs truly believed they were untouchable. It's hard for you and I to imagine someone thinking like that. And it's obvious that no sane person should think like that. But these are not sane people. These are people who grew up in an America where CEOs have been invulnerable. I mean, a politician understands people want to kill him because he is a representative. A CEO makes no claim towards representation. A CEO is not claiming to represent anybody other than shareholders. So they don't think of themselves as public targets. And they really think of themselves operating above the law. That it does not apply to them. Well, they're not operating above the law, but they're operating above justice, is what they feel. That everyone would not be touching them because that would make the person guilty of murder. They feel the law is protecting them. They understand that in their sick and twisted way, they're not breaking the law. They're not criminals per se, even though they are unethical. They're not legally criminal. And so because of that, there was no reason for the CEO to fear his life logically, which is why he and all of the CEOs often walk around without security. You would be amazed. That murder has changed the dynamic. And so that what Luigi Magnoni did was he put the fear of God in these motherfuckers. He really did. And so it was real. It was not a setup. It was not. It was real. And the sad thing is that Luigi Magnoni could probably get a good chunk of his life taken out by jail time simply because of the silencer. Unless it just is all taken as insanity and he allows, because he may not want to be treated as a lunatic and he may want to say he's making a political statement, but if he goes for the insanity plea, then they can probably get him off of everything and just have him institutionalized for a period of time. I hope he goes for that. I hope he doesn't try and go make it a political statement. However, this is where Nemo does show your innocence. I'll say your innocence about the prison system in America. Yes, people are mistreated in prison, and depending on what your crime is, you can be bullied, for lack of a better word, tormented or bullied in prison by your fellow prisoners. Luigi Magnoni is a hero in prison. Everybody in prison.
No, but what I meant, like, because the CEO, he'd had rich.
You would think that the CEO
would pay inmates to fucking fuck him up.
You'd be amazed how that doesn't work. In other words, the inmates will gladly take the money and then not do it. Because how can you make them? If you get what I'm saying. What does the CEO do then? Pay the guards?
Depends on the inmate. Like, he's got to be a complete fucking nutcase killing machine.
Let's put it this way. The CEOs really... Because
if they're in there for life, they're not going to care if they kill someone. Like, I'm here, I'm going to be here the rest of my life. I might as well do it.
Magnoni is not going to be facing that. He would be.
The inmates they pay.
Got it. No, I hear what you're saying. It's just that we also understand that many of the worst killers are on death row, and they're not among the normal prison population. So they are separated. When they've tried to break down that separation because it is cruel and inhuman, then the death row inmates are not happy because then they take the shock collars off and they're let loose among the general public, and they lose their mystique, and then the general prison public starts beating them up because they're just trying to show who's on top. So it's strange how the entire dynamic works. But let's just put it this way: I get what you're saying, and it makes sense. But I've never seen it work. Wealthy people can maybe try and hire prison guards, torment the prisoner, or hire other prisoners to torment the prisoner. It's simply, you're no longer operating by any social norms once you're in a prison system. First off, just so everybody understands this, who's a normal listener, the guards do not run the prisons. The prisoners run the prisons. The guards are just there along for the ride. The guards are just there to collect a paycheck. The guards will do things that are you'd be impressed by. Say, for instance, the one thing that I think anybody working as a corrections officer would probably find disturbing, certainly I'm more familiar with the California prison system, is that prison guards are unarmed. Because they can't be armed, because the prisoners would steal the guns and use it against the guards. Because the prisoners easily outnumber the guards, and they could easily swarm 2 or 3 guards and take their guns and then be armed. So, yeah, most of the guards are unarmed. Not the ones in the towers. The ones in the towers are armed to the teeth, and they'll, shoot prisoners apart in the courtyard who try to make a break. Yeah, but...
Yeah, the impression I got was they're armed when they take them out to do things.
Yes. Absolutely.
Like if they have to go to a hospital, but not just inside the prison, obviously.
Yeah, not inside the prison. You might be armed at most with a baton. But what will happen is they have certain prison guards that are just meant to go inside of an isolation chamber. Because, a prisoner who's locked in an isolation chamber will be stark raving mad. And so they'll send in certain prison guards that are trained for that, who go in and just subdue those prisoners to take them out when the prisoners refuse to come out, which is all the time. And maybe even with conventional prisoners, they'll have guards kind of trained to go in and take them out. Obviously, your average prison guard can't even do that. So there's certain guards that are almost like a SWAT team. There are what they call tac squads, which are, say there's a mutiny among the prisoners, then sometimes they'll send a tac squad in that is armed, at least with rubber bullets, at least with, electric shock tasers, then they'll put down prison mutiny, so to speak. So these things do exist, and so guards can arm themselves. It's like certain situations that are allowed that. But anyhow, it's one of these things that most of the time, however, prison guards are unarmed. So they're obviously not running the prison at that point. They are, of course, hurting the prisoners. They're hurting them. They are, collecting their paycheck. But, your average prison guard will tell you the prison runs itself. It really does. It's like, it's a feudal system. If you were to take a man out of the Middle Ages and you put him into modern society, he could never adapt. He could never adapt because he comes from a caste system where you have peasants, you have knights, nobility. However, if you put that person in prison, he would adapt because that's a feudal state. It's where you have a king that's unelected, empowers himself by force, by brute force. He has his own knights, if you will, enforcers throughout the prison. And you have, as well as that, the rest of the prisoners who are serfs, peasantry, who do the bidding of the king of the prison, the kingpin, where we get the term kingpin from. But when it comes to this economy in prison, which has its own economy, which a Middle Ages, meaning a medievalist, serf, or man, even a knight, could adapt to if they were stuck in prison, one of the things that you'll notice is that's who the multi-billionaire would have to deal with. say somebody said, oh, I want to avenge, Brian Thompson. By the way, Brian Thompson, I don't know if you realize this, Nemo, has no one who wants to avenge him. there's no one cared about Brian Thompson. It's somebody who's like a pathological psychotic, who's a CEO, generally doesn't have any real friends. And most of the family is just there for the money. Nobody really loves people like that. So first off, that in itself is almost a conceit. It's almost like a rarity. Let's say we indulge ourselves with the concept of somebody loved this guy and wants to avenge him. They couldn't pay the prisoners. They couldn't pay the guards. They would have to find the godfather of the prison and pay him. And why would he want the money? Then the question is, okay, what are you going to give me? The most you can do is try, you going to bust me out of here? What are you going to do? What would he have to offer someone like that who is running an underground empire out of prison? He's running drugs. He's running, to an extent, a human trafficking system, because the prison systems are so corrupt where guards will be bribed and the guards will take the white-collar criminals. This is the horror of the American prison system. There is not a separate penitentiary system for white-collar criminals. So white-collar criminals who are nonviolent go in with the crazies who are violent, the blue-collar criminals. And what do those white-collar criminals become? Just butt-fuck meat for the rest of the blue-collar criminals. And who pimps them out? The guards. The guards get bribed to deliver the white-collar criminals to cell by cell. So the white-collar criminals get butt-fucked, mouth-fucked, and contract AIDS by the time they're out. It's just... So in a system like that, where it's all run by the godfather in that prison, who is not the warden, that's what the first thing the multi-billionaire would have to do is approach, not the warden, but the godfather of the prison, and say he bribes both him and the warden, and make this prisoner's life a living hell till they kill themselves. It's like, it's just not. It hasn't worked yet. So I've never seen it work.
I wonder if that happened to Lenny Dykstra when he got put in prison, because he got all his fucking teeth knocked out.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if he was being passed around like a butt puppet because he's a famous fucking sports dude or whatever. And
that's so fucking
And there's
sad.
this rumor.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
That the prisoners were like raping him, like forcing him to give head. But he kept using his teeth, like scraping their dicks. And they beat him up after it.
Of course.
Apparently he begged one of the guards to smash his teeth out so he could give good head and not get beat up.
All that sounds true to me. All that sounds horrifically true. Yeah, I'm so sorry. That's awful. I'm so sorry to hear something like that. It's just awful. And yet it's so believable. Yeah, that's I'm not.
Artie Lang publicly stated that, the famous comedian, because he's heavily into sports and follows all that. Yeah, he said that. Yeah, Lenny Dykstra begged the guards to smash his teeth because Lenny says, the guards smashed his teeth out because he's being an asshole. But Artie's like, no, he's just giving bad head and begged them to smash his teeth out so he'd stop getting bashed for giving bad head using his teeth.
Oh my fucking God, I that's horrific. It's just horrific. And yet, yeah, that's exactly what happened. I can guarantee you that. Yeah. So, but even with everything that I'm describing, I still insist, to Brendan Zogi, get that job as a corrections officer. Just go for it. Stop waiting on it, dude. Just go
Make
for
money.
it. Yeah, you believe me, it's you won't regret it once you're in there just because of the money that you're making. We'll see what Brendan says in response to that, but it doesn't seem to me like Brendan's really jumping on this opportunity. So
at least apply at the very least.
Okay, so please do. Yeah, please do. Are you leery? Does what I've described so far make you leery of it in any way, or you can handle it?
Not particularly. I mean, I've seen so much fucked up shit anyways. But
Thank you. That's why I thought.
The
Yeah.
main problem I have is whatever caused me to be rejected at the sheriff's department is probably going to end up the same way.
Don't think like that. Don't think like that. You just move ahead as if that never happened. Trust me.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a.
Imagine that you're going to get the job. Make it happen with your own power of imagination.
Yeah.
Yes. Agreed.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely going to apply because, yeah, like you said, it's like what make a quarter of the money doing fucking way worse shit, you know, getting yelled at.
Yeah. Working with hazardous chemicals, no less. You know where you're at, and hazardous materials. It's like no, you might as well get the money you deserve, and so when it comes,
and if you're lucky, you'll get to shoot some scumbags.
Yeah, well, like we said about the arms situation, but then again, he might wind up in the towers. Yeah, then he might be shooting people. Yeah.
Get this ass out. Let me work on the towers.
Yep. I mean, the way it was described to me is they have a sign-up sheet. You would just volunteer to do it because a lot of people don't like doing it, so they have like a rotation because it's so boring. Yeah. But I would be, do some meditation.
Dude, with the money they're paying, I would be happy to stare at a wall for a full shift. I don't know why anyone would complain about the towers being boring. I mean, really? Come on. Yeah.
Probably
just put an earpiece in, listen to some music or podcast while you're patrolling.
I don't know if that's allowed, but yeah, it's
probably.
But
it would be like Harry style. You wouldn't be able to probably bring a phone in or anything like that.
Yeah. No.
Presumably.
Just smuggle one in your ass.
Yeah, that's the prisoners do that. And they can smuggle more in their ass because, they got other prisoners piling.
They got a lot of room.
Yeah, they got other prisoners piling on their ass. Yes, that's right. By the time your average prisoner gets out of prison, they can pack a small Derringer in there up their ass.
Just a big loot bag.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yes. So grotesque, but so true. Yes. So fucking true. It's like, at any rate, so such being said,
I wouldn't be surprised if Hot Kinky Joe was being used as a drug mule.
Hot Kinky? Who? Who?
Oh, that famous Russian cam whore who can fit 4-size dildos in her ass.
Oh. Is this
I wouldn't
like
be
a
surprised
trans?
if
Is that
she was
like
also... No, she's female. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if she was being used as a drug mule for the Russian mafia, as well as being a famous cam whore.
Okay. I'll have to look her up. Maybe I've heard of her. Maybe...
Yeah, just look her up on fucking...
Mm-hmm. She's probably making more money.
Yeah.
She's making lots of money.
Yeah, there you go. I mean,
there's not a lot of chicks like her. She can fit a whole horse dildo in her ass, make her belly bulge and shit.
Oh my God.
So she could probably fit a lot of drugs in there.
Well, she wouldn't need to.
Are you talking about like the bad drag?
No, but if she's a slave for the Russian mafia, like a sex slave.
Yeah, maybe.
Probably.
Maybe. Yeah, well, I mean, it's one of those things where they probably value her more as what she's doing, but still, they wouldn't need to do that. They've got other people for that sort of thing. What were you going to say, Brendan? Finish that thought, please.
Oh, I just said, is that the chick? I think this chick is like American, but she has like a cabinet of bad dragons behind her.
Yeah, the dildos that Trappist Nicholson.
I think she's Russian. I'm pretty sure she's Russian. But she might be living in America as a citizen. I don't know.
Okay, so it's the same chick, though, that I'm thinking of.
She's skinny, black hair.
Yeah, that chick.
Okay. Well, it's funny. These guys know better and I don't. But go on, Brendan. What else were you going to say? Yeah.
She just takes that stuff to the extreme. That's why she's popular.
There you go. Yeah.
But it just doesn't make sense to me, or it's not like pleasurable. I don't understand how that works. Like, why people think that's nice, or I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
She's just real hot chick, hot looking chick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Say goodnight to everyone. Heather, if you could say goodnight to everyone.
Good night and good morning.
Okay.
Take care, Heather.
Good night and good morning to you all. Thank you very much for all of your help and love and support.
We all love you dearly. We all pray for you and Vinny. And what is this that Heather says, I love you all. I'm super tired, going off call, but listening to. Okay, we love you, Heather. Anything else?
And donate to Douglas Dietrich.
Oh, bless you.
Listener supported.
Yes. Thank you, honey.
You're welcome.
And I love you. Okay, and love Vinny too. So share that with him. Okay, and there we are. So she also gave a laugh out loud to Nemo's link, which is hot Kinky Joe belly bulge from huge horsecock dildo anal from Sinovator and Prolapse. I mean, holy fucking shit. Jesus Christ. Yeah, again, I'm shocked I don't know this young lady as opposed to Brendan and Nemo do.
She's been around for a while.
Wow.
I'm surprised she's still doing that.
It's like, well, like you said, if she's a sex slave, really doesn't have too much of a choice, does she?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, at any rate, yeah, Russia's a horrible place. It's a hellhole. Yeah. So, such being said, what about anything else comes to mind? I do hope that what I explained about prison makes sense to most of our listeners. And again, it's one of these things where, because of these reasons, Luigi Magnoni is being treated quite well. He is being very respected in prison. He's treated as the hero that he is, and I do view him as a folk hero myself. But
is there any info about his family background? Like, is he a part of any mobs or whatever? Because he's Italian. It's stereotypical, but I'm just curious if he is part of such a family.
It wouldn't surprise me if his family background had something like that going on. Because a lot of the old Italian mobsters made well, of course, and then their children didn't need to become mobsters. So the children all went to college. So he went to a very prestigious Ivy League school. He's an Ivy Leaguer. So, all of that would make sense. Or maybe, that at some point is... Yeah. Go on, Brendan?
That he is Sicilian, so it would make sense.
Yeah.
It's going to say he looks more Sicilian because he's got that ugly fucking sheepwool hair and fucking hairy eyebrows like Anthony Cumia.
Oh my god. Well, the chicks dig his looks, and yeah.
Well, that's because he's got abs and shit, but his face is like a fucking monkey.
That's harsh. It's harsh. He actually, a lot of women find his face, gorgeous. It's just
that's very strange.
It's
they got low standards.
It is what it is. I myself have been asked if I was Italian by a lot of ladies, but yes, I certainly don't have that look. That look is, it is more Sicilian. He does have much more of a pronounced Mediterranean appearance, and his hair has this natural curliness to it that's almost Judaic.
Like a Kaiser, yeah.
Yeah, and so it is what it is, but... He, oh gosh, I've got to get a bottle of water. So let me go grab that while you guys continue holding the stage. And then what I'll try and do is maybe go a little bit over what I was going to say about Bhagwan Rajneesh. The problem is, once I go off on that son of a bitch, there's so much to fucking cover. It's that, I'm, reluctant to go into him at all because it's like, it's a very complicated, in-depth story. And I could tell that Holly, didn't know the half of it. But let me grab a bottle of water here. Nemo's providing an image here. And here we are.
He's got a big nose too, yeah.
It's funny you say that. In this photograph, it truly is not flattering. This is a very non-flattering photograph of that young man, Luigi Magnoni. It's good. God.
Trim those fucking eyebrows. Go down.
It looks almost as if somebody CGI'd this to make it more unflattering, but I'm sure that's not the case. I'm sure this is a genuine photograph that there's been no alteration.
BBC, that's off BBC.com.
And then you get caught up ain't gonna be like spruced up right now.
Yeah, true enough. He's letting his he's not clipping his eyebrows. He's like poor guy.
Like it seemed like
Yeah.
those photos that people were simping over, those chicks were simping over.
Yeah.
Were like that was like in the past before he got his crazy injury that made him go. You know,
Oh yeah.
Oh no, they were also sipping over his being displayed like a war prisoner, like a captured war criminal through the streets by the black mayor of New York, who himself is a convicted fucking felon. So yeah, no, they were still sipping off that. He was still looking good then. Yeah, that was
definitely. But thing like
yeah.
He went through the ringer, dealing with all that shit.
Yeah. What's stressing him out is it's all the legal issues and it's not so much as fellow prisoners, but being in prison. Even if all the prisoners are cool with you, it's still no fun to be in prison. I mean, that's so yeah.
Food's fucking shit.
Yeah.
I'd rather starve to death.
Well, no.
After what I saw, prisoners eat. Like in America too. Oh my
really?
God.
I mean, prison food is infamous for being fucking some of the best food on earth. Because that's how they
from
keep.
What I saw, because it's all junk. Like I'm sure what they get is like tasty, but it's all fucking junk food filled with preservatives and chemicals that will give you cancer by the time you're 40.
Oh yeah, maybe, but yeah.
And they got to prepare it all in plastic, getting all the microplastics in their system.
Maybe.
After seeing that, I'm like, fuck that shit.
I can see what you're saying. At the same time, the theory is that it keeps the prisoners from rebelling or mutinying. Is that just give them good food? So prison food is supposed to be really good. I mean, most of the people
tasting, but yeah, not really, not for your health.
Yeah,
just for your taste buds.
Yeah, maybe. I hope to never find out. It's all I can say. All right, let me go grab that water bottle. Have you guys got this, Brendan? Nemo?
Yeah. I'm here.
Excellent. Yeah. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. Let me go mute.
Okay.
How close was the fire to you when it started?
Doug and I are up north, so it's like hundreds of miles.
Right,
but I was really close to like the 2018 and 2020 ones. They were very close. But
and those were wildfires, just like were they actual?
Some of them were, some of them were not. But like it was pretty far away from me. It's just we had to deal with a lot of smoke and pollution and that stuff. So
yeah.
But right, these ones are really far away from us. So SoCal's like 8 or 9 hours drive away from us. It's like you going to like Melbourne or something. It's far.
Yeah.
So it would be
it's a long
Sydney.
It's quite a
like
long state. Yeah.
Yeah, like a whole nother state basically. That's how long California is. It's like it would be like going to, maybe not compared to Australia, but like Europe, it would be like you go to a whole nother country by the time you get to LA from where we're at. So we're pretty far. It's just so that's helpful, but we did have to deal with it. I had to deal with it pretty close. Like I said, 2018, 2019, into 2020, really.
Yeah.
So,
and you notice all these conspiracy cards, they always fucking say, oh, it's direct energy weapons for all those fires in California.
Yeah. Like laser.
And they provide no proof. Yeah, they provide no proof.
It's just like, like what Doug was saying, it's definitely possible, but it would be like redundant, It's like, why do something when you could just have some idiot do it, like and then they can't trace you and all that. Like that just
homeless people, but America should be saying, well, if they're being paid or used to start this shit, then they can't be trusted and just get rid of them.
Yeah, oh yeah. I agree with that. They should really do something because
send them to Africa. I don't give a shit. Just get rid of them.
Yeah. Do you guys have any kind of like rough sleepers or anything? I mean,
we have homelessness has been increasing. It's not as bad as America, but it's getting there. Definitely, like Melbourne and Sydney. There's a lot of homeless people there. Brisbane, all the big cities have their share of
Yep.
Fucking homeless people, you know, some of them are just down on their luck and they actually deserve a second chance, but a lot of them are just fucking alcoholics and drug junkie, mentally screwed in the head. I'd just be walking around, you know, like the Punisher, just cleaning the streets.
Yeah. I mean, definitely. I don't know why more people don't do that here. It's just, you know, like people have this weird thing where I don't know if it's like brainwashing, but they say, oh, it's like against someone's rights to like kill them or something. It goes with like not understanding reincarnation and all that. Because in the East, like they'll just kill you. They don't care. Like, like the Buddhist countries, like they'll just execute you like on the spot. So that's where it does become problematic. But like if you're sensible about it, I don't see the moral quandary in it. It's like if you've done a gnarly crime, then like that's what's wrong with killing someone in that case. It's just strange. Like what people are willing to tolerate, and then what they'll say is like morality based. Like is it better keeping these people alive for 40, 50 years? You know, it doesn't make sense. Like
waste the taxpayers' money. There's always a chance they'll get out in the streets again and do the same shit.
Yeah.
And it doesn't help that there's a lot of these fucking religious Christian fucktards that go by the indoctrination of the Testament. Oh, thou shalt not kill. Killing is wrong and all that. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Retards. Yeah, it doesn't help. Like, oh, what if someone's trying to kill you? Oh, I'm just going to stand there and take it. That's what they're going to do. When Armageddon's implemented, because it's going to be man-made, but most likely Israel, all those Judeo-Christians are going to say, well, this is part of prophecy. I'm just going to stand here and take it. I'll go to heaven. This is what God wanted. Yeah, just to get vaporized by fucking nuke bombs or killed by a horrible disease. Yep, this is what's supposed to happen. I'm just going to take it. Fuck, I want to be a victim. Yeah. I'll go to heaven just for being a fucking passive pussy.
Yeah. Yeah, you
pathetic.
Yeah. And they think it's somehow righteous. Or, no, and it depends on the people. Like they'll find out quickly when death really comes to them, and they'll realize like, you know, shit. Yeah. So it's not easy to deal with.
You can't rationalize with stupid people. You got to let fools be fools, and they'll have to learn the hard way.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, I think, in my opinion, that's why reincarnation is there. It's like, like then you like over time, like your spirit can like learn. You know, it's like you can't be doing that. Like,
most likely you're not going to learn all the stuff you need to know in one lifetime. So you got to keep coming back and accumulate the right knowledge for getting out of this fucking shithole.
Exactly. So that's the point. Is like slowly you can, like if you don't learn the easy way, then the hard way it takes time. Like,
and maybe the laws of karma ties into that. Like,
oh yeah.
Say if you accumulate a lot of positive karma, your next life will be better for you to give you more better paths to gain all that necessary knowledge to speed up the process of graduating, kind of thing.
By the way, I want you to note I'm both here. I just got back in time to hear you start talking about this. Continue with what you were saying, please, by all means. Yes. Continue with answering Nemo's question about this karma thing.
So if you keep being an asshole and you're just going to reincarnate into shitty lives, you're never going to escape the cycle of suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's the point. That's why it's there. You know, it's like you have to learn the lesson at some point. Mm-hmm. And that's like why hells are created anyways. Like even after death, or like first hell is here, and then you get hell after, which is like all the diseases put together, or like something worse than this hell that people are in now. So it's like, and like eventually like no being can like deal with that, right? Like there's no being that can deal with more like that much hell, right? Like permanently. Mm-hmm. So then lesson, like, you know.
Well, I've seen the different levels, and the worst level, no one, you're completely helpless because you're just being fucking tortured and ripped apart by monsters.
Yeah. So how long can one deal with that? I mean, it's like, it's not possible to just sit there and be dealing with that forever.
one of the levels, it's just mostly darkness, and you're just all alone in the darkness.
Yeah. So that's still pretty bad.
Yeah.
Depending on how you feel about that. Yeah.
Okay. And so when you say you've seen these different levels of hell, explain to our listeners about your dreams. I presume this is in your dream sequences, or
Yeah.
okay. And do you take your dream sequences to be a form of astral travel?
Like the possibility, like either that or something's taking me there to learn from it. I don't know if it's my spirit doing that on its own will, or if I'm just being guided there to learn, oh, this is what's going to happen to you if you don't get your shit sorted out. One of them was like seeing that being claiming the title of Satan. Like he killed the previous title holder and became the new one, holding up the head, telling all the other monsters, I'm the new Satan. And he had 2 more heads wrapped around his belt as his trophies.
Oh, yeah.
So that's the thing. Satan itself is an entity. It's a title for these other dimensional beings to take and bear.
Yeah, that's true.
They'll fight over it.
Like Kali, like the being that runs over the Kali Yuga, rules over the Kali Yuga. Like that being Kali is actually he's just like an appointed being by like the king of the underworld. So it's just they're not exactly it's not like a permanent being. Same with Indra, like the king of heaven is not like there are different Indras like as time goes on. Like different beings become that. So
wow.
True. Yeah.
Well, that's incredible.
From Vedic perspective, that's how it goes. Yeah.
Okay. And
I personally got to witness that whole thing, and I got to know it firsthand while all these other dumb fucking brainwashed religious fucktards just think, oh, Satan is just this one permanent entity that's always been. They don't know shit.
Yeah.
Wait till they experience it firsthand. They're going to be in for a rude awakening.
Wow. Yeah.
Like people are always in for like a surprise.
Yes.
Like everyone's constantly in a state of surprise. Like, oh, how did that happen? How did this happen? It's like that's what's really messing with people. I think like there's no perspective in life anymore. Like for someone like you, Doug, like after you die, you're gonna be like, fuck, like I knew it. Like if you know beforehand, like then you can make sense of what's happening.
Yes.
But then if you're not, then you're like lost and it's hella scary.
Yes.
Like you're all freaking out.
Of
Things
course.
are happening. No idea what's going on.
There's a reason why people fear death. Yes.
It's unknown. It's an unknown. Yeah.
No.
It doesn't mean we know everything before death, but you want to get as close to knowing as possible before you die. Like that was the point of the Egyptians and all the ancients. Like you train for your death, like to have a good death, not a bad death. Like that's the point of life.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. And tell people how the Egyptians trained for death, kind of spent a lifetime preparing for death.
Yeah, you live your entire life to have a successful death and then go past the stars. Like you bypass the whole system of like the Yamraj, which is like the Lord of Death, Yama, like you can bypass that whole system if you live in a proper way and all of that here. And then you can go straight to higher realms, what we call heaven. And you don't have to go through that reincarnation cycle again. So all the ancient people knew this, that it was possible, and they had methodologies of how to get there, through ritual, through being more graceful, for treating the body correctly and all that. So that was how they did that properly.
Thank you. And just so all such being said, when you were asking Brendan about karma, Nemo, and you talk about having seen this, and a lot of these Christians, they're dogmatic. Many Christians are dogmatic, and they feel that they're taught about the cosmos, and they feel they understand it. And obviously, you seem to have been given a firsthand glance about what hell is like. Can you give us any impression? Obviously, you almost died when you went through that car accident. Was there a period of time that you think you might have been clinically dead or had kind of a near-death experience involved with the accident? Or did you seem to be
No.
conscious and cognizant the whole time through that accident?
Like when the crash happened, I wasn't unconscious. Like maybe possibly for a quick second when the airbag hit me, but I don't know. I felt like I was just fully conscious the whole time.
Okay.
I didn't black out. I had too much adrenaline in my body. Even with a broken leg, I fucking smashed the window out because the door was jammed shut. Couldn't open it.
Holy
and I
shit!
got all that fucking glass in me.
And when you smashed the window with your hand?
With my legs.
Oh, with your legs.
My legs. With a broken leg.
Oh.
My right leg.
With your broken leg.
That made it worse. That obviously made it worse than it already was. Yeah.
Oh, so you again, just so our listeners...
when we crashed, I immediately felt a strong tingly feeling in my right leg. And when I was trying to open the doors, fucking jammed shut and smoke coming out of the engine. I'm thinking, oh shit, a fire might start. So I just thought, get the fuck out of there. Like, survival instinct kick in.
And you used your broken leg to shatter the car window.
Well, both my legs, but yeah, with a broken leg. Not just a broken.
And you succeeded. You and is that how did you get out that way? Or did you...
I just fucking crawled out of there. Hopping as soon as I got up, I was hopping away from the car, and the dumb fuck in front of one of the houses got out to see what happened. I'm like, call the ambulance. I had to repeat that multiple times.
Jesus
this dickhead standing there, he was like, he just couldn't believe what happened at that time.
What?
After midnight, seeing just this big car crash.
That's so frustrating. I mean, it's to say the least. I mean, that's just obviously. Now, when you kicked the window out, now I believe you completely. I'm just trying to picture this. Then you crawled out head first, not with your feet first, correct?
Yeah, head first. Yeah.
And then
because I had cuts all over my hands and shit.
I can imagine, or rather, I can't imagine. And but okay, so knowing that you did not suffer a near-death experience at that time, but were your dreams vivid before that accident or after?
No, it was after. Yeah.
So it was only
like I've had some strange dreams as a child, but not going to hell. But yeah.
Okay. So it was after. You would agree then, or confirm.
And also had that quote unquote, I don't like to say it, alien abduction experience after the car accident. The occult siege.
Right.
In your dreams where you're being abducted and held paralyzed on a bed.
Right.
By these beings.
Right. And forgive me, I'm trying to. Is that the one that might have been Cho involvement? Or not?
Maybe it would have been other entities. We don't even have Chos here.
Okay.
I don't think we'd have. It'd be just some other fucking malicious entities pulling that shit off.
Okay.
But I was able to end it because even though I was paralyzed, I still fought against. I knew they were going to do something bad because I could intuitively know this is not a good situation I'm in. I was able to break my right hand out of the binding they were doing. There was nothing strapped to me. It was all invisible. And then I just reached out, extended my right hand in the air, and I said, "Help me," and then the dream ended.
Wow. And when you said "help me," were you calling on Christ or just to the?
Yeah, just some fucking other force that could stop it.
Right.
I didn't call a name. I just said, "Help me."
So it was more like to the universe, like a cry of help out to the universe in general.
Something heard it.
Okay, so then you would confirm to me my suspicion that your dreams became much more vivid after the accident than they were in your lifetime before then.
Yeah.
Okay, wow. And so that's important and that's fascinating and it tells us quite a bit. But it's so when go on, Brendan. Oh, they glitched you out, Brendan. Repeat all that, please. Yeah.
I said that would be like you pierced the veil.
Yeah.
Of the other side,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you didn't die
physiologically, like it just was a big enough shift. Perhaps you entered like a timeline of fate where you didn't die, but you're
I was
still
supposed to die, but I didn't, because we were driving at 120 kilometers an hour, and usually people don't survive that.
Wow. Yeah, exactly. So you were, you're on a fate timeline now. So that allows you to pierce the veil easier. A spirit, like your Atman is operating as opposed to the programming that was before, The spirit is in charge,
Yeah.
That happens sometimes.
So, in other words, Nemo is, in a very real sense, you are, in a sense, somewhat with a toe in, well, let's say it this way. You've got one foot in the grave and your head in the clouds. How's that?
It's not good.
I'm sorry, did you say that's not good, or it sounds good? Or
It's not good, yeah.
it's not good? I don't know.
Maybe in a way it is.
Okay.
Like because I've been encountering other malicious entities, but I've been able to fight them off. So I'm just been able to get stronger spiritually and fucking
That's part of Doug's fault.
take charge.
What's this, Brendan, about what's Doug's fault?
You're not important, Nemo. It's just I said that's partially just dealing with Doug. It's just like he has a lot of placements that make you not so easy to deal with.
Like that the paralysis demon, they call it that. I don't know what it's really called. I've been having experiences from that for years. Like, it's far and few between those experiences. But yeah, when I bought that dragon swastika and got it delivered and started wearing it, that night I wore it, I got that experience. And I had my lights off. I usually keep my lights on, so I'm less susceptible to getting fucked dreams. But yeah, when I just fell asleep with that necklace on, then I encountered that entity again that was trying to bind me and keep me held down, but my spirit rose from my body. I could see my body below me as I'm rising up, and I'm facing up this being that's like a black silhouette, and I just screamed at it, like with a type of rage that I've never felt in my real life, and just scared it off. I screamed 4 words at it. Yeah. I'm not saying it on there. I told Brendan.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And then it never came back after.
Wow.
And you use the sigil to like ward it off. Yeah. So
yeah,
it works. The ancients knew the way. So
yes, definitely. And since you're kind of like you've got a toe in the other side, and since you've got a toe in the other side, you are that should make you feel empowered. And I think you understand this to the degree that you're at peace with the fact that you have extraordinarily vivid dreams to the point where they're really a kind of astral travel. Well,
you don't feel defenseless now when you start developing yourself and taking that path.
Yes.
Like, you feel like you can fight off anything that comes at you.
Yes. Okay. And so when it comes to this, do you look forward to sleeping at night? Forward to what you might encounter, new experiences? Like, is this exciting to you? Like, wow, I can't wait.
No, it's not exciting. Only if I know I was going to be dreaming of having sex with hot women, but that's not happening.
You've never had a dream like that?
Oh, once in a while, but it doesn't go the way you want fully. Like, you'll be fucking her one moment, and then the dream will just change and shift. And it's like, why couldn't it just last?
It's have you ever tried to make it last? Or
no, you have no. It just changed. You have no control over it.
Okay.
Really. Just be in the middle, fucking this hot redhead chick in the ass, and then the dream's gonna change now.
Oh, right. Because I was going to ask about that, whether or not you have any dreams about, girls, as opposed to fucking ugly ass monsters cutting each other's heads off.
It's a big mix. I'll be dreaming I've had so many different fucking crazy dreams of meteorites fucking crashing in the earth, the parts of nations sinking, continents sinking in the oceans, mega tsunamis, volcanoes, earthquakes, giant fucking lasers being blasted, a lot of nuclear explosions.
Wow. I mean,
zombies, a lot of zombies rising, all that shit.
Wow. And when the zombies rise, tell us a little bit about some of these dreams. Like, what happened? Yeah.
You're probably going to cringe at this, but one of those dreams, I'll tell it in full to what I can remember.
Mm-hmm.
This was during the COVID shit, like 2020, 2021, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And it started off where I'm just sitting in a movie theater watching a movie with a bunch of other people and shit. And, you know, it's mostly dark in that room. And just out of nowhere, this person started coughing severely and throwing up blood.
Mm-hmm.
And then I start hearing people screaming at the top of their lungs. Mm-hmm. And I just knew instantly then, get the fuck out of there, run. Because I just could tell what was gonna happen. Like somehow the special police forces knew what was happening here instantly in the cinema, like a outbreak of this horrible fucking illness. And then as soon as I started running out towards the entrance of the cinema, the fucking doors were being barricaded shut from the outside by the police.
Oh, geez, that fucking sucks. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, I looked above at the windows, and there were these large louver windows that fold open where they have the gaps in them. And I just fucking climbed up the wall and jumped through the gap. And I was able to jump out there, and I was just saying to the police, I'm not infected, don't fucking shoot me. And before they could decide to do anything to me, the fucking barricaded door busted open from all the people pushing against it.
Mm-hmm.
And then just chaos ensued. Like, everyone just started, they weren't human anymore. They were just like savage ghouls. Mm-hmm. And the police were shooting them. And I started running up towards a building across the road where there was one of the officers armed with a gun. So I just climbed up there to get next to him while these things were chasing me. Mm-hmm. And as I'm standing on top of that, I'm like trying to stomp the hands of these fucking what used to be human trying to get at me. Mm-hmm. And then that dream continued, but the next it shifted, but it was still relative to what was happening before. And I just remember I was flying in the air to an extent where with these other people, we weren't really flying, we were leaping, like jumping from the ground and just like, you know, covering a lot of distance in the air from one jump to the other. And as we're in the air, these other beings, they didn't look human, they looked like mutated beings, like just mutants. And I was asking, like, what's happening, why is this happening? Mm-hmm. And they said, it's because of this COVID stuff.
Cool.
That's what they said to me.
Oh my god, hey, there you go. That's wow, incredible stuff. And Brendan, any thoughts that this raises in yourself about
sounds horrifying.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, it sounds like something out of Helsing or something.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
So. But it's like, it sounds like you're tapped into the general, like what would be called the I think it's called Umwelt. There's a concept from German philosophy. There's like Mitwelt, Umwelt, and which means like the with world. So it's like the collective psychology of, you know, the beings that are in the reality field. So you somehow have a connection to what's going on around you, and it seeps in through the dream world. So kind of like a, you know, I don't want to say dream time because that's more of like a Aboriginal concept, but I'm saying like the actual, like the noosphere, the like psychic realm of the collective consciousness that you're able to tap into now. So it can be a boon, but it can also not be so good, amongst other things. So, but you know, as with any power, you know, it has its merit.
Mm-hmm. But you really seem
it's funny.
Yeah, go on.
Also, during the COVID outbreak, I had a drink because I said, like, you know, to myself, I'm not getting the shot. I don't care what people think. I mean, I'm not listening to anyone's opinions about it. I'm just not getting it because I don't trust it, and I can shove it up their ass. But fucking, I started having dreams of like medical people fucking trying to chase me down and forcefully inject needles into me. Fucking, yeah, just shit like that.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta take the shot. You gotta take the shot. Fuck you, fucking asshole cunts. I'm not taking
Yeah, so you had like a, you know, preemptive, like,
oh my god. That's
kind of like a premonition of sorts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
And but all of this is very impressive and fascinating in its own right. We've got good numbers. People are fascinated with what you have to say. Let me take a look at it. Here we are. Brendan has provided this wonderful chart here that of there we are. And Eigenwelt, is that correct?
Yeah, so it's the existentialist concept of being in the world, or Dasein.
Yeah.
So Eigenwelt is the self.
Yeah.
Umwelt is the environment, like the thing, you know, the actual nature around you.
Mm-hmm.
And Mitwelt is like the collective consciousness of beings, like humans. Mm-hmm. So that would be people around you. So you can tap into that as well as the other two. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So you're in that kind of scenario.
Mm-hmm.
And because humans are so toxic right now, like, yeah, a lot of shit seeps in. like, you know, it happens to all of us, of course, but Nemo seems to be more connected to that. Like, you're able to get into it more or be affected by it more. So.
Yes. And but I'm glad you're having girls in your dreams at all. If you were missing them completely, I'd be worried. So even though they do show up in your dreams dreams shift and kind of change. Have you tried to gain more control over your dreams? You do.
Not really. I just let it go naturally.
Okay. You might want to experiment with trying to control your dreams more and see if you can do that without necessarily waking yourself up. And you might be surprised at the level of control you might begin to develop over your dreams. And that should be interesting how that works out. And
I had another big dream of humans turning into these zombies. It was so fucking big. It's fragmented. I can't remember every bit, but I can say this: Israel played into it.
Interesting.
There was one moment where me and a group of people that were just like surviving whatever aftermath of catastrophe that occurred. Like this building was half fucking destroyed or whatever, and we're just like hanging around the bare open area of the destroyed building, and then we see this person in a white hazmat suit come up to us with the blue stripes and the Star of David on it, like, and I think they were trying to take us or maybe try to kill us.
Wow.
Yeah, and then after that, there was this moment where I'm standing on a small field where there's grass, where it's next to a main road. The area looked like it was in like compacted city area, like somewhere in England or Sweden or whatever. And I'm next to the road on this field, and I see this big sled of humans, you know, like a sled like huskies pull, but these are human slaves. Pulling the chariot, and the guy on the chariot was this big giant fat fuck. And I could remember looking at the people thinking, feeling bad for them, like, fuck, I wish there was something I could do to help them. But this big fat fuck was yelling at me, give me this item you have, give it to me. And I was being stubborn as I didn't even know what he's talking about. What? I don't know. What the fuck are you asking me for? And he just kept begging for it, like he was desperate. and then this loud noise started to occur, like a chime of a bell. Just went off, and then he looked around. He's like, "Oh, I gotta get the fuck out of here." He couldn't get what he wanted off me, and I was wondering, "Oh, what's going on? Why is he, in a panic all of a sudden?" And then there's in the streets, there's all these bodies that are piled up. There's blood everywhere. You could smell the blood. I've had a lot of dreams smelling the blood.
Right.
Shit.
And you know what blood smells, just so for our listeners, you know what blood
smells like copper.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
And these bodies started to start moving, rising up and moving around. And I'm like, holy shit. So I just started walking around this main street. There was this big bridge. Well, not a big bridge, just a bridge over the road. Above me, I was walking through it. And I was able to walk amongst these walking corpses. And I just happened to look down at my left hand, and I had this triangular case, like a black case, and I opened it up, and there was like a black triangle ornament inside. Not black, golden. The case was black, inside was a golden triangular ornament inside. And I just realized, this thing is preventing these bodies, these zombies attacking me and going for me. And that made me realize why he was so desperate to get this thing, because it would have gave him immunity to these beings attacking him.
Fascinating.
But strangely, a couple of those bodies were able to, zombies were able to go for me. Like majority of them didn't acknowledge me, but a couple of them did acknowledge me and started chasing me. So I had to climb a building and get on top of the roof. And it ended there when they nearly got to me. But that was funny, This golden triangle ornament, like there was some magical thing I had. I didn't realize I had until I just looked at my left hand, and opened the case.
Incredible. Yeah. And
but that's funny too, seeing that person in the hazmat suit with the Israeli symbol on it. Like that means they had something to do with that fucking zombie outbreak.
Yeah. Was this before or after you heard me talk about neutron bombs?
No, I can't remember. It might have been after. Probably after.
But still, it's still incredible the way that absorbed, and it still reeks of prescience. That you are, it's almost a prognostication in a sense. It's kind of, a prophetic, almost prophetic in its own right, in its own way, symbolic, but potentially prophetic. Brendan, any thoughts? We're doing kind of like a on-air dream analysis of our dear friend Nemo here, and I think it's fun.
Of that particular dream, no, but dreams are like multifactorial. There's like, of course, there's your own memories, there's the collective consciousness, like I said, and then there's like actually entering other dimensions. Because the dream time is its own dimension as well. So, all those three things combined. And, so it becomes problematic to even do prediction. Sometimes they're omens, sometimes they're not. So you got to be very intuitive to get through that. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Very astute. Continue. Yes.
Yeah, so it's just a matter of that, and meditation and stuff will help. And there are a lot of good dream herbs as well if you want to maybe tonify, tonically enhance, make them more easy to deal with, make them more positive. You can actually tonify with herbs.
Oh wow! Okay.
And even some herbs can trigger actual lucid experiences, but I don't recommend that in a case like this. I mean, of course.
Yeah, because you feel
unless you want to.
Yeah, well, I think we can all assume that your dreams are already vivid enough. Have you, if you had an opportunity to experiment with such herbs based on their reputation for rendering dreams, vividness in dreams, would you try that, or do you feel that would make your dreams unbearably intense? Nemo.
Yeah, probably a risk I wouldn't take.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
Understandable.
Yeah, and such having.
What I was most interested of that dream was the golden triangle thing I had. That was keeping me immune, for the most part.
Yes. Any thoughts there, Brendan?
It was small. It was in a black case that fit in my palm of my hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be like the Triforce. Like that's just one of the, natures of the cosmos that can help you.
Excellent. Thank you. And so, dear Nemo, that's you've
seen Legend of Zelda. It's like
right.
The Triforce. Yeah, that's what it is. Something like that.
All right.
Because the triangle itself is three. Represents three, and so it's the most efficient form. The sacred triangle, sacred angle. So it's a very important symbol of nature and the solidity and the power of nature. So the Trimurti or the Tri-Goddess, Tri-Divi. There's always, the Druids always focused on threes as well. So the ancients revered this concept of the three forces of nature. So that's why it's such a powerful, talisman.
Wow. And thank you. And so looking at our numbers, we're holding steady. Really good. And you're very courageous to share these dreams, dear Nemo. Anything else that comes up to your mind that you might think about sharing concerning either your dreams or anything else? Insights into current events or the like.
One funny dream I had when I was a kid that was spooky as hell was I had this dream where I'm seeing a room with pillars and shit that's dark. Not really dark, just no light, but still seeing it. And this song was playing by Madonna. I forgot the name of the song, but it's where she's like humming and saying, "Give your soul to me." And then I'm seeing images of Christ on the fucking crucifix. And I'm not a Christian or Catholic, wasn't raised as such. Yeah, I was just spooked. And then I saw a pile of skulls piled up nearly in like a pyramid shape. And I saw a stone flying through and piercing through one of the skulls. That was as a kid, that was a fucking spooky dream, man. That fucking Kabbalah witch Madonna's saying that shit in my dream. You know that song where she's singing that? It's like a slow song where she's humming and saying, "Give your soul to me." Yeah.
I don't remember that song. The first thing I would think of was
came out in the early 2000s, I think.
Okay, wow. Well, that was after I stopped listening.
Where she had long black hair in the video.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I haven't heard that song. So first thing I would think of would be like her old song, "Just Like a Dream." that would. But at any rate,
it was Frozen. The song called Frozen.
Okay,
yeah.
Did that have something to do with a Disney cartoon?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Yeah, just wondering.
It's just her dressed in black, dyed her hair black with black crows flying around her.
Okay. Wow. And so, all such being said,
And I bet she's a man. She's definitely looks like she was born male and underwent satanic gender inversion. It's got the shoulders of the man, waist of a man, biceps of a man. That's obviously undergone estrogen hormone injections. That's my speculation. I don't expect you to believe it.
Do you feel that way?
Yeah.
I know a lot of people were saying that about Lady Gaga. Did you feel that about Lady Gaga as well? Just curious.
I thought she was a hermaphrodite. Or just have an overgrown clit. Probably hermaphrodite. Because she looked very effeminate when she was a child. Yeah, I didn't see much masculinity in Lady Gaga.
Okay. Yeah. Well.
What do you think?
I always thought Madonna was a female. I never really
No.
felt.
I couldn't buy into that. Sorry. When I was a kid, I bought into it, but when I trained my eyes to see certain things, like yeah, she looks male, especially in the 90s, 80s when she's revealing a lot of her body. You can see it.
Oh, okay, and but you definitely feel Lady Gaga is a female, or
probably hermaphrodite, probably female hermaphrodite.
And
probably.
you feel that because you think that she's had a bulge in her crotch, so to speak, or
well, there's a video of her having a bulge, and also there's people that brought it up in interviews, and she just said, "Yeah, so what if I had a penis? What would be the big deal?" or something like that.
Well, she's the kind of person who would say that, of course. But such being said, I do recall
her body physically doesn't look masculine. That's why I don't think she would be. But
that's right, her body doesn't look masculine. But beyond that, I know I saw a tampon tag sticking out of her. Basically, the pull string sticking out of her outfit at one point, one of her performances, because what she wears.
There's different images. I remember seeing that too. Yeah.
Okay, so there we are.
But this video of the bulge is different, like from back 2009 or 10 or 8, around there.
Okay. But. Yeah, so that...
Not that it's important. It's but Madonna, because that's just like full-on deception for the human cattle masses. Oh, look at this touch, I'd so fuck her. But really, she's born a dude. It's just funny.
It's like, maybe, look, like you said, in the end, is it really that important?
Oh, no, I just don't appreciate the deception. If she just openly said, yes, up on male, big deal. Like, don't need to hide. Just the fact that they got to hide it.
Well,
I find it.
She was definitely on a trip. I remember there was this one gay guy, Michael Matthews, who was bitching about Madonna, and I was like, "What have you got against Madonna?" And he said, he brought up, "Oh, there was a bunch of dancers in her video." And because she was, prior to Lady Gaga, the one of the first kind of gay culture icons, perhaps she felt it was in her right to do this, but she outed them. And he held that against her. She had a bunch of gay dancers in her retinue in this video, and she outed them. And I was like, dude, I've seen that video, and it's like, she didn't need to out them, okay? It was assumed by everyone who watched that video that these guys were gay.
Goes without saying.
It's it's like the solid gold dancers used to see when I was growing up as a kid. And these guys look like flamers. They look like they were on fire in the, let's just say, in the gayest possible sense. So, but by the way, you know where that term comes from? Flaming faggot. It's because they used to, faggot is a horrible term, and it's used against gays because they used to burn gays at the torch. They would burn them at the stake. They would set them to the torch is the term that was used, by burning them at the stake. And so because they would burn, it was rumored, or the stereotype was, that they would burn more than your average guy, that they would flame up faster than your average guy, which might be true for all I know. I mean, gays are constituently different, I can tell you that. So if they're burning like that, but anyhow, they got the nickname faggots, because faggots are stones that burn. That are used for fireplaces and the like, burning faggots, and so
they're bundles of sticks.
Yeah, thank you. But that's they can be.
The British still casually say that, and they even got it.
Yeah.
They use that word for these pork, meal products that are like haggis.
Yeah. Let me take a look at this.
Cigarettes.
Yeah. Well, they use it for the cigarettes. Yeah.
Food, cigarettes, and bundles of shit. Anything that's a bundle.
Yeah. You're thinking maybe fascies. Fascies are the Now,
No, I watched a video recently of this British guy cooking, and he was saying faggots, and it said faggot on the frozen packet of these pork mince.
oh, right, okay, right, and but
Well, it's like in the Middle Ages, the term was for like a bundle of kindling. It would be like kindling for a fire. So that they would use it to burn witches and stuff.
Right, because I was wondering because that there's this one Chinese idiomatic story that was translated into English. It couldn't have been a bad translation, but they were talking about some impoverished scholar who was reduced to eating faggots, which didn't mean that he was sucking off gay guys. It meant that he was eating something that was normally considered inedible. I got
pork faggots and peas.
It could be it could be also maybe it was that, or maybe it was
it's a British meal, I'm just saying.
Okay, right. So but for the Taiwanese scholar, this was a Chinese story. It was a Chinese idiomatic book, and it was translated into English, but I was that makes more sense.
They're meatballs. It says meatballs made of minced offcuts. Mixed with herbs and sometimes breadcrumbs.
Got it. However, what I do want people to know is that in Taiwan, just as a cultural thing, just like to Americans, who got it from the Brits, the term faggot was used to refer to cigarettes, like the burning rods, and that's why in World War II, you will see posters, and people can look this up, about, the Japanese are setting fire to the forest. Don't help the Japs set fire to the forest. They say, make certain you keep your fag bag, meaning that when you're smoking cigarettes, you had a special bag that was fire retardant to put your cigarette butts in, so you wouldn't wind up setting half your world on fire. And so they said, don't forget your fag bag on World War II posters that, but when it came to faggots, they also meant charcoal kind of briquettes that were used in Taiwan. In Chinese culture, they would call them such. So that's where my angle came from.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, it's had a lot of different meanings throughout history in other cultures.
Yeah, but
definitions.
Yeah, but my point was with the gay people who were burning. Therefore, you got the term flamin' faggot. That guy's a flamin' faggot. And so, that's why I was using that term when it came to Madonna. And she was, so when she outed her dancers, these were not, this was no surprise to anyone. I couldn't understand why this gay guy, Michael Matthews, was upset. He was another one of these guys who had a crush on me to the point where he bought me leather lingerie, if you can believe it.
Oh, my God.
It's just so sad. It's just so awful. And so I'm looking at these pork faggots. Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. So, but this must be what the English translation of that Taiwanese idiomatic story was about. These pork faggots. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, homemade faggots and grody dick. Why some? Where does this come from? The name grody dick refers to some kind of what? Lamb's meat? Goat cheese? What the fuck?
I didn't really have the stomach to read it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Let's put it this way: I didn't eat any of the Brit food.
Well, the British are infamous.
Except Weetabix. I had their Weetabix.
Okay, yeah, but the British are infamous for bad food. It's just
it's awful.
Yeah, British are not known for their cuisine. Now, granted, I'm unusual in the fact that I can eat most British food. I think British food is fine myself.
Yeah,
but...
it's like you and what's his name, George Knight.
Yes.
Haggis.
Yes. So, Nemo's got it down. He says, grody dick is a traditional hearty stew. All right, yeah. Okay, I wouldn't mind trying
made with beef, onions, leeks, and groat. Whole oat grains.
Okay.
In beef stock.
Oh, God, it looks awful.
Sounds great.
It's like an oatmeal soup.
Yeah, sounds
something of an acquired taste. Grody pudding.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Because
that's some kind of regional term for pudding.
I'll just stick with fish and chips.
Spotted dick.
That's pudding. Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, the more I learn about these dishes, the more I'd be willing to try them. I can.
Have some eel pie.
There you go. Well, there we are. I've probably just made half my listeners throw up with that, but So, such being said, we talked quite a bit tonight. The reason why, of course, being, again, preparing for the monologue tonight. It's just, again, I'm overwhelmed by so much to talk about, and just trying to give myself a little more time to get my head together. And these men are doing such an incredible job. So how about anything else you two gentlemen can think of? We've covered quite a bit, but when I think of Madonna and Lady Gaga, and I think about what you've said about your own thoughts on their genders, all I can say is no comment from my part. I mean, you obviously have thought a lot about this, but it's one of these things where. So are you still convinced that Wednesday Addams is a lad? Tell us a little bit about your thoughts.
The what you mean? Recent act of the recent movie or whatever. I haven't watched it, but
Okay.
I'm not sure. But if she was, I wouldn't give a fuck. I'd still fuck him.
That's adorable.
Looks effeminate to me.
Oh my god.
You look female enough. Why not?
Oh my god. This is oh my
Yeah,
god.
I don't care the fact
Jenna
that they
Ortega.
are. I just hate the deception about it. That's just.
Jenna Ortega.
And Madonna's ugly, so no, I wouldn't fuck regardless of what gender.
Oh, okay. I see what you're
Just
saying.
ugly bitch. But yeah, that Wednesday character, fuck yeah, I'd fuck her.
Jenna Ortega is not her name.
Right, Jenna Ortega. I
wouldn't be surprised, but yeah, I wouldn't care.
Well, I mean, when she was young and I was young, Madonna seemed hot enough to me. But yeah. But such being said,
mid-80s Madonna was the hottest. After that, it just got worse.
Okay, yeah, well, there's this thing called aging that happens to a lot of people.
Yeah, but watch her interview. It was like on David Letterman. I think it was in the early 90s where she's smoking a big cigar.
Yeah.
But you can just observe the body and you can see it's all male structure.
Interesting. Okay. Well, definitely what I can say is that Lady Gaga also, when she first came out, appeared much more sexy to me. And of course, as the years have gone on, she doesn't seem to have really given
because she's Khazarian. When they get older, they get a lot more uglier.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Yeah.
Yeah, that big ass nose stretching out.
Well, one wonders why is it defiance? Why wouldn't she just get a nose job? Why wouldn't she just get plastic surgery?
She's fucked in the head. Like, she's not normal. She's been programmed, mind controlled.
Okay. Yeah.
She's not a normal person.
Well, doesn't that make her kind of like a sympathetic victim to you, or what?
Yeah, I got nothing against her. I just think she's ugly.
Okay, I see.
Like, when she was younger, she was good looking, but now she's not.
Right. Yeah, she looked okay in the Joker film, but it's definitely she was heavily made up. And when I've seen her at the right angle, where it just exposes her face, kind of like it's
looking
pretty extreme.
More like that stereotypical witch, that witchy look.
I have to agree. Yeah. Yes, I have to agree with that.
From Wizard of Oz, yeah.
Yeah, the Wicked Witch of the West. Yeah, who they've since blackified with what's the movie? Wicked. With the whole franchise. Wicked started as a theater, right? Theater musical. And
it was a theater,
Yeah, yes. And but
it was horrible back
then. They're blackwashing everything in movies now.
I'm sorry, I heard what Brendan said. It was so funny.
Sorry.
What did you say?
I didn't mean to speak over.
No, Brendan. I heard what he said. It was funny as hell. It was horrible back then. He said. But what were you saying, Nemo? What were you saying? Because I was laughing so much.
Oh, they're blackwashing all the movies and shows now. Like,
they're
gonna make all these characters or mix a black with a white. Like, that's got to be the mandatory thing, race mixing. Because he's. Yes. I'm not even going to say,
Yes. It's quite so.
It's
quite
sickening.
So. Now, that begs the question, because I've never seen Wicked, the musical or the movie or any manifestation of it. I'm sure it's appeared in his comic books and everything else. Are they a lesbian couple? the white chick and the black chick. It seems like that would be the logical thing that they would head towards. Is that the case?
Well, I don't know what they did with the most recent one, but
yeah.
It's just, it's like, if that's the case, then it would be like a fan fiction where Dorothy dates the witch. You know, it's like, doesn't make sense.
Okay. Well, the blonde chick's not supposed to be Dorothy. It's supposed to be the fairy godmother, right?
Yeah, she's the fairy.
Yeah.
But
You
what
see
is it?
that? I'm looking at the
sisters.
image.
They're supposed to be sisters. What is this, like
That
incest?
makes no fucking sense.
They can't be sisters if one's white and one's black. How did that happen? They're supposed to be like magical sisters.
They're magic. Yeah,
Ariana Grande is playing the fairy. No wonder she looks so sickly now, like she's gone through chemo.
Yeah.
Ariana used to be hot as fuck. Now she's fucked. Like all those Khazarian Edomite cultists have been raping the shit out of her, absorbing her life force, and now she just looks old and sickly.
There is that. Okay, let's not get this to Jesus Christ. Let's be careful in some of our statements. All right, Jesus, we don't need this.
Whatever happened, they look way worse after the film. So
yeah,
you know,
yeah,
whether it's vamp, some kind of weird psychic vamp shit, or like straight up drugs, like it's bad. They look bad. I'm sorry to say.
Jeff Goldblum's in it too. How pathetic.
Oh, he's the worst. He's the worst. Yeah, that's.
He used to fucking shill Apple Mac computers in the early 2000s, appearing in those commercials. You can get an Apple Mac and do some editing. You can shove this Mac up your ass.
Oh my god.
Fuck, I hate him.
Oh my god. Oh.
And he's in a recent film called... Yeah, he's shit. He's so mediocre. Because he's you know what. Because he's you know what. Big nose.
Well, yeah, that goes without saying. But
yeah. He's in a recent film called Chaos, spelled with a K.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
this chaos shit is getting more predominant too in the media.
Yes.
Just
go on.
Chaos this, chaos that.
Yeah. Yes.
It's being embraced.
Yeah. Thank you. It's being embraced. It's being promoted.
Because it's Edomic.
Yes.
Chaos.
Yes. Very, very much so. Very much so. And that's I'm just well, so far we've covered quite a bit, and we've been so daring about it. I think we're doing well. We might as well continue along this line while being circumspect with our language. But in terms of, I think it's adorable that you said what you said about even if Wednesday Addams was a boy, you'd still do it. Yeah, I hear a lot of guys talk like that. So would you feel that way about some of the Blood Boys? Just curious. You've seen them.
If they look effeminate enough, I don't care.
Okay, there we are. Yeah.
As long as they look female.
Well, that's a very masculine thing to say in the end, because men really impose themselves on other men all the time, and it happens in the military, it happens in prison, it happens.
I'm disgusted by men. They're ugly, disgusting.
Yes.
Fucking.
Yes.
Yeah. Fuck that shit. As long as they look female or feminine, act female, I don't care if they got a pussy or dick.
Okay. All right. Well, that was very courageous. It's very courageous of you to say something.
I don't see it as that. It's just.
Yeah.
It's not even a problem. I'm not an insecure pussy.
Yes, thank you.
Like most men are.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate you saying that, because actually most men would do the fucking same. They just claim otherwise. Yeah.
Because they're scared of what people would think about them.
Yes.
I don't give a fuck what people think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they develop all this pathology and shit because of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Why can't men just be more fucking honest and say I'll fuck anything that moves? You know,
they end up like they end up like Vinny.
Yeah, Vinny Barbaric. Yes, that's right. Yes.
I'm clear.
Yeah,
I'm totally clear.
I'm totally clear. Doug, we got a marriage going, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come to my house and sign some books.
Yeah. I'll give you a pen. Here, hold this. Yeah. Look at the ink coming out, Douglas. Yes. Oh my God, I think I'm gonna puke.
Yeah, so it becomes problematic, as we can see by our examples.
Yes, so men should
Yeah,
be
there's
honest.
nothing wrong with being honest. Yeah.
Yes, men should be honest. Honestly, but you say you hate the deception when there's kind of a lie about it. This is often what drives people to murder. As a matter of fact, it used to be considered.
Yeah, I wouldn't be like that if I just hate when it's famous people like these. Why are they so special? Where they got to hide it? Like, if I don't believe in this elitism shit, just fucking be open and honest. I'm sick of the lying and deception about that or anything. I'm against it. Just don't hide it.
Yeah.
What do you got to worry about? It's not like you're gonna get fucking lynched. We're not in the 50s anymore.
Well, things are back to the 50s now in
yeah, but if you're rich and famous, like you're protected.
Okay, I get what you're saying there. But just so you know, I once did an entire show on this, on what was called the gay or trans, and later on became the 2SLGBTIQA or 2SLGBTICA plus panic defense. It was what was called the panic defense that was considered justifiable homicide. And this held for well over 100 years, where you could murder a gay man or transvestite who was presenting themselves as a female, and if you got fooled and you wound up fucking them, most men would be so embarrassed that the person would spread the word that they got fucked by this quote-unquote straight macho, that the straight macho would kill the poor gay guy who presented themselves as female, and after they murdered them would say, oh, I thought it was a girl, I fucked him, then I panicked and I killed them, and they would almost 100% be let off. This is the horror of what America was like for over 100 years. And it was only like fairly recently that they finally overruled the gay panic defense, or as I said, what became a gay trans panic defense, and then to SLGBTIQA or BTIQA plus panic defense. So what I'm saying is that they would present it as having been fooled or having been misled as their defense, which then led to a panic when they found out they'd been quote-unquote victimized, if you can believe this. The man who murders the poor victim claiming they're the victim, and then being let off by a maniacal society that is obviously sick. Anyone who lets somebody off for murder claiming, oh, I panicked after I fucked this individual, no matter what their gender is, it's got to be a sick society. Now, we will, under Trump, of course, they will bring that back. But such having been said, you obviously realize I mispresent myself as a female, but I'm doing this for the purpose of killing men. But you know this about me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know this about myself, but you don't hold that against myself, obviously.
No, I don't. Yeah. Do whatever you got to do.
Right, because
I don't judge people.
Understood.
I try not to judge people of anything now.
Understood.
Not even that I would before. Just overall judgment of anything. I don't give a fuck. Do what you want to do.
I appreciate that, but I think it goes beyond that. I think it goes beyond that in the sense that.
Well, that's a survival instinct.
Thank you.
Too, because you grew up in a hostile environment where there's a lot of
gay
homosexual rapists.
Thank
gay
you.
Rapists. So you have to dress female to protect yourself.
Thank you. That was the irony of my situation, and it evolved along with my mother's training into basically an assassination technique. So I think that you also don't hold that against myself, because you realize that I'm using it essentially against people who deserve it.
I don't care. Yeah, like you had a good reason to.
Thank you.
You weren't doing it just to deceive for bad reasons, like you're trying to survive and also kill some scum.
Yes. So thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. So that's so we've done quite a bit tonight in terms of revealing ourselves, and I think again, it's nothing to regret. We should be proud of being honest with ourselves and honest to our listeners, and I would hope our listeners would cultivate that sense of courage. so that they would never be lying to themselves. I'm also proud of the fact that Heather Holman and Sheila Gavin held such a incredibly in-depth discussion about her health and found a way to help her with what she was going through. And, our dear Brendan also helped her with that. And, how about, have you spoken to Brendan much about diet yourself? Have you been changing your diet in any way, or are you just, I know you were very interested in a lot of dietary subjects, so.
Well, I just don't eat junk food much anymore. Like, I rarely eat chocolate or any sweets.
I think that's what would frighten you most about prison, is that there's no control over what you have to eat. That's probably very frightening. That's that's got to be scary.
Yeah, that's a deal breaker for me. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, you would want to stay out of prison at all costs because of the lack of choice. Yes, of food. Food.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So but most of the prisoners, of course, they think they're eating great. They couldn't give a shit.
Yeah, because they're stupid.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Yeah, and then they get a few bucks to buy like commissary food or whatever that shit is.
Oh yeah. Oh well, they have vending
and then they're
machines.
living the high life on like Doritos and fucking ramen and shit.
Oh yeah.
And you see the way they got to cook their ramen. They got to heat it up in a plastic bag.
Yeah.
You're not only getting microplastic, but you're getting chemicals leaching off the burnt plastic into your fucking food.
Oh, it's so awful.
Yeah, they don't have an idea of like future.
Yes. Yeah, they don't think like that. No, yeah. And in a sense, that's a good thing for them. Now, I don't know if you guys remember this. Were you listening? I mean, you've been listening a long time, Nemo, and I know that our man Brendan heard this. Do you remember Michelle Carmela Saldana's cousin? Was it her cousin? Or her brother? I can't remember. The guy who was in jail? Do you guys remember that? And
no, I don't remember that.
And then I was interviewing him.
That was like way back. That was way back.
Yeah, well, I guess it was. I mean, it feels like yesterday to me, a lot of these things. But yeah, it was probably way, way back. And I can't remember the guy's name, but he was in prison for a period of time. And he was then... because he wrote a book about how his life had changed. He began delivering speeches at Rotary clubs and shit, becoming a bit of a celebrity. Things were going well for him. And he originally responded positively to finding out about my cross-dressing and said, actually, publicly, he was intrigued. Because, of course, he said that some of the more effeminate men in prison who were proud of their femininity would do whatever they had to do to basically cannibalize makeup to the point where they would take like M&Ms and just use that to make mascara, the melting M&Ms. So he said that he always admired their presentation and their courage in the face of adversity. But when it came to my being cross-dressed in photographs, whenever I shared my promotional banners with him on his Facebook timeline, he finally blocked me, with this, hey, I'm trying to get respectable now. I can't have this on my timeline. And I was like thinking, what the fuck, dude? Are you running for president now? I mean, like, from the big house to the White House. That could be his campaign slogan. Shit. And it was like just bizarre.
In a couple of years, that'll be looking good.
Yeah. Yeah, and but yeah, all such being said, it's amazing how people reacted to such things. But yeah, you remember that? Do you remember whether he was her cousin or her brother from Michelle Carmela Saldana? And
I don't remember exactly. I think it was like a brother and or someone.
But none of her relationships made sense.
Like a brother-in-law. It was like a brother-in-law.
He was weird as fuck. It was like somehow they were quote unquote related, which gave some credence to her story that she was supposed to have a mob background, like a mafia background. But which again is stereotypical because she's Italian. background.
Yeah.
But we forgot to remind me on Sunday. We'll probe Holly about it, because Holly lived with Michelle Carmela Saldana for months. Michelle moved in to get this. Michelle moved in to exorcise her house. Now, I stayed in Holly's house for a week, at least. That felt like at least 2 weeks, if not more, the time that I was there, because to me, her house was cold as a crypt. I mean, I live in a crypt that is completely unheated, and her home gives my crypt a run for the fucking money. And that's because she lives right on the fucking beach. Like, beachfront property is where she lived at the time. I understand she lives someplace different now, but at the time, she was not living in a good spot. As far as I was concerned, she lived in hell on earth. She loved it. She loved it and loved going to the beach and watching the sunset. She can fucking have it. She watches that sunset every night out in the fucking, as far as I'm concerned, frigid, the frigid cold and shit. I don't get it, and I never will. But at any rate, our man Brendan does the same. He goes out there and stares at the sky, and such being what it is.
Yeah, what's the problem with that?
Yeah, I couldn't do it. Like I said, you can have it. You're much more of a man than I am, and so is fucking Holly. But Israel presses ahead with West Bank. Oh fuck, that sounds just like them.
Looking at the stars and the moon helps you get closer to divinity. Connecting.
I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. I can do with some distance from the divine, as far as I'm concerned. I'm all right. I'm all right being distant. But when it comes to Holly, she was living in a home that apparently was sickeningly haunted or cursed, and so a bunch of just strange, evil shit was going on in it that robbed her of her health for years. And so she called when, these people met through myself. And so she invited, Michelle said she could do something about it. And Holly invited her in. Michelle moved in. And then and Holly swears up and down that Michelle Carmela Saldana evicted whatever entities were in there that were plaguing her home. But then she was stuck with Michelle Carmela Saldana, who after that parked herself basically in a room, her bedroom that she was guested in by our girl Holly, and stayed in that room and expected things to be brought to her while she spent all day on the computer, and other than that, never left the fucking room. It's like. And after a while...
That's not very Christian of her. They're living like a parasite. How the fuck can you live like that? Yeah, people give me food, I'll stay at their home. Fucking, you're better off just ending your own life.
Oh my god. It's, she's a work of art. Yeah. And, but Holly finally had to evict her. Yeah. It wasn't pretty. It did not end well. It was I do want to probe her for some of those juicy details. We'll see if she's in the mood for that.
Wonder if they laced out.
We can ask. We can probe. We
can hope.
Yeah. It depends on how it. I don't think it's anything you or I.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah. The two of them are not exactly centerfold material. Anyhow, hey Brendan, do say goodnight to everyone before I go into monologue.
Yes. Yeah. Good night and good morning, everyone, and I will speak with you soon.
Mm-hmm.
It's just time for me to go to bed.
Okay.
I've worked, of course, never ending
sleep.
labor.
Whoa.
Yes, gratitude and you as well, or it's daytime there, so have a good day.
Well, it's nighttime. 8:23 p.m.
Okay.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. So
Well, then have a good evening. I will speak with you soon.
well, we want to thank you for these
Okay.
links. And one of the links Brendan presented us was thousands flee the new wildfire of Los Angeles. A fire's broken out in north of Los Angeles with some 50,000. I presume these are acres. It's bad news. So thank you, Brendan. I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. Love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Okay. All right. Blessed dreams. All right, Brendan. Promises that. And he gave us a nice little sigil.
Yeah, I'll do what I can.
Excellent, excellent. And archaeology, excellent. Some nice little thing there. And we're going to...
More and more people are becoming aware that that symbol is ancient and magical, and it's a positive symbol.
Excellent, excellent. As
The swastika,
yes,
just for the listeners to know.
absolutely. Thank you, thank you. And so our dear Brendan had this like sample card of a sorceress, and he had given me these like facial expressions of essentially lust, and I swear to God, he had sent them on his Apple phone, and it got converted by Skype into completely different expressions. It was absolutely funny and bizarre. I thought he was under some kind of a cult siege and was trying to convey distress. He was actually trying to convey lust over the girl, and the emoji got completely misinterpreted by the AI, so to speak, of Skype. So, such being said, Nemo Albano will stick with us as long as he wishes. He will interject whenever he feels like it. And of course, if you decide to go to sleep, Nemo, just let me know, and then we'll have you come on to say goodnight to everybody before you retreat into slumber. Oh, okay? Or
I'm going to be up all night anyway.
okay, sounds great.
What does the DRACOEXIT mean on the title
It's the end of the
your stream?
It's exit.
The end of the dragon.
Yeah.
The year of the dragon.
Yeah, it's the end of the year of the dragon. This is a preliminary New Year's. It's a week before Asian Lunar New Year begins, and in this week there's kind of a celebration all its own. And everybody's welcome to extend the text box, meaning that if you take a look at the summary of tonight's episode, open up the summary text, you will see an overview of what the holiday week is like in Chinese culture. And so it's a part of the celebration of Asian Lunar New Year. This is the transitional part where we have exit the dragon, enter the snake. So it's the year of the snake that the year of the dragon will be superseded by. And this is the year where we pay our final respects to the year of the dragon. And most of this week is dedicated to the kitchen god, who reports to heaven. And the stove god, the kitchen god, is a part of every Chinese household. Reports to heaven on your behavior, because so much of Chinese life is centered in the kitchen. And so I have nothing but nostalgic memories of back when my mother was alive. And you would paint honey on the lips of the kitchen god, so he would say sweet things about you in heaven, either the statue or the poster. You'd put honey on its lips. So wonderful things like that. And of course, we have wonderful sigils that are being given to us by our dear friend, Mr. Brendan Zogit. And thank you so much for these. I'm downloading some of them that I haven't downloaded before. And, I might be getting some of them redundant, and that's okay. So all that having been said, we'll again thank the contributors. Brooke Hagberg in Canada for 100 United States dollars. I wanted to send you a calendar for the new year, but the post office was claiming that it didn't have a zip code. I know it's a zip code, but it's a zip code for a very obscure city in Canada, and it's a city that's very rustic and out in the rural area. So that maybe was a zip code the stupid people at the U.S. Post Office couldn't recognize. But I know I had a zip code, but they refused to send it. So I'm so sorry, Brooke Hagberg. And, Now, I'll try and send that calendar to Brooke, who said that she does value what I send her. And okay, and that's okay. If so, I'll send her the calendar. And it's a transition into, well, the year of the snake. And it's a very, well, it's a strange year. Obviously, the West has a hard time with snakes. They've got a thing about snakes. But it's a, yeah, it's going to be a serpentine year. I think it's absolutely appropriate we began the exit of the dragon and the entry into the transitional phase into the year of the snake when Trump had his inauguration. That happened on the day of Trump's inauguration is when this began. And his inauguration also fell on the day of Martin Luther King Jr.'s holiday birthday. His actual birthday is on the same day as Brooke Gibson's and Peter Moon's, which that idiot Peter Moon probably took as a sign that he's, actually.
Oh, I'm definitely black.
Yeah, you got him down. Oh man, you got.
I had a dream.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh my fucking God, you've got it down. You know him too well. That's incredible. Honestly, I'm proud of you that you've gotten to know his pathology so well. It's pretty fucking funny. And
he's easy to read. I knew he was a vile scumbag the first time I heard of him on your live stream.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. So it's all I can say is that I wish I hadn't, and look where I'm at, exactly where I feared I would be, where of course he copyrighted everything and now is going to refuse to allow me to publish anything without suing for it. So we've just got to find a way around it by writing very differently. And
it's all going to backfire on him in the end. All these evil deeds are piling up, and he's just going to get fucking devoured.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And honestly, I think that we can only pray, really. And yeah, it's no one could deserve it more. He's someone who's just so deserving of dying the slow death of what he's going through. Just what a sick son of a bitch, and everything that he's done to so many different people. So all such being said. We've all been familiar with, of course, just what a cold front it was during his inauguration. It was extremely cold. Probably it was the coldest inauguration in recorded history. So that says quite a bit. And it is a precursor for the coldness of what he's doing from this point forward, which is trying to attack minorities like the trans community, and that just goes to show how incredibly evil he is, and attacking the most helpless of all of our minorities really exposes all you need to know about the son of a bitch. So all such being said, still getting my thoughts together before diving in. And we won't necessarily talk about the environmental impacts about the SpaceX tonight, but we're going to basically reiterate for those of you who don't remember that Trump's inauguration, it moved indoors because of the frigid temperatures. It was happening during Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, which was almost sacrilegious. No other word for it, really, because Martin Luther King Jr. was indeed a religious figure. So we can use that term, and it's not heretical to do so. It's not like I'm comparing him to Christ, even though he strove to be Christ-like. and then ultimately was sacrificed in a very Christ-like manner, it's definitely not heresy to say that his holiday is, even though it's a civic holiday, definitely because of his being a pastor, has religious overtones. He was once considered, of course, quite radical, but then many religious leaders are. Such having been said, getting my wits together, breathing, centering myself, getting ready to dive into the night, what's left of our 4 hours or so that we've got in terms of tonight's transmission. My dear friend Nemo Albano by my side, ready to interject whenever he feels something needs to be said. We may as well get started. And so with that, checking into live stream right now, got a good number of concurrent viewers, excellent connection. For those of you who do not know, the overlap between Inauguration Day and Martin Luther King Jr. Day, that's pretty rare. Federal holidays collided on Inauguration Day. They collided in this rare overlap on Monday, which was both Inauguration Day and Martin Luther King Jr. Day. It was a mere 72 hours ago by now. It feels like a year ago. In some ways, a lot has happened. I said it was going to be an extraordinarily busy day, and it was. President-elect Donald Trump's second inauguration. I guess I should be calling him president now. It was just the third time a president took the oath of office on the day dedicated to honoring the late civil rights leader. Former presidents William Jefferson Clinton and Barack Obama both did so during their second inaugurations in 1997 and 2013. Inauguration preparations and then the inauguration itself shifted following the announcement that the ceremony was going to be moved indoors. The trois events of Inauguration and MLK Day are not expected to coincide again until January 2053 due to their particular requirements and the quirks of our solar calendar, the Gregorian calendar. So that's a long time from now. Anyhow, MLK Day itself, which was approved as a federal holiday in 1983 and has been recognized in all 100 states in union since the year 2000, always takes place on the third Monday in January because it falls near Martin Luther King's January 15th birthday. Or as Brooke Gibson would say, falls near her birthday. At any rate, as for Moonsuck, or Asssuck, Peterless, or Peter File, Vinnie Barbaric himself, we're not going to count him into the equation. But Inauguration Day itself has been held on January 20th since the passage of the 20th Amendment in 1933. And presidents had previously taken their oaths in early March because of how long it took to tabulate votes and travel to the District of Columbia, creating what was considered a long lame duck period that Congress was eager to shorten once technological advancements allowed. In 1937, Franklin Delano Roosevelt became the first president inaugurated on January 20th. And his inauguration was butt fucking miserable. It was just awful. I spoke about it in our last transmission. Now, it presaged the horror of his administration, one of total war in which he died. He did not live to see defeat. Harry Truman saw that for him. In the years where January 20th falls on a Sunday, there's a private swearing-in ceremony that's held that day, followed by a public ceremony on January 21st. This was the case with Obama's second inauguration. Obama took the oath of office that year using a Bible that had belonged to the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. himself. And of course, obviously, I was not the only one to see irony in the Trump overlap with MLK. Because Monday was a federal holiday, entities like the United States Postal Service, banks, and many schools were closed. There were, of course, plenty of ways for Americans to stay busy, from watching Trump swearing in to streaming the King Center's commemorative service. Most people who would watch one could never be paid to even watch the other. Now, people should have also volunteered in their community, because for those of you who do not know, MLK Day is not really a holiday. It's a day of service. You're not supposed to loaf around and barbecue or sit back and jack off, so to speak, or dildo yourself. You're supposed to go out and serve others. And of course, this should go without saying, or it should go without my needing to say it. You should all, of course, know this intuitively, but nevertheless, it needs to be said for the record. Trump's inauguration schedule did not include any single MLK-specific event. Surprise, surprise. I shouldn't have needed to tell you that. The incoming president, incoming at the time, just 72 hours ago, drew criticism for comparing himself to Martin Luther King Jr. That's just obscene. And in a news conference in August, he falsely claimed that his rally on January 6th of 2021 drew a bigger crowd than Dr. King's famous "I Have a Dream" speech at the 1963 March on Washington. Trump said, "When you look at the exact same picture of his crowd, my crowd, we actually had more people. They said I had 25,000 and he had 1,000,000 people, and I'm okay with it because I like Dr. Martin Luther King." Thank you, Trump. That was just wisdom. Just like, the font of golden lexicology. Just what a wordsmith. Now, of course, Democratic lawmakers and black activists all made plans to either skip or tune out Trump's inauguration in favor of MLK Day. So at least we had a choice. Many pointed to Trump's inflammatory rhetoric, including talk of political retribution and policy stances, such as promises of mass deportations, that, of course, are obviously, self-evidently at odds with King's message and legacy. The Massachusetts representativist, Ayanna Presley, told the member station GBS, "I plan to spend the weekend of Martin Luther King Jr. Day in my district at community events that feed our collective soul and recommit us to building a future rooted in love." Very touching. And of course, whether you consider that naive, the one thing you cannot accuse it of is being cynical. So if you yourself are unsure of how to observe the day, the next time MLK Day rolls around, King's descendants have ideas. In response to posts calling for people to watch the MLK service instead of the inauguration, Bernice King, King's daughter, took to Instagram last month to encourage people to pay attention to both. That's very Christian of her. I also think it was completely stupid. But here's what she wrote out of respect to her father. I will read it. And, okay, looking it up now. Basically, she was quoted as saying, "I certainly understand the desire to tune out rhetoric, ideology, and policies with which we passionately disagree and which contradict the spirit of the beloved community. However, we must pay attention to what President-elect Trump speaks on that day, even if by transcript and video later." Now, she added that people can't address language and legislation if they are not strategic in their listening, herself warning that this is not the time for ignorance. So that is admirable. Now that I've read her words, I can understand where she was coming from. It is not naive. It is practical. You have to know what your enemy is plotting against you. That's what she's saying without saying it. And she says it very circumspectly, very diplomatically, very ingeniously. So she has her father's brilliance. King's eldest son, Martin Luther King III, who endorsed Vice Presidentress Harris in the presidential election, it should goest sans saying. I mean, it would be a hell of a thing if the King family had endorsed the other side, and they certainly couldn't stand neutral in times like these. Also called for people to engage with the day, though didn't explicitly address the inauguration. Basically, reposting an article about the overlapping dates, he tweeted, "MLK Day is a reminder to move from reflection to action. My father's legacy was rooted in service and action. My mother envisioned a day on, not off, an opportunity to serve and engage in building the beloved community." So that's an interesting term that we could consider a buzzword that I guess I'll have to add that to my vocabulary. So such having been said, a historic winter storm is hitting the Gulf Coast as well as California fire risks continue to escalate. As a matter of fact, what I'm going to do right now is find a link to do some justice to what we're all experiencing. And here we go. I think I found one. Going to cut and paste that for everybody so that we can stick that into the chat. And here we go. First thing I'll do is put it into the chat box, live streaming. And by all means, people, access this. And it gives you an idea of what we're contending with here. I'm going to also put that in the text box, which I neglected to do with the links last time I was on. But this is basically a once-in-a-generation snowstorm tied to the polar vortex event across the lower 48 states on the North American continent. It was plastering the Gulf Coast throughout this week, with a record-setting snow and ice on Tuesday, but yesterday, or the day before yesterday by now. As to why it matters, this region isn't equipped to cope with heavy snow, particularly when it's accompanied by continued cold following the storm. So in terms of situational awareness, at least 10 deaths have been reported in this rare winter storm that I know of. I haven't checked since the last time I checked. As for the threat level, we're talking about 3 to 5 inches of snow falling in the Houston metropolitan area, and both the city's major airports shut down for the storm, as did city schools. Point: the National Weather Service forecast office in Houston Galveston on Monday night described the storm as a generational event that is likely to eclipse the city's second largest snowstorm on record. Point: the NWS, or the National Weather Service forecast office in Lake Charles, Louisiana, issued its first ever blizzard warning yesterday, day before yesterday by now, for the combination of heavy snow and high winds. Point: the snow was moving east yesterday, day before yesterday by now, and was affecting coastal areas all the way to the Florida Panhandle and the Southern Carolinas. And New Orleans was also seeing its all-time snowiest day based on modern records taken at their current location. A whopping 10 inches fell across the city of the South. It was once the unofficial capital of the South by Tuesday night, yesterday night, day before yesterday night by now. Point: videos on social media yesterday morning, day before yesterday morning by now, showed wind-driven snow falling in Lake Charles, as well as New Orleans, with roads covered in snow. Point: blizzard-like conditions were observed in the New Orleans metro area, with high winds and visibility down to a quarter mile at times. Point: the snowfall reports ranged from about 5 inches just outside the city to as much as 9 inches already in Lafayette, with snowfall rates of at least an inch per hour at times. I mean, you're talking about the largest port in either the Western Hemisphere, if not the fucking world. Certainly the largest port in the United States. And everything we get from the Gulf of Mexico comes through it. This storm shut down road and air travel along the coastal stretch from Houston to the Florida Panhandle for days due to the lack of snow plowing equipment and the region's inexperience with these winter hazards. They're just not used to that stuff down there. And our dear Brooke can catch us up if she ever decides to come on. Okay, with that, we're going to put this into the live stream so that people can access this link. And we will do the same for our text box here as we go. Okay, and with that, this will give people some hint as to what we're dealing with. Point: any power outages or other cuts to basic services from this extreme cold and snow could also take days to restore. Here's a stunning stat for you. The snow that has fallen so far in New Orleans exceeds the January snowfall so far in the Twin Cities, as well as Anchorage, Alaska, which is being fucked over by global warming. So you can't even hold husky races anymore. You know, like the kind our man Nemo Albano saw in his dream, except it was just pulled by humans. Normally in Alaska, they hold the husky races with the snow sled, the snow dogs pulling the snow sled. Yeah, they can't hold them anymore because of global warming. It killed off all the ice. Melted it, I mean to say. And God knows how many animals it's killed off. Meanwhile, in Southern California, strong offshore Santa Ana winds prompted the highest category of red flag warnings for Tuesday, yesterday, the day before yesterday by now. Point: And the Storm Prediction Center has issued an extremely critical fire weather outlook for parts of Los Angeles and Ventura counties, as well as parts of San Diego County. Point: the threat was forecast to dissipate somewhat Tuesday afternoon local time, but more Santa Ana winds are on the horizon for later this week. If we zoom out, both those snowstorms, as well as the serious California fire weather threat from, well, yesterday, that day before yesterday, that just keeps on blowing, they're all tied to the polar vortex related Arctic blast affecting the majority of the lower 48 states. Point: nearly 300 million people in the lower 48 states are under some type of cold weather warning or advisory as of the day before yesterday morning. Point: in addition, the strip of winter storm and blizzard warnings stretching from South Texas to Jacksonville, Florida, is something rarely seen as a low-pressure area traverses the central Gulf of Mexico, directing abundant moisture northward into the frigid aeromass. Point: over longer timescales, studies suggest polar vortex shifts may be more likely due to human-caused climate catastrophe, but this is an area of active research. What we do know is that extreme cold is also expected to become less severe in a climate that is warming over time due to the burning of fossil fuels. Which brings us back to California burning. Climate whiplash and fire are still coming to Los Angeles. The climate catastrophe has brought both fiercer rains and deeper droughts, leaving the city with brush-like kindling, and the phenomenon is on the rise worldwide. The mandatory evacuations ordered in northern Los Angeles County is the first significant wildfire outbreak since the latest fatal fires. By the way, a shout out and a thank you to our loving brother Samuel Romero, his loving twin brother Isaac Romero, and of course both their loved ones and families. Wonderful care package from Samuel Romero. If you didn't hear me credit you before, I'm crediting you now. Yet to look through it, but hopefully we'll do so when I wake up sometime after transmissions. After transmission, I'll go to sleep. Probably look through it after I wake up in the middle of, sometime tonight. Basically, sometime tonight. Not tonight like tonight, but tonight as in when I sleep through the day and then wake up at night. Okay. So, that having been said, love you, Sammy. Love you, Isaac. And love, of course, your wonderful wives. Share that love with your families. While fire crews are battling a swiftly growing blaze dubbed the Hughes Fire, burning near the town of Castaic, which I was brought a link about, from T-Tank Berry. So shout out to T-Tank Berry providing me the link to update me about this suburb in the foothills and mountains of northern Los Angeles County. The fire grew to more than 5,000 acres in 12 hours, and residents in the immediate vicinity of Castaic Lake are under mandatory evacuations. According to the Los Angeles Fire Department, we have 0% control. At the rate it's burning, the blaze is burning a football field-sized area every 2 to 3 seconds. Winds in the area are currently around 20 miles per hour and pushing flames toward the southwest, with wind gusts up to 30 to 40 miles per hour at some spots, according to the National Weather Service. Smoke is visible as far south as the city of Oxnard in Ventura County, And this is confirmed by city officials on social media today. That means yesterday by now. Oxnard is about 100 miles southwest of Castaic. Images showed a large plume of smoke moving west toward Interstate 5 as flames burned near Castaic Lake in the grassy hills just north of Santa Clarita. Thick brush in the area is serving as fuel for the rapid fire spread. Now, yesterday by now, Wednesday, Angeles National Forest spokesperson Donna Dierkes told CNN affiliate KCAL, "We're in fairly steep conditions, and it's incredibly dry. There are homes in the general vicinity and in the immediate area." Now, fire officials previously told KCAL that at least 10 firefighting aircraft had been requested for the aerial attack. The entirety of Angeles National Forest is closed to the general public through January 24th. This is according to the United States Forest Service site that I'm looking up now. The conflagration that became known as the Bel Air Fire broke out on the morning of November 6th in 1961, half a decade before I was delivered from my mother's loins into this vale of tears, in a patch of brush north of Mulholland Drive, if you remember the film. No, I wasn't delivered in that patch of brush. The fire was, fanned by the Santa Ana winds. The flames jumped the drive, then spread toward the homes of the rich and famous. By the time the Los Angeles Fire Department had succeeded in putting out the blaze, more than 6,000 acres had been scorched, and nearly 1,000 houses had been destroyed, including residences belonging to Zsa Zsa Gabor and Aldous Huxley. Faulted for its part in the disaster, the LAFD, the Los Angeles Fire Department, turned to Hollywood. In 1962, it released a movie, narrated by the actor William Conrad, aimed at answering all its critics. Part instructional video, part film noir, the movie opened with the sound of whistling wind and a shot of rustling vegetation. Conrad, channeling Raymond Chandler, intoned that when the Santa Ana winds blow, the atmosphere grows tense, oppressive. People tire easily, argue more. Even the suicide rate rises. According to the film, the LAFD had known the danger was coming and had positioned crews around the city. And as the flames raced through the brush, the chief engineer ordered everything available into the fire. But everything was not enough. The streets became clogged with people trying to escape by car and on foot. Then the water ran out. The movie asked how the situation had got so out of control. The answer lay in precisely those qualities that made LA such an attractive place to live. Its climate, its canyon-side homes, its wild ridges accessible only by narrow roads. The whole arrangement was a design for disaster, which was also the name the LAFD gave to the film. In closing, Conrad said, "These are the odds. If you win, you get to keep what you already have. If you lose, fire, the winner, takes all. The fires that have ravaged Los Angeles during the past 14 nights, 12 weeks, the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire, the Hearst fire, the Lydia fire, and the Sunset fire, all set by arson in the pattern of a 5-pointed inverted pentagram, southerly. Its apex pointed in a southerly direction. An occult siege of the Empire of Hollywood itself have broken any number of records. For acres burned, for structures destroyed, for the value of property incinerated. The Griffith Park fire in 1933 remains the deadliest blaze in the city's history, with 29 fatalities. But that record, too, will fall, as many victims of the recent fires remain unaccounted for now. The fires also seem to be setting a new standard for finger-pointing. Some have blamed the disaster on the city's mayor, the mayoress, Karen Bass, who was in Ghana, a nation in Africa, when the flames started. Others, most notably Donald Trump, have lit into California's governor, Gavin Newsom. Trump claiming that Newsom withheld water from Southern California on behalf of an endangered fish, the Delta smelt, which is native to the San Francisco estuary, a claim that, as many commentators have already pointed out, has no basis in reality whatsoever. Newsom, for his part, ordered an investigation into the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, which had left a reservoir in Pacific Palisades empty while it made repairs. The Los Angeles Times said that the LAFD had delayed calling up additional firefighters until the Palisades fire was unmanageable. The chief of the the chieftainess of the LAFD, Kristen Crowley, criticized Bass and the city council for, she criticized Mayoris, the black African-American Mayoris Bass, who had been in Africa at the time, and the city council for cutting the department's budget. Crowley said, "The fire department needs to be properly funded. It's not." I'm making her voice a little harsher because she's a bull lesbian. But with the exception of the innocent smelt, it's likely that all the parties who have come under attack could have been better prepared, and that it would have made a difference. But only at the margins. On January 10th, while the fires were still raging out of control, several of the world's leading scientific organizations announced that global temperatures in 2024 had reached a new high. NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, calculated that the average for the year was 1.47 degrees Celsius, or 2.65 degrees Fahrenheit, above pre-industrial levels. NASA's European counterpart, Copernicus, put the increase at 1.60 degrees Celsius, or 2.88 degrees Fahrenheit, for you imperial measurements users. The director of the Copernicus Climate Change Service told reporters, "Honestly, I am running out of metaphors to explain the burning we are seeing." As air warms, in a sense, in this new climate change environment, burns, its capacity to hold moisture rises, And the increase is not linear, it's exponential. Higher temperatures thus boost evaporation, with trois apparently opposing results: fiercer rains and deeper droughts. Southern California has experienced both extremes in recent years. The past 12 winters were exceptionally wet. The summer and fall of 2024 were exceptionally dry. During the wet periods, grasses and shrubs on LA's ridges and canyons thrived. In the dry season, the brush withered into kindling, waiting to ignite. In a paper published earlier this month, a group of researchers led by Daniel Swain, a climate scientist with the California Institute for Water Resources, dubbed such swings from wet to dry hydroclimate whiplash. The phenomenon, as this paper I'm sourcing demonstrated, is on the rise worldwide. Of the devastation in Los Angeles, Swain said, "I don't see this as a failure of firefighting. I see it as a tragic lesson in the limits of what firefighting can achieve under conditions that are this extreme." Already at the time of the Bel Air fire, the spread of suburbia into the hills was a firefighter's nightmare. Thanks to Los Angeles' headlong growth, the situation today is far more treacherous. Since 1961, the population of Los Angeles County has grown by some 60%. More and more people are living at the foot of mountains or along chaparral-covered canyons in areas that the county designates very high fire hazard severity zones. California has strict building codes for construction in high hazard areas, but most of the rules don't cover older houses. And in any event, as Patrick Bayliss, an environmental economist at the University of British Columbia, recently told the Washington Post, with weather conditions like those in Los Angeles during the past few weeks, even the best-built home can catch. Meanwhile, whatever progress the United States has made in limiting climate change seems likely, under Trump, either to stall or to be completely reversed. ̔CHUÐINGGNÁN. Last week, Trump's nominee for Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright, who heads a fossil fuel company, told senators at his confirmation hearing that he stood by a 2023 LinkedIn post in which he had called the link between climate catastrophe and more severe wildfires just hype. To address the fire risks in LA, the city's design for disaster would require a kind of foresight and determination that in 2025 in America, we all know we lack. Already, to expedite rebuilding, Governor Newsom has suspended environmental review requirements in the county. The attraction of LA is irresistible, and the dangers, which in a warming world, nay, a burning world, will keep on growing. And they are, as the script suggests, unavoidable. The Los Angeles fires and, well, they augur our uninsurable future. The devastating fires, the problem of insurance. Well, I'll try and advise you on what to do about it all amid the growing climate risk. This is my way of resisting the Republican rage machine that, powered by Trump, who's invested in depopulating California of its blue Democratic population has committed his arsonists to a reign of fire, a reign of terror by fire on our deep blue state, to the point where it will become uninsurable, at which point it becomes uninhabitable. You can't live in a state without paper coverage. Then he will use his power as the president, abuse his power as the executive, to abuse the option of eminent domain to move in and confiscate all of the land on the basis that's uninsurable. Then he will become the real estate mogul beyond his wildest dreams, the owner of what was once the Crystal Empire of Hollywood. And then the fires will stop, because the arsonists will stop setting them. And he'll profit to the level of the wealth of Elon Musk and Vladimir Putin. But for now, for us, here on the ground, and not in the clouds, where Trump flies unimpeded and immune to the rule of law, we on the ground, who are bound by those laws which he himself is immune from, we've suffered 12 weeks of ̔huyohtwinit, 14 nights of raging fires, driven by winds of more than 100 miles per hour, all creating a dystopian hellscape in drought-stricken northern Los Angeles, burning hundreds of thousands of acres, devouring more than 12,000 structures, and leaving at least 12 people dead. Embers have whooshed across our landscape. Fiery ash igniting trees, hedges, and the roofs, decks, and sidings of wooden houses that had been built to survive earthquakes, but never a fire of these proportions. Hundreds of small businesses have been vaporized, and thousands of people have been forced to flee from the potential path of the inferno. While weather forecasters say there won't be significant rainfall until next month, one thing we know now: while the physical damage will be calculated in tens of billions of dollars, and the economic damage in the hundreds of billions, only a fraction of that is covered by insurance. Yet even that fraction is expected to force massive changes on the insurance market in California and across the United States, and change the face of Los Angeles forever. A new estimate on Thursday put the total insured losses from the LA fires between 35 and 45 billion United States dollars, according to CoreLogic, a risk modeling and catastrophe data company. The company calculated the estimate includes fire and smoke damage, the expected surge in the price of labor and building supplies, and debris removal, cleanup, and payments for temporary housing. CoreLogic Senior Director Tom Larson said, "Many of the potentially impacted properties are high-value homes, so even moderate damage from the fires or smoke will result in costly claims. Those losses will push up premiums in California and most likely across the United States, with potentially devastating effects as wildfires, hurricanes, floods, and other extreme weather events occur with greater frequency and greater intensity due to global burning. Dave Jones, who served as California's insurance commissioner from the year of my mother's murder, 2011, to 2018, and now directs the Climate Risk Initiative at the University of California, Berkeley, right across the bay from my Golden Gated city of San Francisco, said that even as regulators roll back tight rules on insurers and let them pass on the cost of reinsurance and other expenses, the problem persists. Per Jones, we're marching toward an uninsurable future in this country and across the globe. We're not going to deregulate our way out of the problem, and we're not going to rate increase our way out of the problem. In Florida, state regulators acceded to all the deregulation demands of the insurance industry, and still insurers have been moving out of the state as damage from hurricanes and coastal flooding continue to rise. ̵CHUÐINGGNÁN, Senior Vice President at Risk Strategies, an insurance broker and advisor, said the result is going to be many more property owners opting out of insurance altogether because they simply cannot afford it. To quote his T, it's going to be nearly impossible to profitably write insurance in the state of California. It's pretty easy to predict that those carriers that will offer any of the capacity that they're willing to give to California, that the pricing is going to be, frankly, outrageous. Oak McCoy, an economics professor at the University of New England College of Business, has noted that the significant economic impact of California wildfires extends beyond our Golden State itself, due to California representing nigh 15% of the United States gross domestic product, meaning the economic toll of California's fires reverberates nationally. To quote his T, from an economic perspective, the burden of wildfires lies in the way that so much economic activity must be directed toward replacing lost wealth, rebuilding homes, businesses, and infrastructure, instead of creating new wealth that could drive growth and innovation. So, what to do? Zesty AI, an insurance data startup, uses AI to model risk home by home rather than by zip code. Co-founder Kumar Duvia said the company uses 14 to 16 data points, including nearby vegetation and construction materials, rather than the 3 or 4 data points now commonly used by insurers to demonstrate the ability of a home to survive a disaster. He compared it to a FICO or FICO score for a home, which of course, if I remember correctly, the FICO acronym stood for, Fair, Isaac and Company, basically an American data analytics company based in Bozeman, Montana, that's focused on credit scoring services, founded by Bill Fair and Earl Isaac in 1956. Its FICO score is a measure of consumer credit risk that has become a fixture of consumer lending in the United States. So, hopefully that puts that in perspective for you as a parallel. Not only does the Zesty AI score let insurers accurately price the risk for individual homes, meaning more homes can then get affordable insurance policies, but it's also meant to encourage fire prevention work, cutting down volatile shrubs, replacing a fire-prone asphalt roof, or clearing a yard to create a fire break. To quote Duvir, based on the analysis we have done for other fires, our property score has been pretty accurate. Another possibility is what the insurance industry calls captive insurance. That's when larger property owners, such as industrial firms, commercial landlords, or even larger homeowner associations, band together to insure themselves. With proper technical assistance and the aim of protecting themselves rather than making a profit, captive insurers can often price risk more accurately than commercial insurers. But even then, a major catastrophe like the LA fires could wipe out a captive company. And it's not just California that will see insurance rates rise. Franklin Manchester, a longtime insurance executive who now advises insurance companies for a data analysis firm called SAS, has gone on record to say, "The California situation is not healthy. I expect everyone's insurance premiums to go up in the following year, and no one will cite California as the proximate cause. I guess that's not fair, to use a pun. As in FAIR, the all uppercase lettered acronym, which stands for Fair Access to Insurance Requirements." Now, like almost 36 other states across these United States, California has a state-chartered insurer of last resort called the FAIR. And we could say that it's acronymous for Fair Access to Insurance Requirements, but we soon come to realize just how twisted that acronym is. The FAIR plan is a private association whose day-to-day operations are controlled by insurance companies, not taxpayers. According to Moody's Market Watch, as of September 30th, the FAIR plan's exposure in Los Angeles County was $112.2 billion United States dollars, up 53% from the year before. According to the trade publication Insurance Journal, my God, can you imagine subscribing to a magazine like that? I mean, holy fuck. At any rate, according to the trade publication Insurance Journal, FAIR has only $700 million in cash to pay claims, below the $900 million deductible it has to pay out before it can access another $2.5 billion in reinsurance. Fortunately, it's not California taxpayers who will foot the bill, it's the commercial insurers. But Jones, the former California insurance commissioner, said they can lay off a good portion of that assessment on policyholders across the state. The people who can afford to rebuild or who could afford insurance in the first place will stay. Daniel Aldrich, director of the Resiliences Studies program at Northeastern University, who lived through Hurricane Katrina and its aftermath, in New Orleans concludes Los Angeles will come back a probably whiter, wealthier city after this. Because at the end of the day, this disaster, like most other disasters, impacts the vulnerable most. Now, it is in this context that Donald Trump's inauguration, held on MLK Day, almost as a taunt, a sacrilegious taunt at that, it's been dubbed a coronation of our country's descent into oligarchy. Donald Trump was sworn in on Monday, opening this work week, as the 47th president of these United States, with some of the richest people on planet Earth standing close behind him on the inaugural platform, a symbol of what observers are now describing as our empire's slide toward oligarchy. The Tesla CEO, Elon Musk, the Amazon founder, Jeff Bezos, the Meta CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, and the Google CEO, the yellow nigger, Sundar Pichai, were granted prime seats at the event, positioned in front of many lawmakers and Trump cabinet members, or shall I say Trump cabinet nominees. Amazon, Google, and Meta each contributed $1 million to the president's inaugural fund. And Musk, the world's second richest man after his puppet master Vladimir Putin, spent over $250 million backing the multi-billionaire president's bid for a second White House term. Tim Cook, Apple's billionaire CEO and a donor to the inauguration, was also in attendance at Monday's event, which was financed by Wall Street banks, tech giants, the pharmaceutical lobby, fossil fuel companies, crypto firms, and other corporate interests. In an email to supporters after Trump was sworn in, Justice Democrats, a group that works to elect progressives to Congress, wrote, "Donald Trump's inauguration today is a coronation of our country's descent into oligarchy. Multi-billionaires and corporations spending hundreds of millions of dollars lining the pockets of another multi-billionaire, now president, to usher in a presidency governed for and by the wealthy elite. They're buying influence, and they can expect a massive return on their investment. Crypto is already seeing one, with Trump promising an executive order handout to the Wall Street-backed big tech corporations on day one. Banks and developers are already winning out as Trump and Republicans put conditions on aid to desperate Americans who have lost their homes and need immediate disaster relief in California. This administration will be a boon for the already wealthy, and few will be crushing to everyday people struggling to get by. Now, understand that I'm reading this from the Justice Democrats' writ, so I need to reread that last sentence. This administration will be a boon for the already wealthy few and will be crushing to everyday people struggling to get by. Now, Nabil Ahmed, Economic and Racial Justice Director at Oxfam America, has observed that Trump's inauguration makes clearer than ever the triumph of oligarchy, one that isn't incidental but intrinsic to the politics and policies that we're seeing set out. Himself describing a photo of Zuckerberg, Bezos, Pichai, and Musk standing together on the inaugural platform as a defining photo for the new Gilded Age. Trump's second administration, which could be staffed by at least 13 multi-billionaires, a baker's dozen of billionaires, how about that, is expected to bring a fresh push for large-scale deregulation and another round of 13 cuts for the rich and large corporations. A giveaway that's expected to be funded in part by cuts to Medicaid, federal nutrition assistance, and other key programs. In a statement, the ATF, Americans for Fair, well, ATF is Americans for Tax Fairness in this case, not the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. The ATF Executive Director, David Kaz, said, and here I quote his tea at length and verbatim, "Today marks the beginning of an administration dominated by billionaires and corporate interests. Unsurprisingly, a billionaire president and his top advisor, the wealthiest person on earth, will prioritize passing $5 trillion in new tax cuts benefiting themselves and their wealthy allies, all at the expense of everyday Americans. Let's be clear, the next 4 years will be a tremendous challenge. We are committed to fighting back against a second Trump tax scam because the first one helped to double billionaire wealth and exploded the deficit. ATF and its coalition members will stand on the front lines, pushing back against these deeply harmful measures and fighting for a tax code, an economy that works for everyone, not just the wealthy few." Now, Trump's return to the White House comes but days after former President Joe Biden, in his farewell address to our nation, all too belatedly warned of the threat posed by, in his words, an oligarchy of extreme wealth, power, and influence. Well, thank you, Mr. Snake Shit, for not saying that 4 fucking years ago and saying it just as your chicken shit ass is about to bump the door on your way out. According to an Oxfam report released Monday to kick off the work week, the world's multi-billionaires saw their wealth surge by $2 trillion United States dollars last year as progress against global poverty remained stagnant. The United States has more billionaires than any other nation on earth, and our campaign finance laws allow the ultra-wealthy to pump unlimited sums into elections. On Monday, to start our work week, Abby Maxman, President and CEO of Oxfam America, said, and here I quote as they, at length and verbatim. Let me get a little into the headspace here of what I feel might stand out as Abby Maxman's manner of speech. She'd probably sound something like this, but I'm reading from her quote. With the inauguration of President Donald Trump and the installation of his team of billionaires, we must prepare for an administration that's set to pour fuel on already extraordinary inequality. Our country and the world today are extremely unequal. For too long, big corporations and an ultra-wealthy few have rigged the system in their own favor at the expense of ordinary families. The Trump-Musk inequality agenda is not the only threat we are facing around the world as leaders seek to divide us, and conflict and climate change increase the number, severity, and duration of humanitarian crises. But together, we can and must continue our fight against inequality here in the United States and globally. Well, in sweeping orders, Trump aims to remake federal policy on gender, the border, and climate catastrophe as active duty troops are heading to the U.S.-Mexican border and the United States Coast Guard deploys special forces to Florida, Alaska, and Hawaii under the standing Trump order. President Donald Trump planned to sign dozens of executive orders on Monday to open our work week in a sweeping maneuver to reimagine our empire's relationship with immigration, our economy, the environment, and even gender roles. Incoming White House officials, speaking on condition of anonymity shortly before Trump took the oath of office, previewed the directives, which included the declaration of at least 2 national emergencies targeting our border and the energy sector. The orders were expected to include mandates for how the U.S. government recognizes gender on federal documents and, as well, change the official names of Mount Denali in Alaska and the Gulf of Mexico itself. The orders could undo, with the flourish of a pen, many of former President Joe Biden's key efforts to curb greenhouse gas emissions, protect federal lands from oil drilling, and enshrine the civil rights of transgender people. And they could grant the second Trump administration expansive authority to enforce border security and immigration laws. Under the National Border Emergency Declaration, the Trump misadministration intends to abuse the U.S. military to crack down on illegal immigration, combat transnational gangs and drug trafficking, and execute his promised mass deportations of undocumented migrants. Officials said Trump will also declare a national energy emergency to end the so-called electric vehicle mandate, Trump's phrase for an EPA or Environmental Protection Agency rule requiring automakers to cut greenhouse gas emissions in some new vehicles. Under the National Energy Emergency Declaration, Trump will prioritize oil drilling. So, about this declaring of a national energy emergency. The orders include terminating what Trump calls the electric vehicle mandate, an Environmental Protection Agency rule requiring auto manufacturers to cut greenhouse gas emissions by half in new light and medium duty vehicles beginning in 2027. By calling a national emergency on energy, Trump plans to prioritize domestic oil and gas production, even as American crude oil production hit an all-time high over the past year. And the United States is leaving the Paris Climate Agreement for a second time. And America's second Paris withdrawal is not like the first, sending a clear signal to international partners that the American empire is hot and cold on climate action. President Trump's day one maneuver to begin the process of withdrawing these United States from the Paris Climate Agreement for a second time. The White House announcing Monday that President Trump, as promised, once again withdrew our United States from the Paris Climate Agreement. The historic 2015 deal includes almost 200 nations in a single agreement to combat global warming by lowering emissions of greenhouse gases from fossil fuels. In 2017, during his first administration, Trump said he would remove these United States from the agreement. Due to the agreement's terms, the withdrawal did not go into effect until November 20th of the 2020th year in our Lord. This time, the withdrawal could take less time, as the new administration is no longer bound by the original 3-year commitment. President Joe Biden signed an executive order to rejoin the agreement on January 20th of 2021, and the American empire formally rejoined on February 19th of 2021. Under Biden, in November of 2021, the United States helped lead negotiations on a successor agreement to Paris in Glasgow, Scotland. On his own first day back in office, President Donald John Trump signed an executive order beginning the formal withdrawal of the United States from the Paris Climate Agreement, a landmark pact between nations that aims to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius. It marked the second time that Trump had taken this step, having previously announced the U.S. withdrawal from the accord during his first term in 2017. This week's maneuver will make these United States one of only 4 countries in the world that are not party to the agreement, drawing criticism from environmental advocates and global leaders. Now, in terms of what happened the last time Trump withdrew from the Paris Agreement, I'll say this, and I've got quite a bit, as you can imagine, to say. Basically, while the previous stretch, where the American empire was no longer part of the deal, while that lasted only 4 months, the withdrawal was finalized in November 20th, or November of 2020. And President Joe Biden rejoined the Paris Agreement in early 2021. The impact happening between those dates being profound. The process not only disrupted international climate diplomacy, but also damaged the American empire's credibility on the world stage. sending a signal of unpredictability and retreat from global leadership at a critical moment in the climate catastrophe. The maneuver also halted essential contributions to climate finance, leaving developing nations without vital support for mitigation and adaptation efforts. Yet this week's withdrawal news was hardly a surprise. Despite the outcry in his first term, Trump had long promised to exit the agreement if he returned to office, referring to it during his campaign for a second term as unfair and one-sided. The rhetoric echoed his previous justification for the pullout, that the agreement imposed unfair economic burdens on the American empire while allowing other countries like Red China to continue polluting. Now, as Trump reinitiates the process of withdrawing from the agreement, the immediate effects will mirror those of the previous exit. Some environmental advocates are concerned the maneuver will once again undermine our empire's standing in global climate efforts, potentially emboldening other nations to scale back on their own commitments. Gina McCarthy, who served as White House climate advisoress under President Joe Biden, has observed that the Trump administration must stay focused on growing our clean energy industry. The United States must continue to show leadership on the international stage if we want to have any say in how trillions of dollars in financial investments, policies, and decisions are made that will shape the course of our economy and the world's ability to fight climate change. To get a better sense of what the impact might be this time around, I'll try and articulate some of the consequences of Trump's previous withdrawal from the Paris Climate Agreement, which, first of all, damaged our international climate diplomacy. When Trump announced the American imperial withdrawal from the climate agreement in 2017, the maneuver reverberated around the globe. Nearly 200 nations had committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions under the pact when it was created in 2015, and they had set ambitious targets to keep global temperature rise well below 2 degrees Celsius and ideally below 1.5 degrees Celsius. The retreat significantly weakened the American empire's position in international climate negotiations and sent a signal of instability to other countries. In the absence of American imperial leadership, empires like Red China, Asian India, and members of the European Union began to assert themselves more forcefully on climate-related issues. The Communist Chinese Empire in particular capitalized on the vacuum left by the American empire, positioning itself as a leader in the global green energy transition. Even though Communist China on the Asian mainland is still the largest source of the carbon pollution driving up global temperatures, that empire met its renewables targets in 2024, 6 years early, and has installed more solar and wind power than any other country. The American empire's withdrawal also disrupted critical alliances with other nations committed to ambitious climate goals. Climate talks largely stalled under Trump's first term, leading some nations to question the reliability of these United States as a partner in addressing the climate crisis at all. It also halted climate finance. One of the most significant consequences of the American imperial withdrawal from the Paris Agreement was the abrupt end to climate finance. The Obama administration had committed to contributing to the GCF, the Green Climate Fund, which helps developing countries mitigate and adapt to the impacts of climate change. With the United States out of the agreement, funding for this initiative was immediately cut, leaving nations primarily in the global south without critical resources. The fund had been designed to help developing countries transition to renewable energy, build resilient infrastructure, and adapt to the rapidly changing climate. The American empire had pledged $3 billion United States dollars to this fund, though under Trump, only a fraction of that commitment was ever honored. The lack of financial backing also slowed global progress on climate adaptation, or should I say adaptation, and emissions reduction, especially in poorer nations that are the most vulnerable to the effects of climate change. Countries that had already been relying on these funds, such as small island nations and nations in Black Africa, voiced frustration at the American empire's failure to uphold our promises, which had been key to the success of the Paris Agreement. At the May 2017 climate talks in DRACOEXIT Deutschland, the new United Germany, Ethiopia's top climate official, Dibasu Beleyin Iyasu, who chaired the CVF, the Climate Vulnerable Forum, a group of developing nations most threatened by climate change, said, "Keeping to 1.5 degrees is quite simply a matter of survival. For all of us, the Paris Agreement is our lifeline." At the time, the CVF said in a statement that the American empire's withdrawal from the Paris Agreement, their words, signifies an endangerment of the more than 1 billion people our forum represents in Africa, Asia, the Caribbean, Latin America, and the Pacific. This brings us to the environmental rollbacks. On the domestic front, the American imperial withdrawal from the Paris Agreement was accompanied by a series of deregulatory maneuvers that undermined our empire's efforts to reduce emissions. The Trump misadministration rolled back more than 100 environmental regulations, from fuel efficiency standards for cars to restrictions on power plant emissions. But perhaps the most symbolic of these changes was the decision to ease restrictions on coal-fired power plants, a major source of greenhouse gas emissions in these United States. Trump at the time argued that these actions were designed to revive the American imperial energy sector and boost job growth in coal-producing regions. However, many experts warned that these maneuvers would make it harder for the United States to meet its emissions targets under the Paris Agreement, which had been set in alignment with the broader global goals to limit warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius. Additionally, Trump's withdrawal was seen as an open invitation for other nations to scale back their own climate commitments, while some countries, particularly in Europe, reaffirmed their commitments to the accord. The global momentum to cut emissions stalled in the face of American imperial retrenchment. According to the International Energy Agency, the IEA, a global energy-related CO2 emissions increased by 1.7% in 2018, the same year that the American empire formally began the process of withdrawal after 3 years of relatively steady declines. As to why it matters, the world is a very different place today than in 2017, when Trump first maneuvered to have these United States depart from the then nascent agreement. Point: there may be sufficient momentum now in both the Paris regime as well as the burgeoning clean energy sector that this will perhaps make only a symbolic difference. Zoom in, and we can see that to have the American empire, which is the second largest emitter behind the communist Chinese, exit the agreement, even temporarily, has the potential for other countries to start viewing these United States as an unreliable partner on climate change, well, on climate and potentially other issues as well. Point: last time the American empire left, no other country followed that maneuver. This time could be different, given the rightward anti-climate policies tilt in some key countries. Point: the departure comes just after our Earth's hottest year on record, and as climate impacts are becoming more obvious from the devastating, how should I say it? The California wildfires, to the landscape shifting hurricanes, like Hurricanes Helene and Milton. Point: however, this maneuver also cometh when clean energy innovation and deployment have hit new highs. So, between the lines, America's withdrawal from Paris doesn't take effect immediately, although the executive orders notes the administration will treat it as such. Point: the executive order was written to be far-reaching, cutting off funding for the United Nations Climate Organization that oversees annual climate summits and facilitates activities under Paris and other climate agreements since 1992. Point: it will also squelch American contributions to international climate financing that would help countries adapt to climate impacts and boost clean energy production. Point: to become official, it takes 1 year after American diplomats submit a document to the United Nations climate bureaucracy notifying them of intent to withdraw. Last time Trump withdrew, it took longer due to a feature in the then young agreement's provisions. Now, there be outstanding questions of whether the Trump misadministration will continue to send some representatives to the annual climate summits, as it did during his first term, or skip entirely. The main beneficiary of an American imperial withdrawal and pro-fossil fuels policies domestically would be the Communist Chinese Empire, which already leads these United States in the clean tech space. As for a reality check, right now, the global community is off track on the road to the Paris Agreement's objectives. If the United States' step back from international climate engagement results in a slower decline in global emissions, it would mean even worse climatological impacts. Point, it would also ensure that the agreement's 2 degrees Celsius target, which many experts say is still feasible with rapid emissions cuts, could slip. As to what they're saying, in a statement, Wdy012225 of the Center for Climate and Energy Solutions said, "There is no sugarcoating this. It will be harmful to global efforts to combat climate change, and so ultimately also harmful to the future prosperity and security of United States citizens." Himself noting, however, that the world has been here before and the agreement survived. This brings us to Trump's other aspirations, like new names from the mountains to the Gulf. In one of the orders, Trump has been expected to rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. That, at least, is what the press secretary, Karoline Leavitt, said on X, formerly known as Twitter, on Monday morning. Leavitt's tweet also signaled that Trump would rename Mount Denali, the highest peak in North America, next to Mount McKinley. The Alaskan government had long recognized the mountain as Mount Denali, and President Barack Obama renamed it at the federal level in 2015. Trump's action will revert to the pre-Obama name. Mexico, which also borders the Gulf, what bears its name, is unlikely to go along with the renaming. After Trump initially floated the idea, Presidentes Claudia Sheinbaum noted the body of water that separates Miami from Cancun has been known as the Gulf of Mexico since the 17th century. Now, the Trump administration, in retaliation, has shut down the White House Spanish language page and social media. Within hours of President Donald Trump's inauguration, the new administration took down the Spanish language version of the official White House website. That site, currently here for you who are listening, it will be now in your text box. There we go. And we'll put it here in text for our own dear brothers participating online. And with that, we go back to work in a second. Let me see this. Yeah, there we are. So I'm proud of you all for sticking with us. Need your financial support. In the meantime, if you take a look at where this gets you, you'll find this link takes you to the website homepage, which now gives users an error 404 message. It also includes a go home button that directs viewers to a page featuring a video montage of Trump in his first term, and on the campaign trail, the button was later updated to read, "Go to homepage." Hispanic advocacy groups and others have expressed confusion at the abrupt change and frustration at what some call the administration's lack of efforts to maintain communications with the Latino community, which helped propel Trump himself to the presidency. The Spanish profile of the White House's ex at La Casa Blanca and the government page on reproductive freedom were also disbanded. Meanwhile, the Spanish versions of other government agencies, such as the Department of Labor, Justice, and Agriculture, remained available for users as of yesterday, Tuesday, the day before yesterday by now. When asked about the changes, without elaborating, White House Principal Deputy Press Secretary Harrison Fields responded the day before yesterday that the administration is committed to bringing back online the Spanish translation section of the website. It's day 2. We are in the process of developing, editing, and tweaking the White House website. As part of this ongoing work, some of the archive content on the website went dormant. We are committed to reloading that content in a short timeline. Now, Trump removed the Spanish version of the page in 2017. At that time, White House officials said they would reinstate it. President Joe Biden reinstated the page in 2021. The page's removal coincided with Trump's first-day wave of executive orders, highlighted by the launch of an illegal immigration crackdown that was one of his key campaign pledges. On Monday, Trump declared a national emergency at the U.S.-Mexico border and announced plans to send American troops to help support immigration agents and restrict refugees and asylum. According to the 2023 Census Bureau estimates, about 43.4 million Americans, 13.7% of the American population age 5 and older, speak Espanol at home. The United States has no official language, emphasizing that the shutdown sends a clear signal. Monica Rivera, a brand and communications strategist in New York City of Puerto Rican and Cubano descent, said there are 43 million Latinos who speak Spanish as their first language, and removing access to information directly from the White House draws a distinct line as to who they are serving, and more dangerously, signals to the administration's MAGA base that we as Latinos and other are a less significant part of this country. Anthony Hernandez, a paralegal in our nation's capital, wasn't initially aware of the maneuver and said it suggests that the coming years of a second Trump presidency will look like, with specific issues making headlines while minor but equally malicious things like that go unnoticed. A move like shutting down the Spanish White House page and X profile serves no purpose other than to cut off resources for millions of Hispanic Americans and immigrants attempting to enter the United States legally. And it's a slap in the face to the millions of Hispanic voters that supported him in this recent election. Now, Trump's own Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is a Cubano-American and speaks Espanol. At his swearing-in on Tuesday, he gave remarks in Espanol, thanking God, his family, and Trump. Meanwhile, Hispanic leaders and communication strategy experts expressed surprise with the page's removal, given Trump's popularity with certain Latino voters, calling it a way to ensure everyone is part of the civic process. Frankie Miranda, president and CEO of the Hispanic Federation, said, "If the White House is seriously interested in engaging with Latinos, the second largest group in this country, then they need to make sure that updates can also be distributed in the Espanol, a preferred language for millions in our community." Now, Chris Klein Hernandez, a United States historian specializing in race, gender, and sexuality at Connecticut College, said the content removal from the official White House websites not only limits the access available to Spanish-speaking U.S. citizens and migrants, but leads some to question which constituencies the administration prioritizes, qualifying that the maneuver seems counterintuitive given the opportunity to showcase policy changes, especially ones related to economics and border security. ̶CHUÍ, former deputy cabinet secretary and deputy director of external and international affairs for former California Governor Jerry Brown, said, "I didn't see any other language mediums that got the kibosh, so I think that's a really interesting thing to single out, if that's the case." Now, AP Vocast, a nationwide survey of more than 120,000 voters, found Trump won a larger share of Black and Latino voters than he did in 2020, and most notably among men under the age of 45. Young Latinos, particularly young Latino men, also were more open to Trump than in 2020. Roughly half of young Latino men voted for Democratic Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris, compared with about 6 in 10 who went for Biden. And now Trump is declaring a border emergency, sending troops to the border, while the Defense Department is deploying active duty troops to the United States-Mexico border. Trump signed nearly a dozen executive orders on border security and immigration under the auspices of a national border emergency. I shake my head. The United States military will now deploy active duty forces to our empire's southern border soon. That's according to a defense official who was not authorized to speak before any official announcement. The formal announcement of the deployment was expected later today, yesterday by now. The maneuver came in the wake of several border security executive actions enacted by President Donald Trump since his inauguration Monday afternoon. According to an Associated Press report, around 1,500 active duty troops are expected to deploy. Approximately 2,500 members of the National Guard and Army Reserve are already at the border, assisting U.S. Customs and Border Protection with logistics and other support duties. The incoming White House officials said that the president will order United States armed forces to repel forms of invasion at the U.S.-Mexico border, including illegal migration and drug trafficking. The misadministration will suspend refugee resettlement, finish building the border wall, suspend entry of nationals from countries of concern, and attempt to end the constitutionally guaranteed right to citizenship for children born in these United States to some foreign nationals. Trump also plans to abuse the military to target drug cartels as global terrorists and abuse the military to combat them, though officials have declined to provide details on the rules of engagement. That's basically, well, you're attacking Mexico's economy. I shudder. Active duty troops were last ordered to the border by former President Joe Biden's administration, and Trump did the same thing during his first term. Unless the misadministration invokes the Insurrection Act, active duty troops cannot assist in apprehensions and will be limited to support roles as they have in the past. But the United States Coast Guard has deployed its elite forces to Florida, Alaska, and Hawaii after Donald Trump signed executive orders seeking to crack down on illegal immigration on his second day in office. Hours after Trump declared a national emergency and outlined his intent to send the army to Mexico's American border, the Coast Guard revealed a 6-point plan for tackling crime at sea. A statement from Kevin Lundy, the Coast Guard's acting commandant, said the strategy will focus on stopping illegal migration, drug smuggling, and other terrorist or hostile activity before it reaches our border. This includes bolstering the number of specialized forces units, a branch that focuses on fighting terrorism and serious crime, out on patrol. Boats and aircrafts will circle the U.S. border near Florida to clamp down on mass migration from Haiti and Cuba. Forces will also be sent into waters around Alaska, Hawaii, the island of Guam, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, American Samoa, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. The announcement came on the same day Trump's administration began a shakeup of the Department of Homeland Security, which included the firing of Coast Guard Commandant Admiraless Linda Fagan, the Armed Forces' first female service chief, who had served since 2022. The acting Homeland Security Secretary Benjamin Huffman said Fagan had been relieved of her duties after a long and illustrious career. As to where the Coast Guard, the United States Coast Guard, will deploy its forces, point: the southeast U.S. border approaching Florida to deter and prevent a maritime mass migration from Haiti and or Cuba. Point: the maritime border around Alaska, Hawaii, and the United States territories of Guam, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, American Samoa, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Point: the maritime border between the Bahamas and South Florida. Point: the southwest maritime border between the United States and Mexico in the Pacific. Point: the maritime border between Texas and Mexico. Point: the maritime portions of the southwest U.S. border to support customs and border protection. Trump showcased his blueprint for increasing security on the southern border in a series of executive orders that began taking effect soon after his inauguration on Monday. This included the revival of priorities from his first term as president that were rolled back by Joe Biden, including forcing asylum seekers to wait in Mexico and finishing the border wall. Other executive orders included new strategies, such as an effort to end automatic citizenship for the children of migrants who are either in these United States illegally or on temporary visas. A Biden-era app used by nearly 1 million migrants to enter America was also closed. Now, Trump's signing orders ending diversity programs. The federal DEI, or God staffers, because "de" is the word for God in Latin, but acronymus as well for diversity, equity, and inclusivity. The day staffers are being placed on paid leave. President Trump signed executive orders Monday and Tuesday that aim to end diversity, equity, and inclusion programs within the federal government. In his inauguration speech on Monday, Trump said, "We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based." A memo from the United States Office of Personnel Management yesterday evening, Tuesday evening by now, called for all federal DEI employees to be placed on permanent paid leave by, well, this evening, essentially, Wednesday evening, citing CBS News reporting, White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt confirmed the maneuver in a post on X. The orders cut funding for so-called DEI initiatives across all agencies in order to end DEI inside of the federal government, according to Trump's administration officials. They also rescind numerous previous executive orders and actions from the past administrations that aimed to promote diversity throughout the federal government. Mr. Trump said he will direct the Office of Management and Budget to end all related mandates, policies, and programs across agencies, including all initiatives that aim to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion within departments. His aim is to restore what the misadministration considers to be a merit-based hiring system, according to officials and the text of the order itself, though we all know better than they ever give us credit for. Because exactly how do you get information out of an unconscious individual? I'll be unconscious throughout a better part of today. As soon as I finish, some further analysis, God knows, I'm trying to gather my thoughts here to continue with the thoroughly unpleasant topic. And hope you all appreciate my suffering in dealing with anything Trumpist is just ugly as fuck. Going to breathe here, recenter myself. Now, let me put it this way. As I said, Mr. Trump's effort to eradicate all traces of DEI within our government will be an ongoing effort. The memo from OPM, the Office of Personnel Management, sent the day before yesterday by now, directs the heads of all U.S. agencies to place all federal employees in diversity, equity, and inclusion roles on permanent paid leave by 5 p.m. Eastern Time on Wednesday. That was today. Agencies must also take down all outward-facing media, meaning websites, social media accounts, etc., of DEIA offices. That's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Administration offices. Cancel upcoming DEI or God trainings, and terminate contracts with God-related, or DEI, Latin word for God-related, contractors by the same time today, meaning Wednesday as yesterday. The memo stating that the agencies must also submit a written plan for executing a reduction in force action regarding the employees who work in a DEIA or DEIA office, kind of like a feminine version of God's name, by 5 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday, January 31st, when my rent is essentially due. So I do need your help, and I'll need you listening out there right now, you to send 100 United States dollars, or at least half 100 US dollars. Now, Trump officials and members of the Department of Justice will meet with different agencies monthly to evaluate how ongoing God programs or DEI programs are allegedly discriminating against Americans. Trump officials said that groups will figure out ways to end those. figure out ways to end those. Lawyers at various agencies are wondering whether the directive applies to employees who work on DEI matters but have a much broader work portfolio. Tuesday's order also goes beyond just federal agencies and directs the Attorney General within 120 days to submit recommendations for enforcing federal civil rights laws and taking other appropriate measures to encourage the private sector to end illegal discrimination and preferences, including God, or DEI, the Latin name thereof. Mr. Trump is also directing the Attorney General to create a plan to deter the private sector from adopting or continuing DEI or God programs. Tuesday's order read, as part of this plan, each agency shall identify up to 9 potential civil compliance investigations of publicly traded corporations, large nonprofit corporations or associations, foundations with assets of $500 million or more, state and local bar and medical associations, and institutions of higher education with endowments over $1 billion. The orders also include a review of spaces that have been renamed under DEI initiatives. It's unclear how they will affect the private sector. A Trump administration official on Monday advised businesses to wait and see how further guidance will pertain to them. And then we come to male and female only. Trump will declare that the federal government only recognizes trois sexes, male and female, in a maneuver an incoming White House official described as restoring sanity. The State Department, Department of Homeland Security, and other agencies will be tasked with enforcing this directive, which applies to passports, visas, and other government documents, according to the same incoming White House official. Now, I'm, how do I say this? Obviously personally invested in this, and what I can tell you is how incredibly fucking stupid this is and how ignorant it all is. I am basically left without an ability to how do I say this? Just it's I'm just all right, flabbergasted. Just flabbergasted. And it's going to be, how do I say this? We've got to understand that here's a little lesson for you, a little education. And if it's not a sex education, it's gender education. So take this lesson away. If you take nothing else away tonight, understand there are not 2 fucking genders. There are, at the absolute minimum, 5 genders. There's 5 scientifically substantiated extant sexes. If you do not get that, you haven't been educated properly. Now, when it comes to genderism, that is the bias, not a belief, but a bias, that there are and should be only trois genders, and that one's gender, or most aspects thereof, are inevitably tied to assigned sex. So, in a genderist construct, cisgendered or heterosexual people are the dominant or / agent group, and transgender non-conforming peoples are the oppressed, i.e., target groups. Okay, I'm not even going to get into gender fluidity right now. I'm going to, of course, instead bring up the fact that if you are ascribing to the Trumpist type of bigotry concerning genderism, just understand that I'll do my best to explain what I can in terms of what has been found out about genders through scientific investigation of what our man Nemo Albano brought up earlier concerning the hermaphrodites or intersex peoples, because they certainly do not prefer that term of hermaphrodite. Now, I'm trying to gather my thoughts here and remember the woman that I normally source for this, the female doctor who has studied this all of her life. And, of course, I'll see if I can find her online. And that way I can express myself a bit more coherently on this at this hour when all I want to do is really fall asleep. We've only got a short time left, of course, but now that we've got what time we have left, let's make the most use of it, and let's get over to the, shall we say, the actual point of gender studies for tonight for a short period of time to just get you into the know of exactly what number of genders are out there. So let me see now in terms of 5 sexes. There we are. It was Dr. Anne Fausto Sterling, PhD, born during World War II, 1944. She's basically let's put it this way, circa 1993, the white European American Nancy Duke Lewis Professor of Biology and Gender Studies at Brown University, Dr. Anne Fausto Sterling, PhD, wrote an essay titled The 5 Sexes, in which she proved that instead of 12 sexes, there are actually as many, at the absolute least, as 5. This is what brings us to the concept of intersexuality. Someone who is intersex is medically an hermaphrodite, someone who is born with both male and female genitalia. Aside from genitalia, the person may also develop both male and female secondary sex traits, such as breasts or facial hair. Now, where do these other sexes come from? Acknowledgedly, in sense of societal and ultimately, God willing, political recognition, they come from, well, intersexuality, well, by grace of God, manifestly. according to the studies of Dr. Fausto Sterling, Professores of Biology Emerita, there are 3 types of intersex people. 1, the ERMs. The HERMs are true hermaphrodites, literally effeminates, who are equal parts male and female, born as infants with both ovaries and testicles, and having both male and female sex organs. 2, MERMs, instead of HERMs, MERMs, or male pseudo-hermaphrodites, literally masculine false effeminates, who are more male than female, a genetic male with external sex organs that failed to develop properly, resulting in female or male/female characteristics, physical characteristics. Not just personality traits, but physical characteristics. And 3, FIRMs, in disambiguation from MERMs or HERMs. FIRMs are female pseudo-hermaphrodites, literally feminine false effeminates, who are more female than male, a genetic female with male external sex organs. Now, any child who is an intersexual or is in an intersexual state ought to be classified in one of those 3 categories that I've just articulated, and left be less the cause be disease. In other words, unless the cause is disease, then, well, you might as well leave them alone until they're 18 and they can decide what they want to be. And then you medically help them, which is why we need gender surgery, gender affirmation surgery. Because there's many causes for intersexuality. One common cause has to do with chromosomes. Every human has 23 sets of chromosomes, hence the company with the ridiculous name 23andMe. The 23rd chromosome is the sex chromosome because it determines what sex we are. If the 23rd chromosome is XY, or comprised of an X chromosome and a Y chromosome, the person is a male. If the 23rd chromosome is XX, or comprised of 2X chromosomes, the person is a female. However, some genetic conditions cause a person's sex chromosome to be XXY. In other words, both female XX and male XY. Still, another genetic condition can cause a person to be XXY, a full set of both male and female chromosomes. Intersexuality has still many other causes. By way of example, it can be caused by hormone receptors that don't, receive hormones. When babies are developing in the womb, they all begin with sex organs that look female. If the baby is male, he begins to produce testosterone. And if the hormone reaches the tissues correctly, the external genitals become a scrotum and a penis. Chromosomal or sex hormone abnormalities can produce an infant in an intersexual state. It can also be caused by a condition called congenital adrenal hyperplasia, which is a disease that blocks the baby's metabolism. Now, NOVA, remember that TV series? NOVA, the science series. That was an acronym for New Opportunities, Vision, and Achievements. Started in 1974. That website, I don't even know if that's still up, outlines the many, many causes of intersexuality. I'm going to see if we can, let's see if this works. I'm going to put this in the live stream, and we'll see if that still connects. So you let me know. And with that, it seems like the link may or may not be working. Heather Holman has joined us. You okay there, Heather? You all right? Good morning, dear Heather.
Hi, I just had a weird lucid dream and I'm just recovering from it.
Would you care to share it?
Yeah, I'm writing it all down right now.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, thank you.
How many people are intersexed today?
Enough for a small nation state, like along the lines of the Vatican City State in terms of population. Matter of fact, it's I've calculated this before. I'll calculate it again in just a moment here. Give me a few moments to first try and explain what everything I'm already articulated, means, because a lot of people are going to ask, well, Doug, what does all this mean? Well, let's put this forward as to why it's important that we know that there's an intersex community. I know it's a lot to take in, but it's a topic that we as a society need to explore. For intersexuality has never been addressed very thoroughly or publicly, even within the alternative lifestyles, or IDEST, the 2S LGBTQ, or BTIQA plus movement. Honestly, one of the main issues that the intersex community is confronted with is whether or not they fit into any convenient definition of sex. Because many parents, upon finding out that their child is intersex, immediately they're confronted with criminally negligent doctors who don't give a shit and just throw the child in their face and say, hey, it's fucked. You want a boy or a girl? And then the parent makes a choice, the doctor makes a bunch of cuts, and they've effectively fucked that child up for life. Because the parents will simply opt for corrective surgery rather than contend with years of something that they figure is a freakish phenomenon that they'll want to pretend has never existed. So the child is physically either male or female by force. And because parents find out that their child is intersex as soon as the child is born, corrective surgery happens within days of the child being born. In times past, doctors would perform surgeries without even first testing the infant to find out its true sex. And the child would sometimes, in fact all too often, grow up very obviously a man, but with female genitalia. Like what our man Nemo Albano feels Madonna is. Now, today, specialists can perform an ultrasound, a blood test, chromosomal analysis, and even commit, presumably at parental behest, to exploratory surgery to ascertain the baby's true sex. However, such treatment is still controversial. Understand that many people in the intersex community feel this is unethical for many reasons. For one, being intersex is not the same as being a female with some male genitalia or the opposite. Rather, it means the person is literally both male and female. And many intersex people whose parents have opted for corrective surgery upon finding out about their intersexuality wish their parents had never chosen to surgically alter their genitalia. While their parents certainly have, we presume, the right intentions, as they only want to protect their child from being called a freak and bullied until they come of age to decide upon their own, is this really ethical? After all, being intersex is not the same as being a male with female genitalia. So, let's put it this way. Surgery and or hormonal therapy, some people believe that it should begin within the first 15 months of life, which I myself would advise if the causal factor is identified as conditional disease. Others believe these things should be put off until the child is old enough to make his or her own decision about it, which I myself would otherwise advise as the generic response per the majority of cases. Of course, there be pros and cons for each side. Either way, any family with an intersexual infant should immediately begin counseling, as should the child when he or she is old enough. Because the other pertinent question is, how do intersex people define their sexual orientation? Can we even hold them to our gender binary sexual orientations at all? Allowing explication, if an intersex person with both male and female chromosomes and genitalia is sexually attracted to a female, is that intersex person a lesbian woman or a straight male? That's a question I cannot answer. And I know you fucking can't either. Anyone out there listening. The best we can do is say that this depends on the individual. Now, the deeper question, as I've already mentioned, is can we hold intersex people to sexual orientations that rely on people being either male or female? And as already mentioned, intersex people are not truly male or female, though they may feel more drawn to one sex and surgically modify their genitalia to reflect that and live as such. By my advisement, should an intersex person choose a gender and stick with it, then I think it right to consider this person a member of whatever gender they have chosen. But I digress. My own stance as a cisgendered, meaning straight, heterosexual, albeit often cross-dressed Christian, is that babies are not born with physical differences to punish their parents in any way. Indeed, the angels themselves are hermaphroditic, in a sense rendering intersexuals physiologically closer to the image of God than any one of us. If left unscarred by invasive surgical scalpels, a third gender will eventually emerge in numbers among humanity, as has ever been God's will, with much to offer in terms of alternative thoughts, perspectives, and cultures, destined, one could easily imagine, to establish their own communities and perhaps even ultimately micronation states. So, irrespective of such visions, it's very possible at the contemporary communal level for a child born with both sex organs to grow up to have a healthy view of sexuality and successful relationships. But from early on, the child should be taught how valuable, loved, and accepted they are by their family and also by God. Most emphatically, they are not a victim of divine judgment, but instead an embodiment of God's plan for each one of us that will bring him, well, to use the gender-neutral term, glory. As we can learn from a man who was healed by Jesus Christos, Jesus Christ himself, who, when his disciples asked of him, "Teacher, why was this man born blind? Was it result his own sins or those of his parents?" And Jesus answered, "'Twas not because of his sins or the sins of his parents. He was born blind so the power of God could be seen within him." That was the book of John, chapter 9, verses 2 through 3 in the most holy book of the Bible. Now, understand that in terms of the numbers of people who are born intersexed, it's a larger percentage than one imagines. Enough of a percentage that when you take it into account, you realize that they could form a nation state that out of the American population alone, the 1 in every 20 births is intersexed. And that means that 1 out of every 20 children is butchered on birth to force them to become a boy or a girl. And people wonder why we have a plague of gays and lesbians, because many of them are intersexed people who were supposed to have been male but were rendered female, and were supposed to have been female but were rendered male. That's the source of a lot of your gayness in this world, but all of you motherfuckers are the cause of it, and you're all so fucking stupid, you think it's just some culture wars bullshit where these people were offered. So then Heather asks, is this a result of angels making babies with men? Well, obviously the parents were sexually involved in the creation of their children, but who knows if it wasn't a menage a trois in the spiritual sense. Maybe an angel joined in. We shouldn't discount such phenomenon, but know this, that there are millions of intersexed people. So they could literally form a nation state from America's population of intersexed people alone, larger than the Vatican, Andorra, San Marino, and the various other micro-statelets combined. That's a lot of people to be discounting in terms of their existence. So hopefully that answers a little bit of your question there, dear Heather. And does it, as to how many of these people that there are? Go ahead and speak.
Well, it says in the Bible that the result of the angels having sex with humans was giants. So I wondered if maybe this was also a result of that.
Oh, as I said, I think it's okay to entertain that idea in its own way. But you're speaking biblically. Nemo says, I'm going to head off. I'll say goodbye to our listeners. Oh, please, by all means, dear Nemo. Please come on, say good morning to Heather and goodbye to all our listeners.
Good morning, Heather. Yeah. Don't forget to support Douglas any way you can and send donations towards him via PayPal. Links are in the YouTube chat. Take care. Really interesting topic we're talking about. I'll still listen, just I'm gonna take my headphones off because it's hurting.
Understood. Thank you. Well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And join us, if you'll be so kind, on next Sunday as well. Okay?
Yeah. All right. Take care of yourself.
Okay. Thank you so much, dear Nemo. And so don't forget to write to our dear friend Aaron Tice. Ask him for that episode, and I'll try and double team him on that as well. So, yes, by all means, this is a topic which is important because now Donald Trump, acting in place of God, has laid down his commandment, there be only two genders, male and female. Fuck you, Trump. Nobody needs an education in this more than yourself. So the incoming White House officials have doubled down on Mr. Trump's distaste for inclusion efforts by proclaiming that there are only two sexes that the federal government will recognize, male and female. Mr. Trump signed an executive order Tuesday stating that it's a policy of the federal government to recognize, well, only two sexes, male and female, reversing the ability of Americans to mark other or X on federal forms. Now, at his inauguration, Mr. Trump said, as of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. Now, regarding the executive order on Monday, an incoming Trump official said, so what we're doing today is defining that it is the policy of the United States to recognize two sexes, male and female. These sexes that are not changeable, or he says these are sexes that are not changeable, and they are grounded in fundamental and incontrovertible reality. You are no longer going to have robust and long drop-down menus when asking about sex. Well, I know you guys got no menus when you ask about sex, 'cause all you get is the word none. Now, among other things, the order will ensure that federal funds will not be used to promote gender inclusivity. A number of major American employers, including Meta, McDonald's, and Walmart, have wound down their diversity programs following a 2023 Supreme Court decision banning affirmative action in college admissions and under pressure from reactionary political activists. But, oh my God, before I dive back into this topic, because again, I'm personally invested in this, what about yourself, Heather? Any other questions or ideas come to mind that you need to?
It's almost as if he went back in time and to intercept this transmission, because it brings a lot of truth to the table, and so he kind of like nipped that in the bud to make sure that nothing goes any further.
Yeah, it's incredible. So, just to clarify to people what we're contending with here and the kind of ignorance that we're dealing with, which is now at the federal administrative level, trying to destroy an entire group of completely marginalized people. Understand that some, if not most, of intersexed people don't even wish to be considered part of the alternative lifestyles movement. They don't consider themselves 2S LGBTQ TIQA or TIQA+, even though they're included in the acronym. They do feel that hermaphrodite is an outdated and inaccurate term that has been used to describe intersex peoples in the past. They feel a hostility toward that in the same way that gays feel a hostility towards the term homosexual, because it's a medical term. It's as if you're being diagnosed with a condition, as opposed to being accepted being accepted as yourself, being accepted for what has come to constitute your identity. Indeed, its offensiveness is experiential, as a medical diagnosis applied to infants born with both male and female sexual organs or characteristics of both organs, but are oftentimes otherwise completely healthy and functional, rendering any diagnoses utterly unnecessary when such babies are presenting humanity the evolutionary gift of another gender or other sexes, long ago accepted by indigenous people. Now, our postmodern understanding of an intersexual is either someone whose anatomy is not exclusively male or female, someone who identifies as both male and female, but most probably people who naturally, that is, without any medical intervention, develop primary or secondary physical sex characteristics that are not categorized as exclusively male or exclusively female and do not fit neatly into Trump or the reactionary assholes Republicans' definitions of male or female. Now, intersexed people are relatively common. Certainly not as uncommon as you might assume. 1 in every 2,000. 1 in every 2,000 newborns is born in an intersexual state. Although this society's literally violent denial of their existence has allowed no room for intersex issues to ever even be discussed publicly. Indeed, many visibly intersexed people are mutilated in infancy and early childhood by doctors to force the individual's sex characteristics to conform to society's idea of what normal bodies, in quotes there, should look like. There be no melodramatic abuse of the term mutilation here. As well, okay, Heather Holman says, this explains people's natural born tendencies and explains the validity of people feeling they are something else. Thank you, honey. Most of them have been born something else and forced to become something against their will, without their permission, without their ever having been consulted. They've been forced to become something they are not. Literally are not. As well, note that sometimes nations or states, she says, thank you. Well, thank you, honey. Love you, honey. Heather, that's your... And you sound good, by the way. This morning you sound so much better. Holy shit, you sound great. At any rate, notice that there are laws that define gender, kind of like what Trump is trying to do via a direct executive order, a command. My own legal historical knowledge on this is not extensive, but I do recall the case of a contemporary intersex person who was considered a man in Scotland. Not necessarily England, but Scotland. And a woman in these United States, because Scotland defined this person's gender by levels of testosterone in the brain, whereas in the United States, it had to do with genitalia. I mean, imagine that. Okay, that's just fucked. Now, other identity names for this you may hear include androgynous, which can also be associated with being agendered, when an individual does not identify as male or female and prefers to not identify with the gender at all, or trois-spirited, a tradition in many First Nations of original peoples, i.e. Native American Indian tribes, where we get the 2S in the acronym for 2S-LGBTQA, or TIQA+. There's a variety of definitions and feelings about the term trois-spirits, and this term does not resonate for everyone. But per the Chippewa Cree Tribal CHCC, the Capitol Hill Community Council, President ЗАЧHУΗ was recorded in the May-June 2014 issue of the magazine Native Peoples as saying, and I read this therefrom, this term stems from the Ojibwe phrase, Nij Maniduag, and replaces the outdated, oversimplified term Birdache, considered offensive by many Native American communities because of its pejorative and non-American etymology, a slur referential an American Indian who assumes the dress, social status, and role of the opposite sex, which appeared frequently in research and anthropological studies that aimed to describe the place of gay men in Native society in the 18th and early 19th centuries. The phrase trois-spirit began to gain traction across Native America after 1990, when 13 men, women, and transgender people from various tribes met in Winnipeg, Canada, with the task of finding a term that could unite the 2S-LGBTQA, TIQIA+ Native community. For me, this is him continuing, the term trois-spirit resists a Western definition of who we are and what we should be. Trois-spirits, i.e. twin-spirited peoples, are integral to the struggle of undoing the impacts of historical trauma, because our roles in tribes historically were part of the traditions taken away from us with Westernization. So there we have that. The Native Americans themselves have the wisdom to contend with this, that, I'm sorry, the whites do not. And worst of all, in dealing with enforcing this insanity, Trump wants a paramilitary arm for his war with half of America. Understand that President Donald John Trump views himself as a wartime president. But his enemy isn't any rogue state. It's the American people themselves. The target of Trump's power campaign is anyone who lives in a blue state. And Trump is going to abuse all the power at his presidential fingertips to ensure everyone falls in line. This includes abusing the courts, government bureaucracy, and mob rule to get what he wants. Now, writing that Trump's war with America is unprecedented, in a new article published in The Bulwark, published yesterday, in effect, the day before yesterday by now on Tuesday, The Bulwark editor, Jonathan V. Last, wrote that Trump made it clear during the inauguration that he's, and here I read therefrom, at length and verbatim, governing not for all Americans, and not even just for the benefit of his voters, but as an attack on the half of America that opposed him. Or at least, we haven't had a president view Americans this way since Reconstruction. I don't think there's any way to read yesterday except as President Trump deciding that with the Republican Party fully subservient to him, he can subjugate the other remaining power centers in American life. He can finally be a wartime president. It's just that he's going to war against America. Releasing the J6 rioters, even the violent ones, for a purpose. Trump, in the words of Mr. Last, via this article, I read therefrom again, at length and verbatim, Trump believes that Democratic voters should not be bargained with or bribed, but intimidated, punished, subdued, and rendered unable to oppose him in his quest for total power. The message is unambiguous. Trump wants supporters who engage in street violence on the loose. He wants a paramilitary arm for which he has plausible deniability. Freeing those convicted of violence is a go-ahead signal for future violent acts and an implicit promise that Trump will take care of those who fight on his behalf. Trump understands that blue states are the last bastions of meaningful popular opposition to his rule, so he will abuse the federal government to subdue them. That's what deportations and tariffs are for. These are executive powers which can be abused in highly targeted ways to hurt on local economies. So, if you live in a blue state, President Trump is going to abuse the power of the federal government to make your life harder. Thus, Trump gave pardons to hundreds of violent January 6th rioters. And here's what they did. You see, throughout his 2024 campaign for president, Donald Trump repeatedly promised to give pardons to his cultists who had been criminally charged in the January 6th, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol. But up until the moment he re-entered the Oval Office on Monday night, his exact plans remained vague. Even his vice president, J.D. Vance, appeared to be unaware of the new president's plan as recently as January 12th. In the end, Trump granted clemency to every defendant accused of committing crimes that day, including those convicted of brutal assaults on police officers. More than 1,500 people who had been charged in connection with the attack received a full, complete, and unconditional pardon. 14 people, all of whom were linked to the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys, extremist groups that planned elements of the attack, received commutations. While those defendants' felony convictions will stand, Trump cleared the path for their imminent release from prison. Meanwhile, in federal court in Washington, D.C., Trump's new appointee at the Justice Department began filing motions to dismiss ongoing cases related to January 6th. Trump's written proclamation announcing his decision stated that he was ending his words, grave national injustice that has been perpetrated upon the American people over last 4 years and begins a process of national reconciliation. Now, January 6 defendants and their families celebrated Trump's actions. Jacob Chansley, the convicted rioter, widely described as the QAnon shaman, posted on social media, "Thank you, President Trump! Now I am going to buy some motherfucking guns!" Police officers who were injured by the rioters on January 6th condemned Trump's actions as a betrayal. Gonell told, this is former Capitol Police Sergeant Aquilino Gonell, told NPR that he was set to appear in court for the sentencing of a man who attacked him with a PVC pipe. That sentencing is now canceled. And in the hours since Trump signed the pardon proclamation, Gonell said his phone had repeatedly buzzed as the Justice Department notified him that people who had physically attacked him were being released from prison. In court papers, prosecutors described Timothy Hale Cusinelli as a quote-unquote neo-Nazi sympathizer who went to work at a naval weapons station with a Hitler mustache. Sergeant Gonell, who was repeatedly assaulted that day, said, "It's a miserable miscarriage of justice. All this hard work, all these investigations, all the efforts to bring justice and accountability have been erased." Over 1,100 people who had already pleaded guilty or been convicted at trial and sentenced in connection with these cases. Most had finished their punishments, except for those who were serving longer sentences for engaging in violence at the Capitol. Matthew Graves led the police that prosecuted all of the January 6 cases. He told NPR, "There's no wiping out the public record. There's no undoing these prosecutions. The actions taken by the president disproportionately benefit the most violent among the mob." Now, the FBI, under its previous director, the Trump appointee, Christopher Wray, called the January 6th attack an act of domestic terrorism. The Department of Justice estimated that more than 140 police officers were injured by the pro-Trump mob. Officers have described injuries from the attack, including cracked ribs, traumatic brain injuries, acronymous as TBIs, smashed spinal discs, and a heart attack. In several cases, officers have said they're still coping with post-traumatic stress from the hours-long violent assault. Rioters abused bats, flags, chemical sprays, poles, and stolen police shields and batons to beat officers. Several rioters, the insurrectionists, were convicted of charges for carrying loaded firearms in the melee. In the 4 years after the insurrection, prosecutors brought charges against more than 1,500 people. Many of those charged said that they stormed the U.S. Capitol specifically because they believed Trump supported their actions. Indeed, he ordered them personally. Most defendants pleaded guilty to the charges they faced. Prosecutors obtained guilty verdicts in nearly all of the cases that went to trial. These were politically motivated terrorists proud of what they did. A majority of defendants were charged with nonviolent crimes related to breaching the Capitol building, but prosecutors brought more than 400 cases for alleged violence. Earlier this month, the Trump team appeared to signal that those defendants, the violent ones, would be treated differently. Vice President J.D. Vance told Fox News that if you committed violence on that day, obviously you should not be pardoned. Pam Bondi, Trump's pick for Attorney General, also said in her confirmation hearing that I condemn any violence on a law enforcement officer in this country. Now here's some of the people convicted of violence on January 6th who received full, complete, and unconditional pardons from Donald John Trump. Here's one. David Dempsey was convicted of repeatedly assaulting police officers with pepper spray, a metal crutch, and wooden and metal poles. Federal prosecutors wrote, for over 1 hour, defendant David Dempsey viciously assaulted and injured police officers. Metropolitan Police Department Detective Fusan Nguyen testified that after Dempsey pepper sprayed him, he was knocked down and, in his words, I thought that's, where I'm going to die. And in my head, I was thinking about my family at that point before anything else. Dempsey was sentenced to 20 fucking years in prison, but now he's walking free. Julian Cater pleaded guilty to pepper spraying Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick in the face. Later that night, Sicknick collapsed and was rushed to the hospital. He died the following day, rendering her a murderess in the first degree. According to the Washington, D.C. Medical Examiner, Sicknick's death was due to, quote-unquote, natural causes, thanks to bribery from Donald Trump. 'Twas strokes. But, she said, all that transpired played a role in his condition. Now, Sicknick's mother, Gladys, spoke at Cater's sentencing hearing, and she said, lawlessness, misplaced loyalty to a deranged, autocratic ideal, and hate killed my son, and I hope you are haunted by your crimes behind bars. Whatever jail time you receive is not enough in my eyes. Cater was sentenced to over 6 years in prison. Now she's walking free. A cop-killing murderess. And here's from Trump, who said he loved cops, but he lets her off. Christian Matthew Manley pleaded guilty to assaulting police with 2 cans of bear spray and throwing an empty canister at officers. Manley then threw a metal rod at officers. Federal Judge Tanya Chutkin told Manley at his sentencing hearing that there has to be an understanding that participating, taking up arms against law enforcement, taking up arms to basically try and overthrow the government is going to be met with severe punishment. Manley was sentenced to over 4 years in prison, but now he's walking free, thanks to President Law and Order himself. Patrick Edward McGaughy III was convicted of abusing a police riot shield to crush Metropolitan Police Officer Daniel Hodges into a metal doorframe, leaving Hodges trapped, bleeding, and crying for help from his fellow officers. Hodges testified, If I was there much longer being assaulted in such a way, I knew that it was very likely I wouldn't be able to maintain my consciousness. Before sentencing him to more than 7 years in prison, the federal judge, Trevor McFadden, told McGoy, "Your actions on January 6th were some of the most egregious crimes that were committed that day." Ryan Nichols pleaded guilty to pepper spraying police officers and urging rioters through a bullhorn to storm the building. According to prosecutors, he yelled, "This is not a peaceful protest. If you have a weapon, you need to get your weapon." Later that night, Nichols recorded a video of himself calling for a second American Revolution and stating, "If you want to know where Ryan Nichols stands for violence." Nichols was sentenced to more than 5 years in prison, but now President Law and Order Trump has set him free. According to federal prosecutors, Christopher Quaglin was convicted at trial of viciously assaulting police officers for hours. On at least a dozen occasions, Quaglin stood face to face with officers as he screamed at, pushed with outstretched arms, punched, swatted, and slapped officers, pushed bike racks into officers, and even choked one officer to the ground. Quaglin was sentenced to 12 years in prison, but now he's walking free. Daniel Rodriguez pleaded guilty to abusing a stun gun and plunging it multiple times into a police officer, Michael Fanoni's neck, in the words of prosecutors, leading Fanoni to scream out in pain. Fanoni testified to Congress, "During those moments, I remember thinking that there was a very good chance that I would be torn apart or be shot to death with my own weapon." Rodriguez was sentenced to more than 12 years in prison, but now Trump set him free. Peter Schwartz was convicted of stealing pepper spray from police officers, distributing the canisters to other rioters, and indiscriminately spraying law enforcement, according to prosecutors. Court documents from the Justice Department described him as a welder by trade and a felon who has racked up numerous convictions for drugs, weapons, and violence over the last 3 decades. The day after the riot, he posted on Facebook, "What happened yesterday was the opening of a war. I was there, and whether people will acknowledge it or not, we are now at war." Schwartz was sentenced to more than 14 years in prison. A convicted felon with 30 years of crimes. An arrest list as long as his goddamn arms. Stretched out together, trying to say what a big fish he caught. And Trump has let him go. All of these unleashed upon the world to be Trump's paramilitary arm. His vanguard against the other half of America. How can any of you listening not spread the word? We are indeed at war. Indeed, the American Civil War, the Second American Civil War, has already begun. Now, due to the numbers tapering off as we've gone into the night, let me say good night to you all. I don't believe we have enough time for me to speak about what else we can say about the situation. I guess one way I could summarize it in the last few minutes that we have is to, of course, ask you all for your contributions. You are the people paying me. You are my employers. This is the way the WDP, or Working Disabled Program, is arranged. The 250% WDP, or 250% Working Disabled Program, is that I must work or I will be guilty of serious fraud against the federal government. And I am working. I'm working through the analyses I provide you that you will get nowhere else. And what I can tell you is that Trump's MAG America revives a Confederate nightmare. So welcome to your first full day in the new Confederate States of America. And much like the old CSA, or Confederate States of America, the new CSA, also known as MAG America, is devoted to point, making Americans as white as possible. Point, stripping women and minorities of political and economic power. Point, gutting workers' rights. Point, rigging election outcomes. Point, leaders nakedly taking bribes. Point, using a phony veneer of Christianity to justify brutal policies. Point, making queer people invisible. Point, reconfiguring schools for indoctrination instead of education. Point, having paramilitias terrorize minorities and their opponents. And point, maintaining a government of, by, and for rich white men. Never in American history has a group of morbidly rich white men this large or with anything close to this net worth sat to watch a president get sworn into office, and never before have so many billionaires been in a president's cabinet. Trump has been openly selling legislation. For example, he recently told a group of fossil fuel CEOs that if they'd give him $1 billion, he'd gut the nation's environmental laws that they don't like. Seeing the opportunity, the nation's wealthiest people have flocked to Trump's side, each presumably hoping for their own desired federal subsidies or an end to regulations, government lawsuits, or antitrust actions. And, of course, they all want more tax cuts. The Immigration Act of 1924 limited people coming into the country based on race. Each year's immigrants must be selected in a manner that maintained the racial ratios that existed in 1890, before the big wave of swarthy Southern European immigrants, mostly Greek and Italian, that came here during the 3 decades between 1890 and 1924. In 1965, just the year before I was born, Congress passed a new immigration law that ended the racial/country quotas, leading to a rapid increase in black and brown immigrants seeking our country, seeking entrance, entering our country legally, period. Combined with illegal immigration, Reagan's amnesty, and birthright citizenship for their children, the browning of America picked up speed to the point where 2014 was the first year when non-white children outnumbered white kids in our nation's public schools. To end this trend and make America white again, Trump has, at various times, proposed that America no longer allow immigrants from majority black shithole countries, his words, banned immigration from majority Muslim countries, will harden the southern border, and last night signed an executive order, the night before last by now, signed an executive order to end birthright citizenship. The 14th Amendment defines birthright citizenship, saying, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Trump's lawyers are arguing that people here without documentation are not subject to the jurisdiction of American law because they're not here legally. I guess that means they can get away with everything, just like his J6 rioters. Therefore, instead, they say, their children born here are also not born, their words, not born subject to the jurisdiction of American law, and thus not citizens. They plan to take their non-argument to the Supreme Court, where it may receive a favorable hearing. If successful, they might even have a case for stripping citizenship from and then deporting tens of millions of mostly Hispanic American citizens whose parents were undocumented. Our MAGA Supreme Court majority has already succeeded in several steps towards this goal by ending abortion rights and gutting both civil rights and voting rights laws. Four Russo collaborationist, Republican, Red Party insurgent controlled states are considering charging women who get abortions with murder in the first degree. And Republicans on the Supreme Court have already functionally outlawed affirmative action and given states the power to make voting harder for Black, Hispanic, and Native American people. Vice President Vance has written to the Justice Department demanding that they begin to enforce the moribund Comstock Act, which would outlaw the mailing of abortion and birth control medications, among other things, including porn. Meanwhile, God programs, or DEI programs, the Latin name for God in both government and the corporate world, are being ended to once again allow companies with white leadership to give preference to white men up for jobs or promotions. Looking at the composition of Trump's incoming administration and cabinet, it's reasonable to assume that non-white people must be willing to play the role Samuel L. Jackson did in Django Unchained if they want a position at all. In his last misadministration, Trump put the virulently anti-union lawyer Eugene Scalia, son of former Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia, who was found dead with a laptop that belonged to, well, James Arthur Yanchik's best friend, David Allen Sterling, the pedopornographer. And it was loaded with child porn, found clutched to the chest of the dead Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia, who died cruising for pedo porn. And his son has been put in charge of the Labor Department. His current nominee, Trump's current nominee, former Congresswoman Lori Chavez DeReme, has a more mixed record, but she won't be setting the administration's labor policy. Trump will. The same Trump who told Elon Musk on a live X event, and here I quote his T, "You're the greatest cutter. I look at what you do. You walk in and say, you want to quit. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike and you say, that's okay. You all gone." Musk laughed and said, "Yeah." Bezos is also virulently opposed to unionization at his Amazon workplace, and Trump has a long history of avoiding hiring companies with unions to do work on his properties. When the plantation oligarchs ended democracy in the old solid South, down, south of the Mason-Dixon line in Old Dixie during the 1840 through the 1860 era, they continued to allow elections. But white men who voted, they were the only ones allowed to vote. For anybody Other than the oligarchs, men often lost work, were beaten, and even sometimes lynched. So it wasn't a democracy in anything but name. As I said, even white men who voted for anybody other than the oligarch's man lost their job, got beat, even lynched like, as they would say it, lynched like a nigger. Republicans today are a bit more sophisticated, but their ability to rig elections has endured. In the years immediately following the Republicans on the Supreme Court's Shelby County decision that eviscerated the Voting Rights Act of 1965, over 1,600 polling places were closed by Republican-controlled states, mostly in black neighborhoods. Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent-run state after state passed laws making it harder to register to vote, allowing challenges to voters and purges of voting rolls, and making it easier to refuse to count mail-in votes from cities with Democratic majorities by claiming signature mismatches. The reporter Greg Palast estimates that if this had not happened, and every eligible voter was allowed to vote and every vote cast was counted, Kamala Harris would be presidentress today. So again, we have a stolen election. Republicans also work hard to select their voters rather than allowing voters to select their representatives. While Democratic states have largely abandoned gerrymandering, which could have given Democrats a majority in the House today, Republican states have doubled down on the practice year after year. Donald Trump has rolled out a new meme cybercurrency that will allow any billionaire, company, or foreign country to shovel as much money as they want into his own personal pockets, presumably in exchange for whatever government contract, subsidy, or help they can negotiate with the new president. Just consider the Trump meme coin's money grab economics. When he launched his own cryptocurrency, Donald Trump, produced unimaginable wealth from thin air. But it will come at a cost to someone. Late Friday evening into this weekend, 3 days before his return to the Oval Office, Donald Trump performed an act of crypto alchemy. Pretty much all it took was a few strokes of the keyboard. In a Truth Social post, the incoming U.S. president wrote, "My new official Trump meme is here. It's time to celebrate everything we stand for. Winning!" The post marked the launch of his very own meme coin, a type of joke cryptocurrency that typically has no purpose beyond financial speculation, whose value tends to whipsaw dramatically with changes in public sentiment. The price of the Trump meme coin began to hair upwards almost immediately, despite speculation that Trump's account had been hacked. By the following day, the coins released into circulation, 20% of the total supply, were valued at $14 billion fucking US dollars. On Sunday, First Lady Melania Trump followed with a meme coin of her own. At the time of my speaking to you now, the circulating Melania coins are worth nearly $1 billion United States dollars. By signing, let's just put it this way. By virtue of the vast amounts of the Trump coin held back by Trump-affiliated entities, the incoming U.S. president was suddenly connected to crypto coins with a theoretical value of more than 50 fucking billion United States dollars. The meme coin accounts for almost 90% of Trump's net worth, as calculated by accountants. Some crypto boosters have celebrated the Trump family's foray into meme coins, applauding the new president's ability to transmute his fame into crypto wealth. But others have pointed to the thorny ethical issues at play. For Trump to enrich himself, someone else must pay. In an interview with Wired magazine late last year, Azim Khan, co-founder of the Morph blockchain and venture partner at crypto VC firm Foresight Ventures, said, "Meme coins is absolutely a PvP, player versus player game. For someone to win, someone has to lose." The press office for the Trump campaign has not responded to my own requests for comment. Now, we'll continue this with our next episode on Sunday. We'll get back into this, and this will take us back to, of course, well, the irrationality, the chaosism of the enemies, the Republican cosmology. Our dear Aristides has joined us. So, dear Aristides, say good morning to all of our listeners, if you would be so kind. Let's see.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Sounded good.
Great. Oh, look at that. You pulled it out again. Full time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate
so
that.
I put the donation link in the chat. Please support Douglas. He's going to need your help this month, and we will see. Continue to see, if you do that, what excitement these programs bring. And,
yes.
Won't get this anywhere else. So.
Yes. Thank you. God bless you. And our fabulous Aristides is the reason why I'm able to do this at all. He is our executive producer. Understand that. And our man Aristides, of course, hopefully has gotten enough rest tonight. He certainly earned it. And we will be back with Aristides on Sunday. Everyone do join us then. And we want to thank our lovely Heather Holman for joining us for at least a few moments in the morning. And like I said, she sounds a lot better than she did earlier last night, probably thanks to that help from our lovely Sheila Gavin. And shout out to T. Tank Berry, who joined us, as well as a good night to our wonderful friend, one of my main men out there, El Nemo. We love you as well, John Warrington. Goddess bless you. And Victoria Loves Jesus has joined us. Would you like to come on just to say good morning to everyone for a few moments, dear Victoria? Please, by all means. Let's see if she'll do so. I would hope for you to grace us with your presence, my lovely lady. And haven't seen you in a little while, so I'm certainly glad to see you. Let me see if I can get these emojis working and give you an emoji kiss there. If you're going to join us, dear lady, let's check our come on to the Skype. You're on the call. Yeah, that's a Chihuahua. That's not Victoria, but Victoria, come on. Let's see. Gonna check again and see if she'll be kind enough to bless us. At any rate, here we are. Kisses at Victoria. There we go. And let me get this message to her. There we go. Hopefully I'll publish. Okay. It sounds like somebody's joined us for a few moments here. There we are. You're looking lovely. I've been upvoting your videos, your shorts, when I find them. So, dear lady,
Thank you, sir.
A salute to you in return, dear lady. So, Jesus is King. Lovely t-shirt. Yes. Yes. How are you doing?
Well,
yeah.
I'm all right. I am kind of buried in snow up here. How are you guys doing over there?
Oh, is it snowing where you're at, Aristides? I certainly don't have it here on the coast, but Aristides, you must have it.
It has done snowed, and then it just got really cold. But now that's gonna let up a little bit, just to like regular cold.
Yeah.
And how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm like in a foot of snow right now, so
Right.
I'm just trying to keep warm, and my kitties are loving it.
Okay.
Staying in my books. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to catch up on what you guys covered last night on stream. I've been sleeping like a rock in this weather. So what did I miss?
We were speaking about quite a bit of things. Aristides, do you remember what we were covering during Roundtable? If you can't provide a summary, I will, but, give it a try.
Let me look. Well, a lot about the big tech bros and some other like kind of health related topics.
Did you guys talk about Elon?
Yeah.
Yes, inescapably, though I do plan to go very much in depth into Elon on Sunday, if at all possible. It's just that, yeah. So, honey, what was
the world is seething right now.
Yeah.
And I find it really funny. A lot of people are saying he didn't know what he was doing. A lot of people even the ADL, right, said, oh, he didn't mean to do anything, blah, blah, blah, right, because he's bowing to Israel and other things.
Right.
But I do know he knew what he was doing.
Yes.
And he did it twice, and he knew he was going to stir the pot because he's a freaking troll. He's the president of Keck, right? He's all about trolling.
Absolutely.